The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 126. Secret Hin. Duan Yuyong scoffed and smiled as he said to Duan Yufei, "Since your mother doesn't allow me to take you out, then I can't help it. I don't want my ears to suffer later, so just play by yourself at home, Ba. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first." Duan Yuyong pinched Duan Yufei's cheek before he left. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yufei looked at Duan Yuyong's receding figure, who didn't bother persisting for very long, and instantly felt like he had been abandoned by everyone. He cried again, and whipped the cultivator while crying and shouted sadly, "It's all your fault, I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death woo woo woo. You baddie, baddie." The cultivator's face turned green because of getting beaten, though he was just doing his job. But, when he thought of how Madame Duan would have treated him if he had allowed Duan Yuyong to take Duan Yufei out of the Duan residence, the cultivator felt a lot more comforted. The Lin residence. Lin Xuanji came out of the cultivation room and went straight back to his courtyard. In the courtyard, Lin Xuanji saw Duan Yuyong, who was about to leave, and Yan Tianan, who had come out to send him off. "Dage, Yuyong Gerger gave me an introductory manual to the alchemist path." Yan Tianan blinked, and it's a profound level high-grade cultivation method. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji's eyebrows raised slightly and he couldn't help but feel surprised. Profound level high-grade. Did you get it from the auction house or the Duan family? Duan Yuyong waved his hand and said, "Neither. This is part of the dowry that my mother left behind. Although my mother didn't have much of a background, but she was at least a disciple of a celestial level sect, so it's not impossible to get a profound level high-grade cultivation method." Lin Xuanji nodded. "Since we're so familiar with each other now, let's spare ourselves words of gratitude. In the future, if you have any needs for crafting equipment, feel free to look for me." Duan Yuyong grinned, "As long as I need your help, I definitely won't think twice about making a request." Lin Xuanji smiled and thought to himself, if she didn't have much of a background, then it wouldn't be a simple matter to have gotten this kind of profound level high-grade cultivation method. Whether or not that was a profound level high-grade method was one thing, but don't just look at Duan Yuyong's usual carefree demeanor. In actuality, as the young master of the Duan family, he definitely wouldn't be so simple a person. But, Lin Xuanzi didn't make any inquiries. Duan Yuyong stared at Lin Xuanji with a scorching gaze. "What kind of treasure did you craft this time?" Lin Xuanji's powerhouse aura seemed even stronger than the last time he saw him, and clearly belonged to that of a hardened body cultivator. That was definitely not Lin Xuanji's own aura, which meant that there was only one possibility left. He now had a magic treasure on him that could disguise his cultivation level. Lin Xuanji took out a magic treasure with the shape of a copper coin. With one flick of his thumb, the magic treasure landed in Duan Yuyong's hand. "We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." "Cultivation level ring," Lin Xuanji said. "For you. You can treat it as a thank you gift for the manual, Ba. I've only ever heard of such a thing and have never seen it with my own eyes before. It should be quite difficult to craft, Ba." Duan Yuyong fiddled around with the cultivation level ring and thought that this item should be something that could save his life in the future, so he was immediately very fond of it. "It's not too difficult to craft, but the materials are rather unique," Lin Xuanji answered. Duan Yuyong uttered two tsks and said meaningfully, "Xuanji, I realize that the magic treasures that you craft don't travel through routes that ordinary people can see. It wasn't enough for craftsmen to possess cultivation methods if they want to craft. They also needed the steps, materials and formulae, and the latter was the most difficult one to find. As such, crafting had always been considered a kind of secret art handed down from masters to their apprentices, and from older generations of a family to their younger generations. Lin Xuanji had no mentor, nor had anyone ever seen him develop a good relationship with any craftsman before. But now, aside from the blasting bamboo and wine cups, all the magic treasures that Lin Xuanji crafted were treasures that Duan Yuyong had never seen or heard of. So that required some special attention. Yet Lin Xuanji just smiled lightly and said, unconcerned, I just had some chance encounters where I managed to obtain a few special recipes and cultivation methods. Duan Yuyong nodded and didn't inquire any further. That was what I had guessed. But, you could be considered to have received the heavens, pity. Yan Tianan stroked his chin and said pensively, why do I feel like my Dage can practically be called the darling of the heavens? Although he fell once, he managed to get back up again very quickly, and would always chance upon even better encounters. It's so amazing. Duan Yuyong felt the same way and said, don't talk about it anymore, or else I'm going to be jealous of him. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. After he said this, the three of them laughed. However, Lin Xuanji felt extremely rueful. He had always been pitied by the Tao of Heaven, but likewise, some of the favors bestowed upon him by the Tao of Heaven will have to be returned eventually. Just like how he had completely lost Yan Tianan in his past life, which is now an indelible scar in his heart. But in this lifetime, he must grasp the gift of the heavens firmly and let Yan Tianan and him have a good ending this time. Duan Yuyong said, the 100 Families gathering is about to begin. The three major families of Qing City, the Duan family, Lin family and Han family, all attach great importance to it. Our family will be going to the mountains and forests for intensive training in a few days, and I need to follow along too. I'm afraid that you won't be able to see me around during this period. Lin Xuanji nodded. Likewise. The Lin family will be entering seclusion in the cultivation room. Duan Yuyong clicked his tongue and said with great admiration, now that you mention the cultivation room, only your Lin family was built on the dragon head of the ley line. I really envy you to death. Lin Xuanji said lightly, if you want to go in there to cultivate, I can help you pay the family points required. Duan Yuyong waved his hand, never mind. The relationships in your Lin family are even more complicated than in our Duan family, I can't be bothered to be involved in that. Lin Xuanji thought of the pill poison in Duan Yuyong's body, so he said furtively, I'm afraid the internal section of your Duan family isn't as peaceful as it seems. Duan Yuyong didn't miss Lin Xuanji's gaze. He couldn't help but laugh. What kind of rumors did you catch wind of this time? Lin Xuanji said lightly, speaking of rumors, I really did hear one recently. What is it? Duan Yuyong's interest was piqued. When I was in Profound Sky Sect, I heard someone say before that your mother now actually knew your father long before your mother passed away, and that your second brother is actually older than you. Lin Xuanji said. Duan Yuyong was stunned in an instant. Who would slander our Duan family like that? Although his stepmother has always been rather cold to him, but she had only entered the Duan family after his mother died. Also, Duan Yuhao was definitely his father's biological son, but being born before or after him was a different matter altogether. Just as Duan Yuyong was berating the guy who was spreading rumors in his heart and was about to inquire about him in depth to go beat him up, Lin Xuanji continued. Why not test the food you consume daily at home after your return? Lin Xuanji said furtively, also, find someone reliable to check it, and don't tell anyone who seems suspicious. Duan Yuyong frowned and stared at Lin Xuanji, puzzled. Why do I feel like your words seem to insinuate something? Do you know anything? Lin Xuanji just shook his head and said no more. Whatever I say now have no basis and won't be of much use. All your doubts should be raised after you personally take a test and see the results. Bah. Duan Yuyong left with a heavy heart. After Duan Yuyong left, Yan Tianan asked, puzzled, Dage, why did you tell Yuyong Jie all that? Don't tell me someone in the Duan family wants to harm him. Lin Xuanji said lightly, that's hard to say. Yan Tianan looked worried and asked, who is it? In any case, Yuyong Jie is the young master of the Duan family after all. Aren't they afraid that after they get exposed, they would be severely punished? Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's little face and said, I know, but I can't say anything. Yan Tianan was stunned, then continued to asking, why can't you say anything? Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head. In this world, there are a lot of things that cannot be said. For example, how he violated the Tao of Heaven by trying to change Duan Yuyong's fate. But he can only offer some assistance because he can't speak frankly about the truth. Otherwise, once the Tao perceives it, it would burst into anger and an unpredictable punishment would fall upon him. Yan Tianan looked pensive, but he still nodded although he was somewhat confused. After he entered Yan Tianan's room, Lin Xuanji felt the gloomy aura that assaulted his face. Past the screen, Lin Xuanji saw the naked, handsome male corpse sitting in the bathtub filled with rolling blood-colored liquid. The male corpse was already beginning to emit a slight pressure. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. What was his original cultivation level? Yan Tianan said, primary level condensed blood stage. A strange glint flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. A cultivation at the primary level condensed pulse stage before the age of 30. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan, frowning slightly. Are you sure you can control him, and not receive a backlash from him instead? Yan Tianan rubbed his nose. His cultivation level had already dropped by a whole level when he died, and is now only at the hardened body stage. Now, after he's been dead for so long, his cultivation level can only be lower than before. When the time comes, as long as I can find a suitable GU bug, there shouldn't be a problem in controlling him. Lin Xuanji felt a little relieved. How long would it take for him to wake up? Lin Xuanji asked. At the present rate, it's estimated that he'll wake up in less than a month. Yan Tianan looked excited as he said this. Lin Xuanji nodded. In the future, go to the cultivation room to cultivate your alchemy arts in the day and come back here at night to refine this yin corpse. Yan Tianan nodded. That's what I'm planning to do. Lin Xuanji said, now, let's go to our family's commercial street to select some materials for refining pills. After Yan Tianan touched the alchemy manual that Duan Yuyong gave him, it had immediately surfaced in his mind. The Lin family's commercial street was within the Lin residence. Though it wasn't comparable to the bazaar outside, there were a lot of things in it, especially basic materials required for refining pills. Spiritual plants here were grown from spiritual seeds collected from all over the continent, so there were quite a few spiritual plants here that you wouldn't be able to get anywhere else. The most important thing was, for a pupil of the Lin family, the prices were considerably just. It was only slightly more expensive than its cost price. When they arrived at the commercial street, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan went to the spiritual plants shop first to buy some of the most basic low-grade spiritual plants to practice with. They bought 100 of each kind before the two of them went to the material shop and bought quite a few materials required for crafting. Of course, they didn't buy a lot that were just used for practice. Most of them were bought by Lin Xuanji for important purposes. After they finished depleting all the family points that Yan Tianan had, the two of them went to the cultivation room together. The rules of the cultivation room required one person to take a room each to avoid disturbing one another while cultivating. When they arrived at the entrance of the stone house, Lin Xuanji said, "Ah Hen, I don't have a lot of experience with the path of an alchemist, so you'll have to work hard and figure it out by yourself." Yan Tianan nodded and said, unconcerned, "I can do it even without Deja's help." Lin Xuanji smiled. Where did this confidence come from? Yan Tianan scratched his head and said, slightly embarrassed, actually, I've always comprehended the alchemy stories that Daddy used to tell me very well. It's just that my cultivation level at the time was too low, and couldn't even refine the most basic pill. But the situation now is completely different. After all, I'm a refining chi stage 5th layer cultivator now. Chapter 127. Little bro lodged a complaint. Lin Xuanji thought about it, and it was indeed true. It was fortunate that Yan Tianan had the alchemist fire within him that was necessary for the path of an alchemist. Otherwise, not only would it be impossible for him to become an alchemist, but the fact that he was cultivating the devil's path was also very likely to be exposed. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, Ah Heng used to be a skilled wife who couldn't cook a meal without rice. Yan Tianan smiled in embarrassment. The rice I cook isn't that nice. Lin Xuanji, he felt that Yan Tianan needed to read more books. The Duan residence. Duan Yuyong lay in bed, frowning as he recalled Lin Xuanji's warning. He always had a feeling that Lin Xuanji probably knew something, and from what he could see, uttering words that would drive a wedge between people wasn't something that Lin Xuanji would do without any evidence to back it up. Lin Xuanji was a very cautious person. Anyone who came into contact with him would know this. He never said anything without basis. Duan Yuyong turned over, his heart filled with tons of conflicting feelings. In his heart, he has already respected that stepmother of his quite a bit. Although it wasn't comfortable to think about how quickly his father remarried after the death of his mother, he could force himself to understand his father. Also, the Duan family today treated him quite well. They had never mistreated him when it came to giving him food to eat and clothes to wear, and his young master position was extremely stable. Even though he knew very clearly that in terms of cultivation, it would be very likely for Duan Yuhao to rob him of his position in the future. Nevertheless, Duan Yuyong never cared about all these. Becoming the young master came with a lot of responsibilities. Duan Yuyong pondered over it for a bit, and still couldn't make up his mind to suspect that Madame Duan was the kind of person who would use underhanded means behind people's backs. Duan Yuyong was about to get up from bed when he heard his servant, Yuan Bao, calling him from outside. Young master, master and madam are coming, and they asked you to make a trip down to the discussion pavilion. Duan Yuyong got out of bed and his eyes lit up. I'll go over right now. The Duan family's discussion pavilion. Duan Zheng, the master of the Duan family, was currently reprimanding Duan Yuhao. Can't you change that temperament of yours a little? 3 months ago, I just helped you get rid of the youngster you forced and spent a lot of money to pacify that family, and now you're going to a place like that demonic beast arena these days. Duan Zheng's stern face was obviously filled with anger. He smacked the table vigorously as he glared at the indifferent Duan Yuhao who was kneeling in front of him, and became even more infuriated. You actually let that hunting blood eagle to eat your younger brother's kitten demon? Are you itching for a beating? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Duan Yuhao's cold gaze swept over Duan Yufei, who was sniffling in Madame Duan's embrace and didn't dare look at him. He thought, that kid's so weak. It was just one kitten demon, yet he actually learned how to lodge a complaint against him. Duan Yuhao said without much concern, isn't it just some mediocre kitten demon? So what if it dies? I could just compensate him with a few more amazing cat demons. Duan Yufei pursed his lips and said, I want Awa. Duan Yuhao asked, who's Awa? Duan Yufei's eyes reddened. Awa is my kitten demon. He was eaten by your hunting blood eagle. Wah. Madame Duan revealed a kind expression on her face and hugged Duan Yufei as she comforted, Fei, don't cry. Once you cry, mother's heart aches terribly. Duan Yufei buried his head in Madame Duan's embrace. I want Awa. Duan Yuhao rolled his eyes, no ambition. Madame Duan looked at Duan Yuhao and let out an imperceptible sigh. Then she asked coldly, Fei, you never liked talking to daddy about such things. Who did you see after your urge left? Hidden in the dark, the cultivators in charge of protecting Duan Yufei immediately felt their hearts clutch. As soon as Madame Duan came back, Duan Yufei ran over to lodge a complaint, so they didn't even have the time to report the situation to her. You must know, if Madame Duan knew that Duan Yuyong had approached Duan Yufei, then they wouldn't escape a scolding as well. Duan Yufei said without the slightest hesitation, after urge left, Dage came to look for me. Madame Duan's expression froze. Duan Yuyong. Duan Yufei nodded and continued saying, yeah, Dage even comforted me and wanted to bring me out to shop. Mother, why do I think that Dage isn't as bad as you guys say? He even gave me candy, it was really good. Madame Duan almost jumped straight up. She raised her voice, what did you say? Duan Yuyong gave you something to eat, and you actually ate it. Duan Yufei was startled by her, and stared at Madame Duan whose facial features suddenly twisted. In fear, he whispered, but it's just a piece of candy, it's nothing much. Madame Duan's face turned blue and her chest couldn't stop heaving. She said to Duan Zheng, hurry and find someone to give Fei a checkup. Duan Zheng frowned and said with slight discontent, Madam, don't you think you're making too much of a fuss? Yuyong has never been hostile to Fei. How am I making too much of a fuss? Madame Duan said angrily, don't tell me you forgot my true identity. I'm a prophet. My dreams, my prophecies and the divine secrets I've seen have never been wrong. When Duan Zheng heard that, he fell silent. A prophet is a cultivator who was even rarer than a craftsman. Such a person becomes someone who would peep into the Tao of heaven from birth. They can use their own methods to spy upon divine secrets using the stars, the path of the mountains and the rivers, and other such natural phenomena. At the same time, it naturally included the future that someone was heading towards. Duan Zheng had always been in awe of Madame Duan, and even he could not deny this. After all, for all these years, the Duan family was able to win several times during struggles with other great families, which was beneficial for obtaining an invincible position, and both averted and avoided disaster due to Madame Duan's divinations. However, Madame Duan seldom divined the fate of those close to her. For a prophet, the closer someone you're trying to divine for is to you, the easier it was to damage the cultivation and lifespan of the prophet. Also, similar to how prophets couldn't see their own destinies, their divination of their closest relatives were also limited. But for some reason, when Duan Yufei was born, Madame Duan didn't care about her own health and forcibly divined Duan Yufei's destiny. And the results of the divination made Madame Duan uneasy all night. She vaguely saw a blurry figure carry a knife engraved with the Duan family's mark, and killed the grown Duan Yufei in an instant. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yufei's mutilated appearance almost made Madame Duan suffer from mental problems. Not long after she recovered, she carried out a second divination. This time, Madame Duan tried her best to see that person's face, but all she saw was an exquisite jade storage bag hanging on his waist. And that jade storage bag was one of the items that Duan Yuyong's mother, the previous mistress of the Duan family, left behind for him. Madame Duan had always bore a grudge against Duan Yuyong because of this. When Duan Zheng, the one who has always pampered Duan Yuyong, found out about this, he couldn't help but be more on guard against Duan Yuyong. While Madame Duan treated Duan Yuyong coldly and kept him at a distance, he did want to talk her out of it, but when he carefully considered the future that Madame Duan saw, he could only turn a blind eye to it. Madame Duan hugged Duan Yufei, her eyes drooped with tears that welled up in them, clearly looking as if she had been aggrieved. Duan Yuhao was a bit puzzled at Madame Duan's reaction as well. He doesn't like that Duan Yuyong who knew nothing but was still able to sit on the young master position, but he wasn't like Madame Duan who was always on guard against a trash who had no capability. Duan Yuhao frowned. Mother, Duan Yuyong probably wouldn't dare harm Feifei. What exactly are you worried about? Duan Zheng said discontentedly. He's your dage, why are you calling him by his name? Duan Yuhao turned his head away in disdain. Madame Duan calmed herself down and said to Duan Yuhao, you need not know why. Duan Yuhao shrugged indifferently, then forget it bah. And right at this moment, Duan Yuyong walked in. Within the discussion hall, several pairs of eyes fell upon him. Madame Duan's face cooled in an instant, and a murderous glint even flashed through her eyes. Yo, which young master did you bully, or which young girl did you force again this time? When he saw Duan Yuhao who was kneeling on the ground, Duan Yuyong took the lead in saying. Duan Yuhao was so angry he stood straight up and said through clenched teeth, Duan Yuyong, you scoundrel, how dare you incite my younger brother to lodge a complaint against me? When Duan Yuyong heard that, he just laughed and took joy in his misfortune. So you got a complaint? He did a good job in lodging that complaint. Looks like Feifei is really smart. Don't you say so too, Feifei? Duan Yufei wasn't a little dim-witted, but when he heard someone praise him, he immediately nodded forcefully. That's right. I think I'm really smart too. I did a good job in lodging a complaint against urged Duan Yuhao. Duan Yuhao was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Madame Duan's facial features twisted in an instant. Duan Zheng coughed and said with a solemn countenance, where did you run off to again this afternoon? When Duan Yuyong heard this, he casually said, oh, I went to find my friends. Duan Zheng raised an eyebrow. Those roguish friends of yours. Duan Yuyong was somewhat displeased. Dad, those words of yours made me a little unhappy. What roguish friends? I went to look for Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji had a rather impressive reputation recently, and could be said to be one of a kind in Qing City. A craftsman who had reached the foundation stage before the age of 17 was truly a one-in-a-million existence. Duan Zheng frowned and asked, when did your relationship with Lin Xuanji become so good? He remembered that Duan Yuyong had always looked down on Lin Xuanji. Duan Yuyong blinked. We often engage in business transactions. A few days ago, several good items auctioned out by our Duan's auction house were given by Lin Xuanji. Duan Zheng was still in charge of the Duan family's businesses, so when he heard this, his expression softened quite a bit and he nodded. Yeah, even though he's part of the Lin family, it would definitely be a good thing for our family to get along with a craftsman who has good prospects. Duan Yuyong grinned. I think so too. Duan Yuhao cast a disdainful glance at Duan Yuyong. The Duan family is a cultivator family after all, so strength is more important. Yeah, Duan Yuyong nodded and looked at Duan Yuhao. So, do you think all the money used to buy all the spiritual plants and spiritual medicine you consume were delivered to us by the wind? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuhao, you. What about me? Duan Yuyong said sincerely. Kids should stay out of adults' businesses bah. Duan Yuhao was so angry that steam came out of his orifices. Duan Zheng stared at Duan Yuyong discontentedly. Yuyong, why do you always treat your own family members with that kind of attitude? Has Yuhao ever provoked you? Duan Yuyong thought about it for a bit before saying, he has never provoked me before, but I find him unpleasant to the eye. Madame Duan narrowed her eyes, but never spoke a word. When facing Duan Yuyong, she has always expressed her attitude through ignoring him. Duan Yuhao stared at Duan Yuyong with a frosty gaze. You're already such trash and yet you're not trying to keep a low profile. Are you looking for a fight? Chapter 128. Tingling scalp. Duan Yuyong laughed without much concern. Well, I would like to see if you have the guts to. A man who has the heart of a thief but not his guts is the most cowardly kind. You fucking. Duan Yuhao immediately raised his fist and his chi began circulating. He was clearly infuriated. Both of you, that's enough. Duan Zheng made use of his might as the head of the family and said as he frowned. You're brothers with the same blood running through your veins, why are you shouting at and trying to kill each other? Don't you think it's shameful? Duan Yuhao clenched his teeth and tossed Duan Yuyong a gaze that seemed to say, just you wait. But Duan Yuyong just casually gave him a middle finger. Duan Zheng turned a blind eye to all this and said lightly, Yuyong, I called you over today because there's something I want to discuss with you. Yuhao, take your brother with you and leave first. Duan Yufei unreluctantly left with Duan Yuhao. Before he left, Duan Yufei even grimaced at Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong looked at Duan Zheng and sat down on the chair beside him in an extremely casual posture. He fiddled with a jade pendant at his waist and said, what is it? You can just say it frankly. Duan Zheng's line of sight fell upon the incomparably exquisite and valuable jade storage space. Yuyong, before your mother left, she gave you that storage jade pendant. For all these years, I have never asked a single question about that pendant. Duan Zheng said. Duan Yuyong nodded. The Duan family has such a prosperous business, so father would naturally not bother with this jade pendant. Duan Zheng and Madame Duan looked at each other, then he said, but recently, there's been one thing that I wanted to discuss with you. Duan Yuyong's heart stopped for a moment and thought, to especially mention the jade pendant and talk about something he wants to discuss, it probably has something to do with my jade pendant space. But everyone was part of the same family, and saw the head of the family. Duan Zheng rarely asked for favors from the younger generation. Duan Yuyong didn't mind too much and nodded, what is it? Father may as well just say it straight. Duan Yuyong's attitude made Duan Zheng feel extremely comforted. Your mother used to be an alchemist when she was alive. I would like to borrow the hand seal manuals she used to cultivate with. Duan Yuyong's expression didn't change as he asked, our Duan family has no alchemist. Who does father want to give it to? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Duan Zheng looked at Madame Duan and said, your Aunt Lian's family has a junior who was just born a few days ago. He was tested to have dual spiritual roots of wood and fire, and he also has an alchemist fire within his body. Your Aunt Lian and I will be returning to her maiden home in a few days, so we were thinking that if we could give that junior an alchemist manual for his 100th day as a first meeting fit, it would be extremely appropriate. Madame Duan, named Su Julian, was a direct descendant of the Su family, one of the largest elite families in West Qi and on the 5 continents mainlands. Gifts given to the West Qi Su family thus had to be unique. Duan Yuyong didn't even hesitate before saying, there are tons of good items circulated within the Duan family's auction house daily, so my mother's manual shouldn't be worth much. Duan Zheng said with great emphasis, it's not because of it's valuable, but because that divine Jun alchemy arts is the most mild and harmless alchemy manual that I can think of. Duan Yuyong suddenly looked at Duan Zheng. Father, is that what you think, or what Aunt Lian thinks? Duan Zheng frowned slightly. What difference does it make? Your Aunt Lian and I are husband and wife in the first place. Duan Yuyong shook his head. After pondering for a moment, he said, I'm afraid that I can no longer take out that manual. What? I just gave that book to Lin Xuanji today. Duan Yuyong said lightly, you actually dared to give such a rare and valuable alchemy manual to one of our competitors. Duan Zheng's expression didn't look too good. Likewise, Madame Duan's expression darkened. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong shrugged helplessly, well, isn't it because father asked me about it too late? Also, didn't father tell me before to establish a good relationship with Lin Xuanji? I thought that since my mother couldn't use that manual anymore, and that there weren't any alchemists around me anyway, so since he needed it, then I sold him a favor. It would only be beneficial for our Duan family in the future. Duan Zheng lamented, that was something your mother left to you, how could you give it away so easily? Duan Yuyong blinked, it's precisely because mother left it to me alone that I dared give it away casually. If it was something that belonged to the Duan family, I would have to consider it more thoroughly before giving it away. Duan Zheng felt like his head was about to explode. Items that were given out are like spilled water, he definitely couldn't get Duan Yuyong to take it back. Frankly speaking, it wasn't like Duan Zheng had to get that alchemy book at all costs, it's just that Su Julian was suddenly struck by an impulse to say that she must obtain that manual. Duan Yuyong looked at Madame Duan's eerie-looking eyes that made her appear as if she wanted to swallow him in one gulp and suddenly understood something in an instant. He remained calm as he smiled, since that's the only matter to discuss, your son will take his leave first. Duan Zheng waved his impatiently, go then. After Duan Yuyong left, Madame Duan clenched her teeth and said with a frosty expression, look at that good son of yours. He would rather leave the good items for outsiders rather than his own father. Duan Zheng said with displeasure, we were just a step too late. If you had told me about it earlier, I would have found him sooner to ask for it. Duan Zheng did like Duan Yuyong. Although he had no talent for cultivation for some reason, he did owe Duan Yuyong's mother a lot and felt great remorse for it. So naturally, he was willing to treat Duan Yuyong well. But what Duan Yuyong did today made him feel like he had lost face. With a sneer, Madame Duan got up and pulled Duan Yufei, you'd better find a way to get that manual ba. Otherwise, the Duan family will probably be ruined at his hands. Duan Zheng's heart jolted, he stood up and frowned, what do you mean by that? Madame Duan threw him a smile that didn't reach her eyes, when I peeped at the divine secrets, I had already vaguely seen that after that manual circulated outside, it quickly let your first wife's family discover its traces. After that, someone from her family discovered the true cause of your first wife's death, and massacred the entire Duan family in a fury. How could that be possible? Duan Zheng's face turned slightly pale. He clenched his fist and said, the Duan family is a first-class family, it couldn't be massacred that easily. You must have seen it wrong. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Madame Duan said coldly, in any case, I've already told you long ago that Duan Yuyong's life is tough, and he's a curse who will cause the death of the entire Duan family. Since you don't believe me, then just wait and see. After she finished speaking, Madame Duan left without even looking back. Duan Zheng collapsed onto his chair in a daze. That year, it was as if he had been possessed. Though he was already engaged to Duan Yuyong's mother, he couldn't withstand Su Julian's beauty and had intimate relations with her. Originally, they had hidden it very well. But not long after Duan Yuyong was born, someone leaked the news to Madame Duan, so she came to know that he had someone else outside. And even found the luxurious place Duan Zheng had arranged for his mistress. Madame Duan was a decisive person. When she came to the house and personally saw Duan Zheng and Su Julian getting intimate and even had a kid who was about Duan Yuyong's age, she immediately surged with anger and declared that she would get her family to kill Duan Zheng and Su Julian. Madame Duan had always been a bit of an enigma to Duan Zheng. Even as her husband, he didn't know that Madame Duan even had a family to back her up. He had always thought that Madame Duan was an orphan who was picked up outside her sect's gate, and that aside from her sect, she had no other backers. Just as Duan Zheng was feeling restless and uneasy, Su Julian wanted to viciously murder Madame Duan. Duan Zheng was filled with remorse regarding Madame Duan, but he was also worried that Madame Duan would really make disaster befall him and harm him, so he decided to be ruthless and locked Madame Duan in a cave at the back mountains. He originally wanted to wait for Madame Duan to calm down before having a good talk with her. But after a few days, when Duan Zheng went to the cave again, he realized that Madame Duan had suffered from a qi deviation and all her meridians ruptured. She died as a result. Naturally, he didn't dare publicize this matter. So he listened to Su Julian's countermeasure and killed Madame Duan's personal maid and servant, and fabricated Madame Duan's death as a result of getting killed by some cultivators who robbed her of her pills. When he thought of this, Duan Zheng let out a long sigh. Eventually, he would need to pay the price for the wrongs he had committed in the past. If what Su Julian said was true, then he would rather accept his punishment as soon as possible. After Duan Yuyong returned, he sent the food that was delivered to him that day to a spiritual plant shop in Qing City to be inspected under an anonymous alias. Most chronic toxins that would work on cultivators were difficult to detect, so some time was required for the inspection to be completed. After Duan Yuyong paid the money, he went back home. It was only after he sat down that he realized that his palms had broken out in a cold sweat. On the day of his mother's death, she had once split her soul to instruct the young him that he was the only one who could give that alchemy manual to someone else of his own accord, and it couldn't be forcibly obtained by others. If anyone asked for it, then it proves that that person was the one who killed her. Besides, aside from him and his mother, no one knew that that book was called Divine Jun Alchemy Arts. Duan Yuyong's scalp tingled. He felt like there was a pair of vicious eyes boring straight through his back. In the Lin family's cultivation room, Lin Xuanji took out the flaming cloud stone, and at the same time, he carefully hid its companion stone in his storage bag. He couldn't refine the gray companion stone now, which was about the size of a head, because the flaming cloud bug inside was still asleep, like a weathered fossil. But once he refined it, that flaming cloud bug would revive. Flaming cloud bugs are creatures that have lived for tens of thousands of years, so they weren't something that someone of his cultivation level could control easily. By then, if something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. For this reason, Lin Xuanji decided not to refine the companion stone now, even though he couldn't wait to obtain the flaming cloud bug. After keeping the companion stone, Lin Xuanji's line of sight fell on the dark red flaming cloud stone. Are you challenging yourself to craft a pill furnace with that flaming cloud stone as a raw material? Soul Bead suddenly said, I do have that intention. Lin Xuanji answered, Tisk, kid, aren't you a bit too arrogant? Soul Bead clicked his tongue. With the flaming cloud stone as the seed, the pill furnace that's crafted at the very least requires a 5th stage soulfire at the introductory level. 36 lethal points must be opened up and meridians must have been expanded by 32-fold. And now, although Lin Xuanji was at the first layer of his foundation stage, he had just reached the 4th stage of his introductory level soulfire. Although there was only a 1-stage difference between the 4th and 5th stage, there was an insurmountable gap between them. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes, formed his hand seals and said, that's not too difficult. Soul Bead. He had never seen such an arrogant and conceited man before. However, what Soul Bead didn't know was that Lin Xuanji was most adept at refining his soulfire. In his past life, Lin Xuanji lived for 1,000 years in the soul plate in a soul body. During that 1,000-year period, before he could use his soul body to control his crafting soulfire, he had never crafted any magic treasures before and instead spent all his time on refining his soulfire. Chapter 129. Received a huge blow. Although refining souls is a process that's both dry and painful, it is still a path everyone must take. And what Lin Xuanji didn't lack the most was patience. He had 2 reasons for not rapidly raising his cultivation level within a short span of time. Firstly, he was slowly working on the accumulation of his foundation. Secondly, it was because being too prominent would easily attract people's attention. He had already tasted all sorts of hardship, so now, all he wanted to do was to cultivate at a steady pace. He can never be too rash and attract unwanted attention until he was strong enough to be free of worries. Within the Arabian crafting manual, there wasn't a lack of high-level crafting hand seals and crafting recipes. Lin Xuanji was very familiar with the kind of pill furnace he should make, so, while he advanced through his soul stages, he used his soulfire and forged stones to refine the flaming cloud stone at the same time. Aside from the flaming cloud stone, Lin Xuanji had already prepared all the other necessary materials for crafting the pill furnace in secret. Everything that concerns Yan Tianan are matters that he takes very seriously, which are also ranked first in priority in his heart. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at the fire-like pill furnace in front of him. A multitude of emotions surged through his heart. Throughout both lifetimes, this should be considered the first time he truly did something for Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji stood at the door of Yan Tianan's small stone room for a while, and after he sensed that the qi inside it subsided, he knocked. Yan Tianan opened the door quickly, because he knew that aside from Lin Xuanji, it was unlikely for anyone else to come find him. As for Lin Yan, he was currently devoting himself wholeheartedly to cultivating, so he wouldn't have much time to find him either. Dage, you're here. Yan Tianan grinned. Your complexion has been getting better and better every day. Lin Xuanji scrutinized Yan Tianan, then walked in. It might be because putting 2 yins together could end up affecting yang, and extremes could turn into their opposites when pushed to the limit. Ever since Yan Tianan started practicing Imperial Corpse technique, the gloomy and cold chi on Yan Tianan's face was actually dispersing more and more each day. Yan Tianan touched his face, thought about it for a bit then said, "It's probably because I've been soaking in the tub with Yu every night ba." Lin Xuanji paused. Soaking in the tub together. He felt that even though Yu was just a corpse, he still needed to pay attention to it. But Yan Tianan didn't realize that there was anything wrong with it, and instead said to Lin Xuanji like he was bragging, "Dage, when I went to look after Yu last night, I found out that one of his fingers moved." On the Imperial Corpse technique, it said that the earlier a corpse can move, the better the quality and talent of the corpse. Yu is really amazing. Lin Xuanji didn't feel too well. In the past, he was the one that Yan Tianan had always worshipped and praised. But now, that corpse had caused Yan Tianan's thoughts to wander. Lin Xuanji lightly said, "It's but a mere corpse. You need not expend so much effort on it, the path of an alchemist is the proper one. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Yan Tianan said with some grievance, "But that's the corpse that I personally carried home, so I have to treat him well. I need to be responsible for him." Lin Xuanji, "Be responsible your ass." His heart clutched even tighter. While Lin Xuanji comforted himself that it was just a corpse and could only be considered a tool, he took out the pill furnace from his storage bag and handed it to Yan Tianan. "Ah Hen, this is the pill furnace I crafted for you. From today onwards, you can start trying to refine pills. Dage, you're done crafting it already." Yan Tianan's eyes widened as he caressed that pill furnace adoringly. There were 3 openings at the top of the pill furnace that could allow 3 fires in different positions to enter at the same time. For an alchemist, this was the simplest pill furnace design, and although one wouldn't be able to refine high-level medicinal pills with this, for a newbie, this furnace was more than enough. Yan Tianan could feel the chi coming from the top-grade magic tool. He couldn't help but sigh and stared at Lin Xuanji. "Dage, aren't you too amazing?" "This is a top-grade magic tool." Lin Xuanji's furrowed brows relaxed. He nodded. "If it isn't a top-grade magic tool, I haven't given it to Ah Hen." Yan Tianan's ears were slightly tinged with a red color. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. When Lin Xuanji saw this, he smiled. "Ah Hen will have your own pill furnace from now on. Use those spiritual plants you have at hand first. If you run out, just let Dage know." Yan Tianan quickly nodded. It's enough. It'll probably be enough to last me for a long while." When Lin Xuanji heard that, he smiled. "Just try it out first ba." Yan Tianan patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, Dage. For the past few days, I've been practicing the alchemy hand seals in Yuyong Gerger's book, and I've basically perfected them by now. I might even be able to deliver a few medicinal pills to you later." Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's small face that was full of vigor and felt comforted. No one will know the price he paid just for that smile. Yan Tianan has always been interested in alchemy, but because his body was restricted by his cultivation level, he could only ever look and sigh from afar. But now that everything was ready for him, Yan Tianan couldn't wait to start. After he got the pill furnace, Lin Xuanji didn't disturb him. When Yan Tianan kept glancing at the pill furnace adoringly from time to time, he knew that he had to give Yan Tianan some time to be alone. After Lin Xuanji left, Yan Tianan happily placed the pill furnace in the center of the stone room. He sat cross-legged on a hassock, and according to the alchemy hand seals and skills to control his alchemist fire on the divine Jun alchemy arts, he threw a few kinds of the simplest spiritual plants for healing wounds into the pill furnace. An alchemist fire burned and the pill furnace clattered. A moment later, an unpleasant burning smell emitted from the pill furnace. Yan Tianan uncovered the pill furnace's lid and saw the dark, sticky mass of suspicious matter inside. When he thought about his bold words from before, his cheeks started to hurt. It must have been an accident. Yan Tianan scrunched his face and made a second attempt. That night, Yan Tianan knocked on Lin Xuanji's door. When Lin Xuanji opened the door, he saw a crestfallen youngster. Lin Xuanji paused for a moment, then revealed a faint smile on his face. He rubbed Yan Tianan's head, received a blow. Yan Tianan nodded. Not one was made. Lin Xuanji didn't mind that and said, "If you managed to craft a true medicinal pill in less than half a day, that would have truly been an impossible task." Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji. "Why don't you start with medicinal liquid first?" Lin Xuanji said unhurriedly, creating pills has a certain process. For you now, it is still a bit difficult. Yan Tianan nodded with some distress, okay. 3 days later, Yan Tianan had destroyed all the spiritual plants in his hands. He then hung his head low as he went to seek Lin Xuanji's help. But Lin Xuanji didn't say anything, and just took Yan Tianan straight to the Lin family's commercial street and exchanged all of their remaining family contribution points for the most basic spiritual plants. Yan Tianan began his arduous alchemist life with his storage bag that was stuffed to the brim. 10 days to half a month passed within the blink of an eye. Lin Xuanji's cultivation speed was not considered the fastest, but he didn't mind that at all and just steadily continued with his own cultivation. The next day, a loud bang came from the stone room next door, and the surrounding spiritual qi all converged towards the same place. Lin Xuanji, who was currently refining his own meridians and acupoints, opened his eyes in slight surprise and thought that Lin Zeji actually broke through to his foundation stage. The other Lin family pupils had left their rooms one by one. Zeji Tangshong is already at his foundation stage, Lin Yuro said in slight disbelief. That should be due to the burning sky Palm Ba. Lin Dong said, full of envy, if I could have gotten a cultivation method of that level, I would have been able to advance within a short period of time too. The burning sky palm is amazing, it's one of the most powerful fire elemental cultivation methods of the Lin family. It was rare for Lin Cheng to reveal some envy as he said, looks like Zeji Tangshan had obtained a fated opportunity. At this moment, Lin Zeji, the one who was currently being discussed, walked out from his stone room. The pressure of a foundation stage cultivator exuded from his body from head to toe, and for a moment, people outside who weren't on par with his cultivation level were struck by an impulse to submit and kneel down to him. Within the stone room, Lin Yufan, who was immersed in her own cultivation, frowned with much displeasure and thought that Lin Zeji, he's really become presumptuous after advancing to the foundation stage. He's deliberately releasing the pressure within his body and clearly doesn't care about the other people who are in the cultivation room in the least, like he's afraid that others wouldn't know that he had reached his foundation stage. Lin Yuro smiled, Zeji Gerger, you're a foundation stage cultivator now. You should be doing quite well with the burning sky Palm Ba. Lin Zeji couldn't restrain the smile and arrogance on his face. He nodded, naturally so. Although it's not the most amazing, compared to some other people who are in their foundation stage, my combat strength is definitely much stronger than them. Lin Yan had walked out as well, and when he heard this, he sneered. Then he turned around and walked back into the room. When he saw this, Lin Dong revealed a disdainful expression, that Lin Yan kid must be thinking about how sour the grapes are after he didn't manage to eat them. Lin Yuro nodded as well and said softly, Tangay, don't bother with those types of people. I heard that he lost his parents from a young age, so his upbringing wouldn't be any good. He's probably just a wild child Ba. Why would I bother with him? Lin Zeji felt superior to the rest and had a lot of pride, so he was very concerned with the division between children of the main wives and those of concubines. The side branches are even less likely to enter his field of vision. At this time, Lin Zeji felt as pleased as if he had just taken revenge. Lin Zeji's heart was filled with joy now and thought, even though Lin Yan managed to get a profound level manual, what's the use? In any case, he doesn't have a single person who can back him up. But, when he thought of those 2 fire elemental profound level cultivation methods, Lin Zeji's heart couldn't help but jolt as he really wanted to claim them as his own. However, that would happen sooner or later, so he wasn't in a rush. Lin Zeji looked at Lin Xuanji's stone room, but there were no signs of activity in it. Lin Zeji felt a little regret. He had stirred up quite a bit of noise just now and didn't conceal his foundation stage pressure so that everyone would know that he was now a foundation stage cultivator. However, as a foundation stage cultivator himself, Lin Xuanji wasn't influenced by his pressure at all. And perhaps, Lin Xuanji could be at a critical juncture of his cultivation right now and wasn't even aware of what had happened outside. After a long time passed, right before night fell, Yan Tianan came out of his room and walked into Lin Xuanji's room next door. The stone room wasn't very big, but it looked extremely spacious. There were several black beads placed in front of Lin Xuanji that had been crafted not too long ago. Yan Tianan asked out of curiosity, Dage, what are these? Lin Xuanji said, it's called thunderballs, they're usually used when one is running for their lives. Yan Tianan said with some distress, Dage, did you ever realize that most of the equipment you craft are to be used when one is running for their life? Why is it that every time I see these magic treasures, I always feel like I'll have to flee and become a fugitive sooner or later? Lin Xuanji. Well, isn't it because they aren't strong enough now? However, how could Lin Xuanji admit such a thing? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Fortunately, Yan Tianan had just mentioned it casually before continuing. Dage, Lin Zeji has already become a foundation stage cultivator. Lin Xuanji nodded. I know. It would have been difficult not to know with all the disturbance he caused. Chapter 130. Swallow Yin Ji Yu bugs. Yan Tianan rubbed under his nose. I heard from Yan Yan that he also slandered you. Lin Xuanji didn't really mind. He'll have grown up some when he no longer tries to blacken my character. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan was speechless. It does seem that although Lin Zeji is older than Lin Xuanji by many years, thinking over the things that he's done, he is much less mature and stable than Lin Xuanji. Sure enough, it's better to be satisfied with what you have. If you compare yourself to others, you might just be angered to death. Although Lin Zeji has already built his foundation, just this could not cause Lin Xuanji to have any fluctuations in his heart. After all, he had never considered Lin Zeji to be his competitor, nor did he want to let Lin family fall apart. So long as Lin Zeji's most basic concepts of right and wrong were still there, Lin Xuanji would actually prefer him to be as strong as possible. He is, after all, still a part of the Lin family. As for the Bai Madam and the third elder, the past life's grievances they had forced onto Yan Tianan were not forgotten by Lin Xuanji. He was merely biding his time and waiting for the most opportune moment. Lin Xuanji shoved a few thunder balls into Yan Tianan's hands, saying, keep these around to protect yourself. Yan Tianan smiled brightly as he collected them. With Dage here, I don't need to worry about anything. Lin Xuanji nodded his head and faintly smiled. Ah Hen really is getting better and better at sweet-talking. Yan Tianan's face turned a bit red, blinking coquettishly. Everything I said came truthfully from the heart. I wasn't purposefully trying to give you false praise. Lin Xuanji could only feel that, from his heart to the end of his veins, everything became overly sweet, like he had been submerged in a bath of sugar water. But even though it was like this, Lin Xuanji never relaxed about supervising Yan Tianan's cultivation. How have your alchemy studies been going recently? He asked. With this new topic, Yan Tianan's face immediately collapsed. I don't know why. The chant is correct, the control of the flames is also correct, there's nothing wrong with the hand signals, and yet, I just can't refine a pill. Even the medicinal liquid is unable to be refined successfully. Yan Tianan pouted, a little discouraged. Dage, maybe it's because I'm not suitable to be learning alchemy in the first place. Lin Xuanji furrowed his brows slightly. He also felt something was wrong. Previously, he had personally seen Yan Tianan's refining process. There were no mistakes, yet Yan Tianan seemed to be personally blocked by the heavens. No matter what he tries, he couldn't succeed even once. Lin Xuanji secretly thought, could it really be the heavens interfering? If that were the case, to let Yan Tianan successfully refine would require a miracle. Lin Xuanji pondered over the problem and responded to Yan Tianan, if the situation is like this, then set aside refining pills for now. How is the corpse's situation at the moment? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. This new topic brought a light back into Yan Tianan's eyes. You already woke up last night, it's just that he is still unable to speak yet. Lin Xuanji was shocked. He woke up already. Yan Tianan nodded his head. It seems that Gu is really suited to be refined. Lin Xuanji asked, once a corpse has been refined, it still needs the Gu bug to control it. Ah Hen, this bug, do you know when it was brought over? Naturally, he has no idea, but Benzun knows. A voice belonging to a third party spoke up from the stone house. Lin Xuanji tensed up and searched his surroundings with a cold gaze and shouted, since his honor is already here, why continue to hide? Might as well come out and meet face to face. Even better, it will let me know which saint it is that is capable of taking out Imperial Corpse technique, a secret and undistributed high-level demonic cultivation manual. Yan Tianan was also able to tell who this voice belonged to. He blinked. It's that demon. What demon? You took Benzun's secret technique and refined a corpse with it, so calling Benzun Shifu shouldn't be too much skin off your back. A person dressed in expensive-looking red and black judicial robes appeared in the stone house. Lin Xuanji's pupils shrank in response. Lin family's practice hall is greatly protected as it is an important place. Powerful arrays surrounded the building, and there are even quite a few hidden guards in wait nearby, all because the family is afraid that someone would barge in at an inopportune moment and ruin the chi circulating within the place located at the leyline dragon's head. So he hadn't thought that it would have been possible for a demonic cultivator to enter this place in such a just and honest, open and grand style. This is not to say that the guards of the Lin family are not up to par, but rather that this mysterious and unknowable demonic cultivator's level is too high, scarily high, high to the point of being hard to imagine. The soul bead suddenly exclaimed, the chi flowing through his body is so overbearing, I'm afraid, he has at least reached the rank of a demon lord. Lin Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. The path of demonic cultivation goes demon, demon soldier, demon officer, demon general, demon lord, demon monarch, demon emperor, and so forth. Furthermore, a demon general is equivalent to primary level, while a demon lord is equivalent to a profound level cultivator. In the entire Lin family, after the master that is currently in secluded cultivation, there isn't a second who could reach the realm of being at profound level. Moreover, the soul bead actually said that this demonic cultivator is on the level of a demon lord. Lin Xuanji blinked his eyes, Your Honor, what is the reason for coming here? The person in the ghost mask let out a sly laugh, I came to visit my disciple and give him a gift, what other reason do you think I could have? Yan Tianan squinted his eyes and said to the ghost masked man, Last time, didn't you say that you didn't want to take me in as a disciple? The ghost masked man rolled his eyes, Of course, you're so annoying on top of being an idiot. Benzun naturally doesn't want to take an idiot as a disciple. Yan Tianan, the ghost masked man continued, but seeing as how you've gotten good results from studying that Imperial Corpse technique, Benzun will reluctantly accept you as a disciple. Lin Xuanji coldly glared at the ghost masked man, What are you staring at Ah Hen for? What are you looking for him to do for you? Hey, the ghost masked man tsked, you're such an uncute kid. Benzun simply doesn't want to see such a talented kid get buried in the mud simply because you can't tell shallow from deep waters. He was born with a body filled with yin from the heavens, if you force him to change his physique it is simply going against heaven's will and he will be ruined. I'm just providing him with the path that is best suited for him to walk down, is all. Lin Xuanji took a deep breath and slowly asked, It seems that who this honorable one is will not be easily revealed to us. With a face full of meaning the ghost mask responded, The identity of Benzun will be revealed to you sooner or later, but not now. You only need to know that Benzun will not harm him. Yan Tianan hurriedly added, Then you need to promise to never harm my Dage either. The ghost mask fluttered his eyelashes, That, Benzun cannot absolutely promise. Yan Tianan was shocked. The ghost mask smiled and threw a glass jar into Yan Tianan's hands, At your current level, wanting to catch a powerful GU bug on your own would take 3 to 5 years. Take this swallow yin GU bugs as a gift from your teacher. Once he was done speaking, the ghost masked man vanished. Coming without a shadow, leaving without a trace. Hey, he still hasn't promised to leave Dage alone. Yan Tianhe shouted angrily. Lin Xuanji didn't really care. Don't worry about what he said, I, for one, don't trust a single word he said. Yan Tianan took a deep breath, Dage, I shouldn't provoke him. Lin Xuanji opened the jade bottle and looked inside at the pair of GU bugs, one big one small, both covered in blood-red chitin. That's not necessarily true, sometimes you need to gamble on it. At the very least, the ghost masked man has indeed been helping Yan Tianan, helping him find the cultivation path that truly belongs to him. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, taking advantage of the fact that it was still night and dark out, left the cultivation room and returned to their courtyard. The exploding bamboos that Lin Xuanji had stuck on the outside of Yan Tianan's room were the same as they were when they left. Nothing had been touched. Lin Xuanji removed the bamboo and released the prohibition seal before entering the room. Yan Tianan entered the room. There doesn't seem to be anyone trying to randomly break in these days. Lin Xuanji nodded. The entire family already saw what happened to Lin Yangji. The tracks of the first car remain visible to follow. Even if there are people who still want to break in, they won't really take action. They would just make a laughing stock of themselves for no reason. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose. Truthfully speaking, I feel a bit of sympathy towards Lin Yangji. Lin Xuanji swept his eyes across Yan Tianan. Put away your unnecessary sympathy. Don't you know that if it weren't Lin Yangji who was punished, the one getting punished would have been you? And your punishment would have been harsher than his by several degrees. Yan Tianan stuck his tongue out. I'm just saying whatever pops into my head. Lin Xuanji took out the jade bottle and looked into the tub at the corpse soaking within. Both his eyes were open, yet his pupils were staring blankly forward without focus. How are you feed the Gu bug to him? Yan Tianan retrieved the bottle and faced Ling Chigu. It's very simple, I just need to perform some magic seals and yin energy to put one bug into my body, and induce the other into Ah Gu's body. Lin Xuanji nodded his head and took a step back. Go ahead and give it a try. Yan Tianan looked into the dark, empty, and spiritless eyes of Ling Kai and inexplicably felt that there was an endless amount of sorrow within them. Yan Tianan took a deep breath and said in his heart, Ah Gu, you need to also put in some effort so I can refine you successfully in one try. Once you become the strongest corpse general in the world, I will help get revenge for you, you can count on me. So long as I have the chance in the future, I will let those you have deep hatred with suffer. As soon as he finished saying the words in his heart, Ling Chigu's empty eyes flashed with a cold needle-like light, but neither Yan Tianan nor Lin Xuanji noticed this flash. Yan Tianan placed the first Gu bug in the palm of his hand. As soon as the bug landed on the warm flesh, it disappeared without a trace. Yan Tianan then placed the second bug on the acupuncture point of Ling Qi's forehead. This time, the Gu bug took a good bit of effort to enter the body of Ling Chigu. Yan Tianan felt a mysterious feeling that was hard to describe. It was as if there was another source of power in the place where his contracts are stored. Ah Gu. Yan Tianan gazed at the corpse in front of him. Get up. Ling Kai Gu continued to be motionless and stared at Yan Tianan. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. After a period of time passed, Yan Tianan rubbed his nose and said to Lin Xuanji, Dage, it seems like it failed. Lin Xuanji stared silently at Ling Chigu. This pair of mother and child Gu bugs are already inside you two's bodies. The soaking technique was also without mistake. Wait a bit more. Yan Tianan was just about to nod when suddenly there was a hualalala sound of water. And the naked body of a matured man appeared in front of Yan Tianan's eyes. Lin Xuanji's eyes turned cold and blocked Yan Tianan's behind him. Tell him to put on some clothes. Yan Tianan was shocked silly for a second before suddenly jumping up in excitement and hugged Lin Xuanji's waist, saying joyfully, Dage, Ah Gu woke up Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji and Ling Chigu had the same expressionless face as they faced each other. Ling Chigu stared at Lin Xuanji for a moment, then turned his head around with a little stiffness. However, his gaze remained sluggish and spiritless, and it was obvious in his eyes that he still lacked a consciousness. Lin Xuanji furrowed his brows. Why does it seem like this corpse is a bit silly? Yan Tianan released Lin Xuanji's waist and spun in circles as he threw some clothes over. They are all like that at the start. Wait for me to teach him some, soon he'll be both nimble and strong. Lin Xuanji's gaze lightly swept over Ling Chigu's body. It seemed like there was a possibility of that being true, so he calmed down a bit. Yan Tianan said, Ah Gu, step out of the tub. Ling Chigu was motionless for a few beats, before reacting to the command. Chapter 131. Tiger roar heard through the floors. Ling Chigu's forelimbs seemed to be as stiff as rocks as he used both hands and feet to climb out of the tub in an extremely uncoordinated manner. During which, he even slipped and lost his balance once, only for Lin Xuanji to effortlessly steady him. Ling Chigu sluggishly raised his head and met Lin Xuanji's eyes with his lifeless ones. Lin Xuanji's pupils were very light, and it was impossible to tell how deep they were. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan blinked a few times, looked at the well-proportioned, muscular and sturdy body of Ling Chigu, and enviously said, I wonder when I'll be able to have such an amazing figure myself. Lin Xuanji swept him over with a glance. It's time for him to put on some clothes. Yet Yan Tianan continued looking Ling Chigu over with stars in his eyes, even licking his lips. He has a really good figure. Ah. Lin Xuanji, this is getting a bit unbearable now. Lin Xuanji thought for a bit. To tell the truth, your brother has a rather good figure too. Yan Tianan was shocked out of his thoughts. When he raised his head, he saw Lin Xuanji taking off his own clothes to put on Ling Chigu. Yan Tianan, to be fair, he and Lin Xuanji had spent a good amount of time together, even sleeping in the same bed. It's just that, only when he's not sleeping properly, he'd sometimes accidentally touch Lin Xuanji's body, that's it. He has never had the chance to see Lin Xuanji's naked body before. It's hard to conceive, according to Lin Xuanji's words, does he intend to let him? Yan Tianan suddenly felt embarrassed to the tips of his ears. Compared to looking at Ling Chigu's body, he felt 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more embarrassed. But Yan Tianan had no idea where this kind of strange feeling came from. Forget it, never mind, this kind of thing shouldn't be thought about. Without Yan Tianan moving a finger, Lin Xuanji finished dressing Ling Chugu. Throughout the process, Ling Chugu continued looking dazed and spiritless. Yan Tianan looked at Ling Chugu, sighed, and said, "This person is also very pitiable." Lin Xuanji squinted his eyes. "I'm afraid that we're going to have to use a certain level of disguise in regards to his identity, to make sure no one else knows his origins. Especially regarding such a place as the Royal Heavenly Capital, even in the Nine Lands, it was a restricted place that couldn't be talked about." Yan Tianan nodded his head. "Dage doesn't need to worry about that, don't just look at how he seems now. You can still tell what his original appearance is, but as time goes on his face, skin color, and even bone structure will change. He'll no longer look like a living person. Only then will he be considered a true corpse general. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Ling Chugu stood there with his eyes downcast, as if mimicking a piece of wood. Yet surprisingly, when Yan Tianan gave him some of the most basic and simple commands, he was able to accomplish them. Unknowingly, Yan Tianan seemed to become addicted. He spent the entire night teaching Ling Chugu how to use the GU bug to move step by step, then used hand seals and magic seals to achieve the desired actions from Ling Chugu. Lin Xuanji naturally had some thoughts regarding this, but he thought they weren't necessary. He stayed to watch for a bit before returning to the cultivation room to cultivate. Before leaving Lin House for the 100 Families gathering, there were still a lot of magical tools that Lin Xuanji wanted to refine. It's just that if someone from the outside saw this, they would surely think that Lin Xuanji had gone crazy. Cultivating in a smooth and steady manner, the disciples who had been chosen were taking advantage of every minute and second of these 2 months till the gathering to cultivate and advance their level, out of fear that they will lag behind and thus lose the opportunity to go. With everyone rushing to cultivate, the Lin family seemed to have a happy and cooperative spirit. Yan Tianan continued to be unable to produce medicinal liquid. He'd try and try again, only to fail time and time again. Even Lin Xuanji was unable to wrap his head around the reason for failing. But even so, Lin Xuanji didn't let Yan Tianan slack off on refining medicine. After all, even if he never succeeds, the hand seals and magical seals are all real. In a pinch, they would be able to hide his demonic cultivation from outsiders. Lin Xuanji went out a few times in this period. Half the time was to do business with the Heaven and Earth Winery's boss Fu, sending him some specially refined wine cups. The other half of the time he spent buying materials he would need to refine the furnace. After buying enough forging stones, he would return to his room to continue cultivating. He auctioned off some magic tools and did steady business selling wine cups, which let Lin Xuanji make a small profit. Even though refining magic tools used up a large amount of materials, those finished goods could all be sold for money, and that was why Lin Xuanji's investment in tool making has always been very heavy-handed. 2 months flew by. One evening, Lin Xuanji was refining magic tools in his room when someone suddenly knocked on the door, making a large noise. Lin Xuanji forcefully retrieved his hand and opened the door with a wave of his sleeve, only to see Yan Tianan running in with a face full of anxiety, worry, and horror. Lin Xuanji's expression changed very slightly. He disregarded the pieces of trash that the magic tool he was refining had turned into. He hurriedly stood up. "Ah Hen, what happened?" Dage within Yan Tianan's voice was the sense that he was holding back tears. "I just received a cry for help from Abai. He says that Hu Po has been struck down a cliff, and now they can't find him." Lin Xuanji's eyes turned cold and he took a hold of Yan Tianan's palm. "Don't panic, we'll go right now and figure out what's going on. Abai and Hu Po have indeed been spoiled rotten by them," and Lin Xuanji knew in his heart that the only way to awaken the spirit beast inheritance was for the two of them to experience blood. It's just that he had never thought that when it came to the education of the young, the extremely experienced golden leopard would actually place Hu Po under the knife. Lin Xuanji squinted his eyes, kneaded the forging stone in his hand a few times, and leapt straight to the Beast Academy. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. In the distance, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan could hear heartrending and mournful tiger cries. A strong and chaotic chi rushed forward to greet them. It appeared as if the entire demonic beast institute was experiencing some kind of catastrophe. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan's eyes met. Ah Hen, you should stay here and wait for me. Yan Tianan looked slightly perturbed. No, we should go together. Ah Bai is my contract beast after all, I can't let anything happen to him. Lin Xuanji was afraid that the beasts would lose control and end up hurting Yan Tianan, but seeing Yan Tianan's current frame of mind, it didn't seem like it would be possible for him to obediently stay here and wait for the results. Lin Xuanji slowly said, Ah Hen, no matter what happens, you cannot get emotional and act recklessly. Yan Tianan's eyes filled with a shiny liquid. He sniffled. Dage, are you saying that because you think that Hu Po might have already fallen to his death? Lin Xuanji was silent before saying, the possibility of that isn't large, after all, Hu Po is still a spirit beast. A normal cliffside is not able to cause him to fall to his death. Yan Tianan nodded his head and readjusted his spirit, then followed Lin Xuanji inside. Within the Demonic Beast Institute, over a dozen beasts stood at the gate. They shook as they gazed at the forest not far from them that was currently being destroyed. Those two tiger brats, could they have been purposefully pretending to be clumsy and useless? Could they have been lying to us all this time? Who knows? Just then, if it weren't for the fact that I could run fast, I would have long been turned into meat paste. In the past I even made Ah Bai and Hu Po clean my nest. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. I even beat up Ah Bai once. The golden leopard walked over, looking like he was limping a bit. Following behind him was Qing Yuge. Qing Yuge had some lingering fear in the pit of his stomach as his gaze swept through the dozens of beasts. Are we missing anyone? We're not missing anyone, it's just that the wolf demon who only knows how to court death had been heavily injured, so we had to drag him out of the danger zone. He's still unconscious right now. A crane demon said with lingering fear. The snake demon stuck out its tongue and curled up into the shape of a plate and despaired, fuck. This old lady also bullied those tiger cubs in the past, won't I become food for them soon in the future? The bear demon looked at its two giant paws and cried, snot dripping down its nose, those two tiger cubs have had to worry about my paws and my dumb anger for a long time now. Now that they are so powerful, it's definitely impossible for them to forgive me. Woo, me too. Qing Yuge looked at the downtrodden beasts, who had huddled into a circle to cry, and felt a headache oncoming. In the past, he was always against these beasts ganging up to bully Ah Bai and Hu Po in every way they could. On the one hand, it was because he pitied the tiger cubs, but on the other hand, it was also to avoid a scene like today. It should be said that once a spiritual beast awakens their inheritance, overwhelming strength will immediately follow. Not to mention spiritual beasts of the same level, they'll pick fights with normal demonic beasts of higher level as well and overwhelm them. Qing Yuge really felt like his head was going to explode. He was afraid that if this were to continue, the entire Demonic Beast Institute would end up destroyed. Right at this moment, two figures landed in front of Qing Yuge. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The golden leopard looked awkwardly at Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. You two sure showed up quick. Yan Tianan said with a black face, you threw my family's Hu Po off a cliff. Go down and look for him if you can't find him, or if it turns out he's dead, I'll burn down your entire academy. Qing Yuge smiled bitterly. These two gentlemen, don't panic. It is true that Hu Po being pushed down the cliff was due to our negligence and lack of care, but Hu Po already climbed up the cliff on his own, and both he and Ah Bai have awakened their inheritance. They haven't only awakened, they are now also brazenly venting their emotions. The golden leopard said expressionlessly. Lin Xuanji gazed at the forest that looked as if it had been struck by lightning. Thundering sounds came from the trees being knocked down again and again. He slightly raised his eyebrow. You're saying, Ah Bai and Hu Po awakened at the same time? The golden leopard responded, what a useless question, if it weren't the awakening of spiritual beasts, who else could cause such destruction? Lin Xuanji's expression turned slightly more subtle. Did golden leopard teacher not go forth and stop them? The golden leopard's lips twitched at the corners. I'm no idiot, it's obvious that right now those tiger cubs are just releasing some anger. Even if I went down to stop them, it would only end with them bearing a grudge against me. It's not worth it. To hold the grudge of an awakened spiritual beast would mean that the golden leopard would never be able to sleep soundly again. Qing Yuge had a face of regret. This situation came from us having made a mistake with teaching, but if this continues, the beasts on the mountain might get implicated. This might even end up with those beasts all getting slaughtered. Since it's like this, and it looks like you have a special connection with the spirit beasts, would you be willing? Then before this, what have you been doing? Lin Xuanji lightly asked. Qing Yuge smiled bitterly. I'm no match for them, truly, I'm no match at all. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan, whose small face was still black. Ah Hen, I think you should tell Ah Bai and Hu Po to stop now. Yan Tianan was full of reluctance. Ah Bai has such a good temper. For him to become like this must mean that he was harshly bullied in the past. Additionally, they even harmed Hu Po. If I were Ah Bai, I would surely destroy this place as well and flip it on its head. The golden leopard couldn't prevent the corner of his mouth from twitching. Qin Yuge also had a face full of helplessness. Lin Xuanji glanced at Qin Yuge, who stared at him in a beseeching manner, and said with a smile, Ah Hen, we should forgive people where we can, no need to hit someone when they're down, even if they've wronged you before. Qin Yuge repeatedly nodded his head. Young Master Lin is right. Yan Tianan's bottom lip started wobbling. Why didn't they think about that when they were bullying Ah Bai and Hu Po? If I repay cruelty with kindness, how should I repay kindness in the future? Lin Xuanji slowly and methodically said, just let them stop for now. If this situation gets out of hand, it will also be bad for Ah Bai and Hu Po. But I never said that we would take them home with us afterwards. Lin Xuanji swept his gaze across Qin Yuge and smiled slightly. I have a pretty good impression of the Demonic Beast Institute. I'm not against letting them stay longer to let them restrain their tempers. Qin Yuge, those cubs were already this terrifying, yet they didn't want to take them home. Did they want to just leave them here to frighten the other demonic beasts? Chapter 132, Painful Losses. Yan Tianan thought about it for a bit and concluded that it was very reasonable. The ugly expression on his face slightly eased and he nodded his head. I will listen to my Dage. Yan Tianan summoned the currently rampaging Ah Bai. A healthy and sturdy tiger cub came running over, shouting ow ow. Yan Tianan opened his arms to welcome the tiger cub. Unexpectedly, Ah Bai rushed past him and threw himself onto Lin Xuanji's body. Yan Tianan awkwardly retrieved his arms and rubbed his nose, pretending nothing happened. Lin Xuanji felt like something was slightly off, but what Ah Bai said made him realize what was going on. Ow ow ow, demonic delight fruits. Ah Bai kept squirming toward Lin Xuanji's storage bag and pawing at it. Lin Xuanji, story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. This gluttonous little beast. Lin Xuanji opened his storage bag and threw an entire bag of fruits to Ah Bai. Ah Bai, oh, Eden immediately crouched on the ground, eagerly and impatiently grabbing one to lick. Lin Xuanji looked at Qin Yuge. Why does it seem like Ah Bai hasn't eaten any demonic delight fruits in 800 years? Yan Tianan looked distressed, but Dage would always bring a bag of fruits every few days. When Ah Bai first appeared, a few demons had shrunk back a considerable amount. Now, they all looked toward the sky. Back then, they must have left some scraps of fruit for Ah Bai and Hu Po, right? Qin Yuge was visibly ashamed and was about to apologize when the golden-eyed leopard spoke. The world of the beasts has always been one where the weak must bow to the strong, and where strength speaks for itself. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji nodded his head. That is indeed true. The golden-eyed leopard blanked for a second. He had never thought that Lin Xuanji was easy to persuade. Despite the fact that he spoke neither too slow nor too fast, had a pleasant voice, and overall seemed calm and graceful, in truth, Lin Xuanji was a very cunning person. Yet the one standing beside him was easy and effortless to read. Yan Tianan was really simple and pure. How could Lin Xuanji be convinced so easily? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. But what happened next showed that the judgment of the golden-eyed leopard, trained from reading countless people, weren't wrong. Therefore, considering what you just said, the actions of our family's cubs, no matter what they do here at the Demonic Beast Institute, Teacher Golden Leopard should bear the responsibility for. Lin Xuanji smiled as if his face was the oncoming of spring. It would make you forget who mere mortals were. However, the golden-eyed leopard just wanted to cry. Very soon, Hu Po also arrived at this place. When he saw Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, Hu Po quickly stopped his movements and focused on gazing at the two. He still hadn't decided how he should greet these two guardians when Yan Tianan rushed forward and enveloped him in a hug. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan's eyes were filled with tears as he roughly stroked Hu Po all over. Ah Bai told me you had fallen down a cliff. It's all my fault. I should have checked up on the two of you after dropping you off. Hu Po originally wanted to maintain the dignity of being the king of the beasts, but under the dual attacks of Yan Tianan's warm embrace and tear-filled eyes, he immediately collapsed. Hu Po ow ow ed a few times and licked Yan Tianan all over. Because their fur was very long, Bai and Hu Po still looked like two round balls of fluff. They were very comfortable to hug. Hu Po, ow ow ow. Lin Xuanji looked towards Qing Yuge and demanded, "Translate." Qing Yuge could only become a translator and said, "He's saying that when he had fallen halfway down the cliff, he awoke his blood inheritance. Not only did he immediately become a 7-star beast, but he also grew a pair of wings and flew straight up the side of the cliff. He wasn't injured in the slightest." When Yan Tianan heard this, his heart was filled with joy. A smile broke through the curtain of tears on his face and he praised, "I just knew that our family's Hu Po was amazing." The beast started to make a ruckus. "Fuck me, he grew wings. No way, could they be some variant of an ancient beast? There shouldn't be wings. Those with wings are almost definitely a variant, but as to whether they are a variant of an ancient spiritual beast is hard to say. You guys are ignorant of the world. In this world, I don't know how many weird and strange beasts there are. Some even have 3 heads. What's a pair of wings worth?" The demon beasts all shared glances between themselves. Regardless, Hu Po has become really strong now, how and why wasn't relevant anymore. They sympathetically cast their gaze upon the wolf demon lying unmoving on the rock. Bai tossed a demonic delight fruit to Hu Po. Hu Po picked up the fruit with a face full of restraint and started licking it with joy. Yan Tianan looked far off into the distance, at the fallen trees, and said, "Bai, you too have been wronged. But, why destroy so many trees?" "Bai, ow ow ow." Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan, so Yan Tianan started Bai as saying that after felling those trees, their mood became much better. "Lin Xuanji, it is true that this is a method beasts use to vent their frustration. Then why did Hu Po go and destroy trees as well?" Yan Tianan was a bit curious. If it were him, he would definitely search out the other beasts and give them a good beating. Bai and Hu Po shared a look, then started ow ow owing again. Yan Tianan's expression became harder to read. Lin Xuanji quirked his eyebrow. What did they say? Qing Yuge looked like he couldn't bear to watch and explained. He said that when Hu Po managed to fly up the cliffside, he saw Bai destroying trees and thought that he must have discovered some amazing new game to play. So he joined in with great enthusiasm. Qing Yuge's heart was about to cry tears now. These trees that they keep in the Demonic Beast Institute couldn't be compared to those ordinary trees outside. At the very least, these trees have been absorbing the essences of heaven and earth day after day and are now full of spiritual qi. Yet they ended up destroyed for such a reason. His heart really ached. The why and the how of the current situation was quickly cleared up. The wolf demon who had been leading the bullying against Bai and Hu Po, early today, had been trying to force Hu Po to shovel its stool. Hu Po wasn't having it and exploded, engaging the wolf in a fierce battle. The result was, Hu Po wasn't a match for the wolf demon and was thrown off the cliff by its tail. Bai, who at this moment had thought that Hu Po had fallen to his death, also exploded and became an awakened beast. He even jumped straight to becoming a 7-star beast as a result. The wolf demon paid the price and even had to be saved by the golden-eyed leopard and Qing Yuge, who had rushed over. However, Bai's rampage was not over. In fact, it was only the beginning. He originally planned on destroying the entire Demonic Beast Institute, but he hadn't thought that, when he lifted his head up, he saw Hu Po flying up the cliff side with wings outstretched through the dust. Bai originally didn't want to continue destroying his surroundings. But he thought that if he retracted his claws in this moment, he wouldn't be able to show off the strength of his current 7-starred spiritual beast body. So he used this opportunity to continue going crazy. Unexpectedly, Hu Po, who was still ignorant of what was going on, saw Bai using the lightning spells that were part of the inheritance of amethyst tigers to attack trees incessantly. He thought it looked interesting, so he joined Bai in targeting the tall trees in front of them, which, one after the other, split and fell to the ground. After listening to the explanations of Bai and Hu Po, which they said with satisfaction and pride, the golden-eyed leopard and Qing Yuge both couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had really brought this upon themselves and courted their own deaths. These two little beasts let loose just this one time, and their Demonic Beast Institute suffered such great losses. Each and every tree were all priceless treasures. Even then, what could they do? After all, it was because they didn't properly look after the weak cubs and let them be bullied to such an extent that the current uncontrollable situation had occurred. They can only blame themselves for being unlucky. Since things have been solved, and Bai and Hu Po weren't in any serious trouble, then I will not make things hard for you this time. Lin Xuanji lightly said. The corners of Qing Yuga's mouth twitched. His heart hurt like hell at this point. If it weren't for the fact that the ones in the wrong were indeed themselves, he would have definitely extorted an exorbitant repair fee out of Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan couldn't help but add on, then I'll reluctantly leave Bai and Hu Po here for the time being. We can leave our family's children here because we trust you. But do not let such a bullying incident happen again. The golden-eyed leopard rolled his eyes. There's no need for you to force yourself. You can directly take these two spirit beasts home. At this point, I have nothing left to teach them anymore. Yan Tianan pointed out in a severe and organized manner, how can Golden Leopard teacher talk like this? They were, after all, taught by you single-handedly. Furthermore, we've already paid for 3 months of schooling, for what reason would we take them back at this time? Bai and Hu Po were also nodding their small heads. They've already awoken, so it was the perfect time for them to hold their head high and pump their chests to find revenge. How could they stupidly let go of the chance to enslave and bully this group of beasts? Only idiots would leave at this time. Bai and Hu Po licked their teeth mischievously and let out a wicked grin. Their gaze swept through the group of beasts who were hiding far away. The demonic beasts, oh lord, those 2 tiger cubs are too scary, they must be planning to bully us to death. Snake Demon shuddered. Bitch, why does it seem like there is a chill on this lady's back? Monkey Demon nodded his head and hid behind a tree stump. My scalp is also feeling cold. Before, when those 2 tiger cubs hadn't awoken yet and we were able to bully them, they never forgot to bite back every so often. I'm afraid that their revenge now would be even worse. Fox Demon shrunk back a little and its eyelids fluttered. I think I'll run first, you guys stop them. The other demons. Right now, Bai was truly happy picking up a demon delight fruit and huddling with Hu Po. They cast a disdainful glance at the group of scared and shivering demons. Golden-eyed leopard saw this and turned a blind eye. This world is still one where the strong has the say after all. Lin Xuanji noticed this and smiled slightly. What goes around comes around. Bai and Hu Po were almost ruined by our pampering, and it was Golden Leopard teacher and Qing Yuge, who didn't let down our hopes, who were responsible for teaching these 2 cubs how to survive and fight. In his past life, as far as he knew, after getting his hands on them, Han Yuren had sent these 2 tiger cubs to the demonic beast arena and forced the 2 of them to become tools. They had to fight beasts several times stronger and fiercer than they were in a life or death competition, and only then were they able to awaken their fighting spirit and bloodline inheritance on the brink of death. That process was unspeakably bloody and cruel. Lin Xuanji, carefully and with hidden thoughts, looked at Yan Tianan, who was currently playing with the cubs. In this life, he had originally planned to let the 2 tiger cubs experience the same situations as the previous one. After all, in the last life, they had betrayed Yan Tianan and followed Han Yuren instead. So Lin Xuanji has always had some complaints and dissatisfaction towards the 2 tiger cubs in his heart. However, Yan Tianan cares for them so much, and likes them so much. Lin Xuanji sighed slightly in his heart. In this life, no matter what it is, what Hen wants to do, he will be allowed to do it. Chapter 133. Capability says it all. From this day on, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan would once again re-enter the final seclusion. 2 months' worth of time couldn't be said to be a long time, but it couldn't be considered short either. When the final day of the seclusion was over, many elders of the family waited outside the door for the juniors to exit, including the 3rd and 5th elders. Not long after, Lin Zeji was the first to come out. The 3rd elder's face broke into a smile. Zeji, have you made progress in your cultivation? Lin Zeji had a restrained smile. My progress can't be considered much. The 3rd elder was annoyed with this false humility. This place is the most suitable to cultivate in my entire Lin family. If you've only improved by a small margin, I will be very dissatisfied with you. Now, it isn't as serious as 3rd elder's words imply, Lin Zeji said. I'm now a foundation stage 1st layer peak cultivator. I originally thought that I could take advantage of this time to break through the 1st layer, but it seems that I've overestimated myself. I'm sorry, I've disappointed both 3rd elder and my own expectations. Everyone who heard Lin Zeji's words was shocked. Can this still be called a bit? That is too strong, isn't it? In just 2 months he's managed to reach the 1st layer's peak. Yeah, how many people, when refining Qi 7th layer and foundation stage 1st layer, would be stuck there for 3 years? Zeji only took 2 months and he's almost at foundation stage second layer. Zeji was still so modest as well, he's definitely worthy of being the leader of the younger generation. Listening to this non-stop praise, Lin Zeji's heart was ecstatic. He either knew or secretly found out about the others' progress who had entered the cultivation rooms as well. Although there were some who've improved, there wasn't anyone who had broken through a realm. Certainly, he was the one who stands out the most. The fifth elder also nodded his head in satisfaction. What about your? How is its progress? Lin Zeji squinted his eyes. He suddenly leapt up, drawing a circle with both hands, and abruptly aimed his palms toward a distant boulder. The fire and wind cyclone hit the boulder. They only heard a loud bang, and the boulder shattered into dozens of pieces in an instant. Everyone sucked in a breath. So strong in just 2 months, his burning sky palm had already achieved the third layer. He was definitely a genius. The third elder was extremely satisfied. His arrogant gaze swept through the surrounding people and thought to himself, all you fair-weather friends. Sooner or later, Lin Zeji's light will show you that the only way for mediocre people to survive in this world is for them to follow the right people. Lin Zeji withdrew his hands, enormously satisfied with himself, and let out a small smile. However, he said, this still isn't all that impressive yet. Uncles, I've let you all witness my embarrassment. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. The people present had all wanted to take the chance and praise him some more when suddenly, a flow of hot air broke through and gushed out from the hall in the cultivation room. Shiu, the sound of air being dispersed by wind traveled above the heads of the people present. Another noise suddenly occurred, bang, and everyone turned to look behind them where there was another boulder, very similar to the one that Lin Zeji destroyed. But on this boulder, there was a handprint, 3 feet wide, embedded into it. This palm print, which had completely penetrated through the rock, had carved out a hole in the shape of a hand. Furthermore, the surrounding rocks was burnt gray-black and completely smoothed over, yet there were no signs of cracking or other damage to them. Everyone, including the third elder, all looked incredulous. Lin Zeji couldn't control his face as his expression became ugly. Everyone could tell that this handprint of Lin Yan's had utterly suppressed Lin Zeji's display of shattering a boulder. After all, in this world, the more one masters a skill, the less sloppy they will be. They will only hit where they are meant to hit. If they say that they will chop off someone's head, they absolutely will not cut even a strand of hair at the same time. With this comparison, Lin Zeji's skill was already not enough. The culprit, Lin Yan, swaggered out. The sunlight fell on his face, which had the smile of a ruffian but at the same time appeared delicate. It made him look like he deserved a beating, yet also made it impossible for people to hate him. Yeah, what are all of you doing guarding here? Lin Yan smiled slightly and saluted them. All of these uncles here have waited to greet me, but I haven't really made much progress in my cultivation, so I will leave first. There's no need to send me off under the stares of everyone present. Lin Yan actually vanished with a wave of his hands. The fifth elder couldn't bear to laugh or cry. He looked at the retreating back of Lin Yan in the distance. This kid is really wild and difficult to train. A person standing off on the side nodded his head. Exactly, he came from a side branch and grew up without a father nor mother. It's no wonder he doesn't understand etiquette. The fifth elder's face suddenly became cold, and he swept his gaze across the man who had just spoken. Those that still wanted to take this chance to step on Lin Yan immediately became quiet. The fifth elder looked at the palm print again and smiled, satisfied. Toward Lin Zeji, he said, in regards to improving your cultivation, increasing in level isn't everything. The skill and mastery of your technique, as well as your ability to bring out your strength in actual battle, are just as important as improving your cultivation. Lin Zeji grinded his teeth in anger in his heart, but on the outside he wore a humble smile. I understand and have received this family elder's lesson. The third elder was so angry that the color of his face was beginning to change. He glared at Lin Zesh, indignant that he hadn't met up to his expectations. He hmphed and turned away, refusing to look. Fifth elder was a little helpless. They are all Lin family's children. Wasn't third elder being a little narrow-minded? He wasn't able to see the big picture at all. Not long after, several people exited one after the other. Besides Lin Zeji, who had come out first, no one had any significant progress in their cultivation. But from their expressions, it was easy to see that these juniors must have all gained some benefits from their time in there. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan were the last to exit. The moment Lin Xuanji stepped out, Fifth Elder's eyes brightened. Second layer. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions were varied, but most of them had some wonder and amazement on their face. Lin Xuanji had a warm and soft light in his eyes, his white robes like snow, his hair was black like ink and fell down around his face like a waterfall, half of which was still hanging in the air behind him. Wide shoulders and a narrow waist, he stood as if he were a cold cypress tree growing on the peak of a snow-covered mountain, proud and independent. He lightly said, I'm at the second layer of my foundation stage. See, the sound of sucking in cold air arose once again. Lin Zeji stared at Lin Xuanji with incredulity and stuttered out, impossible, you clearly weren't, before Lin Xuanji swept his eyes through Lin Zeji and faintly said, I just broke through. Do you think I should have first reported it to you? Lin Zeji awkwardly said, of course not. Congratulations, Xuanji. Lin Xuanji responded, there's no need for congratulations, I've only managed to build my foundation stage's second layer. If no one here needs me, I'll take my leave first. Everyone present, fuck, just the second layer of your foundation. This was clearly him just acting cool to attack everyone else only. The Fifth Elder raised his eyebrow. I originally planned on reaching the hardened body stage. Lin Xuaji looked serenely at the Fifth Elder. Fifth Elder. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. He'd never seen such an unconventional person before. Fifth Elder didn't have any words to say in response. Lin Xuanji was even better than Lin Zeji at drawing hatred towards himself. Yet, these words, which were arrogant to the extreme, when paired with his manner and appearance, became tricky. It was hard to tell in the moment whether he was purposefully boasting and inflating his ability, or if he truly had the ability to do as he claimed. However, it's probably the latter that is true. Moreover, in the eyes of the entire Lin family, Lin Xuanji already cannot be compared to normal geniuses. He'd already brought about numerous pleasant surprises and unforeseen incidents. No one could predict what tomorrow's Lin Xuanji would bring to the table. After the people present recovered from the silence that came from being dealt a great mental blow, everyone followed up with praise for Lin Xuanji. Fifth Elder sighed with relief and said, after you've taken some time to rest, come to the conference hall. Lin Xuanji nodded his head, then said to Yan Tianan, who was currently half hidden behind him, Ah Hen, let's return first. Okay. Yan Tianan grabbed the hand that Lin Xuanji offered him and, with a bright smile, walked off with him. Gazing at the two receding figures, one tall and one short, the seniors of the Lin family couldn't help but to sigh. This Yan Tianan sure is lucky to be favored by Xuanji. In the future, he will surely receive countless benefits. Yeah, some people's fates just can't be compared. But he's both ugly and lame. I really don't know what Lin Xuanji sees in him when he himself is like an immortal. It's just that he has a good fate. When he was first adopted by Lin Zan, didn't Lin Zan pamper him and was even willing to give up everything for him? Speaking of Lin Zan, there must have been something wrong with him to go adopt a random child from the streets instead of taking in one of the children within the family. Hearing all of these sour words, the Fifth Elder lightly swept his gaze through the crowd. Yan Tianan received the favor of Lin Xuanji because his heart is pure and good. When Lin Xuanji fell to the bottom, Yan Tianan never abandoned him or complained about the situation. He never said even a single bad word about him. You are all so busy being envious of him, how about you instead look back at your own actions and determine exactly how he got to that position in the first place? After being criticized so easily, those that originally wanted to complain about how good Yan Tianan's luck was now couldn't help but fall into silence. That's right, when Lin Xuanji became a good-for-nothing, they didn't offer any coal in the snow, and there were even some who took the chance to throw rocks at him while he was down. Now, if Lin Xuanji didn't take revenge on them, he would already be considered very benevolent. On the way back, Yan Tianan blinked and looked at Lin Xuanji. Dage, when you said that you were planning on reaching hardened body stage, were you speaking the truth? If you had gotten a few more days' time, would you have broken through again? Lin Xuanji looked back with a gaze that looked like he was humoring a child. The words I used to trick the others, you believed in as well. Yan Tianan was shocked, but didn't Dage say that he already doesn't think much of building the second layer foundation anymore? Lin Xuanji responded calmly, oh, that. I was just babbling nonsense. Yan Tianan summoned up his courage to ask, Dage, why did you say those words to them then? Did you want to scare them? Lin Xuanji responded, I just wanted to show Lin Zeji what it meant to truly show off. Yan Tianan, Don't look at how Yan Tianan had absolutely zero progress in refining medicinal liquid or pills, and in fact wasted all their family contribution points without having anything to show for it. He has had incredible progress in refining corpses. In the beginning, Yan Tianan stayed in his room to train Ling Chigu, but later, Ling Chigu could communicate without obstructions and followed commands without stipulation. So Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan retreated to a mountain cave to further train Ling Chigu. Originally, Yan Tianan didn't want to take up Lin Xuanji's precious cultivation time, but his attitude was firm and it was hard to say no to him. Nowadays, Ling Chigu was already capable of mimicking the motions of a living person as well as hide himself. His cultivation had improved, even reaching the foundation stage. It's just that, all of the yang flames in his body had become yin flames. If it appears again, it will contain an eerie ghost qi. All of the families will leave and arrive at the meeting before the scheduled date. The perfect time for the families to make and strengthen their connections is before the competitions begin. This is another important event of the 100 Families gathering. Yan Tianan didn't have a lot of things to bring, so he packed quickly. He then turned toward the expressionless Ling Chigu, who was standing still in the middle of the room. Yan Tianan scrunched up his eyebrows and asked, unprompted, Yu, what should I bring for you? Or maybe I should go out and buy some clothes for you. Ling Chigu's black eyes peered at Yan Tianan. Ling Chigu couldn't speak, and the orders that Yan Tianan could give him were very simple. At this time, it was impossible to know what Ling Chigu's thoughts were. Yan Tianan couldn't help but to think, perhaps after one becomes a corpse, one no longer has thoughts or opinions. Right now Ling Chigu was wearing a black robe that was crafted by Lin Xuanji. While Yan Tianan was deep in thought, someone knocked on the door. Chapter 134. Hen's eating vinegar Dage. When Yan Tianan saw Lin Xuanji, he immediately stood up. Lin Xuanji's gaze swept over Ling Chigu, who was obviously battle-ready, and closed the door. Have you finished packing? I'm done packing. Yan Tianan nodded before frowning. Dage, what should I bring along for Yu? I only prepared some magic treasures for him that can suppress his corpse qi, but I haven't chosen what weapon or clothes I should take for him. Why don't Dage give me some advice? Lin Xuanji just felt a little stifled. Ever since Yan Tianan carried Ling Chigu back from Mass Graves Ridge, he has always felt very protective of Ling Chigu, like how a mother would care for her children, as if that corpse was his biological younger brother or son. He considered everything for the corpse thoroughly from head to toe and treated him even more meticulously than his own Dage, Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji cast a glance at Ling Chigu and couldn't hold himself back anymore. He said with slight jealousy, Hen, you seem to think more about this corpse than Dage. Yan Tianan was stunned, and feigned innocence as he blinked. He lunged into Lin Xuanji's embrace and said, of course not. The two of you can't be compared. Yu is my partner in battle. Since I pulled him out, I'm responsible for him, but Dage is the person closest to me. So I think about the two of you in different ways. What's the difference? Lin Xuanji asked. Dage is my most important person. Yan Tianan said without hesitation, Yu is my good friend. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji was greatly satisfied and patted Yan Tianan's head. Your words have always been sweeter than candy. Yan Tianan chuckled and scratched his head. Daddy used to say that too. Lin Xuanji's line of sight fell upon the motionless Ling Chigu, and after a moment, he said, Hen, although my clothes can cover his body, it has no other additional effects. I have already refined a set of clothes suitable for Chigu. You can treat it as my first meeting gift for him. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up at once. Really? Dage, you're too great. Lin Xuanji smiled and took the clothes out of his storage bag and threw it to Ling Chigu. Ling Chigu raised his hand and caught the clothes. Yan Tianan said excitedly, Yu, go and try them on. Ling Chigu didn't say anything and took his clothes off straight away. Although his movements weren't very smooth, he didn't have much of a problem, so his movements would likely become smoother after some time passes. Lin Xuanji was struck by a sudden impulse to hold his forehead. Yan Tianan also realized that it seemed a bit wrong, so he quickly continued his orders, Yu, change behind the screen. Although Ling Chigu was somewhat confused, he still took the clothes and went behind the screen. Yan Tianan stuck his tongue out and said, Yu is that simple and naive. Do pardon him, Dage. Lin Xuanji cast a glance at the screen. Have you heard any news regarding Duan Yuyong recently? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Yan Tianan paused, then shook his head. "I haven't heard from Yuyong Gerger in a long time. I didn't see him when we went to the auction house last time either." Yuyong Jie should have also entered seclusion ba. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. With Duan Yuyong's character, it wasn't very likely for him to have entered seclusion. After all, for Duan Yuyong, cultivating couldn't match up to having fun outside. He would be more interested in going to the casino to shake dice or tease a few beauties. Speaking of which, Lin Xuanji really was a bit worried about Duan Yuyong. Not long after, Ling Chigu had changed into his new set of clothes and walked out from behind the screen. Yan Tianan took a look at Ling Chigu and got stunned. Those custom-made black robes of his were filled with low-key but luxurious patterns, and even though Ling Chigu had not yet resumed cultivating, Yan Tianan could still feel the auxiliary qi emanating from the robe that was compatible with his qi field. On the robe, there was even a grave jade ring filled to the brim with yin qi sewed onto its wide belt. Clearly, it was added so that Ling Chigu would be able to more smoothly stimulate his yin qi during battles and enhance his combat abilities. Yan Tianan couldn't help click his tongue. "Dage, you must have spent a lot of effort in crafting this set of clothes ba." Lin Xuanji nodded. "I didn't spend too much time on it, just about 10 days to half a month." "What, 10 days to half a month?" Yan Tianan's eyes widened. "Dage, didn't you work a bit too hard on it?" Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji glanced at him with a meaningful look, then smiled slightly. Chigu is a one-of-a-kind treasure after all. Yan Tianan, he felt like Lin Xuanji's words, and the fact that he especially crafted a robe for Ling Chigu seemed a bit off somehow. Lin Xuanji didn't give him the chance to think it through before saying, "I'll go pack up a bit. Let's go to the Demonic Beast Institute in a while to fetch Bai and Hupo." "Oh, okay." Yan Tianan was still a little dizzy. After Lin Xuanji left, Yan Tianan stared at the beautiful Ling Chigu, who has an excellent figure. Yan Tianan suddenly realized where the problem lay. He couldn't help but say out of jealousy, "Dage actually crafted a robe just for you when he hadn't even made clothes for me yet. Why is Dage caring more about you than me?" The more Yan Tianan spoke, the more he felt sour in his heart. He couldn't help but purse his lips and glared at the expressionless and innocent Ling Chigu. "Take those clothes off, I won't let you wear them anymore." Ling Chigu innocently reached out to untie his clothes straps, appearing quite baffled. Yan Tianan knocked himself on his head and said apologetically, "What am I getting angry at you for? You don't understand anything, yet I'm bullying you like this. Forget it, just wear it ba. My Dage might have just made you those clothes for my sake anyway." Although that was what Yan Tianan said, he still muttered to himself in his heart, "If Dage cares more about me, then why didn't he think of making clothes for me first?" Yan Tianan thought about it carefully for a while with a stifled heart, but he couldn't think of any reason, so he went to look for Lin Xuanji while feeling slightly despondent. After they left, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan made their way to the Demonic Beast Institute together. Just as they arrived at the gate of the Demonic Beast Institute, Lin Xuanji heard the loud roar of a tiger. 2 furry balls rushed towards them one by one from the institute, followed by Qing Yuge and the golden-eyed leopard. Bai, Hupo. Yan Tianan grinned widely as he hugged the 2 cubs in his arms. Bai excitedly stretched his tongue out to lick Yan Tianan. The golden-eyed leopard strode out with steps that didn't seem too elegant with an expressionless face. "Are you guys here to pick them up?" the golden-eyed leopard asked with some nervousness. He was really yearning for them to do just that. "Hurry and bring these 2 ancestors away ba. If they continue to stay, all the students in his Demonic Beast Institute will go bald from depression. Yeah, we're about to leave Qing City, so we need to take the 2 cubs away." Yan Tianan nodded. Qing Yuge followed along, and he looked like a huge burden had just been lifted off his shoulders. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. After so many days, he finally managed to hear this one great news. The golden-eyed leopard breathed a sigh of relief too. "I've already helped your spiritual beasts advance in accordance with our agreement." Yan Tianan gratefully said, "Thank you very much." The golden-eyed leopard swept a glance over the tiger cubs that brought him quite a bit of trouble. "If you really want to thank me, then don't send those 2 tiger cubs here anymore. Get them to harm other Demonic Beast Institutes instead. Better yet, if you guys don't really understand, I have a list here that I can recommend to you." Yan Tianan, were his family's Bai and Hupo disliked by their instructor? But his family's Ah Bai and Hu Po are obviously so cute. Meng, and obedient Ah Qa Hu Po stood on top of Yan Tianan's head and bared his teeth at the golden-eyed leopard, and even straightened his tail. Ah Bai whined a few times, appearing a little unhappy. Yan Tianan stroked Ah Bai's head to comfort him, then said to Qing Yuge, "Weren't our families Ah Bai and Hu Po obedient and cute?" Obedient, cute, hee, those qualities were non-existent. Qing Yuge smiled but didn't say anything in response. In front of their master, there were some things that he could only think in his mind but not voice out. When Lin Xuanji saw this, he said, "What did they do during this period?" The corners of Qing Yuge's mouth twitched. Every morning, they would first grab the demonic beasts from their nests one by one for a fight. After they knocked the demonic beasts down, they would make them find food as tribute, and get other demonic beasts to help them clean up their nests. If they were in a bad mood, they would throw the demonic beasts off the cliff one by one and catch them before they land. During this period, aside from the perpetrators Ah Bai and Hu Po, no other demonic beast in the institute could enjoy a good night's sleep, and there were even some whose cultivation levels dropped out of fear. There are many demonic beasts who would shiver just at the sight of Ah Bai and Hu Po, these two devil incarnates. But actually, Ah Bai and Hu Po can't be blamed for being so aggressive and unbridled. After all, they were the ones who were being bullied in the beginning. Life truly has its ups and downs. Lin Xuanji nodded. "Since that's the case, I feel more at ease now." Qing Yuge, so why did he even try to lodge a complaint again? Ah Bai's purple grape-like eyes stared at Lin Xuanji, all innocent and simple looking, as if the tiger cub that Qing Yuge had just described wasn't him. Lin Xuanji smiled lightly. "That's right then. If they get bullied, they would have to find ways to get back at their bullies." Ah Bai and Hu Po nodded their heads at the same time. The golden-eyed leopard's head was splitting. He turned around and used his butt to face Lin Xuanji's annoying family and said in a bad tone, "Hurry and leave Ba, don't stay here anymore." Lin Xuanji didn't mind either. He smiled, "Thank you, Golden-Eye Instructor, for all your care these days. We'll take our leave first." After he spoke, Lin Xuanji took out a bag of demonic delight fruits from his storage bag, as well as a set of magic treasures that seemed slightly strange. Qing Yuge paused. "What's this?" Lin Xuanji said, "A horn-shaped ornament. It's a set with these rings that can be fastened onto the feet of demonic beasts. If you fasten the rings onto demonic beasts while you carry the horn ornament around with you, you would be able to clearly determine their location, so it would be convenient for you to look for missing cubs." Qing Yuge's eyes lit up as he accepted the set of magic treasures with 70 to 80 rings. "In that case, I'll humbly accept it." "Thank you." Although the golden-eyed leopard still looked as cold as ever, when his line of sight fell upon those magic treasures from time to time, one could clearly tell that he looked very interested in them. Lin Xuanji smiled lightly, then took Ah Bai, Hu Po and pulled Yan Tianan away as they left the Demonic Beast Institute. After the 2 humans and 2 tigers left, Qing Yuge stood within the institute's prohibition array and said, "Looks like that Lin Xuanji really knows how to conduct himself." The golden-eyed leopard placed one of the rings on his front foot. "One look at him and you can tell he's not some benevolent saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to raise such tiger cubs who would dare to turn the world upside down." Qing Yuge smiled, then said in a relaxed tone, "Ah Bai and Hu Po have finally left. But they really were quite lovable." Golden-eyed leopard cast a glance at Qing Yuge. "In what way were they lovable?" "At the very least, after I told them that they couldn't kill any demonic beasts, they really didn't kill even one of them." Qing Yuge sounded very comforted. Golden-eyed leopard, story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Really, their expectations towards those 2 little devils who had something against the heavens, earth, and air, were falling lower and lower. Author's notes. AGU. What did I do wrong? QAQ Chapter 135. Backers here as they passed Heaven and Earth Winery. Lin Xuanji handed over the last batch of wine cups he had crafted into Feng Lun's hands. Feng Lun was grinning from ear to ear. Aside from giving Lin Xuanji the 50,000 gold as payment for the wine cups, he also handed over a jade pendant that was emblazoned with the Feng family's insignia on it to Lin Xuanji. When Lin Xuanji saw it, he said calmly, "Boss Feng, this is a bit too valuable, I can't accept it so casually." Feng Lun smiled, "Craftsman Lin has helped me a great deal. Also, from what I see, Craftsman Lin and I can already be considered friends." What does Craftsman Lin think? At this time, if Lin Xuanji didn't know what to say in return, then his 1,000 years in his past life would have been lived in vain. Lin Xuanji's furrowed brows relaxed and he smiled. I naturally regard Boss Feng as a friend as well. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. I'll be going to the Middle Continent to participate in the 100 Families gathering soon, so I won't be able to deliver wine cups to Boss Feng for a while. Feng Lun waved his hands. It's no problem. The cups that craftsman Lin has crafted for me during this period are enough to last me for some time. If I have some time on the road, I'll continue crafting more and have them delivered to Brother Feng through a Tuaoking bird. Lin Xuanji said after he pondered for a while. Then, please do. Feng Lun's eyes lit up. Lin Xuanji said, as a first-class family, will the Feng family also be sending their pupils to the 100 Families gathering too? Yes. Feng Lun nodded. I've received news that we should have dispatched about 10 or so pupils over. By then, if craftsman Lin were to meet the younger generation of our Feng family, do show them some mercy. Don't mess up their heart of Tao with just one move, please. Lin Xuanji laughed. Boss Feng thinks too highly of me. By then, I should be the one seeking advice from the Feng family's young masters. Boss Feng said, you're really too modest. The younger generation in my family are all so arrogant and overconfident in their abilities. If they were at least half as mature and steady as you, I would be able to rest. Easy. You flatter me. No, we're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. After the two of them finished, they looked at each other then laughed at the same time. Feng Lun said, brother, let's stop flattering each other. To be frank, there's no one amongst the younger generation of my family who's more mature than you. If you do meet them then, I hope that you can pardon them if they offend you in any way. Lin Xuanji smiled lightly and said, as long as it's not a problem that involves principles, I would not pursue the issue. Feng Lun asked, for Xuanji, what would be your definition of principle? Lin Xuanji's line of sight fell upon the one who was drooling at the sight of a jar of wine and had sneakily lifted the lid to take a whiff of the wine inside Yan Tianan. His gaze turned as gentle as water. My principle. Is him. Feng Lun was stunned, and then a glint of, I see, flashed through his eyes. He repeatedly nodded. I never expected that Brother Xuanji would be a sentimental person too. At the same time, he thought to himself that he must immediately send a letter to the head of the Feng family and get them to pay utmost attention to not provoke Lin Xuanji's darling baby when dealing with him. Before he left, Feng Lun even gave a jar of osmanthus brew to Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan didn't dare accept it at first, but when he saw Lin Xuanji nod, he happily accepted it from Feng Lun. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. After they left, Yan Tianan felt a little strange and asked, Dage, I don't really have anything to do with Boss Feng, so why would he be so generous as to give me such good wine? Lin Xuanji looked at him and said, it must be because he thought Ah Hen was cute when he saw you, so he wanted to give Ah Hen a gift. Ba. Yan Tianan wanted to laugh at first, but after he thought about it, he reined it in. Dage, you're lying to me again. You're the one who thinks I'm cute. Ba. Lin Xuanji nodded in agreement, yes. In my heart, Ah Hen is the cutest. Yan Tianan's face immediately flushed red. Lin Xuanji had wanted to take Yan Tianan to the Duan residence to see how Duan Yuyong was doing, but after he took a few steps, Lin Yan hurriedly rushed over to block Lin Xuanji's path. Yan, how did you know we're here? Yan Tianan was extremely curious. Lin Yan took a deep breath and regulated his breathing a bit, then said to Lin Xuanji, the family dispatched a few groups of people to look for you separately. To look for me? Lin Xuanji paused slightly. Did something happen in the family? Of course, otherwise they wouldn't be so anxious to get you home. Lin Yan looked worried as he shifted around uneasily. Not long after you left, a hardened body first layer peak cultivator came unannounced to the Lin residence. He claimed to be one of Sky Peak sect's inner disciples and said that he was Lin Yangji's Shishang. He insisted on seeing Lin Yangji, and when he came to know that Lin Yangji had been confined to the Reflection Cliff for the past 2 months, that cultivator blew up at once and injured a few elders of the family. He stirred up a huge clamor as he insisted on getting you, the culprit, to come out and make amends. Yan Tianan's face paled, and the little hand he grabbed onto Lin Xuanji with was breaking out in cold sweat. A hardened body first layer peak cultivator throughout the entire Lin family, not many elders could even reach that level. And the most important thing was that Lin Xuanji's current cultivation level was merely at the foundation stage. If that cultivator really wanted to cause trouble for Lin Xuanji, then it Wouldn't be easy for Lin Xuanji to get out of this mess. Lin Xuanji felt Yan Tianan's unease and forcefully squeezed his hand back in return. He appeared calm and composed still. Let's return to the family ba. The two tiger cubs were instantly in high spirits. They rubbed their paws together as they looked prepared for a fight. Lin Xuanji cast a glance at the two tiger cubs who looked like wild horses that refused to be bridled. Abai and Hupo, the two of you must head straight into the yard once we get back. Both of you aren't allowed to leave at will. Abai, Hupo, ow, Batty in the Lin residence's mansion. A young man with a tall stature stood in the square with his hands behind his back, looking utterly conceited. And Lin Yangji, who was supposed to look emaciated as he had suffered the torture of gales at Reflection Cliff, was currently dressed in a set of clean robes, had neat hair, ruddy cheeks, and didn't seem to have been worn out by the Reflection Cliff at all. Feng Jianian frowned. When will that bitched cousin of yours come back? Lin Yangji narrowed his eyes. Lin Xuanji has never been someone who would put anyone else in his eyes. I'm afraid that even after knowing that Xishang has made your grand appearance, he wouldn't mind it in the slightest either. Feng Jianian's expression didn't look too good. As the pride of the heavens who had been selected to enter the inner section of Sky Peak sect at a young age, Feng Jianian had never been one to suffer neglect. Later on, when Lin Xuanji came into being, although he was predicted to be the strongest powerhouse of the current era by the head of Profound Sky Sect, but as an inner disciple of Sky Peak Sect, the main sect of the 5 continents, everyone including Feng Jianian just treated those words as a joke. No matter how talented disciples of Profound Sky Sect were, they wouldn't even be able to match up to just half of the disciples in Sky Peak Sect. After all, they were of completely different levels in the first place. Later on, when Lin Xuanji turned into trash, it didn't stir up much in Sky Peak Sect either. Everyone just laughed it off. Feng Jianian never expected that he would end up meeting this guy who he never really regarded highly to begin with. Moreover, that kid seemed to show little respect for his elders too. Looking at Feng Jianian's long face, Lin Yangji added fuel to the fire. Lin Xuanji has always claimed to be the top genius within the past and future 100 years. He has never bothered to acknowledge the Sky Peak sect's inner disciples, and even once proclaimed that he would beat down the entire Sky Peak sect one day. Feng Jianian immediately said coldly, "How dare he? How dare he not?" Lin Yangji smiled. "Xishang, you just need to see how he deals with me, and you should be able to tell how he treats people from our Sky Peak sect. Especially our inner sect disciples, he has always looked down upon us." A flame was immediately ignited in Feng Jianian's heart. He grit his teeth and said with some severity, "Someone like him who dares humiliate a disciple of Sky Peak sect must be extremely audacious. Once he appears, I must let him have a taste of how strong we are." Lin Yangji nodded and quickly said, "Yeah, Xishang must let him know how strong you are. Otherwise, a frog at the bottom of the well like him would think that people from the Sky Peak sect can be easily provoked." Feng Jianian nodded, then asked, "Where's Yar?" Lin Yangji said, "During this period, for the sake of my health, my sister has been searching everywhere for medicine. She should have gone to the auction house today. I've already dispatched someone to bring her back." Feng Jianian scrutinized Lin Yangji. "You've suffered a great deal as well. Tell Yar not to go through all that trouble anymore. I've brought some medicinal pills over. Consume the bottle of medicinal pills that can resist the cold and dissolve the yin in your body first. If it's not enough, I'll report to the sect and get them to deliver more over." Lin Yangji's expression remained unchanged, but he was actually overjoyed. He said respectfully, "Then, thank you very much, Xishang." After knowing that someone had come to wreck their homeground, the 2 elders of the Lin family who hadn't entered seclusion appeared on the square. 5th elder stood opposite Feng Jianian. He studied Feng Jianian and thought to himself, "Crap, that kid is an infamous stubborn one in the 5 continents." Looking at his seemingly graceful appearance was deceitful. In reality, he was someone who didn't care about anything and would help those who were close to him with complete disregard for reason. Most importantly, he was one of the direct descendants of the Feng family and was the strongest one amongst their younger generation. Now, he had been accepted as a disciple by one of the elders in Sky Peak sect. 3rd elder grit his teeth and said, "I didn't know Lin Yangji was actually the junior brother of the Feng family's direct descendant." 5th elder uttered bitterly, "I didn't know either." He didn't say anything. 3rd elder sneered and glanced askance at 5th elder. "You should blame yourself for favoring that unlucky Lin Xuanji. If it wasn't for him, would you have punished Lin Yangji?" Fifth elder sighed helplessly. It's not up to me to decide what's right and wrong. Lin Yangji wasn't very magnanimous in handling that matter, and he couldn't take out any evidence either. In everyone's eyes, that's equivalent to an attempt to frame Lin Xuanji. If I hadn't punished him, then everyone else in the Lin family wouldn't have been able to accept it either. Also, subordinates follow the example of their superiors, the younger ones could have been corrupted as well. Third elder's smile didn't reach his eyes. Since you won't admit to being partial to Lin Xuanji, then I won't say anything else about that either. But, he has already dropped in now, I'll see how you try to resolve this mess. Fifth elder sighed. Now, even an outsider wants to meddle with the Lin family's private affairs. Looks like the Lin family truly has fallen quite a bit in recent years. When he heard this, third elder felt quite upset as well. At the peak of Lin family's glory, it was one of the top elite families in the 5 continents, and many families had to take note of their actions with the Lin family in mind. Unfortunately, even the oldest person in the Lin family today wouldn't have been a witness to the glorious days of the Lin family in its heyday. Chapter 136. Your skin's thick enough. Third elder clenched his fist. Sooner or later, he would become the head of the Lin family, and he would let the whole family reappear on the 5 continents' mainlands once again, but by then, he would probably have to let down the person who was beside him right now. Just as Feng Jianian was getting impatient from waiting, so he was ready to personally go out to find them, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan appeared in the Lin family. Inside, as soon as Feng Jianian saw Lin Xuanji, his pupils immediately dilated and his eyelids jumped a few times. He stared at Lin Xuanji's face for a while, and only snapped out of his stupor when Lin Xuanji walked right up to him. Then he took a deep breath. As he resisted the urge to glance at Lin Xuanji's face, he said coldly, "You're Lin Xuanji." Lin Xuanji stopped walking. He was a few feet away from him as he said, "Yes, may I know who you are?" Feng Jianian choked. This kid was so audacious he actually didn't know who he was. Feng Jianian studied Lin Xuanji's face and thought to himself, although there are many falsehoods in rumors, it's not an exaggeration to say that Lin Xuanji's face really could take people's breath away. Even though he was accustomed to seeing all kinds of beauties, he couldn't help but feel stunned when he saw Lin Xuanji. "My name is Feng Jianian." Feng Jianian introduced himself, from Sky Peak Sect. Lin Xuanji was slightly taken aback. He nodded and smiled slightly. "I've heard a lot about you, but seeing you in person is truly different from just hearing about you in rumors. A Feng family's direct descendant truly isn't ordinary, you bear such elegance and grace. Fellow Feng actually seems even younger and more handsome than the rumors say." Feng Jianian, No, this was slightly different from what he had envisioned. Lin Xuanji started praising him the moment he spoke. How could he still be in the mood to start beating him up? Lin Yan's eyes twinkled. He cast a glance filled with admiration at Lin Xuanji. This Lin Xuanji was killing him with kindness. That truly is amazing. His skin was actually thick enough to praise someone who was confronting him angrily to cause trouble for him. His skin really was thick. If was him in Lin Xuanji's place, as soon as he knew that someone had paid him a visit just to cause trouble for him, he would have definitely started getting angry in secret and started fighting the other person at first sight. How would he still have the mood to laud the other party? Feng Jianian didn't want to reveal any expressions for a moment, so he said with a stiff face, "You're slightly different from the rumors." Lin Xuanji nodded. "Rumors will always vilify us. They're not worth mentioning. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Feng Jianian, he has never seen such a brazen man before in his life. When Yan Tianan looked at the two parties who were in the midst of a confrontation, he blinked and raised his voice at Fifth Elder. "Fifth Grandpa, you actually didn't invite this guest into our house for a seat. Isn't that a bit too rude?" The corners of Fifth Elder's mouth twitched. As soon as the other party came, he rolled up his sleeves and started beating people up, and even wanted to charge straight in. Was he supposed to welcome him with a smile, and offer him his other cheek after getting one side of his cheek slapped? But a smart person like Lin Runru would never make things worse at such a critical juncture. As such, Lin Runru chose to settle the matter peacefully. Lin Runru said calmly, "This distinguished guest who came from afar insisted on waiting for you and Xuanji to return before he was willing to step into our hall. Since that's the case, the two of you can help me entertain him." Ba. Yan Tianan smiled and promised, "Sure." Feng Jianian has never seen such audacious people before. He actually didn't know how to react for a moment, and just watched his fifth elder lead a group of Lin people who were planning to pick a fight with him away and disappear from the spot. Feng Jianian, was the Lin family always this unusual? Lin Yangji's face was on the verge of turning purple. He cast a cold glance at Lin Xuanji, but only received an indifferent gaze in return. Lin Xuanji said to Feng Jianian, "Since our Dao friend came all the way here, and even troubled yourself to wait for Xuanji to return out in the open, I would certainly do my utmost in entertaining fellow Feng. Fellow Feng, this way please." Feng Jianian had concocted a plan to immediately show off a display of strength right at the outset, but his plan fell through. Immediately. Forget it, Lin Xuanji was this polite, approachable and had a face that was a delight to anyone's eyes and would make everyone forget their mortal worries. If he were to still curse and start hitting people right now, wouldn't it make him seem like a narrow-minded person who deliberately came here to cause trouble? And thus, young Master Feng settled down and nodded, "Thank you for your trouble." On their way to the hall, Lin Yangji remained half a step behind Feng Jianian out of courtesy, while Lin Xuanji walked side by side with Feng Jianian. Yan Tianan would always stay next to Lin Xuanji at any time, so they naturally walked side by side as well. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Yangji looked at the three people in front of him and felt like his stomach was about to explode from anger. Lin Yan, who had both his hands behind his head as he bit a stalk of grass and walked right next to Lin Yangji all sloppily, was in such a good mood when he saw this sight that he revealed a mocking grin on his face. "Fellow Feng, after making a trip down here, do you think there's any difference between Qing City and the Middle Continent?" Lin Xuanji asked. Feng Jianian, as soon as he arrived at Qing City, he came straight to the Lin residence to cause trouble for them. Who the hell would have had the time to visit other places in Qing City? However, Feng Jianian didn't want Lin Xuanji to have an unfavorable impression of him, so he said without a change in his expression, "Although Qing City is a little worse off than the Middle Continent, there are a lot of good items on the streets, so I do have a pretty good impression of this place." The corners of Lin Yangji's mouth twitched, but he didn't expose his xianxia. Lin Xuanji smiled. "Fellow Feng, frankly speaking, Qing City lags far behind the Middle Continent in many aspects, but it does have one advantage that definitely exceeds that of the Middle Continent." Feng Jianian's interest was piqued, but I would think that amongst the 5 continents' mainlands, the Middle Continent should be the strongest in all aspects compared to the rest. You say that Qing City exceeds the Middle Continent in a certain area, but what area is that? Lin Xuanji said, "Security here is stronger than that in the Middle Continent." Feng Jianian was instantly at a loss for words. The more cultivators there were in an area, the more bloodthirsty it would be. Murdering others for their treasures and revenge were common in such places. Lin Xuanji cast a meaningful glance at Feng Jianian. After all, there are still a lot of mortals in Qing City. The 3 major families in Qing City would naturally establish a lot of rules for Qing City in consideration of the balance between mortals and cultivators. Over time, Qing City's cultivators tend not to be aggressive, and have become cultivators who advocate peace. Feng Jianian instantly felt deep veneration and gazed at Lin Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes. "I didn't expect that your Qing City's cultivators would actually harbor such fraternity in your hearts." Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. "Fellow Feng is the same." Fellow Feng didn't disrupt the Lin family's peace indiscriminately, and didn't do anything impolite either. It seems like those from the Feng family do have good upbringing, and are all properly courteous as well. Feng Jianian felt his face burn up. What he did was considered being properly courteous. He had obviously charged into the Lin residence angrily, and even started beating people up without a second word in order to display his strength. However, Lin Xuanji had already flattered him so much that he felt like he was at an utter loss. While Feng Jianian was berating himself about how his impulsiveness had almost damaged his own and the Feng family's reputation, he was also glad that he didn't start fighting Lin Xuanji without reason at first glance. Feng Jianian nodded a bit stiffly, naturally so. As an elite family in the 5 continents, those from the Feng family would of course have superb upbringing. Lin Yangji looked despondent, and couldn't help but walk forward and say, "Feng Shishang, I just came back from Reflection Cliff and still feel slightly unwell. I'll go back and have a rest first, do excuse me." Feng Jianian waved his hand, "Go ba, and say hello to Yar for me." Lin Yangji's eyes twinkled and an idea occurred to him. "Shishang, Yar has been missing Shishang recently. She should have returned by now, why don't Shishang go pay her a visit?" Feng Jianian was obviously interested in Lin Yar. But for some reason, Lin Yar has always kept her distance from him. On the one hand, it was the person he was interested in. On the other hand, it was a man that he had just gotten acquainted with. After Feng Jianian hesitated for a moment, he chose the former. Feng Jianian said to Lin Xuanji, "My most important objective of coming to the Lin family is to visit my Shidi and Shidi's younger sister. Let's talk again another day." Lin Xuanji nodded, "Then, I'll bid my farewell here." Feng Jianian nodded reservedly, then turned around and left with Lin Yangji. After the two of them completely disappeared from sight, Yan Tianan stroked his chin and said to Lin Xuanji, "Dage." He was obviously looking for trouble just now in support of Lin Yangji. Why did he change his mind after Dage talked to him for a bit? Lin Xuanji said calmly, "He was just confused by me. He was really angry and wanted to take revenge for Lin Yangji, yet I made his fist land on a bed of cotton. Also, Feng Jianian is a simple man, he's very easily misled by others." Lin Yan walked over and stroked his chin pensively, "But I didn't expect the genius of the Feng family to be such a refreshing person." Lin Xuanji said, "He has a pure and kind nature, he doesn't have malicious intentions." Which was why in his past life, his own senior and junior brothers colluded to harm him, and he became the second Lin Xuanji. Afterwards, because he couldn't bear the humiliation, he decided to commit suicide. Lin Xuanji knows Feng Jianian. He was one of the 7 lights of Sky Peak sect. He doesn't like killing and advocates peace, but he was particularly loyal and was willing to sacrifice himself for his friends. However, this kind of person wouldn't come to a good end in this sort of world. One's life and death is ruled by fate. Lin Xuanji doesn't intend to change everyone's fate. What comes around goes around. Knowledge of one's karma would offend samsara. Lin Yan said. Lin Yangji dragged Feng Jianian away, and he'll probably start bad-mouthing you again. Lin Xuanji said without much concern, "I have no power to change that." But Feng Jianian isn't a fool, he has the capability to judge for himself. Lin Yan thought about it for a bit and nodded seriously, but he still said with slight worry, that Feng Jianian is so naive that he's a little silly, yet the Feng family was still willing to let him go to a place like the Middle Continent's Sky Peak sect where wolves and tigers abound. Lin Xuanji said, "Why do you think that as an elite family, the Feng family would only send one person to the Middle Continent?" Lin Yan, looks like he was being short-sighted again. A place like Sky Peak sect is the gathering place for famous sects. The main and side branches of major families are connected through the same vein and qi, so naturally, they would have to fight other families for resources within the sect. Thus, they would of course send as many members into the sect as they could. Lin Yan clicked his tongue with a face full of envy. However, if the one who had come wasn't someone like Feng Jianian who was so easy to fool, and was instead a baddie like Lin Yangji, then Dage would have been in danger. Yan Tianan scrunched up his little face and couldn't help but worry. But Lin Xuanji didn't seem to mind it. "We'll cross the bridge when we get to it. If that kind of person really had come, do you think the head would remain as a vegetarian and stand aside to spectate the scene?" Although the Lin family had to lower their heads in front of Sky Peak sect, ultimately, the Lin family isn't a lamb that could be easily slaughtered and humiliated by just anyone. If the Lin family remained unconcerned even after someone charged into their territory and allowed others to slaughter them at will, then the Lin family would no longer have a footing in the 5 continents' mainlands today. Thus, Fifth Elder and the rest of the elders aren't mere figureheads. It's just that, since the Lin family's interior structure had already disintegrated to such an extent, would this family really still have any potential for further development in the future? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly to conceal the cold glint within. If the Lin family wants to break through its bottleneck and become a first-class family again, then it would need to eliminate the rubbish in it and remove all poisonous tumors within. But of course, this was a matter to be left for the future. Chapter 137, Blind and Deaf in Lin Yangji's outer courtyard. When Feng Jianian entered the door, all he saw was Lin Yar in a sheer pink dress. Feng Jianian let out a smile and asked warmly, "Yar, it's been a while since we've seen each other, have you been well?" Lin Yar let out a forced smile, "It's been alright." Feng Jianian frowned, "It doesn't look that way." Lin Yar looked at Feng Jianian, then said with downcast eyes, "It was good in the beginning, but after Big Brother returned, he has been bullied constantly by that Lin Xuanji." Feng Jianian's expression was somewhat unnatural. "I've also heard rumors about that. So we've been waiting for Feng Dage to return and support us." Lin Yair's eyes were shining with worship and expectation. Feng Dage, I heard that when you arrived at the Lin family today, every member of the household came right out to greet you, and that the scene looked particularly impressive. Feng Jianian nodded, but couldn't help but think back to what Lin Xuanji had said previously, that he was someone who was extremely courteous. Feng Jianian felt a bit guilty. He had, after all, injured quite a few disciples when he arrived. Lin Yar took a deep breath and looked at Feng Jianian with bright eyes. Therefore, Feng Dage will definitely not let the culprit, Lin Xuanji, go right. With this, Feng Jianian was reminded of his reason for coming here. It was to support Lin Yangji, and simultaneously take revenge for him, but after meeting with Lin Xuanji and getting along, it didn't seem like there were too many issues with him. So Feng Jianian thought about it for a bit and said cautiously, I still need some more time to properly understand what had happened. In Lin Yangji's heart, he was already somewhat disappointed with this soft and easily bruised persimmon. He really couldn't tell why his master sent him when he was so gullible. Lin Yangji repressed his negative feelings. Xishang doesn't know, but the reason that I was stabbed in the back by Lin Xuanji was because I saw him refining a corpse through the breaking sky bird that was given to me by my master. But when I brought the family elders to catch him for his misdeeds, he had already destroyed the evidence, the cultivation method that Feng Jianian looked down on the most were those practiced by demonic cultivators. His expression changed, and he said with a bad tone, something like that happened. Refining corpses is one of the most orthodox methods used in demonic cultivation. Lin Yangji nodded his head, that's right, I know Xishang looks down on this type of cultivation the most. Yet, Feng Jianian was still suspicious. He frowned and said, but earlier, when I was walking with Lin Xuanji, there was no sign of yin energy in his body. Although his qi was still too weak, it's still all yang energy. Lin Yangji coldly gave a shallow smile, I haven't finished yet. Lin Xuanji might just be an accomplice in this. The person I really want to accuse of refining corpses is that ugly and lame brother of his that follows him everywhere. That night, the one I saw searching for a corpse was that kid Yan Tianan. Feng Jianian startled, and his expression sunk. When other people walk with Lin Xuanji, they will be like fireflies, outshone and overcome by the light of Lin Xuanji's fire, and very easy to overlook. Yet, Feng Jianian had a very deep impression of Yan Tianan. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. After all, so long as a person who has practiced some Dao methods gets close, they will be able to feel the yin energy coming from Yan Tianan's body like thousands of thin strands. Furthermore, Feng Jianian is even more sensitive to this, as he's practicing the most orthodox kind of Dao, considered to be extremely pure and conservative. At the time, it wasn't proper to directly ask, but after hearing the explanation by Lin Yangji, Feng Jianian straightforwardly trusted it a bit more. Feng Jianian had a very good impression of Lin Xuanji, yet it did seem like Yan Tianan might be practicing demonic cultivation. We'll go find them. Feng Jianian decided at that moment and turned to leave. Lin Xuanji's outer courtyard. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan had not yet entered the courtyard, when they heard a pung pung dong dong pili pila sound coming from inside Yan Tianan's room. Yan Tianan, startled, exchanged a look with Lin Xuanji, then rushed towards the noise. He pushed the door open, only to see Bai and Hu Po staring at Ling Chigu, who was simply standing in the middle of the room, as if he were a great enemy that they were going to take their time with. The two cubs circled him non-stop, trying to find a chance to attack him. Suddenly, the two tiger cubs leapt forward like arrows released from a string, straight towards Ling Chigu. Bai, Hu Po, both of you stop right now. Yan Tianan was shocked and cried out, only to watch as Ling Chigu unhurriedly raise a hand, swinging it once to the right and left. The two cubs, who were practically on top of Ling Chigu at this point, were slapped away one after the other. Ow ow. Bai was flung into Yan Tianan's arms, but Hu Po was not so lucky. He directly hit the table and caused the innocent teapot sitting on top of it to fall to the ground. Yan Tianan looked at the messy room and took a deep breath. Dage, what should I do? I really want to hit them, he said as he held Bai up by their necks as he looked at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji reached out and flicked Bai's forehead. No demonic delight fruits for a month. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Bai, ow. Clearly, it was because this scary thing that randomly showed up in their owner's house that he and Hu Po risked their lives to clean up this monster for the owner. Hu Po felt wronged, stretching out a front paw and swiping at an overturned cup in front of him. Paw! It shattered. Hu Po straightened his shoulders and pumped out his chest, arrogantly and provocatively glaring at Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan was so angry that he wanted to beat the tiger cub. With an indifferent expression, Lin Xuanji suddenly said, "Ah hen, let Ling Chigu discipline them." Yan Tianan vigorously nodded his head. "Ah ji yu, beat him up." Ling Chigu turned towards Hu Po, who was currently standing on top of the table. Having already suffered under the hands of Ling Chigu, Hu Po immediately became vigilant. To start with, he and Ah Bai were the same amethyst white tigers. To be conscientious of the owner's house, and afraid that they might cause it to collapse, they had held back their strength and didn't use their magic. But now that he was in danger, naturally, there would be no such scruples. Hu Po spit a thunder ring at Ling Chigu. Not only did Ling Chigu not dodge the attack, he simply let it gather in his hand, and reached out to attack Hu Po with it. Hu Po suddenly frowned and leapt high in the air. The table that Hu Po was standing on previously was now burnt and perfectly crispy on the outside from the thunder ring. Hu Po was angered, this bitch Ah hen, this hateable Ah hen, to actually get such a baddie to hit him. But the worst thing was that this infant stage 7-star white tiger was unable to defeat such a bad guy. Hu Po bared his teeth and growled for a long time, facing off with Ling Chigu. A moment later, Hu Po let out a sad and miserable tiger cry and turned to rush out of the room with suspicious liquid in his amber eyes. Ah Bai called out twice, then turned and lightly pawed at Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan was utterly confused. "What's wrong with Hu Po?" Ah Bai replied to Yan Tianan through his consciousness, "He feels like he suffered a huge blow. He can't even beat a dumb monster, so he's extremely depressed. He definitely went to do some soul searching now." Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji looked at the condition of Hu Po and suggested, perhaps Ah Bai should find Hu Po and comfort him. Seemingly indifferent, Ah Bai licked his paws. He laid down in Yan Tianan's lap and scratched his stomach. "No need. That guy's ego has been getting more and more inflated recently. It's perfect for him to finally meet some hardships, let him calm down a bit." Yan Tianan. This situation. Was it right that the tiger cubs were already able to talk so philosophically? At this moment, Lin Xuanji suddenly said, "Someone's coming." Yan Tianan whipped his head around to look at Ling Chigu, who was still standing in the middle of the room. He didn't even open his mouth yet, the command only just formulating in his brain, but like a bolt of lightning, Ling Chigu managed to jump out of the house from a half-closed window. At the same moment, Feng Jianian kicked open the room's door with a bang sound. He entered with a longsword in his hand. He said nothing, his eyes staring at the open window. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. There was an indescribable cold yin energy left within the room which made Feng Jianian furrow his brows. He raised his longsword, which shone like numerous stars, and directly destroyed the window with a bang sound. Feng Jianian himself leapt towards the window at an incredible speed. Yan Tianan's heart leapt into his throat. Bang! Ah! Something suddenly attacked Feng Jianian's face. His body, which hadn't yet fully escaped from the window, was forced back in by a sizable white ball, and he fell down face first. "Who dares to launch a sneak attack on me?" Feng Jianian quickly grabbed the white ball and stabilized himself. He looked at the ball of fluff and his jaw slightly dropped in surprise. Hu Po didn't stop moving his four paws, continuously attacking Feng Jianian's now open mouth with scratches and bites. Feng Jianian seemed dazed for a bit, as if he couldn't accept that he was hindered by such a small tiger cub. Hu Po felt a strong and terribly oppressing chi come from this person's body. Just as he was thinking that he might have acted too rashly and that he was about to be skinned, Hu Po found himself bundled into a not all that comfortable embrace. "Ah ya 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 ya, is this your tiger cub?" Feng Jianian asked, with stars in his eyes as he rubbed the Hu Po who was in his arms. The corners of Yan Tianan's mouth twitched. He brought Ah Bai, who was still huddled in his arms, in front of Feng Jianian. "Both of them are being raised by me. You must have not seen this one since you were in such a rush when you entered earlier." Yan Tianan said. When Feng Jianian saw the second ball of fur, his breathing became a little rough. It seemed like he might even faint. Lin Xuanji cut in lightly. "Fellow Feng, you rushed into my family's Ah hen's room like you left the stove on, then in a similar fashion started to jump out of the window. Don't tell me it's because you got the wrong room." Hearing this, Feng Jianian put on a dignified air and held up one of the tiger cubs in the same way that Yan Tianan had previously, while hiding the other behind his back. He asked, Have either of you been refining corpses and cultivating the demonic path? Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji. Feng Jianian looked at Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji said coldly, "This kind of thing does not concern you." When Feng Jianian heard this, his mood sunk and became more serious. Previously, he at least still had a simple and stupid air about him. He said sternly, "Demonic cultivators are the poisonous cancer of the entire cultivation world. Although in the early stages, people can be kept from being corrupted, the higher level you cultivate, the more unstable your heart will be, and the more your heart demons will expand, so the less humane you become. Eventually, you will become a scourge for the entire cultivation world. If one of you is practicing demonic cultivation, as part of an eminent proper sect, I must uphold the important responsibility of massacring devils." Lin Xuanji was unmoved and looked at Feng Jianian indifferently. "And what proof do you have that there is someone in my family practicing demonic cultivation?" Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Whether you are or not, I don't know, but Feng Jianian's sword tip pointed at Yan Tianan. His body's qi is completely that of a demonic cultivator's. "You dare claim he's not?" he said with a frown. Lin Xuanji, who only continued to look indifferent, said, "Feng Jianian, I thought you were a reasonable person, but now I see you are a person who's only capable of repeating what others tell you. Utterly useless." Feng Jianian slightly paused, only for Lin Xuanji to continue, "You may want to take a closer look, and see whether my family is using demonic cultivation, or if it's because his naturally born yin body makes it seem like he's cold and has demonic qi." Yan Tianan looked at Feng Jianian with some ignorance. Feng Jianian stared at Yan Tianan in order to properly feel the qi emanating from him. A moment later, he said with disbelief, "It really is a Xuanian body." Lin Xuanji gave a cold laugh. "It seems that at least fellow Feng isn't blind or deaf." Feng Jianian had no words. Slowly, his face and ears turned scarlet, and he felt an oppressive amount of shame pressing down on him. Chapter 138. Mingyin body. Feng Jianian was a learned person, so naturally, he had heard of the Xuanian body before. Some people were born with quite a bit of yin qi, and were natural receptacles for demonic cultivators. But on the proper Dao paths, it was very easy for problems to occur, and the amount of effort that had to be expended would far exceed that of other cultivators. Difficulties would also start accumulating day by day. At first glance, Yan Tianan really does have a body suited for demonic cultivation. But after Feng Jianian settled down and observed him carefully, he could easily tell that the yin qi within Yan Tianan's body was not a result of cultivating the demonic path, but had arisen from a sense of qi that emanated from within his body. Feng Jianian didn't feel guilty. He clasped his hands to perform half a bow to Yan Tianan, then sincerely said, "It really was my misunderstanding, do forgive me." Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan over and pressed him behind. He said with an expressionless face, "Ah Hen is still young, and his cultivation level is low, so he can't accept fellow Feng's bow." At this moment, Lin Xuanji actually seemed a little angry, but not the slightest trace of it could be found in his expression. However, the more it was so, the more people couldn't understand Lin Xuanji's thoughts, which made the people around him feel apprehensive. Feng Jianian rubbed his nose in embarrassment, then stood up straight and said, "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect to see a second cultivator in my life who would be born with a Xuanian body type. Only one person out of a million could be born with a Xuanian body type. It was indeed extremely rare." Yan Tianan blinked and asked with utmost curiosity, "There's actually someone like me? Who's that? Is that person also a cultivator?" "Since I know him, he's naturally a cultivator." Feng Jianian nodded. "I entered Sky Peak sect when I was little, and there are geniuses and powerhouses scattered throughout my sect. However, there's only one person who I feel deserves my utmost admiration, and that person has a natural Xuanian body type." Lin Xuanji looked somewhat frightened, as if he had just recalled something far distant in the past. But Yan Tianan didn't notice that anything was amiss with Lin Xuanji. He continued, "That person shouldn't be suited for cultivation Ba. That should have been the case. After all, the proper paths of Tao and the glory of all living things are mostly yang in nature, and a Xuanian body type is a body that goes against the heavens." Feng Jianian said with a look of admiration on his face, "But that person is actually a darling of the heavens. His spiritual root is actually the extremely rare ice spiritual root. Ah, an ice spiritual root." Yan Tianan's eyes widened as he said excitedly, "Ice spiritual roots are one of the divine spiritual roots. It would be considered a good thing to find just one person with such a root out of a million cultivators." Yan Tianan sucked in a breath of cold air. He said with a face filled with yearning, "That's so amazing. His cultivation rate must be several times faster than ordinary geniuses. Feng Jianian nodded solemnly. Although he's young, he's already a cultivator who's about to break through to the primary level right now. He's that amazing. Yan Tianan could barely keep his jaws closed. Within the same hardened body stage, the difference between a hardened body first layer and a hardened body stage third layer was akin to that between the heavens and the earth. Some people may never even be able to cross through it all their lives. In the Lin family alone, there was someone who had been stuck on the peak of the first layer for more than 100 years, and still couldn't even touch the gate to enlightenment. Besides, that person seems even younger than Feng Jianian. How terrifying must his cultivation rate be? Feng Jianian looked at Yan Tianan and was quite satisfied with his reaction. He nodded. You think it's scary too, right? We all admire him a lot. But, your Xuanian body type is really a bit, pitiable. The light in Yan Tianan's eyes dimmed in an instant. Saying that it was pitiable was already giving him quite a bit of face. It should be extremely terrible, instead. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose and said softly, yeah, I'm a double spiritual root cultivator with the wood and fire elements. Although wood and fire are divided into both yin and yang, if I don't cultivate the demonic path, then the yin portion is useless. The remaining yang wood and yang fire naturally conflicts with my yin spiritual roots. So I've never been able to succeed in refining medicinal pills. The yin fire in his body in addition to the yang nature of his spiritual roots, when these two opposite attributes are added together, it would be inevitable for his furnace to explode. Feng Jianian was chagrined at once and quickly said, actually, heaven never bars one's way. Since you have both the wood and fire spiritual roots, I believe that you'll definitely obtain your own fated opportunity one day and become a true alchemist. Yan Tianan nodded and said to Feng Jianian, I think so too. So if you discover that I succeed in refining pills one day, don't suspect that I've cultivated the demonic path again. Speaking of this, Feng Jianian felt like his face just got slapped. He quickly waved his hand and smiled bitterly, that is my fault. I won't doubt you again in the future. Yan Tianan said without much concern, it's okay, a lot of people tend to misunderstand me anyway, so I'm used to it. If anyone were to suspect me in the future, please say a few words on my behalf then. Feng Jianian nodded, of course, of course. Lin Xuanji still didn't seem pleased with Feng Jianian. He just stared at him coldly, causing Feng Jianian to feel more and more embarrassed and guilty. After he left a bottle of medicinal pills behind, he turned tail and ran. Yan Tianan blinked as he led Bai down. He took the bottle that Feng Jianian had left behind, opened it and said with some surprise, there are actually 10 expel cold pills inside. Lin Xuanji took out one pill and took a look. Although Feng Jianian is rather suggestible, he does know how to conduct himself. Yan Tianan nodded, yeah, I didn't expect that a cultivator of his status would apologize and try to make amends to me. That's not what I was talking about. Lin Xuanji shook his head, does Hen know what the highest realm of gift-giving is? Yan Tianan said, I don't know, I've never given gifts before. Lin Xuanji said, it's to be able to give the other party what they fancy and need. Yan Tianan nodded pensively, what Dage said does make sense. If a wrong gift is given, it could end up in grudges instead. Feng Jianian thinks that Yan Tianan has a Xuanian body type, while this bottle of medicinal pills from Feng Jianian was good medicine for suppressing the yin qi in Yan Tianan's body and relax his meridians and blood. Yan Tianan licked the corners of his mouth, then would it be effective for me to take this? Although he thinks Hen has a Xuanian body type, your body is actually a Ming Yin type. Lin Xuanji said, then paused and changed the subject, but eating it would bring you benefits and no harm, it's just that it wouldn't be too beneficial either. Yan Tianan revealed a wide grin, as long as there aren't any downsides to it, then it could be considered as beneficial, so it's better than nothing. Dage, don't worry ma, you're right. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan and rubbed his head. In the past, he never mentioned the Ming Yin body type in front of Yan Tianan. They might not even be able to find one person throughout the 5 continents mainlands with this sort of body type, and they could probably count the number of people who have even heard of it on one hand. In his past life, he only knew that Yan Tianan had a Ming Yin body by chance long after turning into a soul body. However, even though it was leaked, Lin Xuanji didn't really mind it. After all, the one who heard it was Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan rubbed the medicinal pill bottle and said with slight worry, Dage, I'm really worried that after we go to the middle continent, the powerful cultivators would be able to see through me at a glance. Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan's hand over and covered it with his warm palm. Just now, Feng Jianian had inadvertently reminded me that Ah Hen has a yin body in the first place, which is quite similar to that of demonic cultivators. It's not like this body type doesn't have its advantages. At the very least, it could serve as a cover for Ah Hen. Yan Tianan nodded and smiled. That's what I thought, too. As long as I declare to the outside world that I'm cultivating the alchemy path with a Xuanian body type, then no one would probably doubt me by then. Lin Xuanji revealed a slight smile too. Spectators see the game better than the players do. He had always been trapped in the thoughts of how to prevent people from seeing through Yan Tianan's internal demonic qi and yin qi after he walked down the demonic cultivation path, so he neglected that Yan Tianan's natural body type would easily mislead others to think that he was a demonic cultivator in the first place. This was why a lot of cultivators didn't regard Yan Tianan highly, and didn't want to get close to him either. Unexpectedly, this was what they meant by how there could be darkness under a lamp. People can't sense what's happening around them, so he would let Yan Tianan openly display his yin qi, then no one would doubt him of anything. After figuring this out, Lin Xuanji smiled lightly and took out a white robe embroidered with silver patterns from his storage bag, handing it to Yan Tianan. Dage, that's the robe I crafted for Ah Hen. Lin Xuanji carefully stroked the silver threads. I've added a defensive array to the threads on it. These fine beads can hide the yin qi on you. Ah Hen can go try it on to see if it fits. Yan Tianan hugged the robe tightly and looked at Lin Xuanji with much gratitude. Thank you, Dage. I thought that Dage only made clothes for Ah Ji and had forgotten all about me. Lin Xuanji laughed. Silly child. Yan Tianan ran behind a screen with the clothes to try them on. Lin Xuanji wondered if Ah Hen would like it. The thought had just flashed through his mind when he heard the soul bead utter HNG, and say with utter exasperation, fuck. How could he dare to not like a robe weaved from the silk of a 1,000-year-old fire silkworm, an 800-year-old thousand-vine defensive array, as well as a Ming River bead that would be difficult to buy even with 1,000 gold? Tisk, and you fucking used all those just to make clothes for that kid to wear. I only dared to be that luxurious when Benzun was at the peak of my glory. Lin Xuanji found it amusing when he heard that, since those materials fell out of the book, then of course, I would have to use them. And with my cultivation level, I can't use them to craft weapons, so I could only craft clothes. Apei Soul Bead rolled his eyes. Those materials are all treasures used to craft high-level weapons and magic treasures. They are extremely difficult to find, yet you wasted them just like that. If you can't craft them now, you can wait till later. Why don't you tell me what's wrong with your brain? Lin Xuanji didn't seem to mind it and just said lightly, what you're talking about is that if I were to leave those materials aside for later, and sell them at a high price once I can craft them into weapons, I would be able to obtain an even bigger profit. But, Ah Hen deserves the best. Whenever I see good items, I can't help myself from wanting to use them for him. I can't control that urge of mine. Chapter 139. Fully equipped for the journey. Soul Bead almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Frankly speaking, he felt that this kid had thick skin, a dark conscience, an ambitious heart, and very talented, which made him regard the kid very highly. But there was just one point of his that had always made him sneered at and looked down upon. Kid, you're totally devoted to him now, but in the future he would just come to think of your goodwill as something that's par for the course. You're raising a white-eyed wolf. Soul Bead exhorted earnestly. I would rather he bore no gratitude towards me, and treated my goodwill as par for the course. Lin Xuanji said with the face of an indulgent parent. Soul Bead shuddered, and cursed. Rotten wood can't be carved. Then he shut up and pretended to be dead. That kid has already suffered a chi deviation and can't be saved anymore. Yan Tianan walked out from behind the screen. The robe was a magic treasure that can tailor itself to the cultivator's figure, so it looked absolutely fitting for him. Yan Tianan looked down at his clothes and asked, Dage, does it look good? Lin Xuanji smiled and studied him, then nodded, it does. Ah Hen has a good figure, so anything would look good on you. Yan Tianan chuckled and lunged forward into Lin Xuanji's embrace. He hugged Lin Xuanji's neck and wiggled into his arms, then said with crescent-shaped eyes, Dage, you're so good to me. I like Dage the best. Lin Xuanji's heart felt absolutely warm. He thought that there was nothing more important in this world than Yan Tianan's happiness. Since you like it, I'll make a few more for Ah Hen in the future. Ba. Lin Xuanji smiled. It's better if you don't. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose and grinned. It's a bit of a waste for me to wear it. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan for a moment, then nodded pensively. Yeah, then I'll make it for Agu next time, Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan spoke out of a sense of righteousness. No, Agu doesn't like wearing new clothes. It's better for Dage to make them for me ba. Lin Xuanji laughed. Ling Chigu, who had just climbed in through the window. No, he likes them QAQ. Lin Xuanji looked at Ling Chigu with a profound gaze. That corpse has some intelligence. He knows when to run and when to come back. Yan Tianan looked at Ling Chigu too and nodded. Agu is very smart. He can feel my thoughts. Even if I don't say anything, he'll know what to do, so don't worry about Agu getting discovered easily. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Lin Xuanji said. I just wonder what his current combat level is. Even though Ling Chigu's cultivation had been maintained at the hardened body stage, that's only on the surface. In fact, no one can be sure of the level that could be brought into play in battle unless one actually engaged in a battle. Yan Tianan scratched his head and grinned. Although I don't know that, one thing I can be certain of is that Agu must be a lot stronger than me. Lin Xuanji. Well, that is true. Since that's the case, there's nothing for him to worry about. As soon as he turned around, Lin Xuanji saw Yan Tianan walk over to a small basket covered with a piece of cloth. He uncovered the cloth, revealing a gray and bald bird deep in slumber. Ah Bai and Hu Po went over to look at the bald bird. Hu Po looked disgusted. He didn't expect that Ah Hen had actually picked up an ugly and useless fellow who could really sleep a lot. Yan Tianan looked at the bald bird a little sadly. Dage, Mao Mao has always been sleeping. Do we take it with us? Mao Mao, Lin Xuanji asked. Yeah, that's the name I gave the bird. It looks so bald, so it must wish to have a lot more hair. Mao. Daddy used to say that when parents name their children, the names would always embody wonderful hope. Yan Tianan said with a lot of reasoning. Lin Xuanji's mouth twitched and thought, a fallen phoenix really isn't even as good as a chicken. Lin Xuanji had no energy to comment on the name of this phoenix. His gaze swept over the phoenix that was probably almost done absorbing an earth-level medicinal pill. It's such a small bird. Even if you do bring it along, it wouldn't take up too much space. Yan Tianan nodded. I think so, too. When we set off tomorrow, we'll have one bald bird, one Agu, and 2 tiger cubs. Lin Xuanji said. Just now, I went to our residence. Tomorrow, we'll probably have to set off together with the other people in our family for the Middle Continent. Yan Tianan was a little disappointed and pouted. I don't want to go with them. I only want to be with Dage. The other pupils from the Lin family don't treat Yan Tianan very well. In fact, most of them have insulted him before. In any case, it was only a matter of course for Yan Tianan to dislike them. However, Lin Xuanji had other considerations. Ah Hen, Dage wants to set off with you alone, too. But, this 100 families gathering will begin with families in its opening. If we split up right after leaving, others would easily think that the Lin family has a lot of internal strife. In that case, people with malicious intentions would take the chance to drive a wedge between us. Although I don't count on the Lin family, I don't want the Lin family to fall apart so early either. When he heard this, Yan Tianan stuck out his tongue and blinked charmingly. Dage, I was just saying that casually. I know what the pros and cons are. Lin Xuanji smiled. Okay then. We'll split up into a few carriages tomorrow to leave. By then, it'll be enough, as long as we don't sit with the annoying ones. Early next morning, hundreds of Lin people gathered in the main mansion of the Lin family to send off the 10 pupils who are about to represent the Lin family in the 100 families gathering. The 3 elders stood on a high platform as they looked at the 10 young men who were in high spirits, and for a moment, no one spoke. I wonder what our transportation will be this time, Lin Yuro said expectantly. Lin Zeji cast a glance at her. Apparently, it'll be a carriage driven by 3 chasing sun horses, and they can travel thousands of miles a day. All Lin Yuro uttered a surprised cry. Chasing sun horses are the most suitable horses for long journeys. Although they weren't demonic beasts, they are intelligent animals, and each horse costs at least 10,000 gold. These 15 chasing sun horses could be said to be the treasures of the Lin family. For the 100 families gathering 30 years ago, the Lin family only dispatched 3 people to attend it, and only gave them 3 chasing sun horses, 1 horse per person. They didn't even have a carriage. In comparison, it could be seen how much hope the Lin family was placing on the 100 Families Gathering this time. A few Lin family pupils revealed satisfied and pleased expressions. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Dong couldn't help from rubbing his palms together. When can we leave? I really want to see what it would look like for 3 chasing sun horses to pull one carriage. Lin Yao nodded. Once we reach Middle Continent, we'll definitely become the center of attention there, yeah. After all, we have 15 chasing sun horses. Lin Dong clicked his tongue. Lin Zeji was really happy at first, but after he cast a glance at Lin Xuanji by some chance, he realized that the other party merely maintained a composed expression, and didn't reveal a single trace of joy. Lin Zeji asked, Xuanji Tangdi, you don't look very proud of your achievements. Lin Xuanji lightly replied, it's merely a means of transportation. If we were to talk about being proud, although chasing sun horses are rarely seen in Qing City, it wouldn't be as conspicuous in the Middle Continent. There's nothing to be proud of. When Lin Zeji heard that, he felt extremely displeased and said with a long face, Xuanji Tangdi, why do you need to praise others and extinguish your own might at this kind of timing? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji cast a glance at him. I was just being realistic. Tisk, a bunch of brats who haven't seen the world. Lin Yangji sneered and walked over with Feng Jianian. When they saw Feng Jianian, a few Lin family pupils bowed. But Feng Jianian walked up to Lin Xuanji and greeted, fellow Xuanji. Lin Xuanji nodded. Fellow Feng, did you have a good rest last night? Feng Jianian nodded. Feng Jianian said, the 100 Families Gathering is at hand, so I'll have to leave first and go to the Feng family to have a look. Therefore, I won't be traveling with you guys. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji smiled lightly, I won't send you off then. Lin Yangji's cold glance swept across Lin Xuanji, my younger sister and I will leave with Xishang, so we'll leave first, too, and won't travel with you guys. Lin Yar revealed a mocking smile and said slowly, Xuanji Tangdi, we'll arrive at the Middle Continent very soon, the rest of you can slowly make your way there. Lin Xuanji just said lightly, I approve it, the two of you can leave now. Lin Yangji's expression changed, Lin Xuanji's gaze turned slightly cold. I was appointed by the head to be the supervising officer of the Lin family in the 100 Families Gathering, so you should report to me. Now that I've approved your leave, what else do you have to say about it? Lin Yangji was so stifled his breathing became irregular. He grit his teeth and pointed at Lin Xuanji, don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you'll suffer what you deserve one day. Lin Xuanji said, you don't need to worry about that. The time has come, you can go now. It was as if Feng Jianian didn't see the shadows of the swords they exchanged and smiled, I'll wait for your arrival in Sky Peak City. After Feng Jianian spoke, he took out a magic treasure that was about as long as a finger from his storage bag and tossed it up into the sky. The magic treasure turned into a boat that looked like a green leaf. Feng Jianian waved his sleeves and jumped onto it, with Lin Yangji and Lin Yar following close behind. Within the blink of an eye, the leaf boat had vanished into the sea of clouds. The Lin family pupils stared at the shadow that had disappeared into the sea of clouds with both envy and jealousy, and couldn't help themselves from commenting. That transportation tool is really flashy. It would be great if I had one, too. Lin Yangji Tangshang should be the most impressive person in our generation. Ba. In comparison, the chasing sun horses really don't seem to be worth mentioning anymore. Lin Zeji's complexion turned pale. He walked over to Lin Xuanji and asked, Xuanji Tangdi, when you said that the head asked you to be the supervising officer of the Lin family during this 100 Families Gathering, was that true? He would rather Lin Xuanji had just said that in order to anger Lin Yangji. Lin Xuanji looked at him, of course, it's true. Lin Zeji's heart sank, then, who would follow us? Don't tell me they intend to let us go by ourselves. One must know that during the 100 Families Gathering every year, it was very easy to suffer ambushes on the way to the said gathering. On the way there, many families' young sprouts die, and thus, the protection of an expert was necessary. Lin Xuanji said lightly, the head has already dispatched 20 experts who are at least of a foundation stage and above to protect us. There's even a primary level cultivator amongst them, so you don't need to worry about safety. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Primary level cultivator. Lin Zeji's eyes widened, who is it? Me. A young man dressed in a purple robe had one leg over his other knee as he sat on a blue luan, and jumped down from the air. He leaned lazily against the blue luan with a feather fan in his hand, and cast a glance at Lin Xuanji. Lil, Xuanji, it's only been a few days, so why have you grown so tall? And you're even getting more beautiful by the day. Lin Xuanji said, Fourth Elder, I haven't seen you in about 5 to 6 years. The one who came was the Lin family's fourth elder, Lin Liuchun. He was an elusive person who traveled outside all year round, seldom spotted in the Lin family. The last time Lin Xuanji saw Lin Liuchun was 6 years ago. Chapter 140. Setting off, Lin Liuchun looked at Lin Xuanji with his long, narrow eyes for a moment, and came to a sudden realization, oh that's right, it's already been 6 years since I've returned home, but when I drank with your father a few days ago, he mentioned that your sword skills have been getting more and more exquisite. Lin Yan couldn't bear to look at him, and the other Lin family disciples all had faces full of confusion. They couldn't understand what this person was saying or doing. Lin Xuanji was unmoved, and merely looked at him peacefully as he said, my father had already passed away 2 years ago. Lin Liuchun froze, then sat up straight. Passed away? Lin Xuanji nodded his head. The family should have sent someone to inform you of that some time ago. Lin Liuchun thought for a moment, then used his fan to tap his head when he realized, that's right, he definitely did die. I was wondering why in this period of time no one looked for me to drink wine together. But well, if he's dead, then so be it. Is there anyone who can say that they won't die? Yan Tianan pursed his lips, what do you mean? If he's dead, then so be it. You are being way too disrespectful to the dead right now. How am I being disrespectful? Lin Liuchun looked towards Yan Tianan with his eyebrows slightly scrunched up. His expression then rapidly changed, his mouth hooking up into a smile. Little beauty, you've also grown up quite a bit. Yan Tianan covered up his face and vigilantly took 2 steps back. He hid behind Lin Xuanji and peeked out. Why are you speaking so truthfully now? Haha, there's no need for the little beauty to be angry, I won't say it if you don't want me to. Lin Liuchun gave out a hearty laugh. Lin Yuro and the others revealed an expression of disbelief. They wondered what the hell these people were talking about. Their conversation was all over the place, and sounded completely nonsensical. And calling him little beauty. It would have been one thing if it were Lin Xuanji, he really does have looks that are hard to find fault with, but to call Yan Tianan that, is this person blind? Fourth Elder, don't tease Ah Hen anymore, Lin Xuanji said, also, I no longer practice the sword nowadays. Lin Liuchun assessed Lin Xuanji with his eyes, and said yes, you are now a craftsman. It's much more impressive than a mere sword cultivator. In the past, you weren't given any heavy responsibilities though you were such a strong sword cultivator. But as soon as you changed paths and became a craftsman, you managed to gain the family's trust and become the supervising officer. Lin Xuanji was a little speechless, gloomily thinking, this fourth elder really never changes, he's constantly drawing hatred for him. The other disciples of Lin family secretly grinded their teeth. They stared at Lin Xuanji with jealous and envious gazes. Only a few in the crowd felt that the situation had little to do with them. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji, and said, Fourth Elder, what you said was not right. Lin Liuchun looked at him from the corner of his eye, how so? Yan Tianan said, while my brother was still a sword cultivator, he was also entrusted with responsibilities. It's just that at that time, my brother was away from Lin family, and a distant well cannot quench one's thirst, so the head didn't arrange any work for him. Lin Liuchun let out a PFT and laughed, patting Yan Tianan on the shoulder a few times. Your brother will always be the best in your eyes no matter what he's like. Yan Tianan nodded his head, you have discerning eyes. Lin Zeji almost couldn't stand these people standing around flattering each other. He stepped forward and said, Fourth Elder, it's about time for us to set off Ba. Don't you know how to watch your words? Lin Liuchun rolled his eyes, you can't throw around the words, set off, others who don't understand may think we're heading for the gates of hell. In fact, all of the major families that are ranked highly function like this. When the black, stone doors that were 10 feet tall fully opened, 5 horse-drawn carriages appeared before the eyes of those who were present. The carriages looked incredibly exquisite. They were also quite large, 5 or 6 people could easily fit into one without problem. Every carriage had 3 chasing sun horses pulling it, as well as 3 sturdy-bodied coachmen. Behind the carriages, there were 20 death knights wearing the clothes of the Lin family. They each rode upon a black Qingyan horse that was of a somewhat low quality. Their expressions were respectful, their backs were straight, and they were clad in armor. Furthermore, their attitudes were daunting and frightening. The people present were shocked by this. The younger generation had never seen Lin family be this extravagant before. Additionally, when Lin Zan was still around, the family preferred to keep their heads down and keep a low profile. Is the Lin family planning on steamrolling our competitors? Lin Liuchun stroked the tail feather of his blue luan and raised his eyebrow while studying the arrangement before him. Slowly following the steps of his bird, he arrived at the side of the first carriage. Lin Xuanji came forward, leading Lin Xuanji along. To win the entire competition would be difficult, but doing well enough to become a first-class family is much easier. Lin Liuchun tapped his toes and floated into the carriage. He reached out his finger from the window and crooked it. The blue luan bird transformed into a palm-sized small bird, and landed on his finger. It cried twice, and even lowered its head to peck at his fingertips. You're really quite arrogant, like a newborn calf that doesn't know how to fear the tiger. Lin Liuchun laughed, but I like those like you who can't properly estimate their strength and yet has so much enthusiasm. Lin Xuanji softly smiled, but declined to comment upon Lin Liuchun's evaluation. He gestured towards the people behind him. Except for the second carriage, everyone should find a place for themselves to sit. Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan to enter the second carriage. The two tiger cubs followed up, and once they were in the spacious carriage, they started leaping around excitedly non-stop. Lin Zeji looked at the two carriages in front and couldn't help but grind his teeth. He quietly thought, this Lin Xuanji is really good at finding conveniences for himself. But then again, he's designated supervisor after all. Lin Zeji swallowed his anger and entered the third carriage, but before he could sit down, Lin Dong quickly followed him in. Lin Zeji coldly gazed at him and said, sit with those in the back. Lin Dong rubbed his nose and smiled in a fawning manner. The carriages in the back already have the two young missies sitting in them, so it's not very convenient for me to try to enter now. Besides, a young master such as you should have a little servant around to pour tea for you. How about you let me take on that role for you? Lin Zeji wanted to get angry, but after thinking it over, Lin Dong's words weren't unreasonable. It's unknown why, but during this long journey, the young masters and missies who have never needed to be self-sufficient in their lives weren't allowed to bring any servants to tend to them. This made Lin Zeji suspect that Lin Xuanji was deliberately retaliating against them because he had no servants at all when he had turned into a good-for-nothing bitch that Lin Xuanji. However, since someone willingly and eagerly sent themselves to his door to become a servant for him, Lin Zeji naturally wouldn't refuse. Lin Zeji glanced at the smiling Lin Dong from the corner of his eyes, then you can stay. Many thanks to young master Zeji, Lin Dong said excitedly. Lin Dong is clearly trying to kiss up to Li Zeji, so he was willing to bear the hardship without complaint. The fifth elder stood on top of the towering testing stone and looked down at the procession preparing for their journey. Unhurriedly and with great confidence, he said, each and every one of you are the descendants and pride of the Lin family. This time, you will be visiting the Middle Continent to take part in the 100 Families gathering. Keep one thing in mind, together, we are strong, but apart, we are weak. Regardless of whatever problems you have had with one another, the interest of the Lin family must come first. With a united front, the Lin family could become a proper first-class family, do you understand? Understood, everyone said in unison. The fifth elder nodded his head. His gaze landed on the second carriage and he said, Lin Xuanji, you will be my stand-in for this 100 Families gathering. If anyone dares to make an unreasonable fuss or fight against you, you can punish them according to the Lin family laws without the need to report to me first, Lin Xuanji said. Xuanji understands. Elder, please rest assured, I will put forth all my efforts to make sure Lin family keeps its dignity. The fifth elder was extremely satisfied and waved his hand. Go with that order. The 15 horses that pulled 4 carriages neighed towards the sky. They galloped with their straight and powerful legs, and like an arrow released from a bow, furiously charged forward. 20 Death Knights quickly followed behind in a neat formation to protect the carriages, facing north where the sun was rising. The horses were spurred on, and with great momentum, they headed west. Dust was kicked up as soon as they moved, and within the blink of an eye, that dust in the air was the only trace of them that was left behind. The 100 Families gathering was about to begin. There are 3 major families in Qing City, but the departure time of each family is different. Once they left Qing City, Yan Tianan stuck his head out of the window and gazed at the scenery racing past. Dage, this is actually my first time traveling so far. Yan Tianan held Ah Bai in his lap, stroking his fur now and then. Bai looked like a little lazy cat that was sticking his stomach out. He felt very comfortable being hugged by Yan Tianan. This is also my first time visiting the Middle Continent, Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan looked at the mountains outside, and worriedly said, Dage, I don't know if Ajiyu is able to keep up with our speed. 3 chasing sun horses, all furiously galloping as they pulled the carriages along. This speed isn't something that just anyone could easily keep up with. Lin Xuanji's eyes were half closed. There shouldn't be a problem, Ajiyu should be able to catch up. Yan Tianan turned his head around. Hu Po was actually lying on his shoulders. How can Dage be so certain? I made him a pair of piercing cloud boots. When running, they should be able to increase the speed of his steps. Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan's eyes widened. He came over to sit beside Lin Xuanji and asked, when did you make the pair of piercing cloud boots? Why don't I know about it at all? Lin Xuanji tapped him on the nose. Last night, you slept very soundly and it wasn't convenient to wake you. I gave him the shoes in private, otherwise, no matter how capable he is, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the speed of 3 chasing sun horses. Yan Tianan felt inexplicably stifled. His brother actually met up with Ajiyu behind his back to give him gifts. Moreover, Ajiyu, who listened to him the most, actually didn't inform him of something so important. Yan Tianan actually felt like he was being abandoned. Yan Tianan said sourly, Dage, you really care about Ajiyu, don't you? You're always thinking about him no matter where you are. Lin Xuanji nodded his head. He is going to be protecting you after all. I need to make sure that his equipment is in order. Yan Tianan paused. Dage did all that for me. Lin Xuanji looked at him. Otherwise, why do you think I would care so much for a corpse? Especially a corpse that was getting particularly close to Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan burst into a smile, then leaned over and gave Lin Xuanji a kiss on the cheek. The 2 tiger cubs felt like they couldn't keep on watching. They quickly jumped off Yan Tianan and leapt towards the window, sticking their head out and looking at the scenery flying by. Lin Xuanji's pupils dilated. Unfortunately, even Yan Tianan himself didn't notice what these actions of his meant for Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan, Dage, when will we stop to rest? Lin Xuanji, we set off at sunrise, and we'll stop at every sunset. Yan Tianan calculated, there is still 2 hours to go before we can rest then. Lin Xuanji asked, Hen has something he wants to do. Yan Tianan blinked, I want to take a look at Ajiyu. And while he was at it, he wanted to have a proper chat about life with Ajiyu, such as how secret rendezvous and gift exchanges were definitely matters that are prohibited. Chapter 141, Yuyong appears. Night fell. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The procession stopped to rest at the foot of a mountain. After dinner, Yan Tianan used the excuse of personal problems to disappear behind a dune while no one was paying attention. Behind the mound stood a figure with a straight back, dressed in a black robe which helped him blend into the night. Yan Tianan's gaze actually fell upon this person's feet. With embroidered cloud motifs, the piercing cloud boots looked novel and beautiful, with exquisite workmanship. They emanated the aura of a high-grade magic treasure, enough to make people's eyes green with jealousy. Yan Tianan said with a taut face, Ajiyu, when did my Dage give you those boots? Ling Chigu had no monetary or material needs, he didn't care much about wearing or not wearing clothes. There was no way that he would have gotten those shoes on his own, they could only have been given by Lin Xuanji. Ling Chigu stared back unblinkingly. Yan Tianan squinted at him for a bit and then sighed. Never mind, I forgot that you only know how to follow my orders. You are not yet capable of speaking or expressing your opinions. But the next time my brother gives you something, you have to tell me. Ling Chigu continued to stare for a moment, then squatted down and immediately started removing his boots. Yan Tianan was shocked. He quickly squatted down and patted Ling Chigu on the shoulder. I didn't want to try and take it from you, I I wanted to know what he had given you so I could ask him to make another one for me tomorrow. Yan Tianan showed a little shame after saying that. After thinking about it again, his brother really was a very busy person, yet he actually had the nerve to take up more of his time. It was true that Lin Xuanji treated him very well, but it wasn't something that could be taken for granted. He never did anything for him, so where did he get the guts to ask Lin Xuanji to fulfill his requests? Yan Tianan scratched his face and patted Ling Chigu. Ajiyu, I've wronged you these past couple days. Once we've arrived at the East Continent, I will find a place for you to stay, I won't force you to live in the wild anymore. Even though it was clearly written in that corpses were merely killing tools for the Imperial Corpse user, Yan Tianan would never treat Ling Chigu as a tool. Moreover, he already considered Ling Chigu as a brother in arms. Though they had never fought together or seen blood, they had at least gone through several thrilling instances of almost being caught together. Ling Chigu, under the sincere gaze of Yan Tianan, slowly nodded his head. Yan Tianan was stunned, and then said with pleasant surprise, You've learned how to nod then in the future, you should also be able to speak with me, right? Ling Chigu fell silent once more. Yan Tianan didn't push him. He already knew that this corpse was beginning to have a consciousness. It was possible in the future for the corpse to act exactly like a living person, indistinguishable to the human eye. However, the body would always be ice cold. No matter how similar they could be to living people, they would never be alive. Yan Tianan sat on the dune and chatted with Ling Chigu. After a while, Yan Tianan had the thought that if he really had gone to relieve himself, there must be something medically wrong with him for him to take so long. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. A moment later, he stood up and patted his butt and blinked at Ling Chigu. I'll leave first. We'll start traveling really early in the morning, you should get some rest. After that he smacked himself in the head and said, Sorry, I forgot that you don't need to sleep anymore. Ling Chigu serenely looked at Yan Tianan, yet his handsome face seemed to be a shade more resentful. Yan Tianan felt some guilt, blinked his eyes and laughed. He turned around, prepared to run away, when suddenly a talisman stuck itself to his forehead and he froze. Unable to move, Ling Chigu shuddered as if he were struck by lightning, then aimed a palm strike towards the sky, only to see a grey crane mount which had no time to dodge or even cry get its throat slit by a fierce sword chi. The bird plummeted out of the sky. Ling Chigu prepared another strike. Holy fuck! A voice rang out. Yan Tianan was shocked, and said, stop. The wind caused by the strike just brushed against Duan Yuyong's neck as it flew past. Duan Yuyong fell from the air. His actions couldn't be called elegant, but they also weren't necessarily embarrassing. At least he didn't do a belly flop. What the fuck? Duan Yuyong sprawled on the ground and pointed at Ling Chigu with a shocked and horrified expression. What is that? Wah heavens, it's not alive, is it? Hen, what are you doing? Although there was a 100-meter tall dirt mound blocking Yan Tianan, the disturbance was enough to alert a cultivator. The moment the gray crane got cut and fell down, Lin Xuanji stood up and said, All of you stay here, I'll go check it out. Now, Yan Tianan hadn't even opened his mouth to respond before Lin Xuanji appeared by his side. Lin Xuanji's gaze swept across Duan Yuyong's horrified expression, and softly ordered Ling Chigu, leave. Ling Chigu remained motionless. His left hand prepared a seal, and his entire body was tensed for a fight. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Yan Tianan finally shook off his shock and ordered, quickly leave this place, I'll be fine. Only then did Ling Chigu take action, jumping and flying towards the mountain forests. Lin Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Tianan breathed a sigh of relief. Duan Yuyong also inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Wait a second, Laozi had almost been killed by that thing, why should I be relieved? The sound of footsteps gradually increased. Lin Liuchun appeared before the three people with a displeased expression upon his face. It's the middle of the night, what are you doing? So you think you kids have all grown up now, huh? Duan Yuyong had never seen Lin Liuchun before, but that didn't mean that he wasn't able to notice the overwhelming pressure that the strong person in front of him exuded. Duan Yuyong immediately made a well-behaved expression and nodded his head. This one hasn't seen predecessor for a long time. Predecessor looks well and full of spirits. Lin Liuchun immediately smiled and said, Xiao Yuyong is the same as before. Your words are as sweet as honey. Your mother should be able to refine earth-level pills by now, right? Duan Yuyong suddenly froze. He only had one mother who was able to refine medicinal pills, but this mother had never been able to practice at the earth level. Additionally, she had already died long ago. Lin Xuanji could tell that Lin Liuchun's strange amnesia was acting up again. He stepped forward and said, Fourth Elder, this isn't a good place to talk, let's continue elsewhere. Lin Liuchun squinted his eyes at the talisman stuck on Yan Tianan's forehead. He raised his hand and gently tore it off. Yan Tianan touched his forehead and said, Thank you, Fourth Elder. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Liuchun had already started walking away, Duan Yuyong tugged Lin Xuanji's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "What's the situation?" Lin Xuanji tapped his forehead. "His memory is not good, just go with the flow." Duan Yuyong nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, it turns out he is the fourth elder who wanders outside Yantian and held the talisman and said, 'The fourth elder is very handsome, isn't he?'" "He is." Duan Yuyong held his chin and nodded. He clicked his tongue. "He actually tore off this young master's talisman like it was nothing, so I can tell his abilities are not average. Looks like he'll be able to match up to Honorable Me." Lin Xuanji swept his gaze across Duan Yuyong. "Fourth elder is a primary level cultivator, what are you thinking?" Duan Yuyong laughed with a thick face. "It turns out he's very strong. Perhaps, in a few years, I will be like him." After saying that, Duan Yuyong's smile turned into a bitter laugh. Seeing this, Lin Xuanji understood something. Yan Tianan passed the talisman back to Duan Yuyong and asked, "Yuyong Gerger, why are you here by yourself? Where is the rest of the Duan family?" Duan Yuyong casually took the yellow paper. "I really did come by myself. Originally, I had gone to the Lin family to find you, only to learn that you had already left. The Duan family is probably going to leave in a few days. I rented a gray crane for myself to come and find you." Speaking of the gray crane, Duan Yuyong grimaced. "Bitch, that crane was rented. I'm not getting my 5 gold deposit back." Yan Tianan touched his nose with a faint feeling of guilt. Duan Yuyong remembered, and grabbed the back collar of Yan Tianan's robe. "Hen, you still haven't properly explained what that thing was." Yan Tianan blinked innocently. "What, that thing, are you talking about? Yuyong Gerger, are you hallucinating?" Duan Yuyong revealed a rather deep and profound smile. Lin Xuanji couldn't bear to continue watching, and removed Duan Yuyong's hand from Yan Tianan's collar. He tossed him a look. "We'll explain it later. For now, keep your mouth shut." Duan Yuyong made a gesture of shutting up. Once they arrived at the gathering place of the Lin family juniors, Duan Yuyong received greetings from many people. Duan Yuyong waved his hand at these people and said with no shame, "Don't be too excited to see this young master. Go ahead and continue with what you were doing, go. Lin Xuanji, acting like this was just asking to be beaten up. Duan Yuyong was infamous for being a vicious tyrant who bullies both men and women and could commit all kinds of atrocities. Therefore, Lin Yuro stared at him with surprise and vigilance. "Young master of the Duan family, why have you appeared in the Lin family's group?" Duan Yuyong reached out and slung his arm across Yan Tianan's shoulders. "I came to look for Hen. You can rest assured, this young master has absolutely no interest in you." Lin Yuro was so mad her face turned red. She glared at Duan Yuyong, then picked herself up and entered the horse carriage. Duan Yuyong clicked his tongue. "Really can't take any teasing. Hen is more fun to play with after all." Yan Tianan nodded his head. "Bullying honest people is the best." Duan Yuyong. Lin Liuchun ate a couple pieces of dry rations, then gestured at Lin Xuanji. "It's your friend, take care of him yourself. Have you arranged the Death Knights who will be on lookout duty tonight?" Lin Xuanji said, "That has already been arranged. Does fourth elder want to hear about it?" Lin Liuchun, too lazy to listen to it, properly entertain the kid. After Lin Liuchun returned to the carriage, the other disciples filed into their carriages as well. If not, they found a nearby location to meditate. Speaking of that, most of them had spent the entire day meditating away in the carriage. They were, after all, on the road to the 100 Families gathering. As the 100 Families gathering approached, people got more and more anxious. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan retreated to a tree near where Duan Yuyong first appeared. It was close enough to still be under the protection of the Death Knights, while making sure to avoid the other Lin family members. Lin Xuanji looked at the pale and dusty Duan Yuyong and asked, "Did you let your elders know before coming here?" Duan Yuyong leaned on the tree and let out a sigh. "They know. My father scolded me for a while, but all he did was scold me. Looks like he's still acting like how a biological father should." Duan Yuyong chuckled. "I've already had someone investigate the meals that I receive once a day. Why don't you guess what the results are?" Lin Xuanji's gaze met Duan Yuyong's. "What is it?" Duan Yuyong touched his chin and acted like he was guessing. "Apparently a medicinal liquid has been added that uses breaking yang grass as an ingredient. Its properties are inconspicuous, no taste and no color, and its effects only become obvious after daily consumption. Well, the effect is chronic poisoning." Yan Tianan was shocked and almost jumped up. "Chronic poisoning? Chapter 142. Chronic poisoning. Duan Yuyong exhaled a faint, foul breath. Yes. The poison in my body has already accumulated for more than 10 years, and it has seeped into my internal organs, muscles and bones. It wouldn't kill me, but I'm afraid that my cultivation would at most be able to reach the foundation stage. Ba Yan Tianan was stunned. He muttered, how could that be? Breaking yang grass. She's really vicious. Strong aversion flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. That kind of herb is a poisonous yin item for taking away one's ability to produce heirs. If taken for too long, it'll affect future generations. You're pretty knowledgeable about that. Duan Yuyong laughed. I don't think I'll ever be able to have any children of my own in this life. The Duan family will belong to Duan Yuhao from now on. Just by listening to the name, breaking yang grass, one can know what its effect is. This kind of spiritual herb is very powerful, and not common. It is extremely difficult to refine it into pills because of its special attributes, so most alchemists will refine it into medicinal liquid. But even if that's the case, to an alchemist, it would require great effort to refine breaking yang grass. After consuming breaking yang grass and having it accumulate in the body over a long period of time, it will disperse the internal yang qi of the one who consumes it, and gradually increase their yin qi. In fact, if he had taken it for a few more years, Duan Yuyong may even start exhibiting female characteristics. But he did not dare show it. He was afraid that the malicious person would sense something and kill him to prevent him from divulging the secret. When Lin Xuanji saw Duan Yuyong's despondent look, he couldn't help but feel sympathetic. What do you plan to do now? Lin Xuanji asked. What can I do? Duan Yuyong laughed at himself and leaned against a tree as he looked at the sky. I don't want to care about the Duan family's affairs anymore. Since they want the Duan family, then let them take it. Ba. I only have about 100 more years left to live. There are so many places in this world I haven't seen or walked through yet. I have to start planning for myself now too. Yan Tianan looked worried as well, and comforted. There may be other ways to get rid of the poison. Yuyong Gerger, don't feel too depressed. Duan Yuyong smiled and shrugged. There's nothing for me to feel depressed about. I just feel that fate is impermanent. Why care about other people's gazes? I suddenly realized that I don't really like Yuan Tianwen that much anymore. Yan Tianan was stunned. Yuyong Gerger, I didn't know that you had always liked him so much. Duan Yuyong said in a bad mood, at the very least, we've slept together so many times, so even if there aren't any feelings, some must have sprouted from all that sleeping. Yan Tianan was flabbergasted. You slept with him, and the two of you slept together many times. Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan to his side and cast a dissatisfied glance at Duan Yuyong. There are children around, pay attention to what you say. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yeah, I don't understand anything. Yan Tianan blinked with an innocent face. Duan Yuyong narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Yan Tianan. After a short moment, the corners of his lips suddenly curved up and he smiled evilly. Hen ah, you've even followed Gerger to brothels before. Have you forgotten all about that? Yan Tianan looked at Duan Yuyong with sympathetic eyes. Duan Yuyong realized something and shut his mouth up, then his gaze started wandering elsewhere. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji squinted and stared at Duan Yuyong. You took Ah Hen to brothels. How could I? Who would dare take him to brothels? I was just spouting nonsense. Duan Yuyong swore to the heavens and guaranteed repeatedly, I didn't lead your younger brother astray. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hen. Have you ever been to one? Lin Xuanji asked. No. Yan Tianan answered without hesitation. Have you ever been to one? Lin Xuanji's eyes turned slightly cold. Yan Tianan shut his mouth, then lowered his head and didn't dare speak. Lin Xuanji pinched Yan Tianan's cheeks. Go back to the carriage to rest. Yan Tianan tossed a gaze at Duan Yuyong to say, all the best, before jumping and limping as he ran away. Duan Yuyong, bitch it, why do I have such a loose mouth? Let me explain that to you a little. Duan Yuyong laughed twice and cleared his throat. You should know about Ah Hen's body too. He has a natural yin body, so there will probably be a lot of people who will have designs on him. You need to let him understand that way of the world in advance, otherwise, he may not even know when he's being taken advantage of in the future. Lin Xuanji stared at Duan Yuyong furtively, and his gaze made the hairs on Duan Yuyong stand on their end. Hey, say something. Why are you staring at honorable me like that? It's not my fault for being handsome. Duan Yuyong muttered, don't suspect me. Even though I'm not that good a person, I definitely won't harm him. Thank you, Lin Xuanji said, I've seen how you treat Hen, and I naturally believe what you said. Duan Yuyong breathed a sigh of relief and patted Lin Xuanji's shoulder. I'm glad you understand, Lin Xuanji. Hen's body has secrets that you can't even imagine. In the future, you may learn of them one by one, but I hope that if his secrets start getting revealed one day, you won't be the one to expose them. Duan Yuyong smiled, you can rest assured that if I had ever planned on revealing his secrets, I would have already tattled to your fourth elder when I was attacked by that yin corpse. Lin Xuanji's eyes deepened, so you really do know of it. Yin corpse arts, a proper demonic cultivation method. If nothing else, I can still be considered well-read. After he said that, Duan Yuyong's eyes clouded over with envy. He sure is lucky to have you as an older brother. I'm the lucky one to have such a good younger brother. The corners of Duan Yuyong's lips twitched. Why is he trying to irritate himself? Lin Xuanji, it's getting late, and you've chased us all this way here, so you must be tired. How about you stay with us tonight? Duan Yuyong smiled, all right, then I'll be imposing on you. But I'll be fine with sleeping in a tent. Lin Xuanji, it looks like you are well prepared. Duan Yuyong took out a palm-sized bag from his storage ring and threw it towards the ground. The bag opened up into a thick triangle-shaped tent. Well, I am someone who plans on traveling the world soon. Duan Yuyong entered his tent. Good night. Once Lin Xuanji entered the carriage, Yan Tianan sat up from the bench he was lying on, and Bai, who was using him as a pillow, also rolled over. He looked at Lin Xuanji. Did Yuyong Gerger ask about Yu? Yan Tianan asked with some hesitance. Lin Xuanji made him sit down on the couch. He knows, but didn't speak much of it. Yan Tianan said, Dage, do you think Yuyong Gerger hates me? How could he? Lin Xuanji looked into Yan Tianan's clear eyes. You've never done any bad things or hurt anyone. If he loathed you because you're refining corpses, then you need not see him as a friend anymore. He understands what is important. Yan Tianan thought for a while before lightly nodding his head. Yan Tianan leaned against Lin Xuanji's shoulder. Yuyong Gerger is probably feeling really horrible now, but I'm too dumb and don't know how to comfort him. Lin Xuanji lightly kissed Yan Tianan's forehead. What he needs right now isn't necessarily comfort, but a way out. Yan Tianan's forehead wrinkled, but he was harmed by that woman, doesn't he want revenge? Everyone makes their own choices and walks their own path. Perhaps he isn't doing anything because he can't bear to hurt people who are his family, or perhaps he was so disgusted by their actions that he doesn't want to be involved with them anymore. This is his own path, we can't pry. Yan Tianan firmly hugged Lin Xuanji's waist. If someone does something like that to me one day, I would definitely never let them go without payback. Lin Xuanji only smiled faintly, but his heart felt stifled. In the last life, the one who made Yan Tianan's life miserable was him, and Yan Tianan's cultivation at that time was enough to retaliate against him, yet he never did. Lin Xuanji was suddenly struck by an impulse. He wanted to ask why Yan Tianan was so devoted to him in his past life, but he ought not to, and he couldn't. Lin Xuanji could only sigh in his heart. He rubbed the head of Yan Tianan and said, it's time to go to bed. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The convoy set off early next morning. Duan Yuyong had wormed his way into Lin Xuanji's carriage and didn't leave it the entire day. Other disciples of the Lin family expressed their dissatisfaction with the addition of an individual who could be considered a rival, but they couldn't find any bone to pick with Duan Yuyong. Coupled with the authority that Lin Xuanji held in his hand, no one dared to try and complain. 10 days passed in this manner. The convoy bypassed the border between the East and Middle continents, and it was now possible to see part of Middle continent. Next, they passed through lofty mountains and the large cities along the main road. And at last, they saw Sky Peak City. Sky Peak City is situated at a very high place, and the entire city is built on a mountain. It is difficult to attack, but easy to defend. Sky Peak Sect, the backer of the city, is located on even higher ground. The mountain in sight now that you can't see the peak of is one of the entrances to the sect. The corner of that building over there is one of the corners of the city lord's mansion. Lin Liuchen's mood was surprisingly good as he took the time to teach the Lin family pupils. The carriages stopped at the foot of the mountains to take a rest as they had traveled several tens of thousands of miles by now. Yan Tianan, however, displayed his youthful energy and was interested in the words of the fourth elder. Then what is the mountain in front of us called? Lin Liuchun said lazily, the mountain you see now is a great place. There are many treasures on it, monsters and beasts run wild within and flock about in groups, and spiritual plants cover its land. It is a natural place for training and cultivation. You can survive off whatever's available in the mountain. Many cultivators in Sky Peak City grew up in this Yudai mountain, and they rely on the demonic beasts they hunt and the spiritual plants and treasures they find from the mountain to exchange for money. Everyone revealed a yearning look. Although there is a similar mountain in Qing City, it couldn't be compared with this Yudai mountain range which circled the entire city. Lin Zeji looked eager. Fourth elder, will we be able to hunt there too? Lin Liuchun's lips curved up, you can but with everyone's level right now, I'm afraid that all of you will be bitten into pieces the second you step inside. Chapter 143. Wangfu family, didn't you say that the people here have been venturing into the mountains ever since they were young? Lin Yuro asked, puzzled. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Even if they were venturing, they were still not alone but were instead accompanied by their ancestors, who are familiar with the situation in the mountains. Lin Liuchun said with a smile. Besides, the person accompanying them should at least be above the foundation stage, and they will not venture deep into the mountains. They will also take special care to avoid the places where large demonic beasts come and go. No one knows what kinds of monsters reside deep in the mountains. Lin Yuro nodded pensively. Lin Zeji said, before coming here, I heard that the Middle Continent had already delivered a map to every family. We can follow the instructions on the map and go straight through the forest road they opened up, pass through Yudai Mountain, and reach Sky Peak City before sunset. Standing right in front of the procession, Lin Xuanji looked at the ancient trees that flourished with abundant branches and leaves. I'm afraid that we'll have to choose another road. Lin Zeji frowned. We'll have to bypass Yudai Mountain if we take the other road. In that case, the time we'll arrive at Sky Peak City will be delayed for 2 whole days. Lin Xuanji flatly cast a glance at him and said, you may dare to use the map they gave, but I don't. Lin Zeji gritted his teeth and endured it. Lin Xuanji turned around to Lin Liuchun and said, Fourth Elder, how do you feel about us taking a detour and prioritizing safety? Lin Liuchun smiled and waved his fan as he said, it's fine for you to make the decision, why are you asking me? Lin Xuanji nodded and looked at the sky. He said, it's getting late. The foot of Yudai Mountain isn't safe either. Let's set off now, ba. Lin Zeji felt like he had lost all face, so he went back to his carriage. As soon as the Lin family's convoy was ready to leave, they heard the sound of galloping approach from the distance behind them. Lin Xuanji lifted the curtains and looked back. Everything that one could think of was flying in the air and running on land, and they were all dashing towards them. From a distance, Lin Xuanji saw the family emblem emblazoned on the flag that fluttered in the wind, as well as 2 intimidating-looking Wangfu, written with golden Taoist arts. Lin Xuanji was stunned. He let the curtain fall down and gently knocked on a corner of the soft couch. Ah hen, go down to see who they are. Yan Tianan nodded and jumped down from the carriage. Ah Bai and Hu Po also followed along and ran happily behind him. Aside from Yan Tianan, many other Lin family pupils also looked back from their carriages. A snow eagle with golden eyes and sharp claws saw the 2 running balls from the air. A glint of starving desire flashed through its savage eyes. It immediately dived fiercely and hastily snatched at the white ball. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. The enlarged image of a ferocious beast was reflected sharply in Yan Tianan's eyes. He was just about to pick the 2 balls up and run, but who expected Abai and Hu Po to react even faster? They roared at the snow eagle, and 2 thick bolts of lightning, one from either side, struck the snow eagle on its wings. It gave a hiss of pain, twisted its body and flapped its injured wings, and flew to hide in the convoy that was now in sight. Who dares to hurt my chaotic sky-frozen toothed eagle? A loud shout rang from the top of a ferocious-looking demonic beast. A young cultivator clad in a black robe leapt off and drew his sword. Without another word, he promptly hacked at the Yan Tianan who was currently holding Abai and Hu Po in his arms. The sound of a long sword tearing through the air reached everyone's ears. Yan Tianan was just about to throw a thunder bomb when 3 thunder bombs, each from a different direction, covered that cultivator's 3 important life gates. Wangfu Chengxuan's face changed, and he knew the benefits and drawbacks clearly in his heart, so he rapidly retreated back. Only to hear 3 loud bang 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 sounds as the thunder bombs exploded in midair, blasting a large hole 3 to 5 meters long in diameter and 1 meter deep. The soil splashed towards the front. If the cultivators sitting on the demonic beasts were any slower in retreating, then they would surely have been splashed all over. Young master, are you all right? Young master, a little bit of mud splashed on your face. Young master, do you want us to kill these people? Wangfu Chengxuan wiped his face, saw his mud-stained fingers, and felt humiliated. Thus, the conflict between the 2 parties escalated immediately. Who dares to be so unbridled in front of the Wangfu family? Wangfu Chengxuan shouted angrily. East Continent, Qing City's Lin family. A cool voice came from the carriage. Each word was pronounced clearly, and neither humility nor arrogance could be heard from the tone. Wangfu Chengxuan paused for a moment, then sneered, the Honorable Me thought it was some major family's ignorant descendant, but I didn't think that it would be a third-class family not even worth mentioning. Your supervising officer should roll down in front of the Honorable Me right now, or else you don't even need to participate in the 100 Families gathering. Right here, right now, this Honorable Me will send you all to the Western Paradise. Lin family's pupils couldn't help but draw a cold breath at his words. Lin Zeji ground his teeth and scolded, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan are really talented at causing trouble. The Wangfu family is an elite first-class family on the 5 continents and one of the organizers of the 100 Families gathering. Furthermore, the head of the Wangfu family is actually the city lord of Sky Peak City. If we provoke them, then we won't ever live peacefully. Lin Dong sucked in a breath of cold air and said fearfully, then what should we do now? Lin Zeji's eyes sank. How do I know? Lin Yufan pushed aside the curtain with his hand and swept a glance outside. He then withdrew his gaze and looked as if all this was none of his business. Roll, I cannot. It's better for the person who just spoke to give a demonstration first so that I can learn from it. Lin Xuanji said lightly. Instantly, Wangfu Chengxuan became furious. As the Wangfu family's young master, it wasn't often that he was subjected to such direct provocation. You fucking second son, kill him. Wangfu Chengxuan gestured to the youth behind him. Wangfu Liang narrowed his eyes, and the demonic beast underneath him flew up. He made a hand seal, and all the sand and leaves in the surrounding area flew up into the huge cyclone. He pushed his hands forward suddenly, and a huge whirlwind full of killing intent rushed towards the Lin family's carriages. The chasing sun horses were frightened, and several neighed as they nervously shuffled their hooves. Just as Lin family's death knights currently hidden in the surroundings were about to take action, a golden bell of average size flew from the second carriage. With a loud and crisp dang sound, the vortex of killing intent was actually swallowed up by this palm-sized bell. Wangfu Liang's expression instantly changed as he fell back on the demonic beast and gazed at the bell in disbelief. Several other young masters of the Wangfu family also had various expressions. Most of them were stunned. Who are you? Wangfu Chengxuan asked coldly. A gust of wind blew, and a tall youth with a brilliant temperament and an extremely beautiful appearance clad in an outfit purer than snow stepped down from the carriage. He raised his hand, and the bell fell obediently into his hand. Several Wangfu family's young masters who were sitting on the backs of their demonic beasts couldn't help but gaze at the young man. This one's surname is Lin, name Xuanji. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Wangfu Chengxuan's gaze instantly deepened. He stared at Lin Xuanji's face for a moment, and a strange laugh suddenly issued from his mouth. Lin Xuanji, you are actually Lin Xuanji, ha ha ha. Wangfu Chengxuan narrowed his eyes, and his gaze disdainfully scraped over Lin Xuanji's body. He licked his lips and said, you can really be called a peerless beauty. I didn't actually think the Lin family would let a waste like you tag along. Did they want you to fight for the Lin family's ranking in bed? Ha 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 ha. Several of Wangfu family's followers also laughed along. However, the Wangfu Liang who just lost face from Lin Xuanji's magic tool could not even laugh one bit. His strike just now was solely aimed at completely obliterating these people and utilized all his power, but it was all easily absorbed by Lin Xuanji's bell. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. This is his first time seeing such a formidable magic tool. He's afraid that even the Wangfu family couldn't possibly take out such a crazy magic tool. The Lin family members looked at each other with stunned expressions. Even Lin Zeji, at this time, couldn't help but feel angry. This group of people was simply insulting the Lin family. Lin Xuanji's eyes turned slightly cold, while Yan Tianan couldn't endure any longer. Wangfu young master, you have such a smelly mouth, it can't be that you grew up eating shit. Yan Tianan raised his voice and countered. Wangfu Chengxuan slapped his hand across the empty face towards Yan Tianan's face. You brat, you're looking for death, you're the one looking for shit, Yan Tianan replied angrily as he dodged the slap with unexpected agility. He shouted, "Ah bai!" Hupo 2 tiger cubs received their orders and let out 2 Aos as they flew towards Wangfu Chengxuan at lightning speed. Shua 2 swipes later, 6 symmetrical claw marks actually appeared on Wangfu Chengxuan's face, 3 on each side. The tiger cubs rapidly retreated after they clawed his face, not giving their opponent any opportunity to capture them. The people around Wangfu Chengxuan immediately paled and hurriedly rushed to get medicine. Kill them for me, kill them, Wangfu Chengxuan roared aloud, his eyes red. Lin Xuanji said lightly, of the 2D young masters of the Wangfu family, the one with the highest cultivation is only at foundation stage 3rd layer, but my 2 tiger cubs are at infant stage 7 stars, which is equivalent to a hardened body stage 1st layer cultivator. They have no problem handling both of you. Wangfu Liang stared at Lin Xuanji with a pale face. He found that this man with a first-class appearance and was as beautiful as an immortal actually felt like a fierce ghost. Presumably you young masters are used to tyrannizing the area around Sky Peak City all day long and only took 3 hardened body stage cultivators with you. It just so happens that the chaotic sky bell in my hands can cope with a hardened body stage 3rd layer cultivator's attacks. As for the other followers, I'm afraid that they can't even defeat the other Lin family pupils participating in the 100 Families gathering. Lin Xuanji spoke leisurely and even lightly shook the bell in his hand. He smiled lightly and said, "It's okay to ask for help now, but the Sky Peak City Lord's residence is still a long way from here. In the time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense, it's already enough for several young masters to die. You actually dare to threaten us?" Wangfu Chengxuan's expression was full of disbelief. Lin Xuanji's gaze passed over the talkative Wangfu Chengxuan and landed on the one who was hiding his cultivation in the back but was in actuality the most powerful one among the group. A turbulent mood flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes but was soon suppressed by him. "Wangfu young master, what do you think of us each taking a step back?" Lin Xuanji asked lightly. The 3rd D son of the Wangfu family who had yet to speak a word rode his unicorn and came to the front. He gazed at Lin Xuanji and said, "Aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you afraid of bringing destruction to the Lin family?" Lin Xuanji lightly swept a glance at him. "It's better to be a broken jade than a complete tile." Wangfu Jin's pupils shrank, and he fixed Lin Xuanji with a stare. Lin Xuanji locked gazes with Wangfu Jin, his eyes quiet, as if a deep pool that cannot be seen through. What a good Yu Warong who makes one forget immortals at just a glance. Wangfu Jin's pair of slightly grayish blue eyes showed a strange expression. He hooked his lips and said, "Let's just say my Wangfu family was rude first. Eldest brother, second brother, let's go." The Wangfu Chengxuan who was preparing to ask his family for help had a dark expression as he said, "Third brother, isn't it too shameful for you to be like this? Are you telling me that my distinguished Wangfu family has to apologize to such third-rate goods? Second brother, wouldn't you say so?" Chapter 144. Wangfu's young lord Wangfu Liang, who had been called, revealed a helpless expression and shrank back. He wasn't someone who had no judgment at all. In any case, Lin Xuanji's side seemed to have the upper hand in terms of combative strength. Although the Wangfu family still had someone overseeing them, the overseer was the type to look down upon people like them who behaved like sons of the rich, so they probably wouldn't get involved. Wangfu Chengxuan uttered a pei, then said in a soft voice, "Coward." Wangfu Jin cast an indifferent glance at him, and Wangfu Chengxuan immediately shut up, pretending that he hadn't said anything. "I would like to invite young Master Warong to the Wangfu family under my name. What does young Master think about that?" As soon as Wangfu Jin said this, his words instantly caused a huge sensation amongst many people from both the Wangfu and Lin families. This person was Wangfu family's young lord, and Wangfu Jin's name was much more renowned than Lin Xuanji's. Wangfu Chengxuan was stunned and stared at Wangfu Jin in disbelief. "What are you trying to do? He's from a mere third-class family, how could he have the right to pass through our Wangfu family's gates? Also, this kid had just humiliated me. Lao San, have you gone crazy?" Wangfu Liang looked puzzled as well. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji was slightly taken aback. "No need. If there's ever a chance in the future, I'll pay your family a visit." Wang Fujin has an extraordinary appearance, his long eyebrows extended to his temples, while the outline of his jaw seemed like the heavens had personally crafted it. Its lines were both obvious and perfect. No flaws could be found in his facial features as well. What's more, he possessed the natural air of a leader, yet it was not particularly revealing, and instead made him seem to have a stability that was subtle and reserved. Wang Fujin was slightly dissatisfied with Wang Fu Chengxuan's remark, but since he'd been rejected, his pride wouldn't allow him to ask a second time. Thus, Wang Fujin calmly regarded Lin Xuanji and said, "In that case, young Master Lin, you'll have to fend for yourself." After saying that, Wang Fujin whipped his unicorn, which immediately kicked out with all four of its feet and jumped hundreds of meters high, as if it was soaring into the sky. It passed by the Lin family's convoy, landed in the Yudai mountain, and disappeared. Since Wang Fujin had already left, the rest of the Wangfu family wouldn't go against their young lord's wishes and continue making things difficult for the Lin family. Wang Fu Chengxuan said coldly, "Don't think that you can rest easy just because you're on Lao San's good side. I'm warning you, after entering Middle Continent's Sky Peak City, you better tuck your tail between your legs. Otherwise, Honorable Me will kill you one day." Lin Xuanji said, "No need for the trouble. Talk after wiping your own butt clean first, ba. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Wang Fu Chengxuan was stunned. He didn't understand what Lin Xuanji meant. But he heard Yan Tianan sneer, "This young master here, still has blood on his face, you fucking." Wang Fu Chengxuan's expression changed and he resisted the urge to hit someone. He whipped his demonic beast, and like Wang Fujin, rushed into Yudai Mountain and disappeared. The rest of the Wangfu family rode their demonic beasts one by one to fly over the heads of the Lin family's convoy, and quickly vanished without a trace. Only a huge pit remained in the ground, and it looked terrifying. The Lin family's people, who had not come out of the carriage, now took their turns emerging one after another. Lin Zeji looked at Lin Xuanji and said, a little uneasily, "Xuanji, do you think those people will bear grudges? They won't take their revenge now, but maybe they're just waiting to make things difficult for us in all sorts of ways the next time we see them." Although Lin Xuanji looked as calm as ever, it appeared as if he didn't hear what Lin Zeji said to him at all, and didn't answer his question. Yan Tianan thought it was a bit strange. He looked at Lin Xuanji, tugged on his sleeve and asked, "Dage, what's wrong?" Lin Xuanji snapped out of his daze. He looked at Yan Tianan, then said to Lin Zeji, "I can't say about the others, but since Wang Fujin had spoken up front, the Wangfu family wouldn't go against him and retaliate against us." Lin Yan said, "From the looks of it, you seem quite familiar with Wang Fujin, as if you knew him. He hid so far at the back, yet you managed to find him with just one glance." Lin Yan's words, though unintentional, had sent an inexplicable surge through Lin Xuanji's heart. Wang Fujin was indeed an old friend of his, and they were deeply entangled with each other. He had long thought that when they came to Middle Continent's Sky Peak City, it was inevitable for him to meet Wang Fujin. He never thought he would meet him so suddenly, without warning. Lin Xuanji shook his head. "I'm not familiar with him. I've just heard about his character from others." Lin Dong was terrified. The Wangfu family actually travels with demonic beast mounts, and they're the hegemon of Sky Peak City as well. We shouldn't have provoked them just now. I've heard before that there used to be a second-class family in the Middle Continent, and because they said something unpleasant in front of Wang Fujin, the entire family was massacred in less than a month. Lin Yao's face was pale and he looked like he was on the verge of collapse. His frame of mind was actually unstable. Lin Xuanji said, "You believe in such hearsay? It may be false, but I'd rather err on the side of believing it. That second-class family did disappear, and the Wangfu family is the powerful and capable hegemon of Sky Peak City." Lin Yuro looked at the two white tigers that were swaying their heads from side to side. They didn't look too good. She bit her lower lip and complained, "These two tiger cubs who never grow up, no matter how long they're raised for, are only good for causing trouble. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have offended the Wangfu family. Now that's just unreasonable." Yan Tianan said unhappily, "Don't tell me that my family's tigers should just lie down and take the attacks from that batty snow eagle without putting up any resistance. They were obviously the ones who were causing trouble by attacking first, but... Lin Yuro's eyes were filled with tears of grief. Why indulge in such momentary gratification? If we were to get targeted by the Wangfu family now, we might get strangled to death by those families in the competition enough. Lin Liuchen's lazy voice traveled out from the first carriage. He said unhurriedly, "It's just a few brats, and yet they managed to scare you guys like this. You're really all kids who haven't seen much of the world yet. Although our Lin family can't match up to the Wangfu family, we aren't a family that will get bullied and slaughtered by just anybody on a whim. Even if the sky falls down, I'll still be around to hold it up, so what are you guys so afraid of?" When Lin Yuro heard that, she clenched her fist, turned around, and got on the carriage. Lin Xuanji looked at Lin Zeji. "We've delayed quite a while, let's continue with our journey, bah. I'm the one who started the fight, and I'm the one who hurt their people. If they were to come look for us, then let them look for me. It has nothing to do with the rest of you." Lin Zeji gulped and cast a glance at Lin Xuanji. "What are you acting like a hero for? Everyone's on the same boat, and now you've cast the spotlight on the Lin family." After he spoke, Lin Zeji got into the carriage and said nothing else. Lin Xuanji's lips curved up slightly. It was the first time Lin Zeji expressed his dissatisfaction with him. However, it could be considered a kind of improvement. Compared to his hypocritical front and scheming mind, this side of him was much more pleasant to look at. Lin Liuchun said, "Xuanji, come to my carriage." Lin Xuanji, "Okay." The Lin family's convoy bypassed Yudai Mountain, taking the long way around, and made their way quickly to Sky Peak City. In the first carriage, Lin Xuanji sat cross-legged on the far side of the couch as he looked at Lin Liuchun, who stretched lazily on the opposite couch as he teased his blue Luan bird. "Fourth Elder, is there any advice you would like to give me?" Lin Liuchun raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at him. "Just now, I realized that you were so courageous that it was frightening." Lin Xuanji, "Is Fourth Elder blaming me for my reckless actions?" "I didn't say that." Lin Liuchun looked at him. "I just sort of understood why Lao Wu wanted you to be the next head of the Lin family. There are many brave people, but they may not necessarily be cunning. There are few cunning people, but most of them don't have the guns. So you can be considered one who has both courage and knowledge." Lin Xuanji said, "Fourth Elder, you flatter me." Lin Liuchun laughed and stroked his bird. "However, you didn't say what that Wangfu Jin's cultivation level was. That gang of Wangfu family people didn't take a strong fighter out with them not because they were being overconfident, but because Wangfu Jin is strong enough to protect them all. Everyone in their group was relying on Wangfu Jin alone." Lin Xuanji looked at Lin Liuchun's narrow and languid eyes. Young Master Wangfu is merely 28 years old, yet he's already a primary level cultivator. Lin Liuchun was slightly surprised and raised an eyebrow. "You can actually tell." He had suppressed his cultivation level to a foundation stage as a front. "Fourth Elder, don't forget, I'm a craftsman." Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. "I do have a few magic treasures on me that can break through other people's disguise of their cultivation level." Lin Liuchun couldn't help but laugh. He smiled as he said, "Kid, you do have the capability to be that fearless after all." That chaotic sky bell really stunned them senseless. However, can that chaotic sky bell absorb the energy from a hardened body cultivator? I doubt so, bah. Lin Xuanji didn't exhibit the slightest bit of embarrassment or awkwardness from being exposed, and said calmly, "That's right. At most, it can only absorb the energy from a foundation stage third layer cultivator. Also, there's at least a 2-hour downtime before the bell can be used again." Lin Liuchun didn't know if he should scold Lin Xuanji for being audacious, or say that he was both brave and careful. In this way, the amazing treasure tool had already turned into a mere magic tool, and it was at most an imperfect top-grade magic tool. That kind of difference was akin to that between the heavens and earth. Lin Liuchun laughed as he scolded, "Lin Zan was such an honest person, yet he managed to give birth to a son as scheming as you. That's not an easy feat at all. Kid, aren't you afraid that the Wangfu family's young master would fight to the death with you? But don't we still have Fourth Elder to back us up? Fourth Elder, don't tell me you're afraid of a brat who had just entered his primary level." Lin Xuanji smiled calmly. Lin Liuchun was speechless. "You're the one in the right no matter how you say it. Your father was an extremely obedient person, you know." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji smiled. "Fourth Elder seems to have forgotten that my father has a nickname outside Clever Zan." Lin Liuchun pondered for a bit and said with slight suspicion, "Why do I remember that your father's nickname was Smiling Fox?" "That's true as well." Lin Xuanji nodded. Later on, these people thought that, Clever wasn't enough to describe my father's characteristics, so they changed it to a more direct and clear nickname for him. Lin Liuchun. Okay, so, a big fox gave birth to a small fox. When the big fox left, the small fox came. The fox family was truly endless. Chapter 145. Past life's friend. Lin Liuchun squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, then put his hands under his head and spoke as he gazed up at the roof of the carriage. I suddenly recall 30 years ago I also accompanied your father to the Middle Continent to participate in the 100 Families gathering. That year, he was the supervising officer of the Lin family for the excursion and was a naughty kid as well. In the blink of an eye, 30 years have already passed. Lin Liuchun sighed with emotion and closed his eyes, seemingly asleep. Lin Xuanji originally wanted to ask about his father's past, but after seeing that Lin Liuchun had no intention of continuing this conversation, he paused before gently stepping out, leaping onto the speeding horse carriage behind him. Inside the carriage, Duan Yuyong's face was angry and flustered. Why did you have to tie me up just before you got off the carriage earlier? Lin Xuanji sat beside Yan Tianan, offhandedly grabbing Bai and plopping him onto his lap. While petting Bai, he said, I want to stop you from going out and stirring things up. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. How did I stir things up? You're not treating me like a friend. It's because you are my friend that I don't want you to be implicated. Lin Xuanji said, if you stand up for me, then they will focus on the entire Duan family. Duan Yuyong's face darkened. He ground his teeth and said, right now, I am very eager to drag the Duan family into the water. Lin Xuanji said flatly, there's only a few people in the Duan family who wronged you. It's not the best policy to drag the entire family underwater. Duan Yuyong snorted coldly and said dismissively, I'm not planning to go back to the Duan family. How the Duan family fares, what does that have anything to do with me? Lin Xuanji looked at him and said, I think you should take back the Duan family instead of handing it over. Duan Yuyong's eyes flashed as he snorted. How's that possible? I am heavily outnumbered. Will you help me rob them? If you want to rob them, then I will naturally help you. Lin Xuanji replied, but I am only one person. It's too difficult. We might as well add another one. Who? Asked Duan Yuyong. Naturally, Yuan Tianwen. Lin Xuanji said with unusual calmness. Duan Yuyong stared at Lin Xuanji, speechless. After a long time, he exclaimed angrily, you're really too mean. You actually want me to find that bastard. You obviously know about honorable me and him. Fuck, let him go. Lin Xuanji turned a blind eye to Duan Yuyong's dissatisfaction and said, he owes you. Don't tell me that you're just going to let this go. You think he owes me. Duan Yuyong's anger ceased, and instead he thought of something, then smiled and said carelessly, he does not owe me anything. Everything I did willingly. You can say that I'm inviting this upon myself, or that I'm shameless, but I was pretty happy being together with him, so I didn't suffer. Plus, I don't have the habit of trying again and again just to be shot down. He has rejected me twice and blindly found someone who's a good actor. I'm too lazy to pay any attention to him. The road ahead is wide. In the future, we'll go our separate paths. Yan Tianan stared at Duan Yuyong, blinked, and said, I suspect that Yuan Tianwen is blind. He didn't want such a nice person like you and even deliberately chased after that Han Yuran. Don't tell me your Dage was never blind. Duan Yuyong asked back, we're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji and closed his mouth. Lin Xuanji drew down the corner of his lips and said, the current me is no longer blind. Blindness can be cured. In reality, he never liked Han Yuran much. If it weren't for his father personally setting up the marriage, he would never have spared a second glance at Han Yuran. Duan Yuyong sighed, hesitated, then looked at Lin Xuanji. A few days ago, weren't you the one who encouraged me to draw a clear line between myself and the Duan family and walk away? I wouldn't say I encouraged you. Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows slightly and said, you were still angry a few days ago. You must have calmed down. If I were you, I would take back everything that belongs to me and give those who hurt me the punishment they deserve. Duan Yuyong thought for a moment and said hesitantly, this, I have to think about carefully. After all, the enemy is strong whilst I am weak, and they're in the dark while I am in the light. Now, the enemy is already out in the light while you are hidden in the dark. Lin Xuanji said meaningfully. Startled, Duan Yuyong stared into Lin Xuanji's pair of eyes deep like the autumn waters for a moment before turning away. A strange seed had been planted in his heart. Dage, it's almost time to rest. When the procession stopped, Yan Tianan pulled open the curtain and said lightly. However, he did not hear Lin Xuanji's reply. Yan Tianan looked back and saw Lin Xuanji leaning by the window, his downcast eyes deep in thought. Thick eyelashes obscured the look in his eyes, making it impossible to tell what emotions were in them. There was only a calm and collected expression on his impeccable face. Lin Xuanji pursed his thin lips slightly. An onlooker would feel a sense of inexplicable sadness from his countenance. Yan Tianan paused and went to crouch beside Lin Xuanji's leg. He looked up at Lin Xuanji's eyes and said, Dage, were you and Wang Fujin old friends? Lin Xuanji's gaze landed on Yan Tianan's face. His heart tightened and stopped for a few beats. A flash of panic appeared in his eyes. In that moment, he thought Yan Tianan was actually the Yan Tianan of his previous life. However, Lin Xuanji soon returned to normal. He pulled up Yan Tianan and said, Why do you ask? Yan Tianan said, Dage has been strange ever since you saw Wang Fujin today. You've been absent-minded thrice, and you neither hear nor respond to what I say. This has never happened before. Lin Xuanji paused and realized that he really seemed to be immersed in the memories of his previous life, consequently not noticing and even ignoring the people around him. Lin Xuanji led Yan Tianan down the carriage. Before they exited, he said, I have never known him before. I just remembered some stories about the Wangfu family and was preoccupied. Yan Tianan stared at the back of Lin Xuanji's head and said, Those stories must have had a big impact on Dage. Lin Xuanji got off the carriage first and turned around, placing his right hand in front of Yan Tianan. There is some impact, but it's not that important. Yan Tianan put his hand in Lin Xuanji's and was pulled by the other party, jumping down from the carriage. They began to prepare dinner. These things were all taken care of by the Death Knights and naturally did not require the young masters or mistresses to personally take action. Lin Xuanji stood aside, staring into the burning flame, and couldn't resist turning his head to gaze at the Yan Tianan sitting beside him engrossed in playing with Bai and Hu Po. Yan Tianan's head was lowered as he played with enthusiasm and did not notice Lin Xuanji's gaze. The sentence Yan Tianan uttered earlier made Lin Xuanji realize that his Ahen was far more perceptive than he ever imagined. Wang Fujin was indeed an old acquaintance of Lin Xuanji in his past life. Moreover, the relationship between them could be said to be convoluted. But, the person who triggered Lin Xuanji's memories was not actually Wang Fujin. Wang Fujin was only a medium through which the shadow who actually had great ties of causality with Lin Xuanji could be seen. He and Wang Fujin were regarded as friends who fought side by side, but due to the existence of certain people and certain things, they eventually became enemies. Lin Xuanji came to his senses and realized that he was once again lost in his thoughts. Yan Tianan stood in front of him with Bai in his arms and observed Lin Xuanji, his eyes filled with unspeakable worry and uneasiness. Lin Xuanji lifted the corners of his mouth and said, I am not in my best condition today. Perhaps I will recover after resting for a while. Yan Tianan stared at Lin Xuanji and said, Dage, do you really not know Wang Fujin? Lin Xuanji couldn't lie to that pair of clear eyes and said, I know him today. Ahen, Wang Fujin is only a passerby and is not very important. You don't have to mention him again and again. Yan Tianan felt a little sad and said, but because of him, I keep finding my Dage staring blankly into space. I don't like seeing my Dage like this. Lin Xuanji was silent for a moment, then sighed softly and said, I won't in the future. Dage promises you. Yan Tianan was stunned. It turns out that the reason Dage keeps staring into space really is because of Wang Fujin. Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan frowned and said, actually, even though Wang Fujin looks scary, Dage need not worry so much. After all, he is the young master of his family. He certainly knows better than those who can't even carry their heads clearly that even if he offends someone, it's unwise to casually offend craftsmen. Furthermore, today, they really did provoke us first. Lin Xuanji suddenly felt relieved from his heart. Just moments ago, he was still worried about Yan Tianan being perceptive enough to see through him. Unexpectedly, it was not long before Yan Tianan's youthful mentality was exposed. He himself had a guilty conscience, fearful that Yan Tianan could speculate on some events from the past life that he didn't want to mention. Lin Xuanji nodded and said, Ahen's analysis is very reasonable. Wang Fujin should not be so underhanded. Yan Tianan smiled and pulled Lin Xuanji's hand as he said, "Besides, even if the sky falls down, there's still fourth elder holding it up." Lin Xuanji. He was indeed brought up by Lin Zan, even though Lin Xuanji unexpectedly met a person whom he did not meet until a few years later in his previous life. Wang Fujin actually did not leave too many waves in his heart. After that initial impression, Lin Xuanji threw the memories of his past life to the back of his mind. 3 days later, the Lin family's procession bypassed Yudai Mountain and finally arrived at the main city of the Middle Continent smoothly along the spacious forest road. Sky Peak City. From a distance, the Sky Peak Gate inlaid in the center of the gray city wall was 100 meters high and 100 zhang wide. The gate looked magnificent, and the huge fierce beasts carved onto it were also extremely deterrent and daunting. However, it was impossible to fully open the gate. Only an 8 zhang wide passage had been set aside for people to enter and leave. Lin family's pupils all leaned their heads out of their carriages and showered the spacious and mighty Sky Peak City with gazes of admiration. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. When Yan Tianan was following Lin Zan around, he seldom went out. He only paid occasional visits even to Qing City's commercial street. When he saw Sky Peak City, his curiosity was hard to hide. He stared at the Sky Peak Gate with great interest. Duan Yuyong held his chin and looked at the gate. "If you look at this Sky Peak City for a long time, you'll feel dizzy. It's better to look less." Yan Tianan inquired, "Why is this?" Lin Xuanji said, "Because this Sky Peak City is said to be a large array in and of itself. The formation is enigmatic and contains the essence of ancient array masters. It can only be viewed from a distance and cannot be profaned." Yan Tianan stared at the city for a while in disbelief and indeed felt the expected dizziness. He hurriedly closed his eyes and shook his head in order to expel that uncomfortable feeling. Although the gate was wide, it was not easy to enter. Because Sky Peak City housed the 5 continents' core first-class families, major sects, and business tycoons, it had very strict control over cultivators, passage to and from the city. The natives of Sky Peak City all had a token issued personally by the city lord's government to enter and leave the city gates. Foreign or wandering cultivators from elsewhere would have to pay a high fee to enter the city gates. Thus, Sky Peak City had been able to ensure its transcendent and extraordinary status for so many years. There was already a long queue ahead. From the looks of things, it should be late in the evening before the Lin family's turn can arrive. However, apart from the Lin family, Lin Xuanji also saw many other third-class and second-class families lining up throughout the queue. Chapter 146. Deadlock at City Gate. In this 100 families gathering, every participating family will receive an invitation card issued by the Wangfu family to allow them to enter and leave Sky Peak City. Of course, only the family's supervising officer will have this invitation card, and will thus be held responsible in case the family's pupils encounter accidents while staying in the city. This was also the Wangfu city lord's ingenuity. After waiting for half an hour, the caravan moved forward a little. Duan Yuyong frowned. "Why is it so slow? When I came here before, the speed of entry was still pretty fast." Lin Xuanji looked at the procession in front of him. It seems that all the families participating in the 100 families gathering came at this time, especially today. Duan Yuyong observed for a moment and nodded. "I'd better get some sleep first." After he said that, Duan Yuyong got back into the carriage, found a soft couch on the side, and lied down. After another half hour, Lin Xuanji saw that a fight seemed to have started near the gate in the distance. The air was shrill, and flames were blazing. One could see that a few cultivators had started fighting wordlessly. They were bloody and looked particularly frightening. All the people in the queue couldn't help but stretch their heads out and ask each other what had happened in front of them. The Lin family also sent a Death Knight to the front to investigate. A moment later, the Death Knight returned. Lin Xuanji faced the man clad in a war robe. "What caused the fight ahead?" The Death Knight respectfully replied, "It's because it was originally a family ranked 72nd from the South Continent's turn to enter, but a 10th ranked first-class family from the South Continent arrived afterwards and insisted on entering before them, so the two families started quarreling, followed by fighting." Lin Xuanji thought for a moment and understood. It seemed that the relationship between the two families from the South Continent was not very good. It was already a common occurrence for first-class families to suppress third-class families everywhere. Yan Tianan asked, "Then how will this be resolved now?" The Death Knight replied, "Someone from the city lord's government came forward to stop the fight and allowed the 10th ranked family to enter first." Yan Tianan said, It's too unreasonable to bully people like this. When Lin Xuanji heard this, he nodded. There is indeed no justice in this, it's outright bullying. However, this was the law of Sky Peak City. This was a place where a family's status and power were especially valued. People were divided into different classes, and families were also divided into classes. After another 2 hours, the Lin family's carriages finally arrived in front of the city gate. 100 armored guards stood at the gate. They all looked powerful and solemn, their demeanors quite different from those guarding Qing City. In addition, every one of them was above the refining Qi 7th layer. If anyone dared to make trouble, then that person may not even be able to enter before being killed. After all, many families' supervising officers were not willing to show their faces easily. The guards had long since gotten used to it. After the inspection, the gate guard stared at the inscription at the top of the card. Is this the Lin family from East Continent's Qing City? Indeed, Lin Xuanji said. The guard made an eye at the nearby gate guards, and the city guards who had originally been standing elsewhere scanning the convoys behind them started walking forward in an orderly fashion. The gate guard holding the card walked to the side of the second carriage, stretched out his hand, and knocked on the door. He said coldly, "Get off the carriage." "Why?" asked Lin Xuanji. "If I want you to get off, then you get off. Don't ask so much nonsense." The guard's tone was full of impatience and a sense of superiority that was difficult to ignore. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji. "Dage, I'll go down and take a look." Before Lin Xuanji could answer, Yan Tianan opened the door and jumped out of the carriage. "What do you want?" Yan Tianan asked. When the city guard saw Yan Tianan, his eyes wandered around his unnatural left foot and his cracked face. A slight look of disgust appeared in his narrowed eyes. "Are you the Lin family's supervising officer?" Yan Tianan blinked. "I'm his younger brother. If there is anything you want, just tell me. Then you can tell your Dage that we need to frisk the entire Lin family group before you can enter the city." The guard said with his head held high. Yan Tianan was stunned, his expression changing slightly. "Why, none of the families that entered before us had to be searched." The gate guard hissed contemptuously. "Why, you are just a third-class family, yet unexpectedly, you dare to question this chief guard in our Sky Peak City. You'll do as I say if you want to be safe. Don't be so opinionated." Yan Tianan immediately felt like he had been insulted in public. He suppressed his anger. "Don't be so tyrannical, of course we'll tyrannize you fools who don't have eyes." Another chief guard clad in red robes walked over with a line of people. He swept a glance over the procession. Everyone in Lin family's carriages, come out, frisk them one by one. The carriage door opened again, and Lin Xuanji appeared in front of the crowd. The gate guard looked at Lin Xuanji. His eyes were transfixed on Lin Xuanji's face. He had never seen such a perfect person before. "You must be frisked in order to enter Sky Peak City. What kind of rule is this?" Lin Xuanji did not look angry and instead asked calmly. The guard thought in his heart that this was a really stunning character while he said aloud, "This is the rule set down by the city lord. We, the guards of Sky Peak City, have full power to search any suspicious people we see." Lin Xuanji said, "Do we look suspicious?" The city guard smiled coldly. "I said you are suspicious, therefore you are suspicious. Why don't I go inside your carriage right this moment and search your body to see if there is anything suspicious?" Yan Tianan instantly became furious, but just as he tightened his fist, Lin Xuanji held down his hand. "I'm afraid that we cannot follow your wishes," Lin Xuanji said. As the saying goes, the person who guards the prime minister's door is equivalent to 3 court officials, since one had to get the guard's approval to see the minister. As the watchdog guarding the door of a first-class family, the guard naturally used a dog's eyes to see the world. The city gate guards had always looked down on cultivators from other continents outside the middle continent, let alone people from a third-class family. The chief guard raised the corners of his lips. "Then I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the city today." Having said that, he told the people behind him, "Let the Lin family stand aside and get out of the way. Those behind who want to enter the city, hurry up." Lin family members immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. "If you don't agree to a body search, then you cannot enter the city. I have never seen this kind of rule before." Lin Zeji gritted his teeth. His face was red and white from shame. Clearly, they are deliberately looking for trouble. Lin Yan bit his lower lip. Every single item that a cultivator carries with them is a magic treasure meant to protect their lives, yet you can take a look if you just casually say you want to. Isn't this akin to forcing others to show you their lifeblood? Duan Yuyong also jumped down from the carriage and pulled Lin Xuanji over. These people are all Wangfu's watchdogs, none of them are good people. How about we spend some money to avoid a disaster and give them some benefits? Lin Xuanji said. They were clearly instructed by someone to obstruct via every means necessary. This is not something money can solve. Dian Yuyong immediately understood. Is it Wangfu Chengxuan? Lin Xuanji nodded. I can't think of anyone else in the Wangfu family who is so cowardly and only knows how to play some dirty tricks from the shadows. When the chief guard heard this, his expression changed. How bold you dare insult our Wangfu family's young master. Are you tired of living? Lin Xuanji smiled scornfully. You may as well go back and ask your family's young master whether the wounds on his face have healed so that he can forget about the pain as soon as the scar disappears. The guard chief was shocked. How do you know about this? Unless 3 days ago, Wangfu Chengxuan came back from a hunting trip outside and lost his temper. There were 6 new bleeding gashes on his face. Nobody knew what kind of thing clawed out those wounds. The best medicine was scattered on it, and it still took 3 days to finally heal, which made Wangfu Chengxuan furious. Now, everyone in the Wangfu family knew that something scratched the young master's face. In addition, Wangfu Chengxuan asked them to make things difficult for the Lin family at the city gate. The chief guard couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Lin Xuanji and the gate guards were thus deadlocked at the city gate. The people behind them who were planning to enter the gate gradually became impatient. The family in front, what is going on? Yeah, everyone is in a hurry to enter the city and find a place to rest. What are you doing, blocking us in front of the entrance? Isn't it just a body search to see whether you have any demonic cultivator artifacts in your possession? It's not like they'll take off all your clothes. What's so difficult about it? These voices were not lowered and were even deliberately raised, so they clearly reached the ears of the Lin family. Lin Zeji's expression immediately darkened. Lin Yuro bit her lower lip harshly and clenched her fist. I told you, how could the Wangfu family let us go so easily? How humiliating. Lin Xuanji is not worthy to be our leader. Lin Yufan, who was originally frowning, spared a glance at Lin Yuro. If you're worthy, then you do it. Lin Yuro remained silent. Outside the carriage, Lin Xuanji locked gazes with the guard for a moment, then nodded. Search? I absolutely will not allow you to search. The guard chief retorted, then it's also absolutely impossible to enter. Lin Xuanji nodded, in that case, we will stay here until you come up with a solution. After saying this, Lin Xuanji went back to the carriage and told Yan Tianan and Duan Yuyong, I'm afraid this matter will not be resolved in such a short time. It's better to come up for a drink of hot tea and have some rest. The chief guard was immediately shocked by Lin Xuanji's words once again. Lin Xuanji was actually bold enough to block the gate and not let the people behind him in. Is he not afraid of incurring the public's wrath? The chief guard thought of something, and he shouted angrily, if you continue to harass and disturb the order here, we city gate guards will not be polite either. Lin Xuanji smiled coldly. I'd like to see exactly how impolite you can be. The guard chief choked at once. Take action. Naturally they couldn't take the initiative to start something. After all, even though Wangfu's young master was the one who instructed them to cause trouble, the person actually in charge of the city was Wangfu Jin. And because the gate guards once had too much power, were excessively arrogant, and threw their weight around in front of the city gate, they had offended some powerful hidden cultivators. Thus, Wangfu Jin especially ordered unless they met demonic cultivators, demons, or those who struck first in provocation, the city gate guards were not allowed to take the initiative to strike first no matter who it was. Otherwise, once found out, they would immediately be dismissed from their positions. It's just that this order was only circulated internally within the city lord's people, and outsiders were completely unaware. In their eyes, being a city gate guard was definitely an enviable job, being backed by the city lord, possessing enough power to reach the skies, and having the ability to not put anyone in their eyes. As a result, none of the guards dared to take action, and Lin Xuanji drank spiritual tea at a leisurely pace. Just like this, within an hour, such a deadlock had occurred. Chapter 147. Outbreak of explosive anger. Moments later, the guard captain gave the carriage a vicious glare and turned around. Let's go. We'll see who can outwait whom. Lin family's pupils looked at each other and nervously glanced at the 2 carriages up front. Lin Zeji furrowed his brows. What should we do now? Lin Xuanji's voice came through the carriage door, sit back and wait silently. Lin Zeji's irritation was written on his face as he grit his teeth, what good will waiting do? If those families behind us lose their patience, then they'll come and cause trouble for us. By then, we'll have to contend with both the guards in front and the families at our back." Lin Yan also felt a rare moment of unease and nodded. Yes, there's some truth to what he says as well. It's not a solution to just wait like this. If we cannot handle this well, then we'll offend the many families behind us, which will be greatly detrimental for our Lin family in the upcoming competition. However, Lin Xuanji remained impassive. "Continue waiting, it's not time yet." Lin family's pupils could only go back to their carriages one by one to wait in fear and apprehension without knowing what they were waiting for. The people behind them, however, would no longer wait. Before long, two young men came up from behind with dark expressions. A youth stood next to Lin Xuanji's carriage and knocked on the door as he said unkindly, "I say, you guys may not want to enter the city, but don't obstruct other people's path." Lin Xuanji asked, "Which family do you belong to?" The young man lifted up his face and answered proudly, "West Continent's GU family." "As a third-class family, aren't you worried that they will frisk you as well?" Lin Xuanji asked lightly. The youngster was stunned. "Aren't they just going to search your family?" Lin Xuanji chuckled, as though he had heard a good joke. "What are you laughing for?" The young man frowned. Lin Xuanji explained, "I was laughing because you haven't even noticed that other people are looking down on you in wanton contempt, and are still ignorant of it all." The other youth asked with an unhappy expression, "What do you mean by that?" After they heard this, the two young men exchanged glances and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Lin Xuanji continued, "From a glance, you two are also young. However, I don't believe that you haven't heard about the humiliation the GU family suffered at the gate of Sky Peak City during the 100 Families Gathering 100 years ago. It's not impossible for history to repeat itself." All of a sudden, the surprise in the two youngsters' eyes turned into anger. "We will report this matter back to our families." The young man left after speaking. After the two men left, Duan Yuyong looked at Lin Xuanji in astonishment. "It's as if you're going to drag all the aristocratic families into the water." Lin Xuanji glanced at him. "If we don't blow things out of proportion, then how can we enter safely without offending anyone?" Duan Yuyong asked, "How do you know they will believe it?" Lin Xuanji scratched under Ah Bai's chin, "Because it's not as though this kind of situation hasn't happened in the past 100 Families Gathering before. Wangfu family was not the only one. Nobody knew what kinds of crazy things several elite first-class families in Sky Peak City were thinking about at the 100 Families Gathering 100 years ago, but they had joined forces and thought up various ways to make things difficult for individual third-class families at the city gate. Although not all of them had been frisked, the nature of their harassment was still enough to annoy those third-class families. At that time, the third-class families didn't resist and instead suppressed their anger as they entered the city with a belly full of fire. However, in the competition afterwards, the third-class families who were bullied seemed to have been triggered and unexpectedly formed an alliance. Although the third-class families were relatively weak, their numbers were high. Those few elite first-class families actually lost quite a lot of young sprouts, and one family even fell directly into the ranks of a second-class family. It was simply terrifying. Since then, situations where people made things difficult right from the beginning never happened again in subsequent 100 Families Gatherings. But this was the psychological shadow that the 100 Families Gathering left for the third-class families. Before long, news that the city lord's guard dogs were preparing to search all the third-class families spread like wildfire throughout the entire queue. The disciples of the third-class families suddenly became furious. "Fuck, the Wangfu family really likes to bully people. Lousy has never felt this insulted in all my life. Want to search me? Hee hee, why don't you search over Honorable Me's dead body? What dog fart elite first-class family, isn't it just cowards using their owner's power to step on the weak? Your mother, you want to reenact the events from 100 years ago? Let's humor them and continue waiting. We'll see who can outwait whom. What's wrong with being a third-class family? Are third-class families pushovers that can only meekly accept being slaughtered? It's the 100 Families Gathering. Who knows which family will reach the top? Moreover, why is it that you only spare a glance at the invitation cards of second-class and first-class families before allowing every single one of them to enter, but our people have to be stopped and searched with magic tools? Isn't this clearly looking down on us? The wind blew on the river's east side 30 years ago but now blows on the west side. Lousy will sit here today and refuse to leave despite the outbreak of explosive anger behind him. Lin Xuanji himself did not move, as if everything was within his expectations. He boiled water, brewed tea, and sipped his tea leisurely and gracefully without an ounce of worry. After a while, several third-class families in the back sent people to find Lin Xuanji. After sending off an ambassador from a third-class family, Yan Tianan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Dage, I really didn't imagine that not only would these families not drive us away, but they would also come to show their support for us to continue waiting here and even express goodwill towards us. This is really astonishing. Unbelievable. Duan Yuyong rubbed his chin as he laid down on Hupo. Although they are all aristocratic families, the more distinguished they are, the more independent they are. Unless their relationships with certain other families are as firm as iron, they are more likely to have a close-knit group within the family, and there would not be many interactions among the different families. I didn't expect that 10 families would actually come forward to support you at this time. As he said that, Duan Yuyong looked at Lin Xuanji admiringly. Aren't you two incredible? Lin Xuanji put down the teacup in his hand. It's nothing much, I just took advantage of these families' sore spots. The Lin family fell from a second-class family to a third-class family only 100 years ago, so they weren't actually too affected by the events of the 100 families gathering 100 years ago. However, the vast majority of third-class families had always been third-class families. That deep-rooted hatred was still fresh in their memories even after 100 years. At this time, as long as someone told them that an elite first-class family from Sky Peak City wanted to have them relive their past nightmares, these families that had learned from their previous experiences would certainly jump at the chance to form an alliance early on to compete with the elite family head-on. Lin Xuanji grasped precisely this mindset in order to confidently spout nonsense and turn a provocation aimed at the Lin family into one whose goal was to ridicule and provoke all third-class families. Lin Xuanji's method was not without poison. It didn't take long for Lin Xuanji to send another 2 ambassadors away, and soon afterwards, he received a reply from the supervising officers of those 2 families. Duan Yuyong kept looking at Lin Xuanji. It's one thing to drag this many people underwater, but you actually still intend to take the initiative to cause trouble. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens right now? Lin Xuanji glanced at him. They wasted so much of my time. Should I have just endured it silently? Duan Yuyong choked for a moment, then said in exasperation, You're great, you're great. I'll wait and see how you kill those watchdogs. Look forward to it. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes and waved a broken bell at his waist, calling for a Lin family death knight who was silently following behind the caravan. Lin Xuanji gave him a few orders, causing a strange expression to appear on the death knight's face. However, as a death knight, he naturally followed the Lin family supervising officer's orders to the letter. Thus, he did not say anything and nodded before going back to his original standby position. The gate guards were still waiting for the families behind, blocked from entering the city, to make trouble for the Lin family. At that time, they could use keeping peace and suppressing riots as an excuse to attack the Lin family and let them have a taste of the consequences. However, they waited and waited but still could not see anyone starting a fight with the Lin family despite observing, from their high vantage point, many people running to and fro between the Lin family and the families behind them. Tisk, this situation doesn't seem quite right. The chief guard gradually felt that something was wrong. The subordinate beside him smiled. What's wrong with this? If we wait some more, then those people will definitely not be able to tolerate it any longer. After all, the Lin family was also pretty famous once. The chief guard felt that this was very reasonable and nodded his head as he patiently waited. He thought to himself that the Lin family's brat sure was stunning, especially his aura that seemed as though he was untouched by the dust of the mortal world. Such a beauty was born to provoke people. It's time. Lin Xuanji opened his originally slightly closed eyes and gently laid his fingers upon the broken bell on his waist. A thread of fireworks exploded in the sky. All of a sudden, over 10 guards from the secret alliance of the third-class families received the same order and rushed up toward the gate at the same time. The gate guard hadn't even reacted yet, and the city gate was only halfway closed when it was struck with a guang by countless attacks from multiple directions. What's the situation? They're attacking the city. Hurry and report to the city lord. Report it to him immediately. A 10-kai tall cultivator with a red face and black body swung an iron hammer and directly smashed a guard's head. He sneered, Search your grandmother. Those who offend me can die. The chief guard, who was originally daydreaming while sitting in the city wall's fort room, was suddenly shocked awake and jumped up, rushing out the city gate. He saw the 2 sides already embroiled in a fight. The chief guard's heart immediately sank as his legs became soft, causing him to nearly kneel on the ground. He had been on duty here for over 40 years and witnessed many people try to break into the city gate, but this was the first time in his life seeing such a coordinated and simultaneous attack on the city gate by this many families. At this time, even though he was still unclear why the third-class families who originally should have caused trouble for the Lin family have instead colluded with the Lin family and even dared to brazenly attack the city lord's people, the chief guard was no fool. He already had a faint premonition that the source of this matter was inseparable from the fact that he just caused trouble for the Lin family. After Wang Fujin took charge of the family, he had always made friends with various families and rarely bullied others. The 100 families gathering this time was an especially good opportunity for the Wangfu family to expand their network and secure their position. Now, unexpectedly, around 10 large families had already fallen out with the Wangfu family before the 100 families gathering even began. The chief guard broke out in a cold sweat and had no desire to direct the counterattack. He hurriedly fled outside the city, rolling and crawling. Before he left, he couldn't resist looking down one last time from the top of the city wall, only to see that Lin family's procession had retreated several zhang away, the 5 horse carriages still in their original order. The man who looked like a fallen immortal stood atop the carriage with an indifferent expression, holding his hands behind his back and overlooking the scene of the intense battlefield with apathy. The chief guard shivered inexplicably. In the end, just what kind of ghost did he provoke? Chapter 148, White Crane Immortal Carriage Jishui, how long have you been here? Wang Fujin quickly stepped over the high doorstep, walked into the room, and closed the door with the back of his hand. Why didn't you have them light the fire? The young man, who was originally sitting on a chair and playing with a magic tool, raised his head and smiled gently. I'm equipped from head to toe with magic tools that provide warmth. I don't feel any chill and don't need that little spark you call fire. Wang Fujin frowned and walked over. Your body can't stand even a slight chill. This bunch of blind subordinates, it's all right, I'm not glass. You're too nervous. Lang Jishui smiled and stood up. Lang Jishui's body was wrapped in a variety of heavy coats all year round, with countless treasures made by craftsmen on top of those coats to expel the cold and yin energy. The pure white outfit was outlined with black fur and hugged his elegant face, which often had a smile year-round, making Lang Jishui exude a warm and gentle aura. Wang Fujin's handsome face revealed hints of a smile, and his cold and solemn voice also revealed hints of a more coquettish tone. How can Xishang be willing to leave the mountain? Lang Jishui explained, during this period, there should be many distinguished families paying a visit to the city lord's residence, so I'll have to take notice of any new sprouts with good potential in my master's place and hold them for Shifu so that they won't be robbed away when the time comes. Wang Fujin was somewhat dissatisfied. This kind of thing can be done by someone else, how come it requires you to personally leave the mountain? Besides, it's not like you don't know that the powerful ones have already been selected by the sects. How can those talents have the time to wait and attend the 100 families gathering? Lang Jishui smiled carelessly. Perhaps I can pick up someone that those sects missed. Even if you pick someone up, it'll still be someone from an elite family. Wang Fujin's expression was even more disapproving. He warmed a pot of hot tea and personally poured a cup for Lang Jishui, handing it to him. I especially asked someone to find this spiritual tea from the South Continent. It's said that drinking this tea will warm the Dantian Sea and dispel yin qi from one's body. Xishang, try it, I've troubled you. Lang Jishui received the cup and gently took a sip. Wang Fujin watched him drink before continuing, you can pick up my little brother. He should be the most powerful among the ranks of Wangfu family's pupils who have yet to enter any sects. Lang Jishui shook his head, your younger brother is a little ancestor whom nobody can afford to provoke. Wang Fujin felt a headache forming after he heard this. My parents spoiled him rotten. He'll be better after a few beatings. Lang Jishui said, there you go joking again. Who dares to hit the Wangfu family's little ancestor? Wang Fujin smiled, if Xishang wants to beat him, then go ahead. I will support Xishang. Oh, you. Lang Jishui smiled. Just then, they heard a noise outside. As soon as Wang Fujin showed some displeasure at this, something that made him even more dissatisfied occurred. The door that he closed with his own hands was actually pushed open with a loud thud. Wang Fujin frowned. What's so rare about such an everyday occurrence? Don't tell me you can't handle the troublemaker this time. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This is not an ordinary fight, nor is it a single person, but a group of people. Wang Fujin looked unhappy. Those people are really not afraid of death. Lang Jishui was slightly surprised. That's strange. I've been here for many years and have never heard of anyone who dared to challenge the city lord's authority. Tell us about the cause. Lu Yun took a deep breath. It was over 10 third-class families who had originally lined up in front of the city gate. I don't know what conflicts occurred between the gate guards and them, but those families suddenly formed an alliance and attacked the city together. Wang Fujin, if he didn't know that Lu Yun would never dare to play games with him, Wang Fujin would have thought that this brat was joking with him. Wang Fujin's eyebrows twitched slightly. What does attack the city mean? Lu Yun blinked his eyes. What young master understands it to mean? They attacked the gate guard in an orderly fashion, and with heavy-handed attacks too. A cold light shone from Wang Fujin's eyes as he grasped the sword at his waist. I'll go take a look. Lang Jishui followed. I will also take a look. Wang Fujin looked at Lang Jishui, his gaze softening slightly. You wait here. I'll come back and accompany you again after I've dealt with the events at the city gate. A strange expression appeared on Lang Jishui's face as he smiled slightly. Don't forget that I am already a primary level cultivator. My cultivation is not below yours. There must be something wrong with this unusual case, so maybe I can help you solve the problem. Besides, my crane is already at the door, which is convenient. Wang Fujin saw that he insisted and didn't refuse him again. He could never refuse Lang Jishui's requests. Who let him have this person in his heart? Wang Fujin and Lang Jishui together rode a carriage pulled by 3 white cranes and flew from the high rise of the city lord's mansion toward the city gate. By the time they reached the skies above the gate, the attack was still ongoing but was nearing its end. Both sides sustained injuries, but those injuries were still within the acceptable range for both parties. It's clear at a glance that this kind of fight was meant to catch people's attention and not to actually invade the city. Wang Fujin narrowed his eyes, pulled out his sword, and directed it towards the ground with a wave. With a pause sound, the sword chi carved out a crack 3 kai deep on the ground before the gate. Immediately afterward, the chi triggered the thunder bombs buried beneath the ground, and a string of explosions occurred, forcing the 2 sides that were originally still fighting to rapidly retreat backwards. Lin Xuanji gazed at the white crane immortal carriage that had just landed atop the city gate and saw a faint white figure. His pupils suddenly contracted, a torrent of emotion surging through his heart. An indescribably complex expression appeared in his eyes. Yan Tianan stood close to Lin Xuanji. His entire line of sight was attracted by the white crane immortal carriage. He couldn't help but exclaim, 3 spiritual cranes, the city lord's people are really rich. It's easy to tame 3 spiritual cranes, but in order to find 3 cranes that can pull a carriage at the same time and still coexist peacefully, a vital condition must be satisfied. Those 3 spiritual cranes must be from the same parents and come from the same egg. Just the fact that the cranes are triplets or the fact that it's 3 cranes with flawless white feathers would make the starting price alone exceed 1 million gold if sold at an auction. Lin Xuanji nodded. They are indeed rich. Lang Jishui's food, clothing, and items were all of the topmost quality. Wang Fujin alighted from the carriage and stood at the head of the city. He looked down at the cultivators gathered below with a heavy expression. May I know the reason why the families who came to attend the 100 Families gathering have rallied together to attack Sky Peak City instead? GU family's young master stood out and said loudly with a cold expression, the reason? Don't tell me you're clueless about that. He, as major families came all the way from afar with great sincerity, but we didn't expect to be insulted and harassed by your Wangfu family in front of Sky Peak City's gate. Don't think that we are afraid of you just because our family's powers are inferior to yours. The speaker was the young master of a family from the North Continent. What nonsense, standing so high and looking down on us, very cool isn't it? We might as well settle the debt 100 years ago and today's debt together. I'd like to see whether our 12 families together can shake your Wangfu family even a little. Lang Jishui's eyes swept over the emotional and agitated young masters below. He couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Ah Jin, there seems to be some misunderstanding here. Wang Fujin looked cold and solemn. He jumped down from the top of the wall. Wang Fujin stood in front of the various families' young masters and exuded the immense pressure of a primary level cultivator. The young masters who had been running their mouths endlessly all shut their mouths. In the face of absolute strength, who dared to be so unbridled? I will ask only one question. Why exactly did you attack Sky Peak City? Wang Fujin did not waste time with idle chatter and immediately cut to the chase. The young masters looked at each other, and one person among them clearly recounted the events that led up to the attack. Wang Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. Who told you that you need to be frisked to enter the city? Isn't it precisely the people under your city lord, hey, borrowing their owner's powers to bully the weak? We all saw it with our own eyes. That person in red armor blocked the Lin family from entering the gate. Lin family. Wang Fujin seemed to feel something and looked towards the Lin family's carriages. Wang Fujin and Lin Xuanji's gazes met just like that. Wang Fujin was stunned, an idea forming in his heart. Wang Fujin withdrew his gaze and murmured to the still angry young masters before him, "In the name of Wangfu family's young master, I assure you that neither the city lord nor the Wangfu family wish to show any disrespect to you guests who have traveled here from afar. The rumor of a body search is even less worthy of mention." After a pause, a young master said, "Could Wangfu young master be insinuating that all this is our own delusion?" Wang Fujin replied, "This matter requires careful investigation. Today, I invite everyone to first settle down in the city. Within 3 days, I will definitely provide everyone with an explanation." Now that Wang Fujin had given a way out, naturally none of the third-class family's young masters would arrogantly entangle themselves further in this matter. Today, they just wanted to take the opportunity to work off the anger from not being able to enter the city even after waiting for so many hours. At this time, they finished venting their anger. The humiliation suffered 100 years ago at the Sky Peak City Gate was also given a resting ground. Thus, all the families that fought earlier expressed their willingness to give Wang Fujin this face. After the crowd dispersed, Wang Fujin's gaze landed on Lin Xuanji, and he walked toward their side without hesitation. Yan Tianan tugged on Lin Xuanji's sleeve. "Dage, is he coming to hit you?" Lin Xuanji replied, "He shouldn't be." "Why?" "Because he has his pride." Lin Xuanji said, "A primary level cultivator attacking a craftsman like me, whose Dantian Sea has been destroyed, if word of this gets out, then does he want his reputation anymore?" Yan Tianan nodded and let out a breath in relief. What Dage said is really reasonable. Wang Fujin clearly heard these two people's dialogue. He resisted the urge to pull his mouth and instead asked Lin Xuanji, "Were you the one who caused today's events?" Lin Xuanji said with profound meaning, "How could I have caused this? Wangfu young master might as well go home and ask your family's eldest son who actually caused this." As soon as Wang Fujin heard that the unexpected attack occurred right after the Lin family had been stopped, he had guessed that someone had instructed the gatekeepers to deliberately make things difficult for Lin Xuanji. Therefore, when Lin Xuanji bluntly complained, he was not surprised. Wang Fujin felt a headache coming up, and in his heart, he cursed the Wangfu Chengxuan who couldn't do anything right but was a talent at causing trouble till Wangfu Chengxuan was full of dog's blood. Wang Fujin took a deep breath. "You really know how to incite people's hearts. It's obviously your Wangfu family tyrannically bullying others. Don't tell me that we can't even fight back." Yan Tianan pursed his lips as he glared at Wang Fujin. Wang Fujin glanced at Yan Tianan. "I don't bully children." Yan Tianan, Editor's Little Theater. Wang Fujin, "I don't bully children YTH. Aren't you bullying one right now?" Chapter 149. Walk carefully, I won't send you. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. "It's all thanks to Sky Peak City's elite first-class families from 100 years ago who deliberately showed off their power in front of us third-class families. Bitten by a snake once, afraid of ropes for 10 years. Now the third-class families understand that those who strike first succeed while those who strike later perish. It seems that the lesson from 100 years ago left an indelible psychological shadow on many families." Wang Fujin choked and couldn't say a word. Lin Xuanji could play this route of blatant ridicule exceptionally well. "I have also heard about the situation that year." A voice infused with a faint smile came from behind Wang Fujin. Lang Jishui's appearance immediately attracted everyone's eyes. Lang Jishui gazed at Lin Xuanji with a smile. "Regarding today's events, I'm afraid that Ah Jin has neglected his duty." Lin Xuanji lifted his eyes and stared at Lang Jishui. He could no longer remember how many years had passed since he had last seen this person, and later, he could not even recall what this person had looked like. When Lin Xuanji occasionally remembered him, the only recollections that flashed through his mind were a smile like spring breeze and a cold body wrapped in warm cloaks all year long. "It's my first time meeting you, I am Lang Jishui." Lang Jishui smiled slightly at Lin Xuanji. "I don't know what to call this little friend." Lin Xuanji replied, "Lin Xuanji." A strange expression flashed through Lang Jishui's eyes. The Yu Warong that makes one forget even immortals with just one glance. Today I've finally witnessed this legendary figure with my own eyes. I'm flattered. Lin Xuanji smiled. I'm afraid that all the legendary figures most likely reside in Sky Peak City. Fellow Lang's name of Sky Peak's 7 stars is the legend that is truly known throughout the world. Lang Jishui smiled at the Yan Tianan beside Lin Xuanji. What's the name of this little friend then? Yan Tianan stared at Lang Jishui and felt that his entire person gave others the feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Upon hearing that he was named, Yan Tianan hurriedly replied, "My name is Yan Tianan, my Daeja's little brother." Lang Jishui's gaze stayed on Yan Tianan for a few more minutes, the smile seeming to freeze for an instant. The youth before him also seemed to possess a Xuanian constitution. This made Lang Jishui suddenly recall that 2 days ago, a Shidi from a collateral branch came back and, upon conversing, casually mentioned meeting a young man whose entire body was full of cold yin energy, but who was unlucky, as he had dual wood and fire spiritual roots, which doomed him to never be able to practice the proper Dao paths. Thinking back, that youth turned out to be Yan Tianan. Lang Jishui frankly said, "I see that this little friend seems to possess a natural Xuanian body." Yan Tianan glanced at Lin Xuanji anxiously. Lin Xuanji held his hand and nodded. Indeed. Wang Fujin immediately frowned when he heard this and spoke bluntly, "Shishang, your pills are limited. They take time to make and are also critical to your health. How can you give them away so easily?" Lang Jishui's expression sank. "Ah Jin, where are your manners?" Wang Fujin pressed his mouth shut and gave Yan Tianan a warning look. "Many thanks to Dao friend for your kindness, but there is no need." Lin Xuanji flatly refused. "My family's Ahen cannot afford to receive such valuable items. Besides, everyone has different constitutions. Since someone specially refined it for you, there is no need to waste that person's heartfelt effort." Wang Fujin's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, his eyes slanted at Lin Xuanji. Lang Jishui seemed as though he didn't understand the implications behind Lin Xuanji's words and did not insist further. He only said, "When I saw you, I had a feeling that I should have known you for a long time. I will be living in the city lord's residence these days. If you have time, you should drop by for some tea and wine together." Wang Fujin's expression shone brilliantly, as though he had heard some sky-shattering secret, but it immediately became ugly, and even the gaze he directed at Lin Xuanji was no longer friendly. Even the Yan Tianan beside him was stunned. This person was taking the initiative to show kindness to Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji nodded and replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I will definitely go if I have time." Lang Jishui laughed, "In that case, I will not disturb you guys from settling down in the city." Wang Fujin withdrew his gaze from Lin Xuanji and said to Lang Jishui, "Shishang, there are still some things here that I must deal with. Please go back first, I will return later." Lang Jishui nodded and turned around, lightly flying towards the top of the city wall. Like a white crane spreading its wings, he gently and gracefully landed in the cloth curtain of the white crane immortal carriage. The white cranes spread their wings, and the ethereal carriage flew toward the faint outline of the city lord's residence hidden in the clouds. Yan Tianan seemed to be in a daze. He opened and closed his mouth before saying, "That big brother just now looks very unique and also very gentle." Wang Fujin, who had been seeing Lang Jishui off, withdrew his gaze and coldly swept Yan Tianan a glance. He then glared at Lin Xuanji fiercely and warned sternly, "He's not someone you can have intentions toward. You'd better know what's good for you and stay far away from him, or else." "Or else what?" Lin Xuanji's bright eyes suddenly felt cold, as if mixed with ice and snow. When Wang Fujin came into contact with this pair of eyes that lacked all warmth, his heart suddenly jumped, and he actually felt afraid for an instant. Wang Fujin calmed down. "My Shishang is a benevolent person through and through. He is soft-hearted and kind to everyone. When he sees injured demonic beasts, he will dress their injuries with the best medicine. What does this have to do with us?" Lin Xuanji did not give him any face. Wang Fujin endured it. "I just want to remind you that although your deity has a Xuanian constitution, I made Shishang's medicinal pills to be specially tailored for his physique. He is the only one in the world worthy of them. You guys shouldn't even think about those medicinal pills." Lin Xuanji hooked his lips, revealing a sarcastic smile. "Wang Fu young master can rest assured. Those pills may be sweet as honey in your eyes but arsenic in mine, not everyone values them. If my family's deity needs medicinal pills to nourish his body, then it must pass through my hands. The ones you give, I'm not sure they're even safe." Though Wang Fujin could not be angry at Lang Jishui, who took the initiative to show kindness to Lin Xuanji upon their very first meeting, he could not bear the malice of one who dared to trample on Leng Jishui's goodwill. He immediately responded with a cold expression, "Fool who can't even tell what's good for you. How is that any of your business?" Lin Xuanji deadpanned. Wang Fujin grit his teeth, endured, and decided not to argue with this person any longer. He only warned again, "My Wangfu residence does not welcome you. I'm just being polite to him as well. You actually took it seriously." Lin Xuanji said neither slowly nor hurriedly, "Walk carefully, I won't send you out." Wang Fujin, he hadn't finished yet once. Wang Fujin had only thought that Lin Xuanji was a talented person, but now, after Leng Jishui took notice of Lin Xuanji, he only thought that this guy was a person with deeply hidden and unfathomable thoughts. Wang Fujin glared at Lin Xuanji one last time and turned to walk away. Yan Tianan was puzzled. Why did he suddenly become so fierce? Lin Xuanji withdrew his gaze, probably because he can't stand Leng Jishui showing kindness to others. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji. "Dage, this is the first time I've ever seen someone who suddenly wants to give me medicinal pills for no reason." Lin Xuanji patted Yan Tianan's head and sighed softly. "Leng Jishui is a real gentleman. He cherishes the world and helps the common people. On his cultivation path, he has never killed a single person or even a demonic beast, so his cultivation is extremely smooth, and even the Tao of Heaven is reluctant to hurt or trouble him." Yan Tianan uttered a cry, "Isn't that too incredible? A cultivator's path was paved with bloodshed, but Leng Jishui's hands were actually untainted by even a drop of blood. How could one not be surprised? Such people are often respected and loved, but they will not have a good ending." Lin Xuanji said, "Get on the carriage, let's enter the city." Yan Tianan nodded thoughtfully as he followed Lin Xuanji and climbed into the carriage. This time, the speed at which the families entered the city accelerated a great deal, and the difference was akin to heaven and earth when compared to the prior situation where each family had to be searched one by one using magical items. In the Sky Peak City Lord's mansion, Wang Fujin, who had returned to the City Lord's residence, did not go and find Leng Jishui right away but instead walked toward the mansion's backyard, his aura exuding hostility. When Wang Fujin's men kicked the door open, Wang Fu Chengxuan and a group of fox and dog friends were gathered around a table and gambling, about to roll dice. Not only that, but there were also young men and women dressed in extremely revealing clothes beside them, wearing charming smiles on their faces and filling the room with what could only be described as an atmosphere of decadence and debauchery. When he saw Wang Fujin, Wang Fu Chengxuan's attendant hurriedly asked, "Young master, why are you here at this time?" Wang Fujin stood at the door and did not go in. He just stared at Wang Fu Chengxuan with cold eyes. When he heard the sound, Wang Fu Chengxuan stopped and looked at the door. He grinned, "Yo, it's my third brother. It's a nice day, do you want to play together?" Wang Fujin gently opened his mouth, "Eldest brother, stay. Others, get out while I am still reluctant to dirty my hands with murder." Although there were a few young masters among the fox and dog friends who accompanied Wang Fu Chengxuan in gambling, they were not very influential, and their status in the family was not very high. They've lived in Sky Peak City all year round and naturally understood Wang Fujin's personality better than anyone else, so before Wang Fujin had even finished his sentence, those friends have all scattered into smoke as they fled away, afraid that Wang Fujin, this madman, really would kill at the drop of a hat. This left only Wang Fu Chengxuan by himself. Wang Fu Chengxuan's face darkened immediately. He narrowed his eyes and glared at Wang Fujin with displeasure. "You dare to fucking interfere in even my business?" Wang Fujin stared at him. "You sent people today to intentionally embarrass Lin Xuanji at the city gate." Wang Fu Chengxuan's expression was unnatural for a moment, but he said righteously, "What's the matter? Isn't it just a brat from a lowly ranked third-class family? He dares to provoke the people of our Wangfu family. Don't tell me that is the eldest son of the Wangfu family. I don't have the right to teach him a lesson." "You moron," Wang Fujin bellowed. "Your so-called lesson is to frisk them. For a cultivator, this is nothing short of a complete provocation and a straight-out challenge. Who the hell are you scolding?" Wang Fu Chengxuan countered, "It can't be that you like that Lin Xuanji. Let honorable me think about it. Could it be that Lin Xuanji complained to you?" Wang Fujin was ready to cry from Wang Fu Chengxuan's foolishness. He narrowed his eyes and sneered, "The situation has already escalated, there is no need for him to complain. When father comes home tonight, he will certainly ask about this. By then, you'll have to think about how to wipe your own butt clean." Wang Fu Chengxuan froze at once. He watched Wang Fujin, who immediately turned to leave as soon as he finished saying those words, and suddenly became anxious. He rushed over to pull Wang Fujin, his face full of anxiety. How did this escalate? I just let people search their bodies and let the Lin family suffer a big humiliation. What happened? 12 third-class families, including the Lin family, from the east, west, south, and north continents who are about to participate in the 100 Families Gathering, formed an alliance and jointly launched a simultaneous attack on the Sky Peak City Gate. Wang Fujin hooked his lips dangerously. Each of the 12 families has at least one primary level cultivator as backing and at least 20 Death Knights waiting to attack at any time. The number of magic and treasure tools in their possession is even more unknown. Author's notes. Another important character appeared. Editor's Little Theater. Wang Fujin, withdrew gaze. Lin Xuanji, withdrew gaze. Butter, withdrew gaze. Chapter 150, he's very special. Wang Fu Chengxuan's face paled a little in an instant. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Why would that happen? I obviously only asked them to make things difficult for the Lin family. What does it have to do with the other families? Although he was arrogant and conceited, he wasn't an actual idiot. He knew the principle of having strength in numbers. Provoking just 1 or 2 third-class families wouldn't be much of a problem, but provoking a dozen or more at the same time would stir up quite a bit of trouble. Wang Fujin looked like he was looking at a brainless idiot as he glanced at Wang Fu Chengxuan's face. He really didn't want to admit that this guy had the same parents as him. No, our Wang Fu family is so amazing. Even if they have a lot of primary level cultivators, what can they do? Wang Fu Chengxuan wiped away his cold sweat and said anxiously, quickly lead some people to go kill them all, and let them have a taste of how strong we are. At the 100 Families Gathering which occurred a century ago, 5 families of the Middle Continent colluded to humiliate all the third-class families. And during that 100 Families Gathering, 5 of the major families became 4. Wang Fujin narrowed his eyes and stared disdainfully at the Wang Fu Chengxuan who had disappointed him thoroughly. Don't think that third-class families are really third-rate. Even if someone wanted to make things difficult for them, the one in the lead would definitely not be the Wang Fu family. Use your brain and think for yourself. You're on your own. If something really happens, even father and mother wouldn't be able to protect you. After Wang Fujin finished speaking, he turned around and left without hesitation, quickening his pace. This foul atmosphere made him want to puke. Wang Fu Chengxuan collapsed onto the ground. His eyes looked dazed, and his body was sweating as he murmured, "That's impossible. How could it be? All I did was ask people to teach Lin Xuanji a small lesson. 12 families rioting and finding fault with one family were 2 completely different things." In Wang Fujin's courtyard, Lang Jishui was admiring the scorching sky flowers. Wang Fujin walked in. Lang Jishui turned around to look at him, and couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. "Wang Fujin, is it so funny to see me?" Lang Jishui shook his head. "Your face makes you look like someone owes you money for 8 lifetimes. Did you go look for your eldest brother again?" Wang Fujin's expression darkened a little more. He's already in his 30s, yet why is he getting more and more disgraceful? All I ask is for him to enjoy his vulgar games in peace and not cause even more trouble for me. But he just has to create messes time and time again. Sometimes, I really wish I could just lock him up so he wouldn't be able to stir up any more troubles. Evidently, Wang Fujin was thoroughly angered this time. His brother was someone who couldn't do anything right. He was so busy that he was like a spinning top every day, yet he still had to wipe the ass of that Wang Fu Chengxuan. This wasn't the first or second time something like this had happened, but the mess he had caused this time was the worst. When Lang Jishui saw this, he walked over to say, "Dealing with the aftermath is indeed difficult and troublesome. It wouldn't be good to provoke those young masters either. If this isn't handled well enough, the reputation of the Wang Fu family would suffer as well, and if this causes them to bear some kind of horrible grudge, it would be even more terrible." Wang Fujin nodded and took a deep breath. That's such a simple truth, yet that pig brain of a Wang Fu Chengxuan can't even understand it. Lang Jishui smiled. "You need not be too nervous. They were probably struck by a sudden impulse. Ultimately, those families are still afraid of the Wang Fu family, so as long as you give them enough face and benefits, no one would bear any grudges." When he heard Lang Jishui say Lin Xuanji's name, Wang Fujin frowned slightly. "Shishang, have you really met that Lin Xuanji before? Your attitude towards him seemed very different from how you treat others." "I've never seen him before." Lang Jishui's eyes were as clear as water as they looked at a tree blooming with scorching sky flowers. if I had seen such a peerless talent before, I would never forget him. But when I saw him, I keep feeling like we should have known each other and we should be like-minded friends. This feeling became even more intense when I spoke to him. Wang Fujin's heart abruptly jolted and his eyes widened. Xishang, don't tell me you are interested in him in that way. What are you thinking? Lang Jishui shook his head as he smiled. I just think he's very special. The heart that had reached Wang Fujin's throat dropped. Jealousy was bubbling in his heart, and he was about to die from a vinegar overdose because of Lang Jishui's words. However, he still had to pretend to be indifferent and feign calmness. Lin Xuanji has really great luck to get that kind of evaluation from Xishang. You can't say that. Lang Jishui frowned slightly, but I always feel that little friend Lin wants to keep his distance from me on purpose. Wang Fujin felt even more displeased at once. Xishang's such a great guy that he can't even wait to butter up to you. How could he try to distance himself from you? In a few days, after Lin Xuanji hears about Xishang, he'll probably pay you a visit personally to curry favor and display his goodwill. Lang Jishui knocked Wang Fujin's head. Don't spout so much nonsense. Wang Fujin rubbed his head with a smile on his face, yet he kept muttering in his heart he must meet that Lin Xuanji in person that his Xishang regards so highly, and see what kind of demonic arts he has that makes Xishang care about him so much. The 1,000 people from the Lin family lived at the inn that they had booked in advance. Lin Liuchun, who rarely showed up, finally stretched and climbed out from the carriage lazily when they arrived at the entrance of the inn. The Lin family pupils all looked at him with complicated gazes. Lin Liuchun was stunned, then looked at Lin Xuanji. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lin Xuanji smiled lightly. It's nothing much. They just think that fourth elder is really handsome and carefree, and how your valiance surpasses all. Lin Liuchun laughed loudly and patted Lin Xuanji's shoulder. Good kid, you have great judgment. Then he complained, I slept all the way here, it was so bitch tiring. After Lin Liuchun entered the inn first, Duan Yuyong couldn't help but sigh. Did you see that? That's how a master would behave. When facing an enemy, he didn't even move at all, and slept and ate as he should. Yan Tianan nodded and said with envy, fourth elder sleeps really well, he could compete with my family's Mao Mao. Duan Yuyong, who's Mao Mao? Yan Tianan said, the bald chick we picked up before. A sudden realization dawned upon Duan Yuyong. He said with much disbelief, you're actually raising that bald bird. Though it is quite strange for it to not have died after swallowing such a powerful earth-level medicinal pill. Yan Tianan nodded, yeah, it's absorbing the earth-level pill while it sleeps. I think Mao Mao is very unusual, he's completely different from other birds. That's true. Duan Yuyong nodded and sighed, it's Honorable Mi's first time seeing such an ugly bird. Yan Tianan pouted, obviously unhappy. Just as Duan Yuyong was prepared to enter the inn with Yan Tianan, a hand suddenly pressed down forcefully on his shoulder. Duan Yuyong turned around and saw a gloomy Duan Yuhao. Duan Yuyong's expression changed, but quickly restored its usual laziness. Duan Yuyong, do you really think you're part of the Lin family now? Duan Yuhao said, displeased. You guys arrived here pretty early. Duan Yuyong evaded his question. Duan Yuhao cast a glance at a chasing sun horse and sneered. No wonder you're a third-class family, even your means of transportation is third-rate. Yan Tianan pondered for a bit and said, I heard that Duan family's second elder has the highest cultivation level, and is the most powerful one. Do you know why? Duan Yuhao cast a disdainful glance at Yan Tianan's face. Do you think you have the right to speculate about our Duan family's second elder at will? Yan Tianan rubbed his nose, I don't speculate about people. It's just that when I saw Duan's second elder, he handed me a manual for getting strong and said, I managed to live this long and achieve such a high-level cultivation because I didn't neglect one most important thing. What is it? Duan Yuhao asked. He never cared much about other people's business. Yan Tianan said, Duan Yuhao, fuck, this kid dared to mock him. Duan Yuyong laughed, overjoyed, for a long time. He nodded, second grandfather isn't wrong at all. There are too many people in this world who enjoy caring about other people's business. Duan Yuhao's face darkened, will you go back or not? Duan Yuyong blinked, I didn't know that you actually care this much about me. I've only left the Duan family for half a month, yet you ran all the way here to beg me to return to the Duan family. Duan Yuhao almost jumped up in anger from Duan Yuyong's shamelessness and narcissism. Stop sticking gold onto your face. Duan Yuhao said impatiently, If it wasn't because mother was concerned about you and was afraid that you'd suffer hardships by following these third-class family people, I wouldn't even bother about you. Yan Tianan blinked, and said unhappily, Yuyong Gerger gained 2 kilograms after following us. Are you trying to mock us with those words? Duan Yuyong nodded. That's right, he's trying to mock you. Duan Yuhao took a deep breath. Will you go, or not? If you won't, then don't return to the Duan family anymore. Duan Yuyong grinned. I'll go, of course I'll go. If I don't return to the Duan family, where else can I go? Duan Yuhao looked displeased as he glared at him, then turned around and left. Duan Yuyong waved at Lin Xuanji and the rest. Thank you for your hospitality, I'll be leaving first. Lin Xuanji looked at him. Don't give the game away. Don't worry. Duan Yuyong smiled, then turned around and left. As he looked at Duan Yuyong's receding figure, Yan Tianan came to realize something. Has Yuyong Gerger gotten over it? Lin Xuanji nodded. Probably. Yan Tianan sighed again. The Duan family really is like a wolf or tiger's den to Yuyong Gerger. Lin Xuanji said, it is a tribulation set by the heavens for him that he must overcome. Once he successfully overcomes this tribulation, Duan Yuyong's fate may change completely. After resting for a day, the next morning, Lin Xuanji went to the bazaar of Sky Peak City to tour the new place under Yan Tianan's enthusiastic request. Yan Tianan was evidently in a very good mood. He kept talking all the way while Lin Xuanji held his hand. Most of the time, he was listening to Yan Tianan talk about the rumors about Middle Continent that Lin Zan had told him in the past, and would occasionally interject. Wah, we don't have those spiritual plants at all in Qing City, and I've only seen drawings of them in books. Yan Tianan stared at the spiritual plants protected by an array at the top of a shelf, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Lin Xuanji's gaze swept over the spiritual plant. When you become an alchemist, you'll use those spiritual plants sooner or later. Yan Tianan immediately looked like an eggplant covered in frost as he wilted instantly. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head. Don't be discouraged. You just lack a final push. Yan Tianan looked up and nodded. But, these still won't be of use to me right now. I haven't finished using up the spiritual plants we brought over from the family either. Let's go look at the materials for crafting magic treasures instead. Chapter 151. Sky Peaks by Family. Lin Xuanji had almost used up all the materials he had on the way here, but he did have quite a bit of money left over. After all, before leaving the Lin family, he had already sold off most of the magic treasures he had. There were still some he couldn't bear to sell that all hung from Yan Tianan's body now, though Yan Tianan knew nothing about them. There were a total of 4 families holding the fort in Sky Peak City. Although the main family of Sky Peak City was the Wangfu family, these 4 families took turns holding power. So in another 10 years, the one holding the fort may become the Feng family. The other 3 families also enjoyed vast wealth and commanded an immense area of land, and were all equivalent to elite families, and could naturally match up to the Wangfu family. Although there were other first-class families in Middle Continent's Sky Peak City, there was a strange custom here: all families had to attach themselves to an elite family. Although the attachment of first-class families to the elite families wasn't obvious, their stance in the family they got close to makes it easy for others to see through them at a glance. However, the Bai family can be considered to be an extremely special case amongst them. The Bai family was the most famous craftsman family within the entire Sky Peak City, and was also the most reputable throughout the whole 5 continents mainlands. Just pulling out any one of their disciples would net you an incredibly precious craftsman, and it is precisely because of this that the Bai family enjoys a prestigious position in Sky Peak City. Even the 3 elite families dare not provoke them easily, and are bound to appear respectful whenever they meet someone from the Bai family. The Bai family is also the only family that does not need other families to take their side. In any case, not one family would be willing to offend them. The Shen, Feng and Wangfu families appear to maintain a balance on the surface, but in reality, they always find the other 2 families unpleasant. In order to divide up their territories, Sky Peak City was split into the south, north and west districts. Each district has a family that makes up a higher proportion, so tax and management for those areas falls under the jurisdiction of those families. The Bai family has its own place in each of these areas. However, most of their presence comes from the magic treasures crafted by the Bai family, or materials related to crafting and so on. Although the Bai family doesn't have many businesses, each one of them is incredibly renowned, and quality is preferred over quantity. Lin Xuanji does have some interest in the equipment crafted by the Bai family. Coincidentally, he lacks some crafting materials as well that aren't easy to find in a small place like Qing City. So he planned to take the chance while they were in Sky Peak City to buy more materials for use. Each district occupied a very large area, and their paths were wide and spacious. Buildings stood tall and lofty, and Sky Peak City's elegance and luxury manifested itself everywhere. Yan Tianan sniffed. Why can I smell the fragrance of alcohol everywhere here? Lin Xuanji smiled. We're in the west of Sky Peak City right now. The area here is under the jurisdiction of the Feng family. The Feng family's Heaven and Earth Winery has its headquarters situated in the west, so naturally this place would have the style of the Feng family. A sudden realization dawned upon Yan Tianan, so that's why. Then Dage, why don't we buy some alcohol on the way later? We can taste it to see how it differs from the alcohol in Qing City. Lin Xuanji laughed. Little gluttonous cat. Yan Tianan licked the corners of his mouth and had a longing look on his face. But I can't help it, cause the wine drank from the wine cups Dage made is really too delicious. Yan Tianan stared at Lin Xuanji with pitiful little eyes and acted all coquettish. Bai ma, bai ma. Lin Xuanji pinched Yan Tianan's cheeks and smiled. Okay, Dage will buy whatever Ah Hen wants. There were quite a few people gathered inside. Upon closer inspection, there were even a few young masters that they had deceived into attacking the city yesterday. Lin Xuanji raised an eyebrow and stood behind the crowd. A well-dressed middle-aged man stood on the platform right at the front, and there were a lot of materials used for crafting wares behind him. Each and every one of those materials were excellent, but no one has ever seen them before. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes and started planning. All my fellow friends that have come from afar, as well as the old friends of Sky Peak City, let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Ying, and I'm the person in charge of the Bai family's Chamber of Commerce. Everyone can just call me Boss Bai. Bai Ying grinned as he swept a glance over the crowd below. I'm sure everyone knows that everything that comes out from the Bai family's 100 Treasures Pavilion, whether they are materials for crafting or crafted magic treasures, would be of a guaranteed standard. In order to express the importance our Bai family places on the 100 Families Gathering, as well as the welcome we would like to extend to everyone, from today onwards, on the Shen hour 3 to 5 p.m. every day for the next 3 days, we will hold treasure appraisal conventions in the west, south, and north respectively. Someone asked in a loud voice, Boss Bai, what kind of treasures will be appraised at the treasure appraisal conventions? Boss Bai laughed. The crafting materials behind me right now. Everyone's gaze is shifted towards the materials. Why is it that I've never seen those materials before? Yeah, I'm a craftsman too, but I've never seen those materials before as well, even in books. Boss Bai, where did these treasures come from? I've never even seen one of them though I've traveled all over the 5 continents. I don't think they're anything ordinary. The crowd spoke one after another. Boss Bai squinted in satisfaction and looked at the crowd people. These materials are all rare crafting materials. Many of them are treasures of the Bai family, so it's normal for everyone to not recognize them. The audience immediately sighed with admiration. Throughout the entire 5 continents, only the Bai family could have such inside information. Bah! What does the Bai family want to do by taking out these treasures? I've never seen any of these items in the Bai family's 100 Treasures Pavilion. Looks like the Bai family is really putting out a lot of hard-earned money for this 100 Families Gathering. When a young master heard the hums of discussion around him, he said somewhat discontented, stop talking and listen to Boss Bai announce how the treasure appraisal convention will be held first. Bai Ying stood with his hands behind his back calmly and raised his voice. As its name implies, the treasure appraisal convention is for everyone to appraise these materials. However, that is merely the first step. There's still a second step. Of course, Bai Ying said, although these materials are rare, people from our Bai family have already used these materials to craft magic treasures. There are attacking tools, defensive tools, as well as auxiliary tools. When the competition officially begins, we will take out the magic treasures crafted from these materials to let everyone guess what kind of materials the magic treasures were crafted from. Ha, that's too difficult. Bah! Yeah, if we don't even recognize the materials, how would we be able to guess the magic treasures? Materials aren't the materials used to craft a magic treasure supposed to be a secret. Yeah, isn't the sincerity of the Bai family too lacking in that case? No one will be able to guess it, right? Bah! Boss Bai didn't get angry, and just smiled. That's not necessarily true. Aside from these materials and magic treasures, we'll release a lot of common materials as well for everyone to appraise. These treasures would then have to wait for the people they are fated for. Then what would be the prize be if we guessed it right? That was what everyone was most concerned about. Boss Bai said, if you were to guess it right, you can take the material. If you can guess the crafting materials for the magic treasure, then that magic treasure will be given to you for free. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Within a moment, voices rose and fell in succession. This was a lot of money. No wonder the Bai family is an elite family. It really is extraordinary when it comes to spending money. This Bai family was really conceited to the extreme. Giving out these materials that were of the earth level as a reward so straightforwardly was only because they were absolutely certain that no one in the entire 5 continents mainlands would be able to guess even just one of those materials. After Lin Xuanji saw those materials, he had to admit that the words of the Bai family, that had a solid turnover, were not unreasonable. After all, if it wasn't because he had spent a whole 1,000 years in his past life following Soul Plate to travel everywhere and see all sorts of things, and was also a craftsman, then he definitely would not be able to recognize even one of the materials that the Bai family had taken out. Lin Xuanji laughed heartily. When Yan Tianan saw this, he couldn't help but start laughing as well. Dage, the materials here shouldn't be a problem for you, Ba. Yan Tianan blinked, his clever self seeing through Lin Xuanji's thoughts. Lin Xuanji looked at the materials and said, "Ah hen, we can go take a look around other places now. Let's come to the Bai family in the afternoon to collect some treasures." Yan Tianan grinned from ear to ear and clapped. Dage is so amazing. I just knew that these materials would be a piece of cake for Dage. Lin Xuanji smiled and shook his head. I'm not that amazing. There are a few items amongst them that I can't recognize, but what? Yan Tianan asked. But, I can more or less guess them. Lin Xuanji said with a smile. Yan Tianan, he suddenly felt a little sympathy for the Bai family, which was about to suffer a calamity. After listening to Lin Xuanji say that, when Yan Tianan once again looked at Boss Bai, who had a radiant and warm smile on his face as he accepted everyone's flattery, he couldn't help but reveal a sympathetic look. He lit a candle for the Bai family who had been targeted by his Dage. But for Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji themselves, this was a piece of meat pie that had fallen from the sky. Lin Xuanji wanted to buy some materials from the 100 Treasures Pavilion at first, but now he thought that he could save that money, so he quickly left the place with Yan Tianan. Not long after leaving, Soul Bead, that hadn't spoken in a long time, suddenly spoke. When you said that you could recognize most of the materials, were you just fooling your younger brother, or is that truly the case? Lin Xuanji said, I naturally wouldn't fool my younger brother so casually. Soul Bead said in surprise, but most of those materials don't even exist within the 5 continents mainlands, and there are even 2 that are ancient plants. How could a kid like you possibly have that kind of knowledge? Lin Xuanji smiled inwardly and said profoundly, even if I don't recognize them, I know you do. Soul Bead, Lin Xuanji said with a smile, so it's all up to you for the next few days. Soul Bead instantly didn't know whether to cry or laugh and cursed, you brat, you're more scheming than a hornet's nest, you actually want Benzun to help you cheat. How could this be considered cheating? At most, it should be just called a collaboration. Ba. Lin Xuanji was calm as he said unhurriedly, after all, if I were to obtain those treasures, I'll be able to get you your forged stones. The Soul Bead fell silent. Lin Xuanji raised an eyebrow, so, would you like to collaborate? Soul Bead snorted coldly, Benzun hates seeing opportunistic people like you the most. So, we'll stop when it's more or less enough. Benzun will only tell you the names of 3 materials at most. Otherwise, if you get targeted, Benzun won't be able to save you. After the Soul Bead spoke, he snorted again and disappeared. Chapter 152, Absorbing Yin Qi. Lin Xuanji's lips curved up slightly. When Yan Tianan saw this, he asked, Dage, what's so funny? Lin Xuanji said, I was just thinking that I'm not someone with a small appetite. 3 materials would be far from enough to satisfy me. When Yan Tianan heard these words that didn't seem to have a head or tail, he nodded like their minds were linked up. Of course it would be more beneficial to collect more materials. Also, those who don't take advantage of available opportunities are fools. Since the Bai family's willing to give it out for free, why won't we dare to take it for free? Lin Xuanji said, I guess someone is worried that we may live to take it, but not live long enough to use it. Yan Tianan thought about it for a bit and frowned with some distress. That's reasonable too. The Bai family could possibly be driven to take desperate actions, or other cultivators could try to kill us to seize our treasures. It's not just possible. Lin Xuanji waggled his finger, but it would most definitely happen. However, if we were to leave some room for the Bai family, with the Bai family's status, they naturally wouldn't bother with me. On the other hand, the other side would definitely stare upon with reddened eyes. Yan Tianan was stunned. Then what should we do? Lin Xuanji smiled. Hermits who are certain of the outcome naturally have their own ingenuity. Ah Hen need only wait and see. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji's fresh and elegant smile. His eyes twinkled, and the apprehensiveness he felt disappeared immediately. Yan Tianan couldn't help but think that no one, or anything, could be too difficult for his Dage to handle. Ba as there was a little alcoholic ghost around, the two of them went straight to the Heaven and Earth winery. Compared to Lin Zan, who liked drinking hard liquor and enjoyed getting plastered, Yan Tianan preferred flowery brews, which people wouldn't easily get drunk on. It tasted sweet as well, and the wine brewer at Heaven and Earth winery used a special technique to inject quite a lot of spiritual qi into it to retain the pure qi of the spiritual flowers used to brew the wine. As such, as long as this wine was consumed in moderate amounts, it would be very beneficial for one's body. Which was also why Lin Xuanji did not plan on getting rid of this little hobby of Yan Tianan. The headquarters of Heaven and Earth winery covered a very large area. At the entrance of the shop, there was a huge, slanted wine bottle, and a silver stream of water constantly poured out from the mouth of the wine bottle and into a massive wine bowl below. However, the wine in the wine bowl would always maintain a state of being almost full. No matter how much wine was poured in, none would overflow, and the wine in the wine bottle didn't seem to have a day when it would run out of wine. Onlookers couldn't help but find it miraculous. After walking out of Heaven and Earth winery, Yan Tianan smacked his lips and looked back at the winery reluctantly. Dage, the wine in Heaven and Earth winery could really spread through an entire street. Lin Xuanji nodded and smiled slightly. As the saying goes, fragrant wine fears no dark alley. The pure brews of Heaven and Earth winery are all treasures. Yan Tianan sucked his drool back and said eagerly, Dage, let's go back quickly and taste the wine we just bought to see what it tastes like. Ba. However, Lin Zan himself was a heavy drinker. When he remembered Lin Zan, Yan Tianan's mood fell uncontrollably. Lin Xuanji saw this and said, we haven't seen Yu in a few days, why don't we go look for him now? Ba. Yan Tianan's thoughts were immediately diverted. He smacked his head and uttered a ya, Dage is right. I wonder how Yu is doing outside of the city right now. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan went out of the city together. When they left the city, Lin Xuanji realized that all the gatekeepers had changed. There were still troops from many families around today and formed a line as they entered the city. Once in a while, a first-class family would arrive and ride their flying demonic beast straight through the sky above the city. However, the gatekeepers would just catch the invitation cards thrown from above, take a casual look at it, then let them through. After they left the city, Yan Tianan sighed, the family just now was really cool. Lin Xuanji said, that was the Wan family from the North Continent, which is also the North Continent's one and only elite family. Yan Tianan nodded, another elite family. No wonder they made such a grand entrance. Lin Xuanji smiled, but not all elite families are like that. The Wan family had always been high-profile and high-handed, you could consider it as their unique style. There are low-profile ones. Yan Tianan has never seen an elite family that would keep a low profile. Lin Xuanji thought for a bit and said with slight hesitance, the West Continent's Ji family seems quite low-key. Right after he said this, Lin Xuanji heard someone shouting from the queue. Did you hear? The West Continent's Ji family actually killed their way out of the pathless road in Yudai Mountain. They entered straight through the west side's concealing Demon's Gate. Even the Wangfu family's young master went to personally welcome them. Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji and blinked. Dage, the Ji family doesn't look very low-key either. Ah. Lin Xuanji calmly nodded without any expression. There's no family in this world that would be absolutely low-key, only be relatively low-key. Yan Tianan stroked his chin, that's true. The big brother from the Ji family is quite low-key. If it wasn't because Dage exposed his identity, I wouldn't have been able to tell that he's the Ji family's young master. And I heard that it was the Ji family's young master, Ji Youngwei, who took the lead and rode over 100 demonic beasts to force their way through the Yudai Mountain's demonic beast valley and left behind a trail of blood in their wake. All demonic beasts bowed down in worship wherever he passed by. Someone had started shouting excitedly with a voice full of longing and worship. Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji glanced at Yan Tianan, and couldn't help but laugh. As they still weren't certain about the layout, structure, and garrison forces of Sky Peak City, Yan Tianan didn't let Ling Chigu rush hastily into the city. Ling Chigu hid near Yudai Mountain. Yan Tianan didn't know his exact location, but from what he sees, Ling Chigu is extremely clever. And from the moment he turned into a yin corpse, his behavior and habits would turn from those he had as a human to one possessed by a yin corpse, so he would naturally find a cave or grave that was suitable for him to hide in. After summoning Ajiyu, not long after, Ling Chigu appeared in front of Yan Tianan. Ling Chigu does not need food or drink, but he still had to absorb yin qi constantly. Yan Tianan bit his finger till it bled first, then let a drop of blood drip onto the tip of Ling Chigu's tongue before asking, Ajiyu, cultivate on Yudai Mountain by yourself for now first. I'll come over to feed you some blood once every few days. If you encounter any danger, tell me immediately. A faint scarlet color appeared on the corner of Ling Chigu's lips. He stared at Yan Tianan silently and didn't move at all. Yan Tianan thought about it for a while, then said, Ajiyu, if you find other fresh corpses and want them to accompany you, you can also develop them. Then Yan Tianan extended a finger and tapped in between Ling Chigu's eyebrows. A light enshrouded in black smoke flashed. Within Ling Chigu's consciousness that didn't have much intuitive knowledge, a set of methods for yin corpses to control other yin corpses suddenly appeared. Ling Chigu finally responded a little, and nodded slowly. Yan Tianan smiled. A dimple appeared on his left cheek. After Ling Chigu disappeared, Yan Tianan clenched his fist and said with assurance, sooner or later, I'll let Ajiyu be just like a living person who can speak and laugh, and have his own ideas. Lin Xuanji said, that's not a bad idea. But, to be able to become just like a living person, he would need to at least become a corpse monster or corpse ghost. Yan Tianan nodded. At that time, I would at least have to be a primary level cultivator. I will work hard with Ajiyu. Yunlai in. Bai Susu pushed the door open and walked into Lin Zeji's room. Susu, you're here, Lin Zeji said. Biaoj, you've come to Sky Peak City at last. I heard from Aunt that you arrived yesterday. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have gone to pick you up. Bai Susu said excitedly when she saw Lin Zeji. I didn't have the time yesterday, and could only free some time today to send you a letter. Lin Zeji said. Bai Susu grinned and walked over to hoop her arm around Lin Zeji's. She leaned on his body and said, Biaoj, ever since they knew you were coming to the Middle Continent, my other cousins have all been very eager to meet you. They even invited you to pay the Bai family a visit as soon as possible. Lin Zeji's heart jolted, and he couldn't help but have other thoughts. Everyone knows that the Bai family holds a special status throughout the entire 5 continents mainlands. However, the Bai family is relatively closed up, and very few people have the right to enter the main Bai family. And the Bai family was also very strict in dividing their descendants into those born by the main wife, and those born by concubines. The successor of the Bai family must be a direct descendant, and he or she must be the most talented craftsman within the generation. Similarly, in order to ensure that the Bai family's crafting inheritance through the generations remains uninterrupted, they are extremely strict about the selection of Dao partners. The other half of those in the Bai family must either be a craftsman, or someone from an elite family. However, Madame Bai Ling married into the Lin family, a family whose status couldn't compare to the Bai family at all. Even though Bai Ling was not a direct descendant, and her talent was only considered average within the Bai family, but the Bai family still felt like she had thrown their face away. One of the important reasons why Madame Bai has never returned to the Bai family for all these years is that she no longer has a place reserved in the Bai family for her. One must know, the distribution of every single one of the Bai family's resources are meticulously accounted for. They must be distributed to the one who was most suited for it. Cruel competition was the norm for the Bai family. Even Madame Bai couldn't return to the Bai family easily, let alone her son. Which was why Lin Zeji had never passed through the Bai family's gates in his entire life. Although Bai Susu wasn't a direct descendant either, her father had broken through to the 5th layer of his Teal Soul stage 2 years ago and successfully advanced to become a Crimson Soul craftsman, and became one of the 5 craftsmen in the Bai family who had a Crimson Soul. Thus, the status of Bai Susu's branch rose rapidly along with him. And as Bai Susu's aunt, Bai Ling naturally obtained quite a lot of benefits too, and she had been mostly pardoned by the Bai family. It was unexpected for the Bai family to be willing to meet Lin Zeji while he was in the Middle Continent this time. With a smile on his face, Lin Zeji said, I've never met my relatives in the Bai family before, and I do hope that I can meet them soon as well. Bai Susu's eyes lit up, and she started fawning, then Biauj, there's no time like the present. Why don't you just stay in the Bai family from now until the 100 families gathering ends Ba? It'll be more convenient to strengthen your relationship with our other cousins as well. Lin Zeji did have such intentions, but he still feigned hesitance on the surface. Would that cause trouble for those in the Bai family? How could that be? Bai Susu shook her head, you're my Biauj, half of the blood that runs through you is of that of the Bai family. The Bai residence is your home, you can stay as long as you like. Lin Zeji was immediately overjoyed. Even though he was used to putting on a pretense, he couldn't help but reveal a delighted smile right now. He asked with slight urgency, is that what you think, or what the elders in your family think? Bai Susu said, of course it's what the elders think. My cousins think the same too. Lin Zeji settled down and suppressed his excitement. I'll let fourth elder know. After a while, I'll pack up and go with you to the Bai residence. Chapter 153. Meeting young Master Ji again. When Lin Zeji went to search for Lin Liuchun, he met Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan right after he left his room, who had just returned from the outside. The four people bumped into one another. Bai Susu was the first to speak. I heard that you've been in the limelight recently. Bai Susu said in a peculiar tone, but I don't know if you've heard before that in Sky Peak City, the brighter one's limelight is, the earlier they die. I kindly advise you to not be too arrogant and keep a low profile. Yan Tianan smiled, our limelight's not really bright, it's just average. In the future, we'll let you truly understand what it means to be in the limelight. You. Bai Susu was slightly angry. She glared at Yan Tianan and scolded. Ugly idiot, bitch cripple, a trash like you lowered the caliber of the entire Sky Peak City just by stepping through its entrance. However, Yan Tianan didn't get angry. Just as he was about to start rebutting, Lin Xuanji gently pulled him behind. Lin Xuanji's eyes were freezing cold, and his red lips parted slightly. Ah Bai, Hupo, bite her roer. Tiger cries instantly rang out from the door, and two roaring tigers lunged onto Bai Susu like bolts of lightning and pressed her down on the ground. Bai Susu only saw two bloody mouths right in front of her that was aiming for her nose. The gazes of these cubs were fierce, and their teeth were sharp, so Bai Susu couldn't stop herself from shrieking. Ah, her cry penetrated through the air, such that everyone in the inn was attracted over. Lin Zeji couldn't stand by and do nothing, of course. He quickly cried out right before the white tigers bit down. Xuanji, hold on for a moment, Lin Xuanji said slowly. Ah Bai, stop. Bai Susu could feel that right in front of the tip of her nose, two rows of sharp teeth clamped down with a crisp crack. When she opened her eyes again, the two tiger cubs were still standing on her chest as they stared at her with disdain. Their haughty look made people want to hit them. However, at this moment, Bai Susu couldn't think much anymore. She almost fainted out of fright. Lin Zeji broke out in cold sweat. It wasn't easy for him to breathe a sigh of relief. He calmed his nerves and said to Lin Xuanji, Susu has always been one to shoot her mouth off and speaks frankly. Do pardon her this once, consider it as sparing her on the account of the Bai family. Lin Xuanji sneered, my family's Ahen is a few years younger than her, but I've never seen him not understand what proper etiquette is, or start spouting nonsense as soon as he met other people. Lin Zeji felt like he had lost all face, but in order to protect Bai Susu's life, he could only repeatedly say, you're right. We were in the wrong this time. Forget it this time Ba. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Lin Zeji looked up abruptly and stared at Lin Xuanji. Gradually, complicated feelings began to rouse in his heart. Lin Zeji supported Bai Susu up from the ground. He was about to speak when Lin Xuanji interrupted him. Since the Bai family has invited you, as half a Bai family member, you should go over. Lin Xuanji said, however, you can't go over looking unsightly. Lin Xuanji took out a rattle drum from his storage bag and handed it to Lin Zeji. I heard that the head of the Bai family just had another child. It's your first time visiting, so it wouldn't be good if you don't bring a present along. This rattle drum is a top-grade magic tool that has both offensive and defensive capabilities, but it doesn't require any chi or soul force to control it. Why don't you bring this to the Bai family, and see if that infant would like it? Lin Zeji's eyes reddened slightly. He accepted the rattle drum and held it in his hands, feeling the warm sensation that traveled from this magic tool made from warmth jade as the base, as well as the pure strength that only a top-grade magic tool would possess. He had never thought that Lin Xuanji, who he had thrown rocks at while he was down, the one he was both jealous of and hated, would repay his wrongdoings with good. He not only refrained from using his status as the appointed supervisor to oppress and insult him, he even considered his needs in all sorts of aspects. He seemed to understand in an instant why his fellow pupils judged Lin Xuanji as someone who looked like an immortal and was a jade-like gentleman before he turned into a good-for-nothing, and understood where his alias White Jade Gentleman came from. Lin Zeji bowed to Lin Xuanji and said, "Thank you very much." Bai Susu stood at one side, still in a trance. When she was dragged away by Lin Zeji and passed by those two tiger cubs that even roared at her, she was so frightened she almost jumped downstairs in horror. After the two left, Lin Xuanji looked around at the crowd that was spectating the show and withdrew his gaze. He was about to return to the room with Yan Tianan when someone patted his shoulder. "Do you know who you just provoked?" A laughing voice traveled over. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly as well, and turned around to look at the carefree and unbridled Ji Youngwei. "That can't be considered provocation, I was just unwilling to let others humiliate us as they will. Brother Youngwei, your story has been circulating all around Sky Peak City today." Ji Youngwei smiled. "You can't blame me for that. I didn't intend to be so high profile and enter the city from that route." Lin Xuanji looked at him profoundly. "Looks like quite a lot has happened to you too." Ji Youngwei nodded. He looked at Lin Xuanji. "I heard that you have undergone tremendous changes. Why don't we have a chat while we eat and drink? When I left in a hurry last time, I did say that I would definitely treat you to a drink the next time we meet. Then there's no time like the present ba," Lin Xuanji said, "but this wasn't a coincidence ah." Ji Youngwei stroked his chin. "As soon as I settled in, I went around asking about you, and came right over after I caught wind of your whereabouts. I came here especially to find you." Lin Xuanji was stunned, then smiled and clasped his hands. "I really am flattered. Ha ha ha, I've been here once before. But they said that the two of you weren't around, so I came over to find you guys again." Ji Youngwei smiled brightly. He turned around and greeted Yan Tianan. "Little friend, I haven't seen you in a long time too. Looks like your two tiger cubs can protect you now." Yan Tianan's eyes lit up and grabbed Hu Po, who tried his utmost to hide behind Ji Youngwei as soon as he saw him, then held Hu Po in his arms and tilted his head. "Yeah. They were still really dumb and weak at first, but after my Dage sent them to the Demonic Beast Institute, they turned strong in just 2 months. And they were even the local tyrants of the Demonic Beast Institute." Ji Youngwei instantly burst into laughter. "I know the two instructors of Qing City's Demonic Beast Institute. I even received news from Qing Yuge a few days ago, who told me that he had finally sent 2 ancestors away. But some demonic beasts in the institute were so frightened that their temperament changed, and would hide in their nests all day as they didn't dare to come out. He even asked me to go back and treat and counsel them when I have the time." Hu Po was dissatisfied at once and barked, "Ah Bai and I weren't the ones who bullied them, they were the ones who bullied us at first. Also, the big demonic beasts on the mountains would suddenly come out to scare them once in a while. The ones who couldn't withstand that kind of fright are the ones who aren't in the right mind." Ji Youngwei nodded and tilted his head. "See. Once you mention their glorious achievements, Hu Po becomes so thrilled." "Hu Po, you liar!" Ah Bai laughed as he rejoiced in Hu Po's misfortune, and roared in laughter. The 3 people and 1 tiger were very amused, and they laughed as they walked out of the inn. After seeing Lin Xuanji's group out, the innkeeper stroked his chin and started pondering. The waiter next to him asked, "Boss, are we still going to chase them away?" The innkeeper smacked the waiter's head. "Do you not have the ability to discern anything? Who said that we're going to chase them away? Did you not see the person who came in just now?" The waiter rubbed his head, feeling aggrieved. "Isn't it boss who asked me to chase them away, ma? You even said that after the Lin family offended the Bai family, they definitely wouldn't be able to get around in Sky Peak City anymore. The Bai family may even come knocking on our doors to thrash the place, and you said that you were afraid of them implicating us." "Pay," the innkeeper said with a darkened face. "Get your ass back to work. Talk less and work more, and be polite to the Lin family." The waiter hugged a wine bottle and walked away, feeling wronged. The innkeeper narrowed his eyes and thought, although that Lin Xuanji is a troublemaker, he's also someone who knows how to make friends with the right people, like Ji Youngwei. He was the young master of the Ji family, the legend within the elite beast tamer family. He was a legend from the moment he was born, and until now, he still is a legend. That was a special honor that none of the young masters from other families have ever had. Also, Ji Yongwei and Lin Xuanji don't seem to be mere acquaintances. Ji Yongwei had already come to his shop thrice within a short span of time, and he didn't expect that Ji Yongwei had come to look for Lin Xuanji to be able to open an inn in Sky Peak City. One would naturally have the backing of a family. Although this Yunlai Inn doesn't have the backing of an elite family, it was still one of the businesses of a first-class family in Sky Peak City. So the shopkeeper here naturally wouldn't have bad judgment. The boss of Yunlai Inn immediately decided to observe for a longer while. Drunk Immortal Restaurant. Ji Yongwei treated them to a meal, and delicacies were served one after another, and quickly filled up the table. Young Master Ji, all the dishes you ordered have been served. The steward of Drunk Immortal Restaurant grinned as he stood at one side, and personally set the table for Ji Yongwei. He was a distinguished guest who even the owner of the Feng family said that he would like to entertain properly. One must know, whether or not a business dealing in the trade of demonic beasts would succeed all depends on Ji Yongwei. Ji Yongwei nodded, "Serve us your best wine." The steward smiled, "Our best wine is called drunk for 1,000 years. Once this wine is drunk, one would fall asleep for a long time, and perhaps after waking, the day would have changed and the stars would have shifted, the vicissitudes of life passing by." Lin Xuanji said, "I'm afraid that we're not fit to drink that kind of wine today. Coincidentally, my Jati and I have just bought a vat of scorching sky flower brew from Heaven and Earth Winery now. Why don't you treat the meal, while my younger brother provides the drinks? What do you think?" Ji Yongwei's eyes lit up and he smiled, "Then, please do." The wine at Drunk Immortal Restaurant are all provided by Heaven and Earth Winery as well, so the taste should be about the same. Also, Ji Yongwei made eyes at him and said enigmatically, "The wine at Drunk Immortal Restaurant is a secondary consideration. The best thing about this place are their wine cups, they really are godly cups, ah, tisk tisk." Lin Xuanji smiled, "How different could wine cups be?" Ji Yongwei said solemnly, "In the hands of a craftsman, a wine cup can be as different as it gets. You'll know after you try it." Yan Tianan covered his mouth and laughed as he looked at Lin Xuanji. Ji Yongwei said, "Little Tianan, if you don't believe me, just take a sip to try later and you'll understand." Yan Tianan nodded desperately, "I believe you, I'll definitely believe you." The steward of Drunk Immortal Restaurant clapped his hands, and young women dressed in simple and splendid attire walked in gracefully with trays in their hands. On the trays, there were 3 small wine cups that looked exquisite and beautiful. There were even all kinds of strange patterns embedded inside, and the engravings all looked very natural, as if they were the work of the heavens. "This is the new batch of wine cups that our Drunk Immortal Restaurant has just obtained, and these 3 are the best looking ones we have." The steward placed the cups in front of Ji Yongwei, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, then smiled, "It'll definitely be an absolutely different experience. Credit to Padam for this hilarious strip she edited, ha ha ha, you dumb as me lol." Chapter 154. By Family's Competition. Ji Yongwei rubbed the wine cup and couldn't bear to let it go. He licked his lips. "I can't wait to have a taste now." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan licked his lips as well and shook Lin Xuanji's hand. "Dage, hurry and take it out, ma." Lin Xuanji smiled and took out a bottle of wine, then poured a cup each for the 3 of them. Ji Yongwei and Yan Tianan downed their cups without waiting, only Lin Xuanji leisurely took a sip. Ji Yongwei and Yan Tianan let out a satisfied sigh at the same time. "Such a good brew, ah. It's so delicious." Yan Tianan and Ji Yongwei looked at each other, then laughed together. Ji Yongwei said, "I didn't expect that the younger one to be a drinker instead of the older one." Yan Tianan licked his lips and reminisced the taste. "I didn't think wine tasted that good in the past, until I used this cup." Ji Yongwei nodded and sighed, "That's why I say, craftsmen are the most miraculous people in this world. They can bring to us countless unexpected surprises with their skillful hands." Yan Tianan stared at Lin Xuanji without even blinking. "Dage, what do you think?" Lin Xuanji, must he praise himself? That is still a little embarrassing for him to do. Lin Xuanji swept a glance over Yan Tianan, who was grinning at him, and couldn't help but laugh. "Still okay, I guess. This is just, still okay." Ji Yongwei raised an eyebrow involuntarily. "Brother Xuanji, it's not right of you to say that. Don't tell me you think that this sort of crafting skill is just, okay. Don't tell me that I've been really out of touch with the world. I think that the forging level of this cup can be considered to be unrivaled in this world." Lin Xuanji put his fist to his lips and chuckled. "What else can I say? Must you force me to boast of being quite good and unrivaled in the world?" When he said that, Ji Youngwei instantly felt like he had been struck by lightning. He was in a trance for a moment, his eyes widened so much that they almost popped out of their sockets. He said in utter, pleasant surprise, "And I was wondering too, so this was your masterpiece, aren't you concealing too much of your talent?" Lin Xuanji raised his glass and said, "I'm not concealing it, it really is too difficult to talk about. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Ji Youngwei frowned, not comprehending as he asked, "How could that be difficult to talk about? Your standard is already comparable to that of a crafter from the Bai family." Lin Xuanji said, "Experts who really succeed and become famous definitely wouldn't mass-produce their magic treasures, and whatever they craft are rare and exquisite products. But my kind of, what's wrong with your kind?" Ji Youngwei asked. "My Dage's kind of magic treasures are crafted to earn money, and they are all mass-produced too, which is contrary to the style of craftsmen." It was as if Yan Tianan had mind-reading skills as he exposed what Lin Xuanji was thinking. Ji Youngwei was stunned, then stared at Lin Xuanji with a baffled gaze. A moment later, Ji Youngwei couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Are you sure that the mass production you speak of isn't just a roundabout way of showing off to me?" Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan said righteously, "I don't think so. Is my Dage the kind of person who likes to show off?" Ji Youngwei, "I wouldn't think so in the past, but it may not necessarily be so right now." Lin Xuanji, Ji Youngwei burst out laughing, "All right, I won't joke around anymore. Although your mass-produced magic treasures are very different from the vast majority of craftsmen in the world, I do think that the original intentions of craftsmen should have been like yours. Sell equipment to earn money in order to make a living." Yan Tianan interrupted. Ji Youngwei couldn't hold back from glaring at Yan Tianan, then said helplessly, "It's to bring benefit to others and share the joy." "Oh." Yan Tianan's mouth opened wide, then he rubbed his head, puzzled, "But, isn't the ultimate goal of all craftsmen to earn so much money that they wouldn't be able to finish spending it all?" Right after he finished speaking, someone knocked on Yan Tianan's head. Lin Xuanji said leisurely, "It's to seek the great Tao, and to seek immortality. You're really a small money grubber." Yan Tianhan was somewhat embarrassed as he stuck his tongue out. He held a wine cup up and smiled awkwardly, "Come, let's drink." "Drinking is good." Ji Youngwei smiled as he drank a cup of wine, and finally shifted the topic of the subject away from the wine cups and Lin Xuanji. After a full meal and drinks, it was close to the. Ji Youngwei rubbed his stomach and burped, then said lazily, "It's really been a pleasure to talk to you too." Yan Tianan said, "Shouldn't chatting always be like that?" Ji Youngwei shook his head, "Not necessarily. You must know that not everyone can talk so easily to one another in this world, and there has never been a lot of people whom I could talk with either." Yan Tianan looked at Ji Youngwei with a gaze filled with pity. "Ji Dage, you sound like you have no friends." Ah. Ji Youngwei thought about it for a bit, then nodded, "I have quite a lot of bad friends, but not many real ones." Yan Tianan was quite surprised, "How could that be? Ji Dage, you're both rich and powerful, and you're famous and amazing as well. Everyone should like you very much and want to be your friend." Ah. Ji Youngwei looked at Yan Tianan with a profound gaze, "It is precisely because I'm rich, powerful, famous and amazing that it's difficult for me to find true friends." Yan Tianan was utterly baffled, he couldn't really comprehend it. Lin Xuanji, however, had some insights, and said to Yan Tianan, "Perhaps, the higher the position you hold in this world, the more requests and expectations others would have of you, so he doesn't know if most of the people who associated with him do so because they like him as a person, or because of the power and authority he represents." Yan Tianan nodded, not fully understanding him as he said in distress, "Then if I were to become strong in the future, wouldn't I have to worry over something like that too?" "You won't," Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan and Ji Youngwei looked at Lin Xuanji at the same time. But Lin Xuanji just looked at Yan Tianan with a tender expression, "Because I will accompany you by your side, and shelter you from any storm." Yan Tianan looked moved, while Ji Youngwei felt like his heart suffered a heavy blow. He used to think that Lin Xuanji treated this younger brother of his with unusual affection, and now, that kind of feeling was becoming more and more clear. Ji Youngwei couldn't help but think sourly, "Is he bullying me for not having an older or younger brother?" After leaving Drunk Immortal Restaurant, Ji Youngwei stood at the entrance and said, "Do the two of you have any important things to do?" Yan Tianan pulled Lin Xuanji's hand and said eagerly, Gerger and I are going to participate in the Bai family's 100 Treasures Pavilion's treasure appraisal convention in the west side of the city. Ji Youngwei's eyes lit up and he clapped, so the two of you know about that too. I was about to go there to watch the show, why don't we head over together? So the three of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards 100 Treasures Pavilion that wasn't too far from Drunk Immortal Restaurant. A platform had already been set up outside the 100 Treasures Pavilion, and under the platform, there were many cultivators who had come forth to participate in the convention. Among them, not only were there cultivators who had come for the 100 Families gathering, but there were also cultivators from Sky Peak City, as well as cultivators who had caught wind of the news and especially made the trip down. There were even quite a few craftsmen from Sky Peak Sect who had rushed over. One must know, the treasures of the 100 Treasures Pavilion were true treasures. Even if they couldn't be taken away, just catching a glimpse of them from afar would be enough for most people. Boss Bai stood on the high platform, and behind him were all sorts of bottles and cans covered with a black cloth. He looked at the familiar faces below and instantly felt like he had a lot of face. When Boss Bai's line of sight fell upon Wang Fujin and Leng Jishui, he shrank back at once. Boss Bai hurried off the stage and walked to the side of these two people who were standing in the crowd, with a flattering smile plastered on his face. Young Master Wangfu, Xianxia Leng, why are the two of you here today too? Why don't you spectate the competition in the VIP room instead? Leng Jishui smiled gently, there's no need for that much trouble. We're just passing by here to take a look, and we'll be leaving shortly. Boss Bai dared not insist, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with these two, he drifted back onto the platform. Boss Bai's action had completely exposed the whereabouts of Leng Jishui and Wang Fujin within the crowd. However, this didn't bother them at all. After all, as primary level cultivators, they naturally radiated a domineering pressure, so even if someone wanted to butter up to them, they had to first consider whether or not they could withstand the pressure of a primary level cultivator first. Leng Jishui swept a glance over the crowd, and wasn't surprised to find Lin Xuanji. Leng Jishui smiled, then easily walked through the crowd and came to Lin Xuanji's side. Fellow Lin, little friend Yan, we meet again. When Lin Xuanji saw Leng Jishui, he was slightly startled, then he nodded gently, fellow Leng, what a coincidence. Leng Jishui smiled, it's not a coincidence. I was thinking that as a craftsman, you would probably be interested in the Bai family's treasure appraisal convention, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect to really bump into you. Ji Youngwei couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Leng Jishui. The Leng Jishui in his impression was not someone who could get close to someone like this so easily. Although he treated people quite gently, and seemed kind to everyone, in reality, Leng Jishui is the person who finds it most difficult to open up his heart to other people. He had never thought of taking the initiative to make friends with anyone either, but unexpectedly, Leng Jishui would actually come forward to look for Lin Xuanji of his own. Well, Lin Xuanji was puzzled, is fellow Leng looking for me because you have something important you want to talk about? Leng Jishui returned his question with another question, if there's nothing important, am I not allowed to look for you? Lin Xuanji was stunned, and his gaze softened a little. Of course not. Leng Jishui's smile returned to his face, then isn't that right? Some people would feel like old friends right at their first meeting, while others would feel like strangers even after 100 meetings. Fellow Lin should understand what I mean by this. Lin Xuanji nodded, while he felt incredibly complicated. Lin Xuanji's response made Yan Tianan feel a little uncomfortable at once. He always felt like this Leng Jishui's attitude towards his dage was very unusual, and different from anyone else. Even if it's because Leng Jishui understood his dage's good points and wanted to be friends with him, it was a different feeling from the kind that Duan Yuyong, Ji Youngwei and other people give him. As if if Leng Jishui was here to snatch his dage from him. As soon as this thought surfaced, Yan Tianan heard Wang Fujin's slightly cold voice. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Shishong, the sect just sent us a message and asked for you to go back. Leng Jishui looked back and said, did Shifu say what's the matter? Nothing was said, he just asked for you to return at once. Wang Fujin was talking to Leng Jishui, but his gaze was always fixed on Lin Xuanji. Leng Jishui looked at Lin Xuanji with his warm eyes, then said to Wang Fujin, since that's the case, I'll return right now, just in case Shifu has something urgent to talk about. Chapter 155. Start of the Treasure Appraisal Convention. Seeing Leng Jishui readily agree, Wang Fujin felt a little better. He nodded his head and replied, Senior disciple can go first, I will also go back to the sect. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Alright, Lang Jishui made a gesture, then smiled and winked at Lin Xuanji before saying, I'll see you again. He summoned a white spirit crane before jumping onto the crane's back. The spirit crane spread open its wings and flew towards the sky, leaving behind a white figure. Lang Jishui walked back. Huang Fujin watched Lin Xuanji with a profound gaze, then said to Ji Yunwei, who was standing a little bit further away, Young Master Ji, don't tell me you and fellow Lin know each other. Ji Yunwei nodded and replied, yes. The two of you should also know each other too. I've heard about what happened at the city gates. Huang Fujin nodded, not hiding anything from Ji Yunwei about his and Lin Xuanji's relationship. In a cold voice, he replied, since you already know about it, I'd like to request of young Master Ji to please tell fellow Lin, what kind of person I, Huang Fujin, am. Once he finished speaking, Huang Fujin did not wait for Ji Yunwei to reply before flinging his sleeves and leaving. The corners of Ji Yunwei's mouth twitched involuntarily. Huang Fujin had already gone out of bounds with how he acted today, and appeared a bit petty. This was hardly like how he normally acts. Ji Yunwei said, ignore Wang Fujin. His temper is usually alright, it's just that when certain people are involved, he tends to lose control. Lin Xuanji gave Ji Yunwei an understanding look and spoke simply, I understand what he means. I'll keep my distance from Lang Jishui, he doesn't need to worry about that. However, does Lang Jishui have that kind of intention towards him? Ji Yunwei sighed, I didn't think that it'd be so obvious that even you would be able to tell. Yet the one who should know is completely unaware and knows nothing. Lin Xuanji calmly replied, I'm afraid that it's not that he doesn't know, but that he's pretending not to. Ji Yunwei raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Don't say that in front of Wang Fujin, otherwise he'd be struck with so much grief that he might even vent his anger out on you. Do you think Wang Fujin himself doesn't know? Lin Xuanji shook his head, no one's a fool. Ji Yunwei squinted and replied, actually, Wang Fujin has already hid it very deeply. The number of people throughout the whole Sky Peak sect who knows about his feelings for Lang Jishui can be counted on just one hand. The only reason I know about it is because the Ji and Wangfu families have been family friends for a long time, and we grew up together, so our relationship isn't bad, but he is already targeting me like this, wouldn't I be the idiot if I still couldn't tell? Lin Xuanji calmly asked in return, then smiled, but what I didn't know was that you shared such a good relationship with Wang Fujin. At the very least, we're all elite families. The Wangfu family has helped us a lot in capturing demonic beasts, so throughout our interactions over time, we came to know each other well. Ji Yunwei thought about it for a while and realized that that was indeed the case. He didn't know why Wang Fujin was suddenly acting like such a deranged person. Usually, there were countless people surrounding Lang Jishui, but he had never once went right up to their doorstep this rashly to warn them. He didn't expect Wang Fujin to keep an eye on Lin Xuanji. This won't do. He'll have to properly ask what the deal was between Lang Jishui and Lin Xuanji someday. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Both Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan held a circular, spherical object handed to them by a female attendant. Lin Xuanji used his soul force to sense it. This was a mid-grade auxiliary magic tool and only had one use. It was to be used in tandem with the magic tool on the platform that looks like a bronze mirror. Soon, everyone had an answering ball like this in their hands. Boss Bai clapped his hands, and someone carried a plate onto the platform. When the black cloth on the plate was lifted, a white spot lit up on the bronze mirror. Boss Bai's eyes lit up. He said, Number 004, please answer. This is a fire silkworm chrysalis, a primary grade 3rd level material. It can be used to forge fire elemental attack, defense and auxiliary tools. A young man said aloud. Boss Bai nodded. That is the right answer. May I invite this young swordsman to come onto the platform? This fire silkworm chrysalis belongs to you now. The young man looked at the other youngster next to him who resembled him a little. The youngster smiled and patted his back. Go Ba. The young man ran up to the platform, looking very excited, and sat on the first seat. He kept the fire silkworm chrysalis in his storage bag. Ji Yunwei raised an eyebrow and said, those two are from the Bailey family. The younger one is the genius craftsman of his generation from the Bailey family, called Bailey Yunshin. He's only 12 or 13 years old, but he's already at his introductory stage's 5th Soulfire stage. The one next to him is his older brother, Bailey Yunsong, an elemental cultivator. Lin Xuanji nodded. Those from the elite family are widely knowledgeable indeed. Yet Yan Tianan pursed his lips. I can't see anything from where we're standing. They can see much more clearly from where they're standing. Ji Youngwei looked at Yan Tianan and said, you may not know, but this treasure appraisal convention itself is jointly organized by several families. Although it's said to be conducted by the Bai family, the other families also have their share in providing the materials and forking out money for the convention. It's not as simple as you may think it is. Lin Xuanji asked, the Ji family chipped in as well. Well, no. Ji Youngwei shook his head and said regretfully, the Ji family has no craftsmen, so we don't even have the right to fork out money. Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan felt a little indignant. Isn't that too unfair? Lin Xuanji smiled. Ah hen, don't get angry. This world has never paid much mind to fairness. However, in the face of absolute strength, the greatest unfairness is strength itself. Ji Youngwei instantly saw Lin Xuanji in a different light. He stroked his chain and said, why do I have a hunch that the Bai family is about to encounter a calamity? Lin Xuanji said with a laugh, I'm afraid that your hunch is right. Ji Youngwei. When the second material was carried onto the platform, Lin Xuanji used his soul force to probe it. His soul force had just circled around it once before Lin Xuanji judged what the material was merely through its texture and attribute. When the black cloth was lifted, Lin Xuanji pressed down on the answering tool in his hands. Boss Bai looked at the bronze mirror. It wasn't the person he had expected, so he was instantly stunned. However, accidents often occurred during a competition, and the show must go on, so Boss Bai said, number 235, please answer. Lin Xuanji looked at the answering tool in his hands that had the numbers, 235 feet written on it and said, it's an empty wooden shell, primary grade 7th level, wood attribute, it can be used to craft boxes for storing spiritual plants. Boss Bai nodded and said, correct. May I please invite this cultivator onto the platform? Yan Tianan cheered with both joy and pride evident on his face. Ji Youngwei raised an eyebrow, your dage is really amazing. Yan Tianan cast a glance at him. I thought you already knew that when you realized that the wine cups were made by my dage. Ji Youngwei. Yan Tianan was right. Lin Xuanji went onto the platform and sat beside Bailey Yunshan. Bailey Yunshan looked at Lin Xuanji's face without blinking, then covered his mouth and laughed, Da Gerger, you're so good looking. Lin Xuanji said lightly, thanks to my parents. Bailey Yunshan. Below the platform, Bailey Yunshan was always watching Bailey Yunshan. When he saw his own younger brother staring at someone else's face with starry eyes, he really wanted to rush onto the platform and pull him back down. So rude, he's being too rude. When will this starry-eyed problem of his be cured? The treasure appraisal convention continued. Yan Tianan has no soul force, so he couldn't discern the materials through the air like Lin Xuanji did. Even though he was quite knowledgeable on various materials, due to the distance and the little tricks played behind the scenes, he couldn't find an opportunity to answer. Apart from Lin Xuanji, the other 9 people who were selected were either craftsmen from major families who were about to participate in the competition or the disciples of renowned sects. There wasn't a single person there who wasn't famous. Not far away, a carriage passed by, and even stayed for a moment. Someone on the carriage smiled. Zixing, why didn't you take part in this convention? The one called Zixing said with a very cold voice, it's merely a clown's juggling show performed on the streets. I, Su Zixing, won't bother with such cheap performances. Hee hee. A laughter rang out, and the one beside him said, you are right. You, Su Zixing, are the strongest craftsman in the world. As for the rest, they exist only to make you stand out or act as your stepping stones, am I right? Su Zixing opened his pair of starry eyes, his beauty overwhelming everything else. His cold glance swept across the man who was smiling mischievously next to him and uttered a soft HNG. As long as you know that. The curtain that was adorned with all sorts of exotic treasures was lowered, and the carriage slowly headed towards the east side of the city. After the first round, contestants who were selected to enter the second round were all sitting on the seats on the platform. Although all of the 10 contestants sitting on the platform weren't any older than 25, aside from Bailey Yunshan who was looking around everywhere curiously, the others all had stern countenances as they looked straight ahead, afraid of making their own family lose face. Boss Bai soon announced the start of the second round. There were still 10 types of materials in the second round. Everyone had to appraise one of them, and they must cite their names, attributes, functions, as well as the magic treasure it was commonly used to refine. As the person who was the first to stand out, Bailey Yunshin was now also the first to select a material. Moreover, because he was a craftsman who was trained with painstaking efforts by the Bailey family, all these materials that looked particularly unique to ordinary craftsmen didn't pose much of a problem to Bailey Yunshin. Thus, he quickly gave his answer. Lin Xuanji followed closely behind, and gave his answer easily as well. This made Boss Bai cast a few more glances at Lin Xuanji. After the second round, 4 contestants left the platform helplessly because they made mistakes regarding some details. However, these people had just participated for fun. Standing out amongst 100 over people and obtaining good materials had already satisfied them greatly. After the third round of material identification, only Bailey Yunshin and Lin Xuanji remained on the platform. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Boss Bai came out from behind the screen and grinned as he scrutinized Lin Xuanji. I may have eyes, but I failed to see MT. Tai, I couldn't tell that your excellency is the one named by Profound Sky Sect to be the top person in the world for both the past and future 500 years. Lin Xuanji. Bailey Yunshin's eyes widened and said in surprise, you're actually Lin Xuanji. I've heard of you before. You have an alias, Yu Warong, the one who makes others forget about immortals at first sight, and you're the head of the Profound Sky's 4 swords. Lin Xuanji's expression didn't change, but he had other thoughts in mind. He said calmly, I don't dare accept such a great honor. That is merely a circulation of false rumors. Isn't Lin Xianxia being too modest? I didn't expect Lin Xianxia to not only be so exceptional in the attainment of the swordsman path, but to possess such keen eyesight as well. Boss Bai narrowed his eyes and stroked his beard. Looks like Lin Xianxia will definitely be giving Profound Sky Sect quite some face this time. Chapter 156, Making Things Difficult on Purpose. Lin Xuanji cast a cold glance at him. Looks like the Bai family's news are quite outdated. I am no longer part of Profound Sky Sect, and neither am I, Xianxia. Boss Bai can change the way you address me now. Boss Bai feigned surprise and raised his voice. How could that be? How could Profound Sky Sect easily let go of a swordsman genius like you? Even the slow-witted Yan Tianan could tell that there was something wrong when he heard Boss Bai's clear words. Yan Tianan frowned and said, my Dage's matters had spread all over various sects a long time ago. Why is this Boss Bai repeatedly bringing it up so intentionally right now? Ji Youngwei's expression darkened. Continue observing the situation. Boss Bai obviously wanted to shame Lin Xuanji in public, but Ji Youngwei couldn't tell who was the one asking him to do so behind the scenes. Yi was it the Bai family? Or the Bailey family, or other sects and families? Also, what kind of benefit could they gain from offending Lin Xuanji? Ji Youngwei was quite interested in spectating the show too. If the Bai family's face wasn't thoroughly torn apart by Lin Xuanji today, then he wouldn't be the Lin Xuanji that Ji Youngwei knew. Ji Youngwei secretly made a gesture, and a few of his men hiding amidst the crowd dispersed while he searched for traces in the dark as well. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Discussions had already begun in the crowd. On the platform, Lin Xuanji said, looks like Boss Bai is extremely interested in my experiences. We can talk about such matters in private. After all, it doesn't have much to do with the treasure appraisal convention today. Boss Bai's expression didn't change and continued with his thick skin. Why do I feel like Lin Xuanji doesn't have any qi at all within your Dantian qi si? Bailey Yunshin used his qi to probe and cried in surprise, there really is no qi within your Dantian qi si. How could it be? One must know, a lot of craftsmen in this world were elemental cultivators as well. They had both soul force and qi bestowed upon them by the heavens, so they could craft and fight, so you could say that they were the darlings of heaven. Bailey Yunsong couldn't bear to watch any longer. He wanted to get up on stage himself to pull his younger brother down, but Bailey Yunshin continued, but Lin Dage, the soul force in your body is really strong. You must be a really amazing craftsman. Lin Xuanji looked at Bailey Yunshin, who was blinking at him wittily and sensed his good intentions, so he nodded at him and smiled, that's right. So the top person in the world for the past and future 500 years that the sect master of Profound Sky Sect talked about was not of someone taking the elemental path, but the craftsman path instead. Bailey Yunshin's eyes were bright as he said, that's very likely. At the very least, your soul force is much stronger than mine. Even if our soulfire stages are the same, I won't be able to match you. Lin Xuanji said, you're still young, your feats are already very amazing. Their words that didn't seem to mind being overheard by others traveled into the ears of everyone above and below the platform. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but laugh. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. That Lin Xuanji shouldn't be a fool, bah. How could he dare say such a thing in front of the Bai family? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. I really don't know why the Lin family would send him here this time. Yan Tianan's knuckles cracked loudly. Black vapor emanated from his eyes. He really wanted to kill everyone in front of him who was insulting Lin Xuanji. A strange force began circulating within his body. It was trying to break through the fetters of his body and use black tentacles to absorb all of the souls and cultivation of these people into his body and refine them. But right at this moment, Lin Xuanji suddenly looked over. His gaze was still as calm as ever, as if all the comments of the outside world were irrelevant to him. Yan Tianan was stunned. The black vapor and murderous intent in his eyes vanished without a trace. But Lin Xuanji didn't miss the black vapor that had enveloped Yan Tianan. He abruptly stood up, turned around to look coldly at Boss Bai, and the corner of his mouth drew up. Boss Bai, there is no need to spout so much nonsense. What are we supposed to appraise next? Why don't we start the appraisal now? Boss Bai had already achieved his goal of exposing Lin Xuanji's false image. With a hypocritical smile on his face, he said, Lin Xianxia, no, it should be Craftsman Lin. Anger will only harm one's body. However, there are many people in this world who know just a little about being a craftsman but still likes to show it off and display such meager knowledge openly. Yet they don't know that being introverted and low-key is the most fundamental nature of all craftsmen. Aren't you just full of crap? Bailey Yunshin jumped off his seat a bit impatiently and said, are we still continuing? If you're not, I'm leaving. Boss Bai's expression changed and instantly seemed like a different person. He smiled kindly and said, we'll start now, we'll start right now. Then Boss Bai waved his hand, and 9 pieces of materials that were kept in transparent boxes were carried onto the platform by 9 female attendants. They were placed on the long platform that faced the audience below. Boss Bai raised his voice to say, this is the last batch of materials for our treasure appraisal convention today, many of which are passed down from ancient times. There are a total of 7 types, and the remaining 2 are top-grade magic treasures refined from the materials here. SS's sounds of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard from below. Boss Bai paused, then smiled. Including the next 2 days, the materials and magic treasures displayed during the treasure appraisal conventions will change each day. However, there will be 7 types tomorrow, and 5 types the day after. We don't know if anyone would be able to take even one of them away. Lin Xuanji smiled and said, Boss Bai, if one were to get it right, don't tell me the Bai family will really give these treasures away just like that. Boss Bai placed both hands behind his back, puffed his chest out and glanced at Lin Xuanji with disdain. Of course, do you think our Bai family will go back on their words? Then if I were to get it right, yet you insist on saying that I'm wrong, how would it be resolved then? Lin Xuanji continued being oppressive. Boss Bai's expression darkened. My Bai family's reputation is the resolution. Lin Xuanji smiled magnanimously, something like, trustworthiness may be enough for others, but not me. Why don't you write down the answers somewhere and pass them to a third party? Then it can be distinguished later. Also, whether or not you can represent the entire Bai family is something I have doubts about too. Boss Bai was about to curse when Bailey Yunshin nodded, yeah, that should be so. There are tens of thousands of materials in this world, and there are a lot that I've never seen before. If someone were to guess it right and you don't want to give it to them by coming up with a fake, we won't know either. Boss Bai resisted the urge to vomit blood and said, since Craftsman Lin doesn't trust the Bai family, I won't continue arguing with you. Guards. Boss Bai took a scroll, picked up a brush and used his chi to write down the answers for the 9 materials on it. After he was done, he kept the scroll and threw it up into the air, and the scroll was suspended in mid-air. Boss Bai thundered, the answers are already written on that. Would that be enough to satisfy Craftsman Lin? Lin Xuanji nodded, yes. Yet snickers and disdainful voices rang out from below the platform. This Lin Xuanji actually dares doubt the Bai family's trustworthiness. Isn't he being a little narrow-minded? A third-rate family will always be a third-rate family. Which is why there's a difference between families. Just trying to curry favor through claptrap. The Lin family's face will probably be thoroughly thrown away today. Yan Tianan was so angry his eyes turned red. He had just swung his fist up to hit someone when his wrist was pulled back by two hands at the same time. Hen, darling, don't be impulsive. Please wait a minute, little friend. Duan Yuyong and Ji Yunwei looked at each other and loosened their grips at the same time. As soon as Yan Tianan saw Duan Yuyong, he pouted and lunged into his embrace to say with much grievance, Yuyong Gerger, they're bullying people. Duan Yuyong rubbed Yan Tianan's head and said, it's okay. Just wait and see how your Dage make the Bai family regret this to death. When Ji Yunwei saw this, he said, young Master Duan, looks like you're quite familiar with little friend Yan. Duan Yuyong nodded. Of course, he's my Didi Ma. Ji Yunwei thought, don't tell me this is some sort of weird love triangle. This is getting more complicated and interesting now. If Duan Yuyong knew what Ji Yunwei was thinking, he would definitely spit out a right now. On the platform, the splendid materials were emitting radiant lights of different colors. Even though they were quite far away, and the materials' chi had been sealed off by special wares, the crowd could still feel the tremendous chi overflowing from those materials. Sure enough, they're all excellent items. The Bai family has taken out all their treasures. It's worthwhile for me just to catch a glimpse of such ancient treasures. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Even the Bai family themselves may not know what these materials are. Ba. Duan Yuyong's gaze were fixated on those materials, and he couldn't help but matter. Good items, they really are good items. Ji Yunwei's gaze was stuck to the materials as well. He couldn't help but sigh, I now finally know why the Bai family is the richest family throughout the 5 continents mainlands. Just one of these materials would probably be enough to buy a first-class family, and we don't even know just how many of these materials the Bai family has. Everyone else most likely thought the same way. When Yan Tianan saw these materials, he couldn't help but think they seemed familiar. As if in his dreams, when he was little, he had once seen them before. In fact, when he looked at the dark red flame pulsating in the last transparent box, a vague memory fragment flashed through his mind. Within the dark red flame, a cold hand covered his face, and a hoarse voice rang out, Hen, be a good boy, follow Uncle Lin Zanba. Forget everything here and be an ordinary child. If Daddy can stay alive, I'll definitely come and pick you up. A faint black flame jumped a few times in Yan Tianan's eyes, but it was soon extinguished. He rubbed his head and felt a bit confused. He looked at Duan Yuyong and Ji Yunwei, who were infatuated by the peerless materials, yet he didn't seem very frazzled himself. Why did he find these materials common? On the platform, Baili Yunshin kept his eyes wide open as he looked over these materials and magic treasures over and over, then shook his head sadly, I can tell that these are good items, but I'm not knowledgeable enough to tell what they are. So I admit defeat, and will head down first. After that, Baili Yunshin readily jumped off the platform. Baili Yunsong had extended a hand and was ready to pull Baili Yunshin, but Baili Yunshin shook his hand away, and Baili Yunsong even got a glare from him. Baili Yunsong, what did he do? Baili Yunshin said indignantly, second brother, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Baili Yunshin complained, were you the one who asked Boss Bai to make things difficult for Lin Xuanji? Baili Yunsong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He yanked Baili Yunshin over and pinched his face, is second brother such a despicable person in your heart? I don't even know who he is, why would I slander him? Baili Yunshin blinked and said a little guiltily, it really wasn't you. But you're really suspicious. Chapter 157. Young Master by Baili Yunsong took a deep breath and secretly recited 10 times you can't hit your Didi, you can't hit your Didi, then slowly exhaled. He said through clenched teeth, Baili Yunshin, don't think that I won't dare beat you up when we're outside. Ask one more question and I'll beat the crap out of you. Baili Yunshin immediately put on an ingratiating smile. He scratched the back of Baili Yunsong's hand and said all docile, second brother, I was wrong ma. I just knew you weren't the kind of person who would play such underhanded tricks. My second brother is an upright and honest person, you're a great person. Baili Yunsong rolled his eyes at him and turned to face the platform. Look carefully and remember them, when we get back I'll send some people out to look for those materials. Baili Yunshin shook his head regretfully and said, I'm afraid that most of those materials aren't found in the 5 continents mainlands. Even if they were, we'd only be able to bump into them by chance in mysterious lands that aren't easy to explore. Some may even be extinct, so don't waste our resources. Baili Yunsong didn't say anything and just rubbed Baili Yunshin's head. His younger brother has always been this sensible. Only Lin Xuanji remained on the platform. Boss Bai cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xuanji. Please, go ahead, I wonder how many materials craftsman Lin has heard of out of all the ones here. Sneers could be heard below the platform. Someone raised his voice and laughed. For someone as amazing as craftsman Lin, instead of merely hearing about them, he should have even seen them with his own eyes before. Bah ha ha ha. Cold sweat trickled down Yan Tianan's face. He was afraid that Lin Xuanji would get shamed in public. However, Lin Xuanji just smiled lightly and said to the one who had spoken below the platform, "You do have rather good judgment to know that I have seen them before." After he spoke, Lin Xuanji turned to look at the first material and smiled. This material is called Cold Moon Jade Butterfly. It resembles a butterfly, but it's not one, and is in fact a kind of stone. It prefers dark and humid deep valleys, and under the moonlight, it can produce an illusion of butterflies dancing in the sky. Due to such a characteristic, it is often used by auxiliary array cultivators to refine the cores of auxiliary arrays, and it can also be used to refine illusory items. As for the materials level, profound grade 7th level, which is quite good, and it's scarce in supply too. I just don't know if there would be anyone in the Bai family now who would dare to use it in their refining processes. Lin Xuanji paused for a moment before saying to Boss Bai, whose face had paled considerably, "I wonder if I'm right." Boss Bai was in utter disbelief. This Cold Moon Jade Butterfly was clearly from the outer world, and it was rare too, so it was impossible for someone like Lin Xuanji who has never left the 5 continents mainlands and wasn't from a craftsman family to know of its existence. In fact, only a few pupils of the Bai family had the right to experience this Cold Moon Jade Butterfly for themselves. "So is he right or not?" Someone from below the platform asked. "Yeah, he made it sound so incredible. I've never heard of such a material before. It can produce butterfly illusions. That's so unique, I've never heard of it before either. He shouldn't have just made it up on the fly. Bah. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts." Lin Xuanji had always maintained a gentle, yet pressing smile on his face. SS's story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at Lin Xuanji in disbelief. Yan Tianan cheered. "Dage's the best. Dage guessed it right." Duan Yuyong breathed a sigh of relief too. "Amazing, amazing. I've never even heard of it before. How does he know about it?" Ji Yunwei couldn't stop applauding. "Brother Xuanji is indeed extraordinary and wonderful. It's fortunate that I hugged his thigh in advance." Duan Yuyong turned his head to look at Ji Yunwei. "Young Master Ji, as the young master of the Ji family, don't you feel embarrassed for saying such words?" Ji Yunwei looked back at him and said, "Don't tell me young Master Duan doesn't think the same." Duan Yuyong. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Ji Yunwei. Both of them revealed a smile that seemed to say, "We both know it," at the same time. Of course they had to hug such a big thigh in advance on the platform. Lin Xuanji still laughed without a hint of arrogance. "Boss Bai, is my guess considered correct?" Boss Bai could barely maintain the smile on his face, but he still nodded. Of course it is." Lin Xuanji nodded. "Then I'll guess the second one." Boss Bai's face instantly paled even more. He still wanted to guess the second one. Was guessing one right not enough for him? Lin Xuanji ignored how Boss Bai was feeling and walked straight to the second material. He cast a glance at it and said, "This is the inner core of a black turtle, and is at least 3,000 years old. I'm guessing that the black turtle's cultivation must at least be of the transformation stage. The attributes of the black turtle are water and metal. Its core is most suitable for refining medicinal liquid or medicinal pills, but it can also be used to craft equipment. I think it would be most appropriate to be embedded in weapons and serve as additional chi. Black turtles have never appeared on any of the 5 continents mainlands before, and not only so, it is a demonic beast that had gone extinct 10,000 years ago. People have even said that in order to preserve the continuity of their species, the black turtles have long since hidden in the caves at the depths of the sea, and would not easily appear. Thus, no one would have seen a black turtle before, let alone their inner cores." This time, everyone held their breath and waited for Boss Bai to reveal the answer. Boss Bai glared at Lin Xuanji with a deathly ashen face. He gritted his teeth and forcibly endured the urge to vomit blood, then said through clenched teeth, "Craftsman Lin, you're so amazing to even be able to tell what this is, but I wonder how Craftsman Lin managed to identify this material. Lin Xuanji said lightly, everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. I might have seen this kind of material in my past life, so the impression lasted until this life. Boss Bai wanted to say, you're just spouting nonsense. Who would have known if he was a human or a dog in their past life? So where would the memory come from? But right now, he couldn't even utter a word. Boss Bai slowly opened the scroll, and the second answer appeared. Lin Xuanji had guessed it right again. He had even guessed the age of the black turtle's inner core very accurately. This time, those who thought that Lin Xuanji was just lucky to have identified the first material all changed their minds. The first might have been a coincidence, but the second couldn't be. Bai Yunshan's eyes were bright. He felt so excited that he couldn't help but cry out, Lin Dage, hurry and guess the third one. Bai Yunsong couldn't stop Bai Yunshan. This kid had actually changed his form of address to Dage, now. As soon as Bai Yunshan spoke, everyone else who was there to spectate the show began cheering, continue guessing. Craftsman Lin, take everything there. Ba, take them all. Boss Bai almost crushed his teeth into pieces. He glared at the ones who spoke, take them all. Bitch, just those two materials alone made him feel like his heart was on the verge of being smashed into pieces. However, Boss Bai continued saying through clenched teeth, continue guessing. Ba. He doesn't believe that Lin Xuanji would really be able to take them all. Lin Xuanji nodded and smiled lightly, Boss Bai truly is a straightforward person. I'll continue then. He came to the front of the third material and said, this is called Tianxi Cloud Ghost Eye. It is an eye born after a cloud ghost tree cultivated into a spirit. Boss Bai stepped back unsteadily and almost fell to the ground. Yet Lin Xuanji didn't continue speaking, and instead turned around and grinned as he said to Boss Bai, why don't you go look for the one who's really in charge of your family first? Otherwise, I may really take everything here. Don't let the Bai family come crying to me then. When he heard this, Boss Bai's expression changed, and the emotions in his gaze changed from contempt and disdain to fear and awe. He actually felt like Lin Xuanji wasn't just saying that in order to scare him, but that he was serious. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. If that were so, then it would truly be too terrifying. Boss Bai immediately broke out in a cold sweat. These 7 items are all the Bai family's treasures. If they were all taken away by Lin Xuanji in one go, then the consequences would be unthinkable. Moreover, the insight and judgment displayed by Lin Xuanji was definitely not something that an ordinary craftsman would possess. It was probably on par with the Bai family's ancestor who had lived for nearly 700 years. Who on earth is Lin Xuanji? Boss Bai wasn't a fool. He completed a full bow to Lin Xuanji and said respectfully, I'm the one with eyes who couldn't recognize MT. Tai, why don't Craftsman Lin take a seat first and wait for a while? I'll be back soon. Lin Xuanji had evidently displayed his sincerity. As an elite family, the Bai family naturally prioritizes their reputation, so they couldn't go back on their words. If Lin Xuanji continued guessing today and kept all 7 of these materials, then the Bai family could only suffer the loss silently. However, Lin Xuanji took the initiative to offer the Bai family a way out after guessing the third material. And he had done so after the Bai family was pressing down hard on him in all respects and had even insulted him. Boss Bai instantly felt very ashamed. He prepared to leave with a flushed face to go look for the real steward of the Bai family to report the matter. However, before he left, he saw his young master who was walking over through a path cleared by the crowd. Much thanks to Craftsman Lin for your mercy. Young Master Bai, who was sitting on a wheelchair, gently knocked on his handle, and his wheelchair landed on the platform. Yan Tianan's eyes widened. Yi, I've seen that person before. Duan Yuyong was stunned. Who is he? Why have you met him before? Yan Tianan scratched his head and said, isn't that the young master of Hidden Tools Pavilion? When Gerger and I went to sell equipment, we've even chatted with him before. He personally kept my Dage's magic tool. But why would he be here? Ji Youngwei kept staring at Yan Tianan and said in disbelief, your Dage sold an equipment to young Master Bai. Yeah, what's strange about that? Yan Tianan was a little puzzled, because the Hidden Tools Pavilion itself was a place where magic tools are traded. Ji Youngwei and Duan Yuyong looked at each other, and they couldn't help but sigh ruefully at the same time. Hen, you must know, a magic tool that a craftsman would take the initiative to collect won't be anything ordinary. Duan Yuyong said with great emphasis. Yan Tianan stuck his tongue out and said, so young Master Bai is a craftsman too. Ji Youngwei pondered, then said, that may not necessarily be so. This young Master Bai has always been a mysterious figure. Not only does he rarely appear in public, but not many know what path he cultivates either. However, for him to be the young master of such a prestigious Bai family, he must have areas that he excels in. Moreover, when he spoke up to this point, Ji Youngwei stopped talking. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Moreover, his legs seemed to be crippled. After they stared at one another silently for a while, Ji Youngwei couldn't keep his calm and said, "The Hidden Tools Pavilion is actually part of the Bai family's business as well." Duan Yuyong's expression made him seem like he had a toothache. He pursed his lips and said, "Rich, they really are rich. The 100 Treasures Pavilion belonged to the Bai family, and the Hidden Tools Pavilion belonged to the Bai family too. Was there still any fairness in this world?" Ji Youngwei and Duan Yuyong looked at each other and couldn't help but think, if only the Ji family, Duan family were that rich. Chapter 158. Terms of exchange. When Boss Bai saw young Master Bai, a respectful glint flashed through his eyes. "Young Master, you're back." Young Master Bai cast a light glance at him. "If I didn't come back, then the Bai family's face would have been thrown into the gutters by you today." Although young Master Bai's calm appearance made him look very young, his words made cold sweat appear on Bai Ying's forehead. "I'm the one with eyes who couldn't recognize Mt. Tai. I'd like to request for Craftsman Lin's forgiveness, and also for young Master's forgiveness." Boss Bai had already lowered his stance a lot and didn't care at all if he was losing face. Although he was not afraid of Lin Xuanji, he was still very much terrified of the one who wielded actual authority in the Bai family. Young Master Bai no longer paid any attention to Boss Bai. He turned to face Lin Xuanji with a smile and said, "After we parted the last time, I never received any news of Brother Lin. With so many forged stones in my hands, I didn't know where to send them either. I even passed by Qing City when I was heading to the Middle Continent from the East Continent, as I wondered if I would be able to see Brother Lin, but I didn't expect that Brother Lin had already left for the Middle Continent." Lin Xuanji nodded a little and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, young master. There have been a lot of family affairs I have been busy with, so I couldn't attend to anything else. Then Brother Lin would have to take a good rest while you're in Middle Continent's Sky Peak City, and also allow I, the official host for the gathering, play a good host to you." As young Master Bai, he tilted his head slightly to one side and said, "Leave the address of, young master, to others. Why don't Brother Lin just call me by my name directly?" "Yichen," Lin Xuanji said. Bai Yichen was stunned, and an unusual glint flashed through his eyes. He pursed his lips and smiled. "Xuanji, I'm beginning to feel more and more curious about you. You're always so surprising, and seem so mysterious as well." Lin Xuanji suddenly paused and realized that he had made a huge mistake. Young Master Bai Yichen, often stayed in seclusion and rarely appeared in front of others. Very few people in the Bai family dared to mention him as well. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but because they indeed did not dare to. Bai Yichen's age became a mystery, and his name was synonymous with authority and mystery in the Bai family. So far, few people know what his real name is. After Lin Xuanji slipped up, he didn't panic and instead said, "Compared to me, Yichen is more of a mystery that people can't figure out." Bai Yichen looked at the crowd below the platform and stopped talking. He knew this place wasn't convenient for them to talk, so he changed the subject. "With Xuanji's capabilities, I'm afraid that these items alone aren't good enough for you. You should also be able to take all of the materials in the treasure appraisal conventions that will be held tomorrow and the day after." Lin Xuanji wasn't too modest, but neither was he too arrogant, and merely stated, "Yichen is praising me too much. How could I easily guess all of the Bai family's treasures? However, I should be able to guess about 50 to 60% of it." Boss Bai's legs went limp. He uttered to himself secretly in shock, 50 to 60%. 50 to 60%, how many treasures would that be? Fortunately, his young master and this Lin Xuanji seemed to be acquainted. In fact, Lin Xuanji might have left the Bai family a way out because he was giving his young master face. Bai Yichen shook his head and smiled, "You're still being so modest." Lin Xuanji's gaze fell on the seventh material. He looked at the leaping dark red fire and said, "I want that small Mingyin flame." As soon as he said this, Boss Bai's back was drenched in sweat. He really did know everything. He even knew about this unusual small Mingyin flame that was left behind from the ancient great war between immortals and demons. Bai Yichen looked at Lin Xuanji and said enigmatically, "Since you can recognize this small Mingyin flame, then you should know how rare and valuable that flame is for a craftsman. Moreover, it's not something that can be controlled by just anyone. If one is just slightly careless, they would suffer a serious backlash. Are you sure you want it? Lin Xuanji nodded and looked at Bai Yichen. Since I dare ask for it, then I naturally know what that flame would bring me. Bai Yichen pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, Bai Ying, take out all of the materials Xuanji won for his perusal. Bai Ying was stunned and his expression changed. The small Mingyin flame is the Bai family's secret treasure that cannot be divulged to others. Bai Yichen said coldly, if one is willing to bet, then one must also be willing to pay. Boss Bai quickly said, okay. Lin Xuanji said, thank you very much. Bai Yichen waved his hand and said, I should be the one saying that to you. Boss Bai respectfully presented the items to Lin Xuanji, but Lin Xuanji merely swept a glance over them before keeping all of them into his storage bag. Bai Yichen looked at Lin Xuanji, the wine flask you crafted last time is very comfortable to use. I realize that the soul force it contains can coincidentally restrain the chaotic qi in my body, as if you had customized the flask specially for me. Really? Lin Xuanji raised an eyebrow in surprise. If that really were the case, then it truly is a lucky coincidence. Now I don't need to feel uneasy about taking advantage of you by taking that forged engraving pen. Bai Yichen saw that he wasn't willing to tell the truth, and it was difficult to find any clues from his expression, so he didn't speak any further. Bai Yichen leaned against his wheelchair and said, I should be inviting you to pay us a visit, but I just arrived in Sky Peak City today and feel a little ill, so I won't be inviting you for the time being. Please pardon me for that, Xuanji. Lin Xuanji revealed a concerned look on his face and said, your health is more important. I will pay you a visit someday, there's no need to hurry. Bai Yichen said, then I'll take my leave first. Goodbye. After Bai Yichen left first, Boss Bai, who had thrown his face away and lost quite a bit of money, hurriedly announced the end of the treasure appraisal convention. Without saying another word, he quickly kept the remaining 3 materials and 2 magic treasures, as if he was terrified of someone snatching them away. Yet Lin Xuanji had turned into the target of a siege. Craftsman Lin, your performance today was truly an eye-opener. Craftsman Lin, although you look incredibly young, your standards should be second to none throughout the entire 5 continents mainlands. Craftsman Lin, I'm from the GU family in West Continent. I've fought side by side with you at the city entrance before, do you remember me? Craftsman Lin, I'd like to beg for your forgiveness for all the offenses I've committed before. I'm the one with eyes who couldn't recognize your greatness. Craftsman Lin. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji, who was surrounded by a group of people, with a dark expression. He uttered a HNG and said, that group of people have no moral principles at all. They were obviously mocking my dage before this, yet they're being so brazen now. Duan Yuyong nodded rather grumpily too and said, yeah, they're just a bunch of people who tend to change their tune to suit themselves. Ji Youngwei said smugly, I truly am a person of good judgment. Lin Xuanji, who had intended to look for Yan Tianan but ended up getting trapped by a group of people, listened to the good intentions that everyone around him was showering him with and raised his hand. When the surroundings quieted down, he said, everyone must know that my Dantian Qi Si had suffered a severe blow and got completely destroyed. If anyone can find a celestial level medicinal pill that can repair my Dantian Qi Si, feel free to make a trade with me. The price I offer will definitely be higher than the value of a celestial level medicinal pill. The people of several large families couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air in succession. A celestial level pill, that won't be easy to find. Yeah, there's probably only 1 or 2 celestial level pills throughout the entire 5 continents mainland's Ba. And they may not necessarily be the kind that repairs Dantian Qi Sis too. Isn't that condition a little too harsh? Craftsman Lin, do you have any other conditions? Lin Xuanji shook his head and said, that's the only item I need for now. However, if anyone wants to craft a magic treasure, you can come to me. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at once and grinned from ear to ear. It wasn't easy for them to encounter such a craftsman, so of course they would want him to craft magic treasures for them. However, most craftsmen were difficult to butter up to and deal with. Lin Xuanji's words made them feel very much at ease. My family would like to request for the crafting of a magic treasure. My mother's birthday is coming up, I want to get a pair of hairpins for her. My wife wants a bottle that can be used to store medicinal pills. I don't have any magic treasures that I want crafted for now, but I still want to join your ass. Lin Xuanji smiled. After the 100 families gathering ends, please come to the Lin family to look for me. As soon as everyone heard this, They quickly said, of course, of course. The most urgent task at hand was the 100 families gathering. Everyone was busy trying to get stronger, and indeed did not have the time to attend to other matters. They dared not harass Lin Xuanji at such a time too. However, although everyone here said that a celestial level pill was extremely difficult to find, a lot of young masters and those in charge said to their subordinates once they turned around, go and make some inquiries and see if there are any traces of celestial level medicinal pills anywhere, or a way to restore one's Dantian Qi. Si Lin Xuanji finally managed to break free from the crowd. He came to Yan Tianan and said, let's leave here first. Yan Tianan nodded empathetically. Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan and walked quickly to someplace else. Ji Yunwen and Duan Yuyong followed along. Ji Yunwei even dispatched people in secret to stop the ones who wanted to follow them. They finally arrived at a place with fewer people. Yan Tianan rubbed his head and said apprehensively, bitch that was really scary. Yeah, it was truly scary. But you'll have to get used to it sooner or later. Duan Yuyong said in a profound tone, craftsmen are the ones who are most sought after in this world. Whenever people get the chance to see a craftsman, they act like dogs who manage to find a bone. The corners of Ji Yunwei's mouth twitched involuntarily. He said, can't you describe it in a more elegant and implicit way? Duan Yuyong said, I'm just worried that if it's too elegant and implicit, my family's darling Henhen wouldn't understand it. Yan Tianan, it's not like he's a fool. He feels like Duan Yuyong has a certain misconception of him. Lin Dage, a crisp voice rang out from behind. Lin Xuanji turned around to look, and Baili Yunshan rushed over with a giggle as he swayed his arms back and forth. Behind Baili Yunshan was Baili Yunsong, who felt very ashamed as his handsome face remained taut. He tried his best to maintain a dignified air as he walked over. Lin Xuanji had a rather good impression of Baili Yunshan. He smiled and nodded slightly, little friend Baili. Baili Yunshan waved his hand. With worship evident in his bright eyes, he said to Lin Xuanji, idol, you can just call me Yunshan Ba. Can I ask for your signature? Chapter 159. Busybodies. Baili Yunsong couldn't bear to look straight at him. He covered Baili Yunshan's mouth from behind, then smiled awkwardly without being impolite. Please excuse him. Whenever my family's younger brother sees a powerful craftsman, he is prone to getting excited and being abnormal. Everyone need not mind him. Don't mind him, okay? Yan Tianan nodded understandingly. A lot of people act like that when they see my Dage anyway, so my Dage should be used to it by now. Baili Yunsong. Baili Yunshan pushed aside Baili Yunsong's hand and rolled his eyes at him. He sincerely said to Lin Xuanji, Lin Dage, I'm here to explain things to you. Lin Xuanji said, what are you here to explain? Baili Yunshan said, my second brother wasn't the one who instigated Boss Bai to make things difficult for you on the platform. Lin Dage, please don't misunderstand anything. Although my second brother may be quite dumb sometimes, he's definitely not the type to play tricks on others behind the scenes, please believe me. Baili Yunsong couldn't endure it any longer and grabbed Baili Yunshan's collar. What do you mean by, quite dumb? Lao San, looks like you're capable of taking the tiles off the roof after not getting hit for 3 days. Baili Yunshan sighed, if you're just dumb, then so be it, but it's even worse that you're not admitting it. Baili Yunsong, no, I have to take a deep breath. He's my younger brother, and also the darling of my parents and the entire family. Thus, Baili Yunsong released some chi to completely seal off all the mute acupoints on Baili Yunshan. Baili Yunshan. Baili Yunsong revealed a fitting smile, easily letting go of and regaining his demeanor as the young master of an influential family. I apologize for letting everyone witness a joke. Baili Yunsong said, however, today's incident truly had nothing to do with my Baili family. Lin Xuanji nodded. I never suspected your family of doing it either. Baili Yunsong was a little curious and asked, don't tell me you already know who's behind it. Lin Xuanji shook his head. How could such matters be guessed so easily? I have a lot of enemies after all. Baili Yunsong said, meeting the young master Bai who rarely shows up in front of others even once is not an easy feat. Lin Xuanji looked at Baili Yunsong and said, if fellow Baili has any requests, feel free to say it. Looks like fellow Lin is a straightforward person as well. Baili Yunsong ignored Baili Yunshan's death glare and said brazenly, my family's Yunshan is the most gifted craftsman of my Baili family. But because our family is not well versed in craftsman path, we do intend to let him become the disciple of an elder from the Bai family in Sky Peak sect. If fellow Lin has some connections and offer a recommendation on our behalf, then, we definitely won't treat fellow Lin badly. Bai Li Yunsong's leg got a harsh kick. Bai Li Yunshan glared at Bai Li Yunsong angrily, then began gesticulating madly as he faced Lin Xuanji to indicate that this wasn't his idea. Yet Lin Xuanji nodded and said, "If I get the chance, I will definitely mention it." However, the most amazing craftsman from the Bai family isn't in Sky Peak sect, but in the Bai family. So even if he were to be a disciple there, he wouldn't be under the best. If the Bai family wanted to continue residing in Sky Peak City, then they would naturally have to abide by some rules of Sky Peak City. Every influential family had to dispatch an elder to oversee Sky Peak sect, as well as become a guardian of Sky Peak sect. The Bai family was no exception. However, other families usually dispatched their strongest few, but because of how special the Bai family's craftsman inheritance was, the one they dispatched to Sky Peak sect to be other people's masters would naturally not be the one who has mastered the core craftsman secrets of the Bai family. Family always came first. Bai Li Yunsong didn't seem to mind all this and said, "I just hope that Yunshan will be able to receive the guidance of a proper craftsman." The Bai family had more than one elder overseeing Sky Peak sect. What Bai Li Yunsong wanted was just the one who has the highest level of mastery over the craftsman path there. Lin Xuanji nodded. "If there's a chance, I'll mention it to young Master Bai. But I don't dare guarantee the outcome." Bai Li Yunsong breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Even so, I'd like to thank fellow Lin." After Bai Li Yunsong spoke, he dragged Bai Li Yunshan, who never stopped struggling, away. Yan Tianan asked, puzzled, "How does he know that you'll pass his message to the young master?" Lin Xuanji said, "Because he knows that Bai Yichen is someone who treasures talent." Yan Tianan stroked his chin and nodded as he half understood those words. Yet Duan Yuyong frowned and asked, not comprehending. But with the status and means of the Bai Li family, it shouldn't be difficult for them to send Bai Li Yunshan to become a disciple of a Bai family elder, right? You may not know this then. The one who spoke was Ji Yunwei. He wriggled a finger and gossiped, "This has to do with something that happened many years ago, involving the affairs between the eldest son in the Bai Li family, Bai Li Yunhua, and a rising star from the Bai family, Bai Kangshu." The name Bai Kangshu sounds very familiar. Duan Yuyong stroked his chin and the scorching spirit of gossip burned brightly in his eyes. "Isn't he the youngest teal soul craftsman in the Bai family?" Ji Yunwei nodded and continued, "Bai Kangshu was the person who was personally nurtured by the young master of the Bai family to become the successor since he was young, and is now the youngest elder of Sky Peak sect's equipment branch. Rumor has it that he used to be best friends with Bai Li Yunhua, but later on, they fell out with each other over a woman. Ever since then, Bai Kangshu said that unless the young master orders it, or the ocean currents start flowing westward and the vast sea turns into an expanse of mulberry field, then as long as he was around, no one from the Bai Li family would be allowed to step into the Bai residence. So ruthless, isn't it just a woman? Do brothers have to fall out over something like that?" Yan Tianan clicked his tongue, looking regretful. Yet Duan Yuyong blinked and said, "But I think there should be more to it than meets the eye, and there may even be adultery involved." Ji Yunwei pretended to be mysterious as well and nodded pensively. "There must be something fishy about it." Bai Kangshu and Bai Li Yunhua were friends who had ascended the mountains in the same year, became disciples together, and entered the inner sect at the same time. The sword wielded by Bai Li Yunhua was crafted by Bai Kangshu, and whatever he wears or uses are all made by Bai Kangshu alone, which made many people envious. Think about it, they had such a good relationship then, so what are the chances of them falling out over a mere woman? With that, Ji Yunwei even cast a meaningful glance at Lin Xuanji and asked, "Xuanji, what do you think?" Lin Xuanji shook his head and said, "I wasn't involved, and had never experienced what they did either, so it's difficult for me to reach a conclusion." Duan Yuyong said, "But the relationship between the Bai and Bai Li family now is still okay." Ji Yunwei said, "What's strange about that? They're both elite families, one is proficient in the art of divination, while the other is unparalleled in terms of crafting. In the face of their interests, why would they be at odds with each other just because of their younger generation scuffle? It's just that ever since then, Bai Kangshu and Bai Li Yunhua stayed far apart from each other and never saw the other again." Lin Xuanji looked at Ji Yunwei with a bantering gaze and smiled, "Yunwei, I didn't think you would be someone so interested in gossip." Ji Yunwei wasn't embarrassed in the slightest and smiled readily. "Life is too dull. If we don't interest ourselves in some gossip, how could we make our lives more rich and colorful?" Lin Xuanji said, "When it comes to gossip, How can things that happen to others be as interesting as matters that occur to oneself? Ji Youngwei said, that's true. So, I wonder how the nine-tailed divine fox that was being hunted that day is doing now. Lin Xuanji asked. Ji Youngwei's expression froze, then he laughed bitterly. Looks like I picked up a stone and smashed it on my own foot. Duan Yuyong asked enthusiastically, what nine-tailed divine fox? An extinct nine-tailed divine fox had appeared in West Continent, so I rushed over to hunt it. But I didn't expect that the divine fox would be caught by me just like that. Ji Youngwei sighed. Duan Yuyong raised an eyebrow and got a fright. You caught it? A divine fox isn't a demonic beast. As soon as Lin Xuanji saw Ji Youngwei's expression, he knew that there was a follow-up, so he said, and then. Ji Youngwei's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, that cunning fox let us catch him on purpose. Do you know what his true purpose actually was? Took a fancy to Yu Bei. Lin Xuanji almost said this, but he endured it. Then Ji Youngwei said indignantly, he actually did so in order to eat our demonic fowls on the sly within just one night. All of the demonic beasts, as long as they had wings or looked like chickens, were all bitten to death by him. A nest of demonic chickens didn't get bitten to death because they hid very deeply, but because they received such a huge shock. They still haven't laid any eggs since then. Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan, Duan Yuyong, PFT ha 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 ha. And after that, where did the fox go? Lin Xuanji couldn't stop laughing as he asked. Ji Youngwei took a deep breath as he looked at these unkind people and said, he ran away the next day, and there's still no trace of him to be found. Bitch it, when I see him again someday, I'll definitely skin him in an old tree nearby that had a dense foliage. A snow-white fox narrowed his eyes and gnawed a fruit while leisurely swaying a tail that can't be seen by the naked eye. He stared at Ji Youngwei and stuck his tongue out, avoiding the important parts and dwelling on the trivial. Why didn't you tell them about how honorable immortal demon me screwed you that night? Ji Youngwei suddenly heard that voice and looked like a cat whose tail got stepped on. He exploded in an instant. Bitch fox, is that you? From the gap between the leaves and branches, a few of the nine-tailed divine fox's fluffy tails protruded out and swayed from side to side in a provocative manner. Ji Youngwei's gaze turned cold and just left behind the words I'll leave first, we'll meet again someday, then dashed towards the nine-tailed spiritual fox that had escaped into the distance. Duan Yuyong continued to stare agape, and couldn't help but say, why do I feel like that fox's appearance was a bit too timely? Lin Xuanji thought to himself, looks like Ji Youngwei hasn't escaped his fate of being entangled with that fox. But from the looks of it, there was still a long way to go before the two of them end up loving each other and sharing the same feelings. Duan Yuyong looked back and asked, what are you guys going to do now? Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan and said, we're going to go take a look at Ah Hen's yin corpse. Chapter 160. Killing people with demonic arts. Duan Yuyong clearly remembered Ling Chigu, who suddenly appeared and startled him that day. That scene was still fresh in his memory, and he couldn't help getting goosebumps as he motioned with his hand, go by yourselves and remember to be careful. There are quite a few of the City Lords patrol groups near the vicinity of Sky Peak City, so it'll be bad if you're caught. Yan Tianan reassured him with full confidence, Ah Ji Yu is not me. He's so smart, so he definitely won't be caught so easily. Duan Yuyong's lips twitched as he thought in his heart, this kid can really elevate others while simultaneously deprecating himself so carelessly. Just after Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan parted ways with Duan Yuyong, a group of people appeared in the spot where they had just stood before. One of them said, boss, they took 4 kinds of treasures with them. If we can rob them and sell those treasures, then we won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. A vicious light appeared in the eyes of the man they called the boss. He drew his lips, fuck, that Lin Xuanji brat actually dared to be so arrogant. Lousy, will let him have it today. Then come, let's follow them and see where they're going. Yan Tianan walked along the road, troubled by the nagging sensation that someone was following them. Yan Tianan wanted to turn his head, but Lin Xuanji clasped his hand. There are indeed people following us, but we need not pay attention to them. Lin Xuanji spoke in a light voice. Who could they be? Yan Tianan asked, frowning. Perhaps some greedy people who want to obtain some items from us. Lin Xuanji was clear on this. He obtained so many treasures by himself today, so people will surely target him. However, the public order in Sky Peak City could be considered quite good, and under the strong pressure of the Wangfu family, no one dared to stir up anything inside the city. However, it was a different story if he went outside the city. Naturally, Most of the large aristocratic families cherished their wings, so they usually disdained doing things like tracking down and following someone in order to stab them in the dark. However, no one could guarantee what would happen when they could reap great benefits from doing so. Thinking of this, Lin Xuanji's heart felt cold, and he pressed the storage bag with his fingers. Yan Tianan sensed Lin Xuanji's action and immediately became a little nervous, but he could still be considered pretty calm. He whispered, "Dage, when we reach Yudai Mountain, we'll have Aji Yu to help us, so don't be afraid, Dage. I will protect you." Lin Xuanji didn't expect Yan Tianan to interpret his action of preparing to draw out a weapon at any instant as being afraid instead. However, Yan Tianan's words really warmed his heart. Then Dage will place his life in Ahen's hands. In spite of the situation, Lin Xuanji actually showed him a warm smile. Yan Tianan, who was entrusted with an important responsibility, nodded at once. "Don't worry, Dage, leave everything to me. The current me is actually super strong." At that time, the atmosphere that was somewhat tense at first began feeling warmer as they bantered back and forth. Not long after, the two exited from the city gate and arrived in the wilderness of Yudai Mountain. Shortly after arriving at the location where he and Ling Chigu agreed to rendezvous, Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji found themselves surrounded by the group of cultivators who had been hot on their tails. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes as he thought, so they really did come. He had sensed their presence as early as when he was in Sky Peak City, but it was difficult to start a fight inside the city as he didn't want to expose the magic treasures he had. Naturally, he was unwilling to let others witness this battle. "Brat, you guys are very cocky. If you obediently take out those items that you had just obtained, then I can leave you all with intact corpses today." The cultivator who said this was blind in one eye, which was bound by a bandage. His other eye was blackish yellow in color. He had a fierce and savage gaze, and one could tell at a glance that he shouldn't be provoked. Yan Tianan retreated 2 steps and stood beside Lin Xuanji. "We'll die if we hand them over, but we'll also die if we don't. We'll be dead either way, whether we die a pretty death or an ugly one. In any case, I don't want to give them to you. This isn't a good deal at all." The man at the front only laughed contemptuously as lightning began to gather in his hands with crackling sounds, sounding very menacing. "Lin Xuanji, your money or your life. Decide for yourself." Lin Xuanji looked as light as a cloud as he replied breezily, "My money, and also my life. I won't give you either. You're seeking death." A malicious expression suddenly appeared on the leader's face. He raised his hand and swiftly rushed towards Lin Xuanji. The fierce and savage lightning crackled violently, causing Lin Xuanji's clothes and long hair to billow behind him. "Chaotic Sky Bell, close!" Lin Xuanji suddenly shouted, and one could only see that Lin Xuanji remained untouched, not having budged an inch from his location, while the majestic spiritual chi gathering in that cultivator's hands was suddenly swallowed whole by the chaotic sky bell's small opening yin flame palm. Yan Tianan's spiritual chi suddenly exploded forth, and a great torrent of air began to spiral around him. Flashes of black fire was mixed into the air currents, resembling the ghost fire from hell. A fire dragon rushed straight through the chest of a cultivator who had yet to react. The fire dragon twisted around and garroted the cultivator, and one could see his blackened and scorched head separating from his body before it burned up, leaving only white bones behind. Hiss! The other 8 subordinates immediately sucked in a cold breath, frightened by Yan Tianan's technique. "Demonic cultivator. This person, he's a demonic cultivator!" one of the cultivators cried out, filled with horror. Upon hearing that their opponent was a demonic cultivator, the other cultivators instantly lost all desire to continue fighting. Every single one of them couldn't wait to escape from here as soon as humanly possible. One should know that the existence of demonic cultivators was a fatal threat for any cultivator below the primary level. "Don't let them escape!" Lin Xuanji responded quickly as he gave a cry and threw the chaotic sky bell in front of him. The chaotic sky bell hovered midair above the cultivators as it suddenly emitted a strong lightning circle. With a pause sound, it fell from the sky and enveloped the cultivators' heads. Yan Tianan heard his words and once again released the yin flame palm. The fire dragon opened its terrifying black maw as it passed through each cultivator's chest. It actually wiped out this entire group of people in one fell swoop. Yan Tianan stared at the 9 skeletal remains in front of him, somewhat stunned. He raised his hands and looked at them incredulously. For a reason unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently released the power that seemed to be hidden deep within his soul. Lin Xuanji evidently didn't expect that such a powerful force could explode forth from within Yan Tianan's body either. "When did you practice this skill?" Lin Xuanji finally asked after staring at the skeletal remains on the ground for a while. I've been practicing Yin Flame Palm continuously for the past 2 to 3 months. Yan Tianan gave an honest account. Lin Xuanji said, was it also the ghost-masked man who gave it to you? Yan Tianan nodded, his hands trembling slightly in fear. He looked towards Lin Xuanji. Dage, did I just kill people? Compared to Yan Tianan's terror, Lin Xuanji appeared rather calm. Killing them is inevitable, they will kill you if you do not kill them. Lin Xuanji said, the skill you're practicing now is also a demonic art. To be able to cultivate it to such an extent in a mere 2 months' time, it seems that you really are suited for demonic cultivation. Yan Tianan bit his lower lip. I know that demonic cultivators are not good. Lin Xuanji closed his eyes and said, the majority of demonic cultivators are indeed not good, but my Ahen is good. So what if Yan Tianan practiced the demonic arts? Would Yan Tianan not be his closest little brother anymore? Would he abandon Ahen for this reason? No, that's absolutely impossible. Lin Xuanji had already felt the terrible yin qi and demonic qi emanating from Yan Tianan when he released his spiritual qi. As long as he fought against people, others could easily detect that he was not cultivating the proper Dao paths. Promise Dage, one thing, Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan obediently nodded at once. Lin Xuanji swept a glance over him. I have yet to say anything. What are you nodding for? Yan Tianan scratched his head and smiled foolishly. I will agree to whatever Dage asks me to do anyway. Lin Xuanji sighed in his heart. This foolish and silly deity who trusted him with all his heart, how could he be willing to let him suffer even the slightest harm? Lin Xuanji said, Ahen, from now on, you need to either kill anyone who witnesses your skill, or pretend to only be an alchemist so that no one can perceive your identity as a demonic cultivator. Yan Tianan nodded vigorously as he gazed at Lin Xuanji. Dage, I know what's at stake. I won't let myself be exposed so easily. I will never let anyone discover that I am a demonic cultivator, except when it will save my life. Lin Xuanji patted Yan Tianan's head and lifted his eyes to see Ling Chigu standing behind Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji said, go talk to Aji for a while. Although Lin Xuanji didn't know whether corpses could feel lonely or not, Ahen had always insisted that if he did not talk to Aji face to face all the time, then Aji would feel lonely and sad. Yan Tianan seemed to have already thrown the fact that he just killed that group of people to the back of his mind. In order to figure out Yan Tianan's current cultivation level, Lin Xuanji stared at the corpses which, under the yin fire, had their skin and flesh melted off to reveal white bones. This deity of yours is not an ordinary person. Soul Bead suddenly opened his mouth. His usual arrogant tone now contained traces of hesitance and astonishment. Even though those people's cultivation levels were at most foundation stage first layer, the level that Yan Tianan exhibited was already enough to suppress them. Lin Xuanji replied, he is a genius demonic cultivator. In addition, the cultivation technique he obtained is also uniquely suited for him. Soul Bead pondered for a moment with an experienced mind. The person closest to you is a demonic cultivator that everyone has the right to kill. He kills without even blinking an eye and holds no compassion for the deceased. Don't you have any thoughts about that? I'm just thinking about how to safely get him through this period of time that he'll spend on the 5 continents. A wild glint flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. As for those people, if they're dead, then they're dead. After all, they were not virtuous crops either. Soul Bead, actually, compared to Yan Tianan, who had no choice but to cultivate the demonic path, he felt that Lin Xuanji was a more ruthless person who had a heart as cold as stone. However, such a person also happened to be a cultivator whose entire body brimmed with an immensely pure soul force. Who knows if this was the proper Dao paths, tragedy or its fortune? Soul Bead said, I have a crafting formula in my hands that can create a magic tool capable of covering up the entire body's demonic qi. This magic tool can be forged multiple times, and its level will rise along with the forging level. If Yan Tianan wears it, then his Dao arts will seem like the proper Dao arts even if he attacks someone, as long as his cultivation is not higher than that of the magic tool. After he heard this, Lin Xuanji's heart couldn't help but beat faster and his eyes lit up. What kind of crafting formula? May I take a look? You can see it, but you must show your sincerity to exchange with Benzun. Soul Bead played a trick, arousing Lin Xuanji's urgent need, but then taking the opportunity to put forth his own conditions. Lin Xuanji didn't mind. What kind of sincerity do you want? Soul Bead replied, I won't say any more with regards to the forging stones, they were originally your filial piety to honor me anyways. What I want to know even more is how exactly a little rascal like you knew about those ancient ingredients and materials from a foreign world. Credits to Ari for the drawing and happy belated birthday Padam Zeryu. Aya is currently overseas, so I'll be helping her upload her chapters also. I'm currently deep in the pit known as Arknights. Sadly it's a game not a novel. I'm sad Puhu cause the fan arts are so pretty, so I'm going to drag everyone down this pit with me. I have a loot of fan arts that I've accumulated over the past few days. Squints at neglected novels and chapters that were supposed to be translated. Chapter 161, He's a Devil. Lin Xuanji continued, I didn't make up these words. Whether you believe them or not is entirely up to you. In my last life, I cultivated for 1,000 years inside your world, so I can essentially name and identify the treasures that you recognize. Soul Bead was confused for a long time and, after digesting the information for a while, he finally asked incredulously, how can that be possible? I am already a soul item myself, so only soul bodies can enter my world. As such, I entered your world after my death in the form of a soul body and used my soul to cultivate the craftsman path. Lin Xuanji did not lie and laid it out straight as he talked about the past. It was precisely because of that chance from his previous life that he was able to return to this life and cultivate a craftsman's soulfire. If he didn't have this period of coincidental events, then he would never have been qualified to become a craftsman. This also happened to corroborate Lin Xuanji's words. According to Lin Xuanji's many years' understanding of the soul plate, this small world that trapped an old ancestor's soul consciousness held countless secrets, and this old ancestor never told lies or made empty promises. Soul Plate must know the method for crafting that magic tool, and Lin Xuanji was also reluctant to deceive him. After all, even though he was only a soul bead right now, he absolutely had the ability to distinguish whether Lin Xuanji was telling the truth from his consciousness. Lin Xuanji did not dare gamble. Soul Bead sucked in a breath of cold air, still full of astonishment. So, all those materials that you know about, are from what Benzun once told you? Lin Xuanji nodded. There are some things that you took me to see with my own eyes. You left the 5 continents and went to the 9 lands, but you avoided the royal heavenly capital. You gave me a broken revert world mirror and told me that as long as I repaired that broken mirror, I could go back to my past life. Soul Bead remained silent for a long time, as if it had disappeared. Lin Xuanji was also silent, lost in his thoughts. Yan Tianan had already finished talking to Ling Chigu, who left first after being fed a drop of Yan Tianan's blood. Yan Tianan stood behind Lin Xuanji and looked at him. Dage, I may have to wait a little while longer. Lin Xuanji came back to his senses and looked at Yan Tianan. What's wrong? Yan Tianan looked at the corpses on the ground. I just remembered that there is a kind of puppet technique in the Imperial Corpse technique, and one of the simplest skills is to control these skeletal remains for your own use. Unfortunately, the puppets will break after being used several times. Lin Xuanji looked around and told Yan Tianan, I will set up boundaries first, you wait here for a moment. Lin Xuanji set down his boundary-making magic tool in 8 different locations, so he would be able to immediately sense anyone who stepped foot within 100 li radius of his location. After Lin Xuanji completed this series of security measures, Yan Tianan confidently began. The yin qi inside his body began to circulate, driving a gust of spiritual qi that he could freely control and gradually changing its quality. There were some that he couldn't touch, but there were also others that he could completely connect with. Yan Tianan didn't understand where these connections came from, but he really felt that he could revive those dark, decayed, dried, and dead things at will. He had this power, and he was born with this power. Yan Tianan gently moved his fingers and the spiritual qi within his body surged forth. Suddenly, a tremor shook the entire Yudai mountain. Who's doing this? The mercenary groups hunting in the mountains and the people out there training themselves all felt the tremor that couldn't be ignored. Look quickly, a cultivator suddenly cried out. He was horrified to find that, not far from him, the skeleton of a demonic beast that had been dead for who knows how long and was on the verge of being weathered into dust actually put itself back together and stood up. Kill it, another cultivator cried out as he drew his sword and slashed towards the corpse. The demonic beast's skull immediately shattered and was blown away by the wind, scattering into dust. The cultivators were confused by this strange scene. What the hell is going on here? How could the skeleton of that demonic beast suddenly stand up and even put itself back together? I have never seen such a strange thing before. In the mercenary team, fear burst out from the eyes of a knowledgeable cultivator. He gritted his teeth, This is the work of a demonic cultivator Shishang. Look over there. A female cultivator pointed to the front as she cried out. The other cultivators all looked over and saw dozens of skeletons that stood up one by one. Some had flesh that had yet to completely rot away hanging from their bones, making people sick. These people were all disciples from Sky Peak Sect's business branch who came here to look for wild spiritual plants and demonic beast materials. Although they often visited Udai Mountain, this was their first time witnessing such a scene. What in the world is this? A male cultivator murmured. Is it a demonic cultivator? Someone speculated. No, not a demonic cultivator. The team leader's expression suddenly changed and he retreated a few steps in disbelief. Could it be that another divine devil has been born? In reality, it wasn't only these people who came to Udai Mountain to gain experience, but even Lin Xuanji, who was standing beside Yan Tianan, felt stunned by the situation in front of him. One by one, the white skeletons stood up and, like a puppet army, neatly turned to face Yan Tianan at the same time. They reached out their bony arms and used their hollow, empty eyes to stare at Yan Tianan, who currently had one hand raised, pointing in front of him to a location nobody knows. Lin Xuanji looked into the wilderness in all four directions, and he could see dense legions of white skeleton armies all over the mountains. Furthermore, there were many skeletons buried deep beneath the dark soil for who knows how many years, and they were currently trying their best to break through the ground. Yan Tianan's pair of eyes had been stained scarlet, contrasting with the crack-like marks on his face from the seal. He gave off an eerie and sinister feeling, like a devil that had just crawled out from hell. Ah Hen, Lin Xuanji called. As expected, Yan Tianan was unconscious, and he even took a step forward towards his skeleton army. Mirroring his movement, all the skeletal soldiers simultaneously moved a step as well. Their movements neat and orderly, as though they were all one skeleton reflected in a mirror. This won't do, Lin Xuanji thought. Not to even mention the four directions boundary field, he was afraid that the entire Udai Mountain had already been occupied by these skeletal legions. His top priority right now was to find a way to take Yan Tianan away from here while the people who came to cultivate in Udai Mountain had yet to trace the skill back to this location. He spared a glance at Ling Chigu, who had reappeared in the vicinity some time ago. Lin Xuanji raised his hand and chopped towards the back of Yan Tianan's neck, but before his hand even touched Yan Tianan's skin, the yin qi that had been pouring out crazily from Yan Tianan was finally exhausted. With his eyes closed, Yan Tianan fell down in a faint. Ahen Lin Xuanji held Yan Tianan in his arms, rarely seen panic and confusion flashing through his eyes. Yan Tianan was frozen stiff in Lin Xuanji's arms, all his movements rigid. In this instant, all the skeleton soldiers returned to their original forms as they fell to the ground in a loose heap, and the skeleton who had already stuck an arm out of the ground quickly retracted it, as if it had never appeared there. Dazed, Lin Xuanji gazed at the Yan Tianan in his arms, who looked white as a sheet of paper. He suddenly thought of a legend that had been passed down since the ancient great war between immortals and demons. He is not cultivating the devil's path. Soul Plate said with an indescribably complex tone, he is a devil. Lin Xuanji didn't respond. He ordered Ling Chigu, who was standing off to the side, lead the people who chased all the way here away to other locations. After ensuring your own safety, think of every conceivable method in order to enter Sky Peak City. During this period of time, we can no longer come to Udai Mountain. Ling Chigu's figure instantly vanished. Lin Xuanji did not hesitate as he pulled out the fan that had been used as an attack device in the past and threw it into the air. He then leapt onto the fan with the help of his soul force, tightly hugging Yan Tianan in his arms. The fan turned into a boat-like flying aid and flew through the sky towards Sky Peak City. After the two people left, the outline of a man with his hair down and dressed in a robe embroidered with exotic black flowers gradually became visible. His long silver hair, as soft as silk, hung down to his feet, and his facial features were inhumanly sharp and enchanting. Blood-red robe, black flowers, and silver hair, this combination of colors possessed very high visual impact, but when placed on this tall and impeccable-looking man, nothing looked out of place. He flicked out his scarlet tongue and licked his blood-red lips with the tip of his tongue, then laughed uncontrollably. I never expected to actually find a descendant of the divine devil tribe on this measly 5 continents. Ha ha ha, indeed, the heavens did not destroy my divine devil tribe. What a good couldn't find it even after scouring the land and wearing out my iron shoes, but end up finding it when I wasn't even trying. Had Lin Xuanji still been there, he would have been shocked to hear the name Divine Devil Clan. This was a royal demon clan that should have already been completely wiped out in the Great Immortal Demon War 10,000 years ago. Just like that, this silver-haired crimson-robed man stood underneath the tree where Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan had been before. Not long after, a voice carried over from nearby. Shishong, I found it, this is the place that devil must be here, my magic tool can't be wrong soon. 5 young men and women wearing the robes of Sky Peak sect descended from the sky. When they saw the man standing underneath the tree, they immediately had a bad feeling. However, their gazes would forever be locked onto this figure. The divine devil needed only to move a single finger, and all that remained were 5 dried out corpses with all their blood cleanly sucked out. The dried out corpses fell to the ground and were soon pulled underground by the white skeletal hands that poked out from the soil. Not far away, the cultivator who was preparing to rush out and destroy this demonic cultivator to gain experience couldn't help but freeze up in terror upon witnessing this horrible scene. He held his breath in fear that this terrifying devil would notice him. My name is Lai Fenkong. The silver-haired crimson-robed divine devil smiled conspiratorially at the tree, whose branches, leaves, and flowers were growing and blossoming at a pace visible to the naked eye, as he murmured in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, next time you come, you need only call my name while facing this tree, and I will appear in front of you. He hooked his lips, and a glint flashed through his long and narrow beautiful eyes, I'll wait for you. Little rascal, have you heard of the ancient great war between immortals and demons? Soul Bead eagerly shouted non-stop. The divine devil clan and demonic cultivators have 2 very distinct meanings. Demonic cultivators, no matter how strong they are only human, but the divine devil clan is a devil. Don't just think that he looks human. In reality, he's just a foreign species wearing human skin. Shut your mouth, Lin Xuanji shouted coldly as he jumped down from the fan. He entered Yunlai Inn with Yan Tianan in his arms. Lin Liuchun was walking down the stairs while yawning. When he saw the situation, Lin Liuchun paused his yawn midway to ask, what's the matter with your deity? Lin Xuanji composed himself, nothing much. He carelessly forgot himself during cultivation and exhausted all his spiritual qi, which caused him to faint. Editor's Little Theater. No one, absolutely no one. Author. And another great beauty has arrived. Chapter 162. Divine Devil Clan. Lin Liuchun nodded. For now, don't venture outside Sky Peak City too often. Lin Xuanji's heart skipped a beat as he asked expressionlessly, why? Lin Liuchun frowned. Just now, I heard people say that there's something wrong near the outskirts of Yudai Mountain, which seems unsafe. Did something happen? Lin Xuanji inquired. As for the specifics, it's hard to say. Lin Liuchun thought over it for a moment, but it's related to the devil tribes. However, he cannot find you, so you just need to be a little more careful. Lin Xuanji thought in his heart, that is uncertain. News sure traveled fast. He just didn't know whether those people would come to suspect Ahen as well. The 100 families gathering will begin soon, so we will not run anywhere else. Lin Xuanji replied. Lin Liuchun nodded as he motioned with his hand for Lin Xuanji to go upstairs, while he himself took a rare trip out the door. In the room, Lin Xuanji gently placed Yan Tianan on the bed. Looking at Yan Tianan's small face that was covered with cracks, Lin Xuanji felt as though an invisible hand was firmly squeezing his heart into a ball. He is a divine devil. You should carefully think this over. Soul Bead sighed. I know. Lin Xuanji fixed his eyes on Yan Tianan's face as he reached a hand out to stroke his cheek. I know that the number of secrets on him are numerous. I also know that his Mingyin body may not necessarily come from being endowed by the Tao of Heaven but may instead be due to him being a divine devil to begin with. All divine devils were born in the great Mingyin world, a place with barren lands, rugged and strange rocks, and an overabundance of Ming Qi and Yin Qi. Any divine devil born in that underworld would naturally carry Ming and Yin Qi in their body. It was only a matter of how much. Only then did Lin Xuanji suddenly understand that those seals on Yan Tianan's body were not purely to suppress the Ming and Yin Qi within his body, but also to prevent others from becoming aware of his identity as a divine devil. The divine devil clan was born with the ability to control ghosts, spirits, and all creatures who oppose yang energy. They are bloodthirsty, fond of killing, cruel, and tyrannical, while also possessing a strong desire for conquest and have intensely envious hearts. And yet, the Tao of Heaven also happened to endow the divine devil clan with unique advantages, so their starting point was much higher than that of regular cultivators, making it difficult to fully eradicate them. In the ancient Great Immortal Demon War, the Jushao monarch Feng Juge, Divine Clans Lu Family Head Lu Lianhua, Divine Clans Yan Family Head Yan Qishan, Snow Mountain Jade Fairy Han Feifei, and others used their own bodies as the formation's eyes in order to seal off the last divine devil. They simultaneously stimulated the spiritual qi in the four core directions of heaven and earth to activate the Heaven's Eye demon subduing formation, perishing together with the divine devil emperor as they sank into an eternal slumber within the enormous array. Only in this way did they finally manage to draw the curtains shut on the long-lasting great war between immortals and demons, a war with heavy casualties for both sides. Thereafter, the Divine Devil clan became a taboo, and also history. In the following 10,000 years, no person had ever seen divine devils appear in this world. Soul Bead was inexplicably showered with dog food, and felt so stifled that he was rendered speechless for a while. A moment later, Soul Bead laughed coldly and spoke with an ambiguous attitude. Right now, you're only seeing his relatively normal appearance so you can say those words. But when all the divine devil blood within his body fully awakens and he becomes a true divine devil, then you will change your mind. How will I change my mind? Lin Xuanji asked back. You will despise him, hate him, and perhaps even fear him. Soul Bead laughed with a hee-hee as he continued. Worse still, you might complain that he deceived you, and try all kinds of methods to unite the masses and secretly kill him or seal him up in order to elevate your own reputation. Lin Xuanji was silent for a moment. He remembered how Yan Tianan in his past life had looked at him with blind eyes as he begged Lin Xuanji to kill him. A sudden pain drilled into his heart as he replied, never. Soul Bead sneered. It seems that you really did wrong him very much in your past life. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Therefore, I will make it up to him in this life. Soul Bead said, I really envy him for having a good brother like you. Lin Xuanji shook his head. That's because you don't know how hateful of a person I was in my last life. Soul Bead sighed, thought of something, and spoke with great sorrow. People are indeed different. If there ever comes a day when you despise him, fear him, and even want to kill him, then you must not secretly think of ways to deceive him, leave him, and band together with other cultivators to study methods to kill him while keeping him in the dark about all this. You might as well directly tell him the truth. After all, divine devils are also a sentient species with a heart that can experience all emotions, including joy and sorrow. Lin Xuanji shook his head. That day will never come. Don't be so sure of yourself. Soul Bead's voice swayed erratically. The Tao of Heaven will not allow it. Lin Xuanji paused, then commented, you seem to be speaking from personal experience. Soul Bead silently disappeared. Lin Xuanji became more and more puzzled about the Soul Bead's origins. It couldn't be that this Soul Bead had personally experienced the great immortal demon war. It was hard to say. If this was really the case, then wouldn't the Soul Plate be an old monster who had lived for 10,000 years? However, Lin Xuanji gazed at Yan Tianan indulgently, pinched his small nose, and asked, you little thing who always causes me trouble, what else can I do with you? A single teardrop fell onto Yan Tianan's cheek and slid down his cracked face in a crooked path. If Yan Tianan was a divine devil, then when he captured Yan Tianan in his previous life, he had probably already given up all hope, which was why he would rather die than use a divine devil's powers to fight back against them, because at that time, the seal on Yan Tianan's body had already been released, and he should have fully awakened his divine devil blood. Lin Xuanji's mood was extremely complicated. Right now, he just wanted to treat this person in front of him better. Sky Peak Sect, Shifu, we have a big problem. A short youth hurriedly rushed in. A man, who possessed a youthful face despite his white hair and beard, was standing in the center of the hall. Wang Fujin and Leng Jishui stood beside him. The white-haired Taoist asked, what happened for you to be in such a hurry? Chao Zhe, what happened? Leng Jishui asked as he looked at the youth. Chao Zhe took a deep breath, panic appearing in his eyes. He gazed at the three people. Shifu, two senior martial brothers, the leader of a mercenary group, came to Sky Peak Sect just now and asked to see the sect master. I happened to pass by and brought him in. He said that when he was training in Yudai Mountain, he witnessed with his own eyes the scene of mountains of skeletons rising up. He also saw a crimson-robed silver-haired man who, within a short time, sucked the blood dry from 5 disciples wearing our sect's business branch robes and dragged them underground to become fertilizer for flowers. The white-haired Taoist's expression changed slightly, but there was no surprise in his eyes. Leng Jishui frowned as he looked at Chao Zhe. Have you gone to investigate the incident he described? I've investigated. Chao Zhe took a deep breath. I went to the business branch to check. Those few disciples, soul cards have all been extinguished, and their souls were not reincarnated, but instead absorbed. For a while, no one in the hall spoke. Shifu, could this be the birth of a demonic cultivator? Wang Fujin asked with a frown. The white-haired Taoist gave Wang Fujin a complicated look and shook his head. The prophet of profound sky sect once told me about the destiny he predicted. Prophet, Lang Jishui asked, what kind of person is this? A fortune teller who pries into the Tao of heaven in order to predict the future. The white-haired Taoist lightly explained, then continued, he said that the star of monarch's blessing had fallen, the Tao of heaven changed its course, and the star of demon's blessing is slowly ascending from the east. Within 10 years, the Divine Devil clan will make a comeback, and furthermore, they will first revive in the 5 continents. Lang Jishui and Wang Fujin glanced at each other at the same time. How can this be? Lang Jishui asked, puzzled. Shifu, I once read an account from a book in the library, which said that the last divine devil was already suppressed within the Heaven's Eye demon subduing formation 10,000 years ago, and the venerable ones of the world personally suppressed the seal, so there is no possibility of him breaking through the array. Furthermore, even if he broke out today, he has already been suppressed inside the formation for so long that he should be very weak and will not pose a danger to us. Wang Fujin also nodded. The Divine Devil clan indeed hasn't appeared in the 9 lands in the 10,000 years following that last demon suppression battle. At that time, the 4 powerhouses simultaneously sacrificed themselves in order to completely annihilate the entire Divine Devil clan. Naturally, that made it impossible for those demons to have any chance of surviving. You two are still too young. The white-haired Taoist shook his head, his eyes filled with anxiety. The Divine Devil clan is cunning in nature. They will wear human skin to stir up the public as demagogues. They'll bewitch cultivators and make merry with them, thus giving birth to descendants containing the bloodline of divine devils. The blood of the divine devils will remain dormant within those descendants' bodies and be passed down through the generations. Therefore, a sudden mutation leading the emergence of a pure divine devil is not impossible. Wang Fujin's expression was ugly. If that was really the case, then they would be in a great deal of trouble. Shifu, Shishong, then what should we do now? Chao Zhe asked uneasily. The white-haired Taoist narrowed his eyes. Since that divine devil has already reached Sky Peak City and even attacked our Sky Peak sect's people, this is clearly a provocation to us. Ah Jin. Yes, Wang Fujin answered. Send someone to investigate and verify. Yes, Jishui. The white-haired Taoist instructed. Appease the people on Sky Peak sect's side. No one is allowed to know about this matter until the sect master has made a decision. Jishui nodded. Rest assured, Shifu. Chao Zhe stamped his feet and said anxiously, Shifu, those mercenaries have already spread the news long ago. As long as we don't admit it, no one will take it seriously, and it will forever remain a rumor. Lang Jishui looked at Chao Zhe. The 100 families gathering is almost upon us. It's not certain whether it actually is a divine devil or not. We can't panic from mere rumors and mess up our own formation. Chao Zhe nodded and sighed bitterly. The white-haired Taoist nodded. Jishui is right. I will look for the sect master immediately and see what he decides. Yan Tianan slept for 3 days in a row before waking up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Xuanji sitting cross-legged beside him. Yan Tianan blinked his eyes a few times as he massaged his muddled head and sat up. Lin Xuanji withdrew from meditation and slowly opened his eyes. He smiled at Yan Tianan. Lazy little cat, you're finally willing to get up. Yan Tianan shook his head and asked, confused, what happened to me? Lin Xuanji explained, you attempted a new technique and lost control, exhausted all your spiritual qi and fell asleep. You have slept for 3 days. Yan Tianan received a scare. 3 days. Lin Xuanji nodded as he patted Yan Tianan's small face. Put on your clothes, get out of bed, wash up, and go eat. Oh. Yan Tianan obediently got up and put on the robes that had been placed beside the bed. He kept trying to recall what had happened before. However, in his impression, he could only remember using the Yin Fire Dragon to kill a few cultivators and couldn't recall anything after that. Dage, I seem to have turned silly. Yan Tianan said anxiously, I can't even remember how I exhausted all my spiritual qi. Editor's Little Theater. Butter. Once upon a time, Soul Bead was also a heaven-defying beauty with immortal looks like peerless jade, clear skies, and crystal waters. Butter. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Chapter 163. Directly skipping 2 levels, a dark and secretive color flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes, only to disappear immediately. Lin Xuanji gazed at Yan Tianan calmly. "Ah Hen, you will remember it later. Be sure to tell me when you do." Yan Tianan nodded. "I'm relieved to hear Dage's words. My lack of memory is probably because I knocked my head silly." Lin Xuanji rubbed his head with a smile. During those 3 days, there were many rumors flying around Sky Peak City. Among them, 2 were the most striking. One of them was that a genius craftsman emerged out of nowhere and took away 4 treasures in one fell swoop during the Bai family's treasure appraisal convention, forcing even the Bai young master to make a personal appearance. The second was that someone suspected to be from the Divine Devil tribe had appeared in the Yudai Mountains near Sky Peak City and even killed several disciples of Sky Peak Sect. Only, this statement was not yet confirmed by Sky Peak Sect, so many people believed this rumor to be fake. During these 3 days, 5 families sent us invitations to visit them. Lin Xuanji said, "However, I wanted to wait until after Ah Hen wakes up and attend them together with Ah Hen." Yan Tianan smiled. "Dage doesn't need to worry about me. It's enough to just have Ah Bai and Hu Po by my side." Lin Xuanji pressed the tip of Yan Tianan's nose. "Your words do not match your heart." Yan Tianan touched his nose and stuck out his tongue. Lin Xuanji spoke. 2 days before, Ah Ji Yu entered the city. Yan Tianan was startled. How did he get in? Sky Peak City's inspection is so strict. Please tell me he didn't expose himself. He did not enter through the main entrance. Lin Xuanji lightly replied, "Sky Peak City is not an impenetrable fortress of iron and steel. If you want to enter, then you naturally have methods to enter." Ah Ji Yu entered from the location that connected Yudai Mountain and Sky Peak City's West Mountain. There are only a few patrol teams there, and one can sneak in when the opportunity presents itself. Yan Tianan breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, our family's Ah Ji Yu is incredible. Yan Tianan then thought, but Ah Ji Yu left Yudai Mountain, which means that he lost a natural cover that could easily disguise his tracks. I'm afraid that hiding in Sky Peak City will be uncomfortable for him. Thus, for a while, Yan Tianan fussed about where Ling Chigu lived and whether he would be comfortable there. He then asked whether Ah Ji Yu would be lonely these days. It's redundant to even mention how worried he was about Ah Ji Yu. Lin Xuanji was so exasperated that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Yan Tianan really was forgetful. He didn't even worry about his own situation at all. Even if other people discovered Ling Chigu, perhaps he could fool them by pretending to be dead, but Yan Tianan's situation, forget it, fools have a fool's luck. Actually, the fact that Yan Tianan was a divine devil isn't such a big deal either. After all, even Yan Tianan himself doesn't know that he is one, so he should live on like this, innocent and oblivious. No, I don't think my body is quite right. Yan Tianan suddenly paused and clenched his fist. A short while later, he looked at Lin Xuanji with unspeakable eyes. "Dage, I found that my cultivation level seems to have improved." But Yan Tianan clearly only slept for 3 days. Lin Xuanji repeatedly scanned inside Yan Tianan's body many times until he could be certain that he had made no mistakes in his judgment. Only then did he finally reluctantly release Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji's complicated expression and asked anxiously, "Dage, don't tell me that I'll die soon. Don't say such inauspicious words." Lin Xuanji looked at him. "Ah Hen, how did your body feel in the past 3 days?" Yan Tianan scratched his head. "I don't know anything after I fell asleep. I didn't even dream." Lin Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "You indeed broke through the 5th layer's bottleneck in your sleep. Now, you are already a refining Qi 7th layer cultivator." Yan Tianan was stunned and felt that it was a little hard to believe. Nevertheless, no matter how hard it was to accept, the facts in front of them washed away all doubts. Naturally, Yan Tianan was delighted to pick up such a big bargain at no cost. The higher his cultivation, the more deadly his techniques, which meant that he could better protect Lin Xuanji and ensure his safety. However, after feeling happy for a while, Yan Tianan appeared a little worried again. "Dage, isn't my recent cultivation speed a little too fast to the point of being a little absurd?" Yan Tianan touched his nose. "I'm a little scared." Ever since he cultivated the Imperial Corpse technique, his cultivation had been rapidly rising along with it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his cultivation speed was fast enough to cover 1,000 li in a day, and his speed had far exceeded even Lin Xuanji's speed before his Dantian C was injured. And ever since his sudden insight as he tried to cultivate the ancient divine devil dance for the first time, he had broken through 2 whole layers in his sleep alone, which, in Yan Tianan's view, was simply impossible. However, Lin Xuanji did not take it seriously and replied lightly, "Is this considered fast?" Yan Tianan was stunned. "This still isn't considered fast." Lin Xuanji answered, "On the contrary, I feel that my family's Ahen is so talented and incredible that it would be a perfectly normal occurrence even if his cultivation improved faster." Yan Tianan was suddenly speechless. To tell the truth, Yan Tianan really wanted to know where in the world his Dage's confidence in him came from. Lin Xuanji smiled. "Ahen only needs to accept that he is a genius and everything will be easily explained." Yan Tianan scratched his head as he chanted in his heart, "I am a genius." But he still feels that he's a waste even though he used this as totally natural attitude to minimize Yan Tianan's doubts and worries. In reality, Lin Xuanji's heart was quite uneasy. In the end, what's the cause of Ahen's situation? When Lin Xuanji was alone at night, he still couldn't resist and called out the soul bead. He asked with slight worry, "Is it related to his natural constitution?" Soul bead replied lazily, "Even if you think with your toes, you can still tell that they are certainly related. 10,000 years ago, why did the cultivators in the golden age of Taoism still regard the divine devil tribe as their greatest enemy? It's because the divine devil clan's members are naturally born with the power and cultivation level that a human cultivator can never hope to reach. They don't even need to work hard and are born with extraordinary power. This good deity of yours is no exception." Lin Xuanji frowned. "Will this affect his body?" "Yeah," Soul Bead said. "What?" Lin Xuanji became nervous. "He will become very strong in a short period of time, and it will be very difficult to beat or kill him." Soul Bead answered coolly. Lin Xuanji, he was relieved. Soul Bead said, "Don't you forget that your deity is a divine devil. He is not human, and his heart will also be different. Who knows when he will be overcome by the divine devil clan's bloodthirsty nature one day and slaughter indiscriminately. At that time, as the person closest to him, you'll be the first to be implicated. If it's me, then so be it." Lin Xuanji's emotions didn't fluctuate in the slightest. As long as he lives well, everything will be fine. Soul Bead felt incredulous and also a little angry. "You really are a madman. You're so docile and obedient towards him that you've lost even your common sense and basic judgment. What in the world caused this?" Lin Xuanji said, "It has nothing to do with you." Soul Bead was so angry that he couldn't even speak. After a long time, he finally asked, "In your last life, exactly how much did you let him down?" Lin Xuanji's heart sank. "I just don't want to see him dying such a cruel death in front of me as he begged me to end him." Soul Bead was speechless and any subsequent questions were met with silence, so Soul Bead simply continued to cultivate in seclusion. In the following period, Lin Xuanji again received many families' invitations in succession. Ever since the treasure appraisal convention, Lin Xuanji had been in the public's limelight. Even though Lin Xuanji didn't go out these days, a steady stream of guests still took the initiative to come to Yunlai Inn to visit him. However, because Lin Xuanji needed to craft the magic tool that could disguise the yin qi on Yan Tianan, he entered closed-door cultivation and refused all visitors equally. If he only refused 1 or 2 families, then he would offend some people, but if he refused every single visitor, including Duan Yuyang, who had a good relationship with him, then there will naturally be fewer gossipers. Perhaps because they found out later that Lin Xuanji was busy with other things recently and had no time to spare, but gradually, the number of people who came to invite him over lessened. Soul Bead really did give Lin Xuanji an equipment crafting formula. This auxiliary item was called Deceiving Heaven's Ring. If Yan Tianan wore it, then not only would he be able to disguise his own cultivation level, but it could also be used to create illusions to trick anyone who witnessed his technique into seeing what they want to see by having their brains fill in the exact details. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but feel that his luck was good. One of the materials used to make this Deceiving Heaven's Ring was extremely difficult to find, and that just happened to be the cold moon jade butterfly that had been exhibited by the Bai family and happened to be in Lin Xuanji's pocket. As it happens, the cold moon jade butterfly is a yin object, so any magic tools crafted from it would gain the illusionary appearance of the opposite yang side. Therefore, when attacking, others will see yang fire instead, which made the disguising effect even better. Over the next few days, Lin Xuanji attempted various methods to craft the Deceiving Heaven's Ring. With the help of the hand seals that he had repeatedly practiced for 1,000 years in his last life and the forged engraving pen's detailed inscriptions in addition to soul force, he finally successfully refined the deceiving heavens ring on the eve of the official start date of the 100 Families gathering. The appearance of the magic tool caused the entire Sky Peak City's spiritual chi to rush towards Yunlai in, and even the sky, where one could even faintly feel the rolling thunder, became cloudy, but the thunder soon passed away, never making an actual appearance. Passers-by looked in the direction the spiritual force gathered one after another, attracted by this strange spectacle. Someone couldn't help but cry out, "Isn't this the birth of a top-grade magic tool?" Top-grade, someone sucked in a cold breath. Bai family. The spiritual force gathered towards the west. Bai Wuya gazed at the sky as he held his hand seals, frowning. "Young master, this Sky Peak City actually has someone other than the Bai family's people who can refine top-grade magic tools, and that person isn't even in Sky Peak sect. There is always someone better. Even though the Bai family is a craftsman family, there hasn't been a genius-level craftsman born to the Bai family in 100 years. Besides," Bai Yichen smiled slightly with a magnificent bearing, "who told you that this is the birth of a magic tool?" Bai Wuya was stunned as he asked in disbelief, "Is this not the birth of a magic tool, but a treasure of a higher level? If my guess is correct, then this should be a treasure tool, and it should be either a high-grade or top-grade treasure tool." Bai Wuya was immediately speechless. Magic tools and treasure tools, even though they had only a one-level difference, but the actual difference was sky-high. 90% of craftsmen cannot even refine a single treasure tool in their entire lives. But, what kind of person will this be? Bai Wuya felt extremely puzzled. "Don't tell me Kangshu descended from the mountain." Bai Yichen's lips revealed a trace of a smile. Even though Kangshu can craft a treasure tool, this is most definitely not his work. Every craftsman will trigger a different spiritual force gathering, if they even can. Chapter 164. Fully equipped with top-grade items, a clear figure flashed through Bai Yichen's mind. Even though he had never seen Lin Xuanji refine an item, this tyrannical style of taking all the spiritual chi was very like Lin Xuanji. "I'm afraid that in the entire Sky Peak City, there is only one craftsman whose monstrous talent borders on demonic." The corners of Bai Yichen's lips lifted into a smile as he spoke leisurely, "The Hua Yurong who makes one forget even immortals at first glance, Lin Xuanji." Bai Wuya digested this for a while, then said, "The craftsman who directly took away 4 sky-level materials a few days ago should be this person Ba." Bai Yichen hooked his lips. "There is only one Lin Xuanji in this world." Bai Wuya sighed with emotion, "And I had been wondering exactly what kind of special person could force you to make a personal appearance. I didn't expect that he really was a peerless genius. I'm really curious about exactly what kind of treasure he crafted, that actually needed to be refined just before the competition starts at this critical juncture. If he was late by even a day, then he would not be able to make tomorrow's 100 Families gathering. It should be an item that's extremely important to him." Bai Yichen smiled, "If you really want to know, then ask him, but whether he'll actually tell you is another matter." Bai Wuya blinked at Bai Yichen. "Most likely, the only one in our family who has this kind of face, is you." Bai Yichen swept a glance over him. "Want me to ask?" Bai Wuya nodded. "Don't tell me that you don't want to know exactly what kind of priceless treasure that treasure tool is. What does it matter whether we know or not? It's not for me anyways, I won't ask." Bai Yichen responded. Bai Wuya suddenly smiled. "You're being childish again. Remember to ask Lin Xuanji to personally craft a magic item especially for you next time. It's an honor for him to receive a personal request from the Bai family's young master." "You can't say it like that. Perhaps the entire situation for 5 continents craftsmen will experience a change after this. Besides," Bai Yichen retrieved a wine flask from his storage bag, his eyes flashing a sly light. "How do you know that he has never refined magic items specially for me?" Bai Wuya saw that wine flask and couldn't help the corners of his lips from twitching. "Don't tell me, this thing that you constantly carry around as if some priceless treasure came from Lin Xuanji's hands." Bai Yichen, who treated the wine flask as an extremely precious treasure, raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Bai Wuya. "Why, do you have something to say about this wine flask?" Bai Wuya, this tone, this attitude, even if he had an opinion, he would still need to suppress it, and yet, this wine flask really was hard on the eyes. Just casually pull out any younger generation member from the Bai family and the items they craft would all be stronger than this one, at least appearance-wise. Down to Earth was still saying it lightly. In fact, what Bai Wuya wants to say even more is ugly and dirty. Being seen holding it in one's hand is simply downgrading Bai Yichen's level. What it's for? Isn't it just to drink wine? This is actually a top-grade magic tool, Bai Yichen smiled and said with certainty. The ingredients for the wine flask, at the very least, included spiritual water crystals, demonic blood vines, sacred Buddha lotus heart, and even incorporated an earth-level soul-nourishing pill. As for what other important materials went into this, I can't tell anymore, but they are absolutely not ordinary. When he looked at Bai Yichen again, his expression gradually changed from its original shocked speechless state to an inexplicably complex expression full of suspicion. Young master, have you ever known this person before? Bai Wuya asked carefully. Naturally, I did not know him. When I resided in Qing City, I'd heard his name, and also saw him several times from afar, but he probably had not seen me. Bai Yichen gently rubbed the wine flask in his hands as he spoke with carefully measured words. Many years ago, I once asked a prophet where I could find the opportunity to extend my life. He told me to go to East Continent's profound city. Unexpectedly, I found it. Bai Wuya had a weird feeling and frowned, but the materials and pills that he used were all things that you needed, and he even took this handcrafted magic tool to come 10,000 li to Profound City's Hidden Tools Pavilion, and specially sold it to you. Do you think that this is a coincidence? Even though Bai Wuya didn't ask this, but he didn't even need to ask. Bai Yichen looked at that clumsy and lovely wine flask and thought about the great benefits it brought him when he drank the wine obtained from this flask. He thought for a moment and asked, Wuya, in this world, do you think that besides prophets, there are other people who can tell the future? How can that be possible? Bai Wuya shook his head. How can the Tao of Heaven be so easy to see through? At the very least, Lin Xuanji does not have the aura of a prophet. The more people are cared for by the Tao of Heaven, the more impossible it is for them to peep into the Tao of Heaven's inner workings. His talent is already so high, there is absolutely no possibility of him being a prophet. Bai Yichen frowned slightly. Then, what do you think is the probability of Lin Xuanji harboring a secret crush on me? Bai Wuya's eyes violently twitched. This kind of question, how should he answer? It's possible for anyone to have a secret crush on young master. Bai Wuya thought for a moment and immediately said solemnly and earnestly, if Lin Xuanji saw young master and was overwhelmed by young master's demeanor, then that is also within expectations. Tisk. I was wondering how that brat was able to understand and care so much about young master's situation. He really is deep-hearted. This time, it was Bai Yichen's turn to stare at Bai Wuya speechlessly. I was just joking around and spoke that casually. You don't have to think in circles just to follow me. Bai Yichen spoke earnestly. Bai Wuya said in confusion, but I'm serious, and I really do think so. Otherwise, how could he find out the things that very few people from the Bai family know about? And he even crafted a magic item for young master. One can see that he really cares about young master. Bai Yichen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. Towards that Didi of his, now that's actually him caring about someone. Didi, he has a younger brother. Bai Wuya was obviously ignorant of this. The youth who follows him around everywhere he goes, short and only reaches to his chest, a thin and small body, black cracks on his face, his left foot is a little crippled. Bai Yichen described. Bai Wuya suddenly realized, I thought that was his servant. I didn't expect that he was actually his Didi. He doesn't look like Lin Xuanji at all. They're not blood related. I heard that his father picked him up from somewhere. Bai Yichen explained. I've yet to actually see how Lin Xuanji treats him well. Bai Wuya frowned and thought, Yan Tianen's sense of presence really is too small. If not for his unique outer appearance, which makes him hard to forget, then he would never remember this person. Bai Yichen said meaningfully, when you see him at the 100 Families Gathering tomorrow, you can carefully observe the things he wears on his head, the clothes he's wearing, the items hanging at his waist, the things on his wrist. Over 10 types of treasures are hidden on him, and not a single one's level is lower than high-grade magic tool. I'm afraid that the majority are all top-grade items. Bai Wuya opened his mouth wide, dumbfounded, his entire person shocked to the core, as though he had received a great impact. It's already not easy to afford a mid-grade magic tool, but he actually wears high and even top-grade items on his entire body. Bai Wuya exclaimed incredulously, isn't this too extravagant? Do craftsmen nowadays all have this kind of money? This isn't logical. Even our Bai family's main branch would not dare do so, no matter whether the Bai family dared or not. Yan Tianen indeed has a total of over 10 magic items on his person. Bai Yichen said, "What's there to not dare? Lim Xuanji has this ability, and the people around him will naturally receive these benefits." Bai Wuya sucked in a cold breath. After a long time, he sighed, he really is a good dage. In Yunlai Inn, all the customers staying there felt the dense spiritual qi overflowing and gathering. They immediately sat cross-legged in their rooms and took advantage of this opportunity to absorb the spiritual qi and transform it into the spiritual energy in their bodies. Yan Tianan, on the other hand, jumped down from the bed at once and rushed out of his room, coming to a stop in front of Lin Xuanji's room. He looked at the door nervously, his eyes unblinking. Before long, he heard the sound of spiritual qi being sucked into the magic item, and the spiritual energy that had been hovering in the air in a spiral dissipated. The door was also opened from the inside. Lin Xuanji saw Yan Tianan at first glance, as well as the few other Lin family pupils standing behind him. "Dage," Yan Tianan cried. Lin Xuanji gave him a slight nod and then said to Lin Liuchun, who was standing on the other side, "Fourth elder." Lin Liuchun narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Lin Xuanji, "Treasure tool?" Lin Xuanji nodded, "It's merely high grade." Lin Liuchun stopped talking. Several Lin family pupils also stood beside Lin Liuchun, all of them looking at him with complicated eyes. Lin Yuro smiled with some difficulty. "Congratulations to Xuanji Tangdi. You actually refined a high-grade treasure tool this easily. Don't know what this treasure tool will be used for." Lin Dong also nodded, his eyes shining and mouth drooling. "Is it related to tomorrow's 100 families gathering?" Lin Xuanji lightly swept a glance over them. "It's only an auxiliary item and has no relation to the 100 families gathering." Lin Yuro felt a little uncomfortable and said, "Xuanji Tangdi, this is not right. We are all family here. Since you have crafted a treasure tool, then naturally, you should let your own family take a look and broaden their horizons. If it were other treasures, then there would be no harm in showing everyone here, only, the treasure tool that I refined today was ordered by another, so it's not convenient for me to show it to others." After Lin Xuanji finished speaking, he told Lin Liuchun, "Fourth elder, I still have some matters to discuss." With Ah Hen, Lin Liuchun narrowed his eyes. "What is your current cultivation level?" Lin Xuanji replied, "Foundation stage 2nd layer." Lin Liuchun said, "Although I'm not a craftsman, even I know that a craftsman who just started on his path cannot possibly craft a treasure tool, let alone a high-grade one." Lin Xuanji was indifferent. "Does fourth elder suspect that I am hiding my strength? If you have the ability to hide your strength in front of me, then it's fine, but I want to ask, did you cultivate some crooked technique?" Lin Liuchun had a frank nature. In this world, the cultivation method that can allow someone to improve by leaps and bounds in a single day, should be the crooked and evil Dao paths. Fourth elder's words are not based in evidence. Lin Xuanji said, "It's just a coincidence that I can craft a treasure tool." Fourth elder should have heard that I obtained some materials from the Bai family's treasure appraisal convention a few days ago. This kind of rare and advanced material can completely promote a treasure's level. Therefore, it is not necessarily my credit. Lin Liuchun naturally knew about Lin Xuanji's great success during the Bai family's treasure appraisal convention. He pondered a little and stared at Lin Xuanji. "Do you dare to let me scan your internal qi?" Hearing this, Lin Xuanji's expression immediately sank some. "Fourth elder, if you don't believe me, then I have nothing to say, but if you are really going to scan my body, then it will be difficult for me to have no bad feelings toward you." Lin Yuro said hastily, "Xuanji Tangdi, those words of yours were a bit rude. Fourth elder is also thinking of everyone's safety." Author's notes. Hen. No money, poor QAQ by Wuya. Are you kidding me? Chapter 165. Suspiciously probing Yan Tianan stared at Lin Yuro with displeasure. "My Dage has a clean reputation. He's clearly not a person who practices the evil arts. Don't fan the fire and add oil to the flames here. Alright, let's all say less." A clear light flashed through Lin Liuchun's eyes, which had always seemed so sleepy and lazy before. He suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed towards Lin Xuanji. "I've offended you." Lin Xuanji resisted, throwing his sleeve back. Suddenly and without warning, Lin Liuchun changed his direction in midair and reached towards Yan Tianan's wrist. Ahen. Lin Xuanji's expression instantly changed and he stretched out his hand to pull Yan Tianan back. However, Yan Tianan was already pulled to Lin Liuchun's side. Lin Liuchun clasped Yan Tianan's wrist with one hand and held down his slender neck with the other. His spiritual qi circulated, then sank into Yan Tianan's body. "Don't move." Lin Liuchun glanced at Lin Xuanji's eyes, which were full of untold threats. Lin Xuanji clenched his fist as his fingers twitched. His expression was as cold as ice. The sudden scare seemed to have stunned Yan Tianan, who stood motionless in the distance and allowed Lin Liuchun to scan him as he pleased. Moments later, Lin Liuchun suddenly released his hands. He couldn't detect even a trace of demonic qi. Even though Yan Tianan's constitution meant that his entire body emitted cold and yin qi, it was still far from the energy emitted by true demonic cultivators. It can't be. They had all guessed wrong. Lin Liuchun had always believed in his own judgment. He was already a primary level cultivator and was only a step away from the profound realm. Therefore, Yan Tianan, a youth who hadn't even reached the foundation stage, couldn't possibly disguise himself successfully in front of Lin Liuchun. Don't know if Fourth Elder found anything suspicious? Lin Xuanji asked coldly. Lin Liuchun thickened his skin and smiled. I didn't find anything suspicious. However, Tianan is actually a refining qi 6th layer cultivator already. It seems that he did not slack off these days. Lin Xuanji pulled back Yan Tianan, who had obviously not yet understood the situation, and spoke to Lin Liuchun. Fourth Elder, if you have any problems, you can direct them at me. Ah Hen is young and doesn't like to argue with others. He's innocent, naive, and simple. Don't frighten him. This won't happen again. Lin Liuchun left with an awkward haha. I think Lin Yangji's prior discovery of the Yin corpse planted a seed inside the Fourth Elder's heart. A few days ago, when Divine Devils coincidentally appeared, you and I came back from Yudai Mountain and slept for 3 days, which made him even more suspicious. Lin Xuanji put the purple ring in his hand, which was only as thick as a thumb, next to Yan Tianan's ear and scrutinized it. Ah Hen, in the future, take this with you no matter where you go. Okay, it's really pretty. Yan Tianan observed the intricately carved earring and blinked a few times. Dage, what kind of treasure is this then? It's called Deceiving Heaven's Ring. It can block the demonic qi whenever you cast a spell. Other people will only see what they want to see. Lin Xuanji opened the Deceiving Heaven's Ring and clasped it on Yan Tianan's right ear. It looked like a simple earring that only held decorative value, but in reality, this hidden treasure tool was the most valuable and precious item on Yan Tianan's person. Yan Tianan excitedly rushed over to the mirror and stared at his reflection for a long time. From when Lin Xuanji first started refining magic tools till now, he had already gifted Yan Tianan with countless treasures. Even his hairband had been personally crafted by Lin Xuanji and was a defensive item that could enhance the damage of fire elemental attacks. Sometimes Yan Tianan couldn't help but think maybe one day, he wouldn't even need to use any skills when fighting against others and could just use all his treasure tools to directly smash them to death. What did you feel when Fourth Elder scanned your body? Lin Xuanji asked. Yan Tianan shook his head. I didn't feel anything. I could sense his spiritual qi flowing within my body, but it left after only circulating once. Yan Tianan was extremely puzzled. But this isn't normal. I can already be considered a demonic cultivator. I always felt that his spiritual qi should encounter blocks if it entered my body. Lin Xuanji was also puzzled. If it weren't for Yan Tianan cultivating the alchemist path as well, then he would already be considered a pure demonic cultivator. Of course Yan Tianan didn't know of any methods to conceal demonic qi. Furthermore, he met Lin Liuchun, whose cultivation was several realms higher than his, so it was impossible for him to slip through the other's detection. Lin Xuanji thought for a moment and hesitated. Then, the sealing formation within your body most likely worked to disguise you and fool Fourth Elder's senses. Yan Tianan thought about it, felt his face, and smiled indifferently. If that's the case, then it seems that this thing on my face isn't without benefit. Lin Xuanji pinched his small face and smiled. You're really good at looking on the bright side. Yan Tianan shrugged his shoulders. It's no use even if I don't look on the bright side, it is what it is. Anyways, Yan Tianan's current goals were very simple. He only hoped that he wouldn't attract trouble for Lin Xuanji and that he could steadily improve his strength to become someone who could actually protect Lin Xuanji. As for the rest, even if he incurs everyone's hatred, nobody can stop him. On the second day, the 100 families gathering arrived as scheduled. 100 families simultaneously headed east toward a large plaza at the foot of Sky Peak Sect. The eastern part of the city was home to the city lord's mansion and also right in front of Sky Peak Sect. The terrain was already relatively high to begin with, but the large plaza was built halfway up the mountain so that one could see the rolling sea of clouds from the plaza. The East Plaza also covered a vast area. Lin family's pupils followed Lin Xuanji up the mountain to their designated location and looked around in wonder. Where's Yan Yan? Yan Tianan asked. He entered closed-door cultivation for a short period. Lin Xuanji replied, he should be here soon. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Yan ran up the mountain in a hurry. Lin Yan explained sheepishly, I entered closed-door cultivation for too long and forgot the time. Lin Xuanji nodded, not minding it, and asked, how's the result? Lin Yan's eyes flashed with excitement. Fortunately, at the last moment, I broke through to the third layer of Burning Heart Secrets. Even though my overall cultivation didn't improve, my combat effectiveness has increased by leaps and bounds. Lin Xuanji nodded in satisfaction, it's enough if you've made progress. Lin Yan greeted Yan Tianan and moved closer to Lin Xuanji. He frowned, Brother Xuanji, when I was going up the mountain, I met Lin Yangji and Lin Yar. I asked them to come with me, but they simply said that they were only competing as Lin family members and refused to walk together with the Lin family. Lin Xuanji nodded, within expectations. Lin Yar and Lin Yangji most likely didn't even see themselves as part of the Lin family and, in their hearts, probably even looked down on the Lin family and were closer to Sky Peak sect. Yan Tianan frowned, but Lin Yair's actions are clearly a slap to Daeja's face. Others will see this and say that Daeja's reputation in the Lin family is not high enough, since even Lin family's pupils are unwilling to listen to your arrangement. Every person has their own ambitions and cannot be forced. Lin Xuanji said lightly. Lin Zeji is also not here. Lin Yan looked around and found that Lin Zeji was not present either. He went to live with the Bai family for a while. He should be here in a few minutes. Lin Xuanji replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin family's pupils saw Lin Zeji walking over from a distance. However, he was also followed by several of Bai family's craftsmen. Xuanji Tangdi, Lin Zeji walked over with a smile on his face. These are my cousins. They insisted on coming with me to see you for themselves, so I brought them over. Lin Xuanji nodded indifferently. How has everything been during your stay at the Bai family? A touch of embarrassment flashed through Lin Zeji's eyes, but he still smiled. It's quite good. The Bai family is very considerate. Next to him, a young pupil of the Bai family spoke impatiently. You are Lin Xuanji. You don't look very strong. I heard that you and the Bai family's young master know each other. Did he give you the answers in advance at the treasure appraisal convention that day? Yan Tianan observed this young man who looked taller and stronger than him and responded crossly, don't throw baseless accusations around. My Daej never cheats. TCH, who knows? Another pupil laughed derisively and swept a glance over Yan Tianan. You're that crippled, ugly, narcissistic eyesore that my cousin mentioned before who freeloads off the Lin family. I didn't expect that my cousin was still kind-hearted. After seeing you, I've found that you're 100 times uglier than what she described. Cousin Yanwei, Cousin Hongfei, who taught you those words? Lin Zeji's expression changed. He didn't expect that the cousins who had said that they'd like to meet Lin Xuanji due to worshipping him suddenly changed their entire attitude and became so vitriolic. Bai Yanwei, the second Bai family pupil who spoke, smiled scornfully. Cousin Zeji, you can't really believe that our elite first-class Bai family would put your third-class family in our eyes. Only by cheating and colluding with that wheelchair-bound cripple were you able to take a few materials. You really think you're a treasured genius? Bai Hongfei also narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xuanji. If you're smart, then you'll send those materials back intact. Or else, in the coming competition, I'll let you taste what it means to be a disgrace. Ow ow ow. Two tiger pups that hadn't appeared for a long time followed Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan scent as they bounded from the bushes to Lin Xuanji's side, running around Yan Tianan and howling incessantly. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh coldly. Does Bai young master know what you're saying about him behind his back? So what if he does know? Don't tell me that if he knows, then he won't be a wheelchair-bound cripple anymore. Bai Yanwei smiled coldly back. He is not someone you can insult. Lin Xuanji replied quietly. Today, I will make sure to teach you a good lesson in Bai young master's place. Chapter 166. So-called family. As soon as he finished speaking, the forged stones in Lin Xuanji's hand lightly flew out and hit Bai Yanwei's face with a pa sound, causing his entire face to bleed. Bai Yanwei was immediately stunned and covered his face. You actually dared to hit me. Lin Xuanji hooked his lips slightly as he waved the fan in his hand downwards. A gale as sharp as a blade swept towards Bai Yanwei's legs. Bai Yanwei only felt a sudden pain in both his legs before he knelt on the ground at once with a thud. With this action, the Lin family attracted a lot of attention, and many people in the large and noisy plaza all looked this way. Why did someone kneel down in Lin family's place? Bai Yuanwei's face turned blue. He wanted to stand up, but realized that both his legs had suffered such grievous injuries that he couldn't even exert the energy to move them. He stared incredulously at the blue stone floor in front of him, his body trembling with fear. He wore many self-defense treasures on his body with absolutely high levels. In principle, he should be able to withstand the attack of a hardened body stage cultivator, but Lin Xuanji's light attack actually left him helpless. How was that possible? Bai Hongfei's face also had a metallic blue tinge. He clenched his fist in a death grip and gnashed his teeth. Lin Xuanji, you actually dare to harm someone from my Bai family. Do you know how many people will rush over to attack you on my command? Lin Xuanji looked past Bai Hongfei at a spot not far behind him. He withdrew the cold expression on his face and spoke with a slight smile. Now that young Master Bai has come, you might as well take back your family's 2 immature children and teach them a lesson before letting them out. It will save you from having the Bai family name disgraced. Bai Hongfei violently turned his head around and saw young Master Bai, who was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by his dog, Bai Wuya, towards them. Bai Hongfei's expression changed greatly, and he immediately stepped aside and bowed his head, not daring to speak even a word. Bai Yichen didn't even spare the 2 Bai family pupils a glance. He came to a stop in front of Lin Xuanji and gazed at him with a smile. For Xuanji to be this angry, our family's 2 pupils must have been the ones who lacked discipline and ended up provoking you. Wuya, at young master's command, take them back to the Bai family and imprison them for 3 months first, then have them wash equipment for another 3 months. Bai Hongfei immediately looked up and glared at Bai Yichen. Young master, this person was obviously the one who started it first. Don't tell me that you'll indiscriminately punish your own family members for a mere outsider. Bai Yichen did not speak, as though he disdained to respond to him. Bai Wuya waved his hand, and several guards who were following behind him came forward to detain Bai Hongfei and Bai Yuanwei. Bai Wuya ignored the protests from these 2 people and spoke coldly, where is so much nonsense coming from? Just do whatever young master says. Take them away. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Bai Yuanwei and Bai Hongfei, who had been jumping around in front of Lin Xuanji for half a day, were forcibly led away just like that. Lin Xuanji gave him a look as he said with a half smile, "That's because you are a good and obedient boy." Yan Tianan playfully stuck out his tongue as he intimately hugged Lin Xuanji's arm. He then spoke to Bai Yichen. Young Master Bai was so cool just now. They didn't even dare to resist him. Bai Wuya nodded. Our young master has absolute authority in the Bai family after all. Bai Yichen smiled slightly at Lin Xuanji. Many thanks for standing up for me just now. Lin Xuanji gazed at Bai Yichen and replied flatly, they insulted my family's deity first, so I naturally will not sit idly by and ignore them. Lin Xuanji's words made Bai Yichen smile even wider. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji purposefully bypassed his words and attributed all his reasons for taking action to Yan Tianan, but he never imagined that the more he avoided Bai Yichen as if he was taboo, the more he made Bai Yichen think that Lin Xuanji wanted to deliberately distance himself from him. However, his behavior did not correspond with his words, which made it even more suspicious. Yan Tianan blinked a few times. Young Master Bai, people from your family's side branch sure have sharp tongues. They even dared to curse at their own young master. That wouldn't have happened in other elite first-class families. Bai Yichen dismissed it and patiently explained, those 2 are from the main lineage of Bai family's side branch. Bai family's main and side branches are relatively independent, and each has its own elders overseeing them. The 2 branches often don't see eye to eye. As for the 2 disciples just now, they are not very skilled, but their elder brother Bai Honggu is very arrogant and ambitious. Due to his outstanding talent and remarkable abilities, he led the meteoric rise of the side branch's position within the Bai family. Now, even the Bai family's head needs to give him some face when he sees him, and the side branches slowly making their way to standing on equal ground with the main branch. Speaking of this, Bai Yichen told Lin Xuanji, Bai Honggu has yet to enter any sects and is also under the age of 25. He will attend the 100 families gathering today, you should be careful. Lin Xuanji replied, I have never even heard of Bai Honggu. How can I be careful of him? Bai Wuya couldn't stop the corners of his lips from twitching. Though the movement was small, it was nevertheless there. This person was a little too arrogant. At any rate, Bai Honggu was still a Teal Soul stage craftsman, so who knew how much higher his cultivation level was compared to this Lin Xuanji. Yet Lin Xuanji talked as if he was just an obscure younger generation who didn't need to be taken seriously at all. Bai Yichen, however, nodded. That's true, he's not even worth mentioning in front of you. The rest of the Lin family immediately studied Lin Xuanji with suspicious gazes, even though Lin Xuanji has never heard of Bai Honggu. They have. It's getting late. Young master, we should go back. Bai Wuya saw that more and more people had appeared in the plaza and planned to take Bai Yichen to the spectators' platform. Bai Yichen's bright eyes flashed as he said to Lin Xuanji, when you finish the competition, I'd like to invite you over for a cup of tea. Lin Xuanji nodded, okay. Bai Yichen said, just you and me. Yan Tianan blinked and did not speak. Lin Xuanji said, all right. Bai Yichen gave Lin Xuanji a very meaningful look and left. After Bai Yichen left, Yan Tianan touched his nose and whispered, Dage, do you like this Bai young master? Lin Xuanji paused and patted Yan Tianan's head, he's someone to make friends with. Yan Tianan asked, so, Dage likes him very much. I like Ah Hen the best. Lin Xuanji smiled and withdrew his gaze, which had been sending Bai Yichen off, to look at Yan Tianan, and I only like Ah Hen. Yan Tianan's face immediately flushed red. The people beside them were still discussing whether Lin Xuanji had heard of Bai Honggu. Say, do you really think he never heard of him? Or he was just pretending to not know about him? I can't tell. Anyway, he is the most pretentious one in the Lin family, so who knows if he said that on purpose. Nevertheless, the reason the Lin family can be so famous now is also due to Xuanji, so I think he has the right to be that pretentious. I heard that Bai family's Bai Honggu beat the main branch senseless in many of Bai family's internal competitions, dominating first place. Yeah, Bai Honggu is quite famous. I don't believe that he really hasn't heard of him. Although those people whispered in low voices, Lin Xuanji could still hear every single one of their words loud and clear. But frankly, he really had not heard of Bai Honggu before. Be it in his last life or this one, he has no impression of this name. Lin Zeji walked up to Lin Xuanji and apologized with a guilty expression, I'm sorry, I didn't know that they came with such intentions. Lin Xuanji said dismissively, it doesn't matter how they are like. Those people have no relations with me, so whatever they say or do will not affect me. Lin Zeji looked at Lin Xuanji and suddenly said, when I was staying with the Bai family, they always showed their disdain for the Lin family implicitly. Even I was included. They looked down on me, but it was actually people from the main branch who were kind to me. Especially after he gave Lin Xuanji's gift to the child of the family head's first wife, the youths from that family took even greater care of him. On the contrary, it was Bai Hongfei and Bai Yuanwei who made things difficult for him both openly and behind closed doors by embarrassing and humiliating him. If it wasn't for Madame Bai's special 1000 Li message talisman insisting that he must stay with the Bai family until, at the very least, the start of the 100 families gathering, he would have left the Bai family long ago. Lin Xuanji looked at Lin Zeji, who had a dejected expression on his face. It is because they are short-sighted. Zeji, when a person goes out into the world alone, either his own ability is outstanding enough to traverse the entire world unhindered, or the family backing him has enough pressure to deter others. Otherwise, it is normal for others to look down upon and disdain that person. Yan Tianan nodded, yeah, even my Dage, who's this incredible, didn't he also have to suffer the provocations by those ignorant brats? All because the Lin family is a third-rate family. You should see for yourself. If the Lin family was a first-rate family, then how would they dare to say all that? Lin Zeji's face turned white as he nodded, you're right. Before, I only thought about standing out inside the Lin family so that I can be special, but I was too narrow-minded and selfish. How I treated you at the beginning was also too much, that was my fault. What is family? Family is a kind of strength. It can be a thick and sturdy piece of rope, and also a massive ship. You haven't actually done anything to me. Lin Xuanji waved his hand, at the very least, when others were throwing stones at me while I was down and out, you didn't actually say or do anything bad. Lin Zeji's face burned fiercely, even though he did not openly mock or jeer at Lin Xuanji like the others who stepped on him every time they saw him. But that was only because I had an image to maintain. Lin Zeji smiled bitterly. Is the reason so important? Lin Xuanji asked with a broad smile. Others can only see your actions and will not investigate what you think deep inside your heart. I like dealing with smart people, and only smart people can truly understand how to regain the Lin family's past honor. As if suddenly enlightened, Lin Zeji abruptly raised his head to look at Lin Xuanji. A moment later, he moved his lips and said to Lin Xuanji, "Many thanks." Lin Xuanji said lightly, "Good luck in the competition." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Zeji smiled, "Rest assured, I will naturally go all out." Bai Yichen and Bai Wuya moved towards the high platform circling the tall mountain peak. On their way, Bai Wuya couldn't help sighing, "Just now, I paid special attention to those small items on Yan Tianan's person." "How do you feel?" Bai Yichen asked. "It's absolutely terrifying." Bai Wuya sighed, "I didn't expect Lin Xuanji to actually be willing to equip that younger brother of his with all the good items he crafted onto. I'm afraid that not even a primary level cultivator can easily kill Yan Tianan now. The majority of those magic tools were defensive in nature, and it seemed that their levels weren't low either. Especially his clothing, it appears quite low-key at first glance, but if you carefully used your spiritual chi and soul force to scan it, you would be able to clearly tell that it was a top-grade defensive treasure. How afraid is he of his deity being bullied?" Bai Wuya wondered, "Are you envious of Yan Tianan for having such a good age?" Bai Yichen smiled. Bai Wuya nodded, "He is truly fortunate." Chapter 167. 5 sects gathered together. Bai Yichen said, "The one you should actually envy is Lin Xuanji." Bai Wuya laughed, "It's true, I envy him for his good looks. I thought I wasn't a superficial person who judged people based on their appearance, but when I saw Lin Xuanji, I actually thought about hiding and keeping him all to myself." He spoke boldly and casually, but only because he never actually thought about carrying out this idea. Ideas are just that in the end. Ideas. Bai Yichen didn't take it seriously either. He asked lightly, "Have you noticed how long it took him to craft all those magic tools?" Bai Wuya shook his head, "How would I know? He never told anyone when he was refining those items." Bai Yichen corrected, "I am not talking about every single magic tool, but how long has it been in total since he first became a craftsman?" Bai Wuya paused, "I have yet to carefully investigate Lin Xuanji." "I have." Bai Yichen knocked on the wheelchair's armrest and looked at the winding mountain path in front of him. "In sum, less than 6 months." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Bai Wuya's hands trembled, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "In less than half a year, he actually refined so many magic tools, and many were even high-grade and top-grade ones. How is this even possible?" Even the Bai Kangshu of the past, from when he first entered the craftsman's Dao till when he made his first top-grade magic tool, took a total of 8 years. 8 years versus 6 months. No, it's probably even less than 6 months. They're not on the same level at all. Bai Yichen closed his eyes slightly. Therefore, Lin Xuanji really is a terrifying genius. Such a person can only be befriended and never made enemies of. In the future, the development of the entire Bai family, and even the overall situation regarding the 5 continents, may be tied to him. Bai Wuya was still in shock, unable to recover. It wasn't until they had almost reached the spectators' platform that Bai Wuya came back to his senses and solemnly asked, "Young master, don't you think the punishment for those 2 brats is a little light?" Bai Yichen closed his eyes in repose, "Light or not, at least our intention is there. Every one of the Bai family's younger generation has ambitions higher than the sky. It's about time they tasted some bitterness." Bai Wuya's heart felt clogged, such a demon emerged out of nowhere. "Now, Bai family's status is in imminent danger. Your vision should not be confined to only the 5 continents." Bai Yichen retorted, "Outside of the 5 continents, there's also the 9 lands. Whether or not the Bai family can make further progress will depend on those demons. And yet in the Bai family, these years, besides one Bai Kangshu, there have never been any other talented geniuses." Bai Wuya's entire body trembled, and he hurriedly bowed his head, "Young master is right. Bai Yichen's vision had never been confined to just the measly 5 continents alone. What he wants is an even broader world. And Lin Xuanji is very likely the person who can help him open the passage to that broader new world." Many distinguished families had taken this opportunity to network with each other. Among them, the Craftsman Bai family and the Wangfu family, which was currently ranked in first place, were the most popular families. Shortly afterwards, the Wangfu city lord stood on the high platform and cleared his throat. Once the voices below quieted down, he began, "Once again, it's time for the 100 families gathering that occurs once every 30 years. Welcome to all friends from afar, the Dao friends from the 5 great sects, the talented participants from all 100 distinguished families throughout the 5 continents, and Sky Peak Sect sitting elders and young sect master. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Hearing this, Yan Tianan said wistfully, "One day, before Dage makes his appearance, I will speak for 3 days and 3 nights." Lin Xuanji. The 100 Families gathering was divided into 3 categories: martial arts, equipment crafting, and alchemy. However, due to the relatively small number of alchemists and craftsmen, changes in their rankings were usually very small unless someone from some family suddenly appeared out of thin air. Consequently, most of the changes in ranking for every 100 Families gathering came from the martial arts category. In the competition's first category, besides Lin Xuanji, a craftsman, and Yan Tianan, who held the entry permit, the 7 other Lin family participants all had to compete in the first 3 martial arts rounds. Due to the large number of contestants, just the first round alone will take 3 days. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan stood by the martial arts stage, and beside them stood other third-class families. A family's ranking determined where their family's spectator seats are. Ranked 98th, the Lin family naturally did not have a good spot to view the competition, but that didn't prevent them from watching the tournament though. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Before the competition began, Duan Yuyong and Ji Yunwei each sent someone over to especially invite Lin Xuanji to watch the match with them, but both were met with Lin Xuanji's polite refusal. Duan Yuyong probably just disdained Duan Yuhao too much. Thus, after Lin Xuanji declined his invitation, he came over, squatted down beside Lin Xuanji, and refused to leave. Yan Tianan blinked. "Yuyong Gerger, you're here with us. Won't the Duan family have objections with you?" Duan Yuyong waved his hand carelessly. "I don't have to compete. They can't control me since I have an entry permit." Yan Tianan looked at him. "People will want to hit you if you act like this." "I'll just hold tightly onto Xuanji's thighs." Duan Yuyong grinned. Lin Xuanji swept him a glance. "Which one's thicker? My thighs are yours." "Don't be modest. Who right now doesn't know that you're a golden thigh?" Taking advantage of the few days before the 100 Families gathering, you even had the time to craft a magic tool. Duan Yuyong's expression was full of admiration. "You're the center of discussions. Nowadays, which family isn't talking about you?" Yan Tianan was stunned. "Really? I haven't heard much though." Duan Yuyong explained. "They won't discuss this right in front of you. If they misspoke even one sentence and offended your Dage, wouldn't that do more harm than good?" Yan Tianan blinked again and asked on a whim, "Are they saying that my Dage is very amazing?" Duan Yuyong nodded. "Most of them say that. What about the rest? They say anything else that can be said." Duan Yuyong smiled as he raised his hand and rubbed Yan Tianan's head. "But you don't need to know what they're saying. Anyway, it wasn't anything good. For example, many were talking about how Lin Xuanji was pretentious to the point of seeking death for himself." Yan Tianan only needed to know that many people liked his Dage. As expected, Yan Tianan indeed looked very happy. In Duan Yuyong's eyes, he couldn't help but feel that this child was simple, innocent, and lovely. Before the competition officially began, representatives from the 5 great celestial sects, who were invited as judges, entered the stage in succession. The Profound Sky sect rode in on azure Luan birds, which landed in front of the high judges' seats in a well-trained and orderly fashion. Numerous cultivators dressed in Profound Sky sect ceremonial robes descended in turn. Immediately, cheers sounded from below. "Profound Sky sect, I saw the young peak master of Breaking Sword Peak, Yuan Tianwen. Ah, how handsome! I saw 2 of the 4 swords of Profound Sky. What good are the 4 swords of Profound Sky? They're nothing compared to Sky Peak sect." Yan Tianan looked up. Although they were far away, he was a refining Qi 7th layer cultivator, so his eyesight naturally couldn't be compared to his vision in the past. Thus when Yan Tianan saw Yuan Tianwen, he spoke to Duan Yuyong excitedly. "Yuyong Gerger, I saw Yuan Tianwen." Duan Yuyong naturally saw him too. He rolled his eyes. Then, "Did you also see Han Yuren sitting beside him?" Yan Tianan, he just noticed. Though Duan Yuyong no longer held any hopes about Yuan Tianwen, when he witnessed Yuan Tianwen sitting together with Han Yuren, talking and laughing, his heart still hurt. From a long distance away, Bei Kangmo found Lin Xuanji from the crowded sea of people and nodded to him. Yuan Tianwen also saw Lin Xuanji and Duan Yuyong. His gaze lingered on the two for a moment before moving away. The current Duqiang, who was now Broken Sword Peak's young peak master, swept a glance over Lin Xuanji as the corner of his lips hooked upward. Lin Xuanji has thoroughly dominated the limelight these days. I can hear people talking about him wherever I go. He's this high key now. It seems he felt very suffocated in the 2 years where there was no one to flatter and fawn over him. Several profound Sky Sect disciples who followed Duqiang all mockingly laughed. But Yuan Tianwen defended, Lin Xuanji does have the ability. He seems to have great talent as a craftsman. Han Yuren shook his head, it doesn't seem like he made them himself. Who knows how many magic tools Lin Zan left for him back then. The amount is enough for him to squander them all. Hearing this, Tong Le asked, you mean he's cheating? Very likely, Han Yuren replied. In any case, he did not believe that Lin Xuanji had really become as powerful of a craftsman as the rumors had it. He would rather believe that Lin Xuanji had deliberately cheated in order to win the adoration of the masses. Yuan Tianwen frowned, he doesn't seem like that kind of person. Besides, he really did take away 4 kinds of material from the Bai family. You know the person in his face, but you don't truly know his heart. I also heard people say that he knew the answers in advance, because he had a good relationship with the Bai family's young master. Han Yuren replied firmly, as though he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Tong Le secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he commented with a sad expression, I didn't expect that after leaving Profound Sky Sect, Xuanji Shidi would fall to this level. It's truly regrettable. Han Yuren nodded, in fact, he was this kind of person before as well. He just knew how to disguise himself. Of course you would know. A sudden realization dawned on Tong Li's face. He smiled, I forgot that junior marshal brother Yuren was engaged to Lin Xuanji before. Han Yuren showed a helpless and aggrieved expression, that was all decided by my parents. Fortunately, I met brother Tianwen. Otherwise, I might have gotten together with Lin Xuanji in a muddled daze. A fellow disciple beside them sighed with admiration, you really are easily bullied and also possess a kind heart. This waste. If it was me, I would have broken off the engagement with him a long time ago. Han Yuren smiled in embarrassment, that would be too cruel. So, the current situation is after Lin Xuanji became a craftsman, he kicked you away. Bei Kangmo, who had always remained silent till now, opened his mouth. Han Yuren was stunned for a moment and subconsciously nodded, most likely, he didn't think he needed me anymore. Bei Kangmo looked askance at him, oh, and here I thought he was too disgusted with you, so he couldn't even wait a day before breaking off all relations with you. Han Yuren's face instantly turned ugly. Yuan Tianwen looked at Bei Kangmo as he asked, your relationship with Lin Xuanji should be very good. Bei Kangmo replied, not bad. At the very least, I have never thrown stones at him while he was down, unlike certain people who took advantage of this opportunity to dig at the foot of the wall. Compared to that, I am much kinder. Yuan Tianwen did feel that digging up the wall was not very nice of him. However, for the one person he acknowledged, he will use every conceivable method to win him over, even if he has to go against the Tao of Heaven in the process. Therefore, Yuan Tianwen did not open his mouth to counter Bei Kangmo's scorching ridicule. Yuan Tianwen listened to his pointed words and glanced at Han Yuren beside him before withdrawing his gaze. Tong Le tried to mediate, why should we hurt the relationship between fellow disciples just for an outsider who has already left Profound Sky Sect? Yeah, Han Yuren nodded. At that moment, the atmosphere surrounding the Profound Sky Sect disciples became somewhat cold. Chapter 168, Martial Arts Competition. Soon afterwards, the remaining 3 celestial level sects, South Continent's Heavenly Law Sect, West Continent's Imperial Sky Sect, and North Continent's Heavenly Fire Sect also took their places in succession, causing quite a stir. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Especially the representatives of North Continent's Heavenly Fire Sect, who rode polar ice wolves, demonic beasts covered in short and icy crystalline hairs, directly over. Every time the enormous ice wolves bounded through the air, a huge claw-shaped icy mist rose up behind them, which caused many participants, who had never seen any demonic beasts from North Continent's extreme Arctic regions before, to repeatedly exclaim in shock. Finally, Sky Peak Sect's young sect master led a group of Sky Peak Sect's disciples and took their seats. Now, all the important figures of this 100 families gathering had arrived. The first round was decided by drawing lots for 2 matches. The winner of the first lottery round can also participate in the second lottery round on the same day and continue to compete until they're knocked off the stage. Lin Zeji was the first Lin family member to fight, and his luck wasn't bad. His opponent was also from a third-class family whose overall ranking was 84th South Continent's GU family. Lin Zeji walked onto the stage and directly launched his profound-level top-grade technique Burning Sky Palm. After a period of training, his Burning Sky Palm was at a much higher level than it was before he left the Lin family's residence. More importantly, his technique looks a lot more stable than before. Yan Tianan said insightfully as he watched Lin Zeji, who was brewing his technique at a steady pace neither fast nor slow. Technique is like a person. Lin Xuanji nodded, he has indeed matured greatly. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji, actually, when you were injured, he didn't exactly refrain from throwing stones while you were down. Naturally I know, Lin Xuanji replied lightly, however, those are not important. He has never done anything to cause me any substantial harm. He even wanted to starve you to death. Yan Tianan pursed his lips, clearly holding grudges. Lin Xuanji gazed at Yan Tianan, those all resulted from Madame Bai's intentions. Madame Bai is his birth mother. When her secretive actions are finally exposed, he will always help his own mother. After all, he only had his mother to rely on ever since he was young, and they depended on each other to survive. It's not unforgivable for people to be human. Yan Tianan thought about it and asked, then what Madame Bai did to us, will we just leave that alone? It won't be that easy for them. A dark and gloomy light flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. He could drop all grudges against Lin Zeji only because Lin Zeji had never caused any actual harm to Yan Tianan in their past life. However, Madame Bai and Third Elder, we're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Ah hen, Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan, who had originally been concentrating on the martial arts match on stage, turned his head towards Lin Xuanji, his pair of bright eyes clear and untainted. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Nothing, continue watching the match. Lin Xuanji said. Yan Tianan. In fact, what Lin Xuanji wanted to say was, ah hen, I will never let go of anyone who has ever hurt you anyone. In the end, Lin Zeji used a technique called blazing flames breaking through the heavens from the Burning Sky Palm manual to hit his opponent squarely in the chest, knocking him off the high platform and ending the match. Yan Tianan cheered, entirely absorbed in the fierce competition. Lin Zeji jumped off the stage and returned to Lin family's ranks. Lin Xuanji commented, compared to before, you've made great progress. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Zeji smiled as he wiped away his sweat. Actually, my strength is still the same. It's just that my heart of Tao has stabilized a lot. Lin Xuanji also smiled. A firm heart of Tao is more valuable than obtaining a priceless secret manual. Lin Yan walked over with a dark expression and glared at Lin Zeji. Originally, I found this secret manual first. Lin Zeji nodded. What about it? I got it in the end anyways. Lin Yan, bitch it. Lin Zeji was still so annoying. The second Lin family member to compete was Lin Yar. However, Lin Yar never made an appearance today in Lin family's ranks, and she didn't even drop by to greet them. Lin Xuanji remained impassive when he saw Lin Yar. Lin Yaro frowned. It doesn't seem like cousin Yar wants to associate with us. Lin Yufan laughed scornfully. She has always looked down on the Lin family. In that case, we should also regard the Lin family as having no such member. Lin Yaro whispered to Lin Yufan, however, Yar Tangji is very strong. Strong, but she isn't even on your side. That's even worse than being a crippled waste. Lin Yufan's words had always been scathingly sharp, but they hit the nail on the head every time. Lin Xuanji did not make any comments about Lin Yar. Ever since the last life, this woman had shown a detached attitude towards the Lin family and didn't appear even when the Lin family found itself in dire straits. Lin Xuanji had long since stopped treating her as part of the Lin family. She was different from Lin Zeji, as Lin Zeji held deep feelings toward the Lin family. Even though he wasn't very talented or strong, at least at a critical moment, he still had the decency to survive or perish together with the Lin family. As for Lin Yar, the firm but gentle purple sword chi fluttered in the wind like a ribbon, wrapping itself around the opponent's body. Lin Yar didn't need to spend too much energy to suppress her opponent. As Lin Yair's name was still registered under Lin family's group, Lin family's ranking jumped up from the 84th place that Lin Zeji won before to 52nd place. As a result, Lin family's opponent, the formerly 52nd ranked Wang family from the East Continent, dropped to rank 84. During the competition, families' rankings will constantly fluctuate, so generally speaking, families will tend to put their weaker members towards the beginning. However, the Lin family was an exception. Lin Xuanji didn't really care about the order of participants or whether they won or not. After all, when encountering an enemy outside of the competition, the opponent won't send out their weaker ones first. We're 52nd already. Lin Yan wasn't able to hide his excitement. Who knows if we can enter the ranks of second-class families this time. The rankings for the 100 families gathering didn't consider the total accumulated score but instead considered the best score. Thus, even if the Lin family abstained from further matches and withdrew from the competition then and there, they would still already have obtained rank 52nd in the martial arts category. Although they would still be among the ranks of third-class families, at least they could secure the right to participate in the next 100 families gathering. As for the families ranked after 100, although they couldn't compete on stage, they could still participate in mixed tournaments in other venues. The 10 winning families from that competition can each send one pupil out to challenge any third-class family ranked between 50 and 100. If the pupil succeeds, then this family, whose rank is outside of 100, will directly replace the third-class family who was challenged and obtain that family's ranking. In addition, in that same 100 families gathering, the newly promoted family will not have to accept any other challenges. However, in the 100 families gathering, very few families ranked after 100 actually succeed in winning that challenge. The so-called disciples may come and go like flowing water, but families remain firm as steel is not without its reason and basis. But Lin Xuanji smiled. The Lin family is already a second-class family now. Lin Yan glanced at Lin Xuanji in confusion. The 100 families gathering has an unwritten rule. Lin Zeji explained, if a craftsman or alchemist who can craft magic tools above mid-grade appears in any family, then that family will automatically become a second-class family. Why? Lin Yan asked, stunned. This is because the number of craftsmen and alchemists participating in each 100 families gathering total less than 50. Lin Xuanji answered. Lin Yan was speechless. After a long time, he sighed with emotion, having a craftsman by my side, this feeling of cheating is really fucking cool. Lin Zeji, sure enough, he's from a side branch, with such a vulgar way of speaking. Fortunately, I took the Burning Sky Palm manual away. Otherwise, wouldn't it be defiled if I let this kind of vulgar and crass person cultivate such an amazing technique? Speaking of which, in order to show its respect to craftsmen and alchemists, the 100 families gathering also held competitions for those two in addition to martial arts competitions. In reality, a family's ranking can actually have up to 3 items: martial arts, alchemy, and crafting. The rankings for the 3 categories are also separate from each other. Because the number of martial arts participants in the 100 families gathering is the largest, the oft-mentioned 100 families is actually the families ranked in the first 100 places of the martial arts competition. As for alchemy and crafting, those top-ranking families will also be among the invited parties. Only, the vast majority of the families who stand out in these 2 areas are all first-class or elite families anyways. Thus, in the long run, many families, especially those without alchemists or craftsmen, all mistakenly regard the martial arts ranking as the overall ranking after taking into consideration all 3 categories, including alchemy and equipment crafting. Lin Yar, who finished her match, came straight towards them. She puffed out her chest, tall and proud, and wore a slightly exposed dress, which revealed a pair of long white legs. Her slightly gorgeous appearance made her the focus of many people's attention as she walked towards the Lin family. Lin Yaro saw Lin Yar and smiled. Yar Tangji, you're really good. Lin Yar swept a glance over her, naturally. Don't you know who my brother is? Lin Yaro asked awkwardly. How is cousin Yangji doing these days? He can't be better. My Dage is currently in the middle of closed-door cultivation in Sky Peak Sect. When he comes out one day, he certainly won't let those blind people live peacefully. Lin Yar glared at Lin Xuanji as she spoke those words. Lin Xuanji seemed as though he didn't notice and only asked lightly, what do you want? Speak frankly. I looked for you, because I indeed have something to announce. Lin Yar walked up to Lin Xuanji and announced proudly, I can participate in the 100 families gathering under the Lin family's name and bring glory to the Lin family. However, at the last stage, whether or not anyone from the Lin family actually enters or even who enters, Honorable Me and the Lin family will each go their own separate ways. You guys should take care not to drag me down, and when you're outside the Lin family, don't say that you know Honorable Me either to save Honorable Me from losing face. The expressions on most Lin family members changed. Lin Yuro spoke, Yar Tangji, we're all Lin family pupils, why the need? Although I am from the Lin family, I'm not from the same line as Lin Xuanji. Lin Yar sneered as she raised her voice, I still don't put any of your cultivation levels in my eyes. Lin Zeji, your ability is only around rank 80. If you want to enter the ranks of second-class families, then I'm afraid that you guys will have to take advantage of my limelight, so all of you should be smart and take very special care to not provoke Honorable Me. Chapter 169. Young Master invites Lin Yair's words, however, did not garner the adulations that she'd expected. On the contrary, she received many sympathetic and contemptuous gazes. If the Lin family members had heard those words before they'd discovered the inside information regarding craftsmen and alchemists, then they would have needed to swallow their anger and submit to Lin Yair's demands, but that was no longer necessary, as they were secure in the knowledge that they had a backing. The feeling of being backed by someone was indeed cool. Lin Yan was overwhelmed with joy and laughed. Lin Yar, do you know the total number of craftsmen participating in this 100 families gathering? Lin Yar frowned, what does that have to do with me? Lin Zeji also chuckled, a total of 24 people, 8 of whom were from the Bai family. Realization suddenly dawned on Yan Tianan's face, that's right, the Bai family has 8 people, so at most, they can only occupy first place. Thus, even the worst person out of the remaining 16 people will get 17th place. I'm afraid that even if Cousin Xuanji is the worst, he'll still get 17th place. A cold glint flashed through Lin Yan's eyes. He looked at Lin Yar, you'd better go and look over the rules for the 100 families gathering a few times before opening your mouth. Suspicions arose within Lin Yair's heart. True, she had never really understood in detail all the rules of the 100 families gathering before, but what did that have to do with this? Lin Yar suppressed her doubts and spoke coldly, I've said what I came here to say. Please give me a definite answer. Lin Xuanji replied, do whatever you want. The Lin family doesn't mind losing a person like you. He narrowed his eyes and continued, however, if you insist on breaking off all relations with the Lin family today, then it will not be so easy to borrow the Lin family's east wind in the future. The Lin family has no east wind worth borrowing yet. Lin Yar glared at Lin Xuanji, the Honorable Me would like to see exactly what kind of sorry state the Lin family will end up in under your hands. Lin Xuanji said lightly, then you should polish your eyes and look forward to it. Lin Yar cursed a single shameless as she whirled around and took off in a peak of anger. Yan Tianan spoke with displeasure, she actually dared to curse at Dage. I think she's the shameless one. What a waste of all the cultivation resources she took from the Lin family. One should know that although Lin Yar and Lin Yangji were often away year-round, the Lin family had never cheated them of their portion of money and resources by even a cent. But now, Lin Yar would actually dare to say such a thing. Lin Zeji frowned, Lin Yar didn't have such a decisive attitude in the past. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. As though revealing a secret, Lin Xuanji replied, it's very simple. She probably took advantage of this period of time to find a backer that can give her the courage to speak those words. Lin Zeji recognized the group of female cultivators and exclaimed in surprise, Cloud Jade Sect. This was the most famous female cultivator sect in the 5 continents. Its status was comparable to that of Sky Peak Sect, since the disciples of Cloud Jade Sect would often become Dao companions with those of Sky Peak Sect. Thus, the other half of many Sky Peak Sect elders often served in Cloud Jade Sect, so the 2 major sects could be described as in-laws. Should anything happen to Cloud Jade Sect, Sky Peak Sect would be the first to rush over with assistance. Lin Yar saw Lin Zeji looking her way and gave him a haughty look. Lin Zeji, he still felt that his own pretense of modesty was less annoying. When a person is slightly better than you may envy him, but if the difference between you and him is akin to night and day, then even this shred of jealousy will disappear because there is no need. After all, that person is far beyond your reach. This was the case with Lin Xuanji and Lin Zeji. A female cultivator in Cloud Jade sect told Lin Yar, "Every person from the Lin family is watching you, one after the other." Another female cultivator hooked her lips, "As disciples from Cloud Jade sect will always be the center of male cultivators, attention wherever we go. Usually, when we go out to shop, we don't even need to pay for stuff ourselves. There will always be those stupidly entranced people who jump at the chance to help us pay for it. That's probably a realm only little Shimei can reach." A female cultivator clad in a purple robe pursed her lips in a smile. Lin Yair's heart moved, and she inquired, "Who is little Shimei?" The purple-robed female cultivator explained, "Our junior martial sister Shen Rubbing is a top-tier beauty. She is the daughter of the Shen family from Middle Continent's Sky Peak City. She has 2 older brothers who regard her as the pearl of their eyes, and she is even a very strong hardened body stage cultivator herself." How many men regard her as their dream lover? Ideas arose in Lin Yair's heart, and she asked, "But doesn't Cloud Jade sect forbid men from going up the mountain?" "Fool, they don't allow men up the mountain, but don't tell me we can't go down the mountain." A female cultivator in a lavender chiffon dress explained, "Cloud Jade sect is in Cloud Light City, which is right beside Sky Peak City. We often come to Sky Peak City to shop. Sky Peak City is manned by many elite first-class families, so whenever the people here see our Cloud Jade sect's Taoist robes, they'll know our identity. Even if we didn't have those men fighting amongst themselves to pay for us, the shopkeepers will still give us discounts when they see that we're from Cloud Jade sect." Ah, so there are such benefits. Lin Yar secretly decided in her heart that once she officially joined Cloud Jade sect, she would come here at once to shop. For female cultivators, the most important thing was buy. Don't instill new disciples with this kind of idea where you obtain something with no effort. It's not the proper Tao. A cold voice came from behind the cultivators. When the group of female cultivators heard that voice, they immediately whirled around and glared at her like startled cats. The female cultivator in a lavender dress narrowed her eyes as she critically sized up this woman dressed like a man. "And here I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you, a nuisance to 10,000 people." The purple-robed female cultivator also covered her mouth as she laughed and told Lin Yar, "This person is called Wan Lingua. She's an abandoned baby our sect master picked up from the outside. Look at her, her appearance is so thick and brutish that you can't even tell whether she's a man or woman. She doesn't even dress like a woman, yet she still wants to be our supervisor all day long." Lin Yar knew from a glance that this person who looked like neither man nor woman was the object of ridicule within this crowd. Naturally, she sided with these big sisters. Lin Yar nodded, "Indeed, I really couldn't tell whether she was a man or a woman." Hehehehe, ha ha ha. The gaggle of female cultivators laughed. Wan Lingua ignored them. After all, this group of people could only open their mouths and force out a few sentences. Wan Lingua told Lin Yar, "The sect master wants to see you." Lin Yar spoke to the martial sisters from Cloud Jade sect, "Then I will go with this Wan Shiji first." The female cultivator in a lavender dress robe remarked, "Ah, if the sect master values you, then our little Shimei will have to be changed." The purple-robed cultivator blinked, "Just don't know if little Shimei's temper will take that." "Who knows?" Another female cultivator chimed in, "If we're talking about who is most demonic, then I'm afraid that no one can match little Shimei." That's right. An hour later, all the Lin family members who had a match today had finished their battles. Even though Lin Yuro lost to a 79th ranked family after taking the stage, the Lin family already won the 52nd spot, so the Lin family pupils were still in a good mood. Lin Xuanji was just about to continue observing each family's strengths and styles, but he was stopped by Bai Wuya, who came from the competition seat specifically to invite him. "Craftsman Lin," Bai Wuya informed, "My family's young master invites you." Lin Xuanji smiled, "Your family's young master is really impatient. The competition isn't even over yet, is he afraid that I will run away?" Bai Wuya's expression didn't change, "My family's young master has never been an impatient person, but ever since he met Craftsman Lin, he has only ever been impatient with matters regarding you. So, you're correct, my family's young master actually is afraid that you'll run away before you even realize it. If another fancy strikes you, and you went back into closed-door cultivation to craft a few more magic tools, then it'll be even harder for him to find you." Lin Xuanji couldn't help smiling, "Looks like your family's young master is really attentive to me." Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Bai Wuya's expression darkened, and he replied with profound meaning, young master cares about you, only because you also care about him. Yan Tianan heard something unpleasant and interrupted, when has my Dage ever put your young master in his heart? Bai Wuya's gaze quickly swept over Yan Tianan, and his heart began to thump faster. This wasn't a person, but a walking treasury. Ever since Bai Wuya noticed that Yan Tianan's entire person was covered in treasures, he could no longer look him in the face. Expressionless, Bai Wuya asked Lin Xuanji, well, are you going or not? Bai young master has personally invited me, so naturally I will go. Lin Xuanji glanced at Duan Yuyong, and under Duan Yuyong's gaze, which glittered with the thought of gossip, he said, I entrust Ah Hen to you. I will return shortly. Having said that, he took out a voice transmission bell from his storage bag and handed it to Duan Yuyong. I will hear you from my location when you shake this bell. If you encounter any problems, you can inform me through it. Duan Yuyong shook the bell and heard a slight ringing sound from Lin Xuanji's waist. He couldn't help laughing. Interesting. Just for this, I will have to take good care of your deity. Bai Wuya's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Look, did you see, it's another fucking top-grade magic tool casually gifted to someone just like that. Bai Wuya finally understood why Bai Yichen specially emphasized that they must maintain a good relationship with Lin Xuanji even though he wasn't rich. Not only was this person very strong, but he was also a very generous friend. 100 such friends would not be too many at all. Ah Hen. Lin Xuanji was just about to say something when Yan Tianan gave a HMPH, turned his head, and gifted Lin Xuanji a view of the back of his head. Bai Wuya was secretly stunned as he thought, this Yan Tianan doesn't have a good temper either. If he had this kind of Dage, he would surely behave himself every day. Where would he dare to lose his temper? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji smiled somewhat helplessly and went with Bai Wuya. Duan Yuyong looked at the backs of the two departing figures and held his chin. Hen, I've found that Bai family's young master is interested in your Dage. Yan Tianan scrunched up his small face, my Dage is not interested in him. Duan Yuyong nodded and couldn't help feeling amused. Hen, why do I feel that you're acting quite strange towards your Dage? Yan Tianan looked at Duan Yuyong, strange how? Duan Yuyong pinched Yan Tianan's small nose, even if your Dage was interested in that Bai young master, you still shouldn't have reacted this way. You look like a little kid who ate too much vinegar. I did eat vinegar. Yan Tianan pouted, after so much difficulty, Dage is finally kind to me. If a Bai Yichen suddenly appears out of nowhere, then perhaps Dage will turn away from me and be kind to him instead. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Duan Yuyong couldn't help laughing. He patted Yan Tianan's shoulder, little Hen, this thought of yours is not right. In the future, your Dage will take a bride and have children, and he will definitely have other family members. You must allow him to show kindness to others. Yan Tianan was stunned. Moreover, just because he expresses kindness towards others doesn't mean that he will no longer be kind towards you. Duan Yuyong continued to speak earnestly and meaningfully. You are too possessive of him, which is actually not good for you. Chapter 170. Kill or no. Yan Tianan's eyes reddened in an instant. He pursed his lips and sobbed, I don't want that. Dage is mine and mine alone. I don't want him to marry someone else and have children. I don't want him to treat other people well. Lin Zeji stood to one side, looking slightly embarrassed. Why did it seem more and more like Yan Tianan really treated Lin Xuanji as if he were his own personal possession? Moreover, he even seemed like he wanted to restrict Lin Xuanji from making friends. To not let Lin Xuanji get married and have children, it appears as if Lin Zeji had never had a very good impression of Yan Tianan, not entirely because his appearance and image had pulled down the Lin family's class, but more to do with how he had a really bad feeling when he saw Yan Tianan for the first time. That kind of feeling was a kind of mysterious, inexplicable feeling, and it was extremely strange. However, Lin Zeji didn't say anything. After all, this was a private matter between Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji. It had nothing to do with him. Yan Tianan sulked to one side and felt a little confused at the same time. Why was he being like this now? Why was it that as soon as someone got closer to Lin Xuanji and treated him better, he would feel unhappy? Yan Tianan suddenly felt a little afraid. If he continued being this selfish and unreasonable, would Lin Xuanji come to hate him one day and think of abandoning him? Yan Tianan sunk into a pit of self-reproach and confusion. He subconsciously stroked his face, which wasn't very smooth, and a cryptic, glum glint flashed through his eyes. The place chosen by Bai Yichen would naturally have gorgeous scenery and an excellent atmosphere. It was both quiet and remote, but one could also hear the birds chirping and smell the fragrance of flowers here. Lin Xuanji looked at the courtyard that looked exactly the same as it had in his past life and suddenly felt like the Tao of heaven was both predictable and unpredictable. Bai Yichen drank alone within a reception pavilion. He sat there quietly, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Would your body be able to take it if you were to drink in broad daylight? Lin Xuanji came to stand in front of Bai Yichen, lifted his robes, and sat down. Bai Yichen looked at Lin Xuanji with a grin. He flicked his wrist and a wine flask hovered above Lin Xuanji's cup with its spout pointed down. The cup was filled with wine. Lin Xuanji extended his jade-white hand and held up the exquisitely crafted cup. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. The wine cup was a top-grade magic treasure, and the wine was an excellent 100-year brew. This should be our second time sitting down face to face. Bai Yichen spoke first. He leaned against his chair and took a sip of wine, looking at Lin Xuanji with a smile. I've invited you many times before, but you were always crafting in seclusion. Lin Xuanji took a sip of wine. The sweet and clear wine slid down his throat and warmth slowly spread out within his abdomen. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Crafters are all like that. Once they start crafting, it'll be easy for them to lose themselves. Lin Xuanji said lightly. Bai Yichen was stunned by Lin Xuanji's straightforwardness. Lin Xuanji took another sip of wine and put down the wine cup. How does it feel when you use it? Since it was custom made, its effects would naturally be pretty good. Bai Yichen casually answered. Some ripples could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xuanji. Bai Yichen suddenly asked, why did you take the small Mingyin flame away? You should know that I need that flame. I know, Lin Xuanji said lightly, however, you have no way of refining or controlling it, but I can. People aren't the ones at fault, their cherished possessions are what get them into trouble. You can't use that small Mingyin flame, yet you're reluctant to part with it. Sooner or later, you will get into trouble because of it, so wouldn't it be better for me to take it away first? Bai Yichen looked at Lin Xuanji's beautiful face and thought that this person seemed even more enigmatic, making his heart itch as he became even more impatient. He wanted to dig out all of this person's secrets. If you say it like that, I'll think that you have awfully strong feelings for me. Bai Yichen wasn't kidding. He fiddled around with the empty wine cup as he said straightforwardly. If one starts ingratiating without reason, they must be wicked and a thief. Lin Xuanji laughed without a trace of awkwardness. Young Master Bai is indeed a man who can make people feel moved. However, I'm not compatible with young Master Bai. Bai Yichen saw that he was speaking quite bluntly, so he threw away all pretenses and asked straightforwardly, how are we incompatible? I, on the other hand, think that we are quite compatible. You're a crafter, I understand crafting, you're a genius, and so am I. More importantly, you just so happen to bump into me, and it's not like I have absolutely no interest in you. Lin Xuanji thought that Bai Yichen really wasn't any different from how he was in his past life. In his past life, Bai Yichen was his lover. He also had to admit that he had been moved by Bai Yichen before, and had even thought of becoming Tao companions with him. However, the two of them disagreed on quite a lot of things. In the past, neither of them could persuade the other, and was even unable to place absolute trust in each other. They would even do some things behind the other's back. As their conflicts grew in number, their feelings for each other also became more and more mild. Eventually, due to a few irreparable incidents, their relationship came to an end. Yan Tianan's death ended everything. There was no leeway for salvation. It was only later on that Lin Xuanji clearly saw who had been the one he loved. That person wasn't young Master Bai, who made his heart beat due to how stunning he was at first sight. He had a rare kind of good feeling for young Master Bai, but this kind of feeling wasn't love. It was just a feeling that naturally arose from meeting someone of the same kind. They were suited for being friends, and they were also suited for being enemies. But they weren't suited to be lovers. Lin Xuanji knew of some secrets that Bai Yichen harbored. Although he doesn't know everything, it was enough for him to know what Bai Yichen needs. I know what you want. Why don't I tell you what I want as well? Lin Xuanji's right index finger dipped into the wine cup, then wrote a word on the table upside down. He wrote very slowly, and said, I want to leave the 5 continents mainlands and go to the 9 lands. Bai Yichen looked at the word he wrote slowly. His gaze that never seemed to ripple and always made him look like he had everything in the grasp of his hands instantly dilated. Within an instant, his heartbeat thundered and a strong gale surged. Lin Xuanji, you're not afraid of death. Bai Yichen looked at Lin Xuanji coldly. The clear sky that had been bursting with radiant rays of sunlight suddenly turned overcast at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. The whole sky looked as if it wanted to topple down. Lin Xuanji finished writing the word and retracted his hand. He looked at Bai Yichen, unalarmed. I have no intention of threatening you at all. If I want to leave the 5 continents mainlands, I must cooperate with you. You have already seen my sincerity and capabilities. I think we should have a common goal. You want to go to the 9 lands, and so do I. Why don't we work together to open up this path? Bai Yichen clenched his fist. His gaze swept over that word, then he looked back at Lin Xuanji. This is your bargaining chip for cooperation. Bai Yichen still said coldly, Lin Xuanji, I've always thought that you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be this foolish. To let me realize that you've discovered this secret, are you prepared to never head down this mountain again? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji smiled, in any case, I will never let anyone realize this matter. Since I dare ascend the mountain, I'm naturally prepared to descend it as well. Yichen, you don't belong to the 5 continents, you're someone from the 9 lands. But you can no longer return if you rely solely on your own strength. I'm an opportunity, so you might as well seize it. I'm in a very bad mood right now. Bai Yichen was so angry he smiled. If it wasn't because of your good looks, I would have already crushed you to death by now. This kind of threatening words didn't sound threatening at all when Lin Xuanji heard it. He knew that Bai Yichen wouldn't kill him because Bai Yichen has always been someone who could balance his own interests and feelings. He has never been the type to be emotional, he could tell from the sky that had restored its former radiance and clear skies. Bai Yichen calmed down again. Lin Xuanji looked at him and said lightly, Yichen, people have only ever been able to enter and never exit the 5 continents mainlands since 500 years ago. People who have been able to leave were all personally taken away by powerhouses at the peak of the 9 lands. Aside from that, there is no other way. The spiritual qi in the 5 continents mainlands is no longer able to support your body, and neither can it satisfy my appetite. I am unable to support the all-divine array by myself. Only you are able to support the other corner of the all-divine array. Bai Yichen narrowed his eyes and stared doubtfully at Lin Xuanji. You actually know about the all-divine array too. Who on earth are you? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. I am but a lonely, wandering ghost. Lin Xuanji said lightly. Bai Yichen composed himself. Aside from that, what else do you know? Most of what I know are things you know as well. For example, I know who the prophet is. Bai Yichen, you even know about that. Do you really want to go down the mountain alive? For example, I also know that you're currently wondering if you should kill me, or keep me alive. Lin Xuanji said, smiling slightly. Bai Yichen took a deep breath. He stared at him. What else? What else do you know about me? Lin Xuanji looked at him, and only spoke after some time. I also know that everyone has both a kind and evil side, a bright and dark side, a magnanimous and selfish side. But it's the addition of all these sides together that forms a complete and real person. Bai Yichen remained silent. He gazed at Lin Xuanji and slowly asked, you really won't consider becoming Dao companions with me? Young Master Bai, actually, I may seem to be doing a lot of things with ease now, and everything seems to be very reasonable. But in fact, over the years, I've come to realize one principle. Lin Xuanji smiled, and a gentle warmth could be seen in his eyes. What principle? Bai Yichen thought that his eyes were really beautiful. It would be better to take pity on the people before oneself. Lin Xuanji said. Bai Yichen was stunned. Take pity on the ones before you, or me? Both. Bai Yichen's expression darkened. You dare try to discipline me? Lin Xuanji shook his head. I have no right, and neither do I have the intention. I'm just saying that for myself. If you have any sort of realization after hearing me, you can't blame me for that. Bai Yichen's mouth twitched, then he laughed, and even his body trembled a little. Lin Xuanji, I now know why you rejected me so resolutely. Bai Yichen smiled. No one would be willing to feel as if they're looking at a mirror when they face their Dao couple every day. The two of us are truly too alike. No, there are differences still. Lin Xuanji said, I'm much poorer than you. Bai Yichen waved his hand, you'll be as rich as a country sooner or later. Also, I'd like to remind you of one thing. That younger brother of yours is too high profile. He might get targeted by others like that. What he was referring to were the magic treasures on Yan Tianan's body. Lin Xuanji pondered for a bit. It is indeed a little dangerous. But if he doesn't equip himself with those items, I'll always feel uneasy. Bai Yichen sighed. Okay then, it's up to you. Lin Xuanji asked, can we continue to be friends? Bai Yichen took his wine flask and poured a cup of wine. He grasped the wine cup and smiled. I really want to splash this cup of wine onto your face. Chapter 171, Fight Through MT. But you won't. Lin Xuanji said calmly, seemingly quite confident. Indeed, I won't. Bai Yichen grit his teeth. He's a civilized gentleman who uses his mouth and not his fist, so he should be both graceful and decent. However, he swore that as long as Lin Xuanji dared to reveal any one of his secrets, he would definitely make Lin Xuanji crawl. Down the mountain, Lin Xuanji seemed to know what Bai Yichen was thinking. He had achieved his goal for today, so he got up and bowed to Bai Yichen. In that case, I won't disturb young Master Bai from resting any longer. Bai Yichen, need to be decent, can't be impulsive, and important things have to be said thrice, especially in front of someone like Lin Xuanji, who can always maintain a calm face anytime, anywhere. It would be even worse for him to appear too casual, even if Bai Yichen was really itching to hit someone right now. Take care, I won't see you out. Bai Yichen clenched his teeth with a smile. After Lin Xuanji left, Bai Wuya walked over. Bai Wuya asked, puzzled, he left so soon. Why didn't the two of you talk a little longer? He thought that his young master, who rarely invited people over, would ask the other party to stay for a while more to express his well regards. Talk a little longer, Bai Yichen revealed a helpless smile. I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to hold myself back from killing him, if I were to look at him any longer. Bai Wuya was stunned and instantly incensed. Don't tell me that kid dared to scorn young master. I'll go catch him and beat him up now. Bai Yichen's glance swept across Bai Wuya, who was all tensed up. What are you thinking about in that brain of yours? With how he's like, is it necessary for him to scorn me? Bai Wuya blinked and scratched his head. I don't know why, but whenever I see Lin Xuanji, I always feel like he'll take advantage of you. Bai Yichen smiled for a while, then suddenly withdrew his smile without warning. He wrote a word on the table. What word? Bai Wuya asked. Lang word. Bai Yichen said. Bai Wuya jumped up at once, his eyes wide. What does he mean by that? He couldn't have just guessed at random, right? He knows, and he believes it too. Bai Yichen grabbed the wine flask and rubbed it a few times with his finger. He narrowed his eyes. Say, for a young man who has never left the East Continent and is merely 17 years old, how capable must he be to discover my secret? And to even dare have the guts to show up in front of me and let me know of it. Bai Wuya felt like his brain had crashed. He could no longer think about Lin Xuanji with a normal mindset. Bai Wuya's gaze darkened. I'll go kill him right now. Kill him? How are you so sure that he doesn't have a backup plan? Bai Yichen put down the wine flask and smiled coldly. Moreover, it wasn't easy for someone to deliver themselves to our doorstep to help me return to the Nine Lands. He has even proven his sincerity and capabilities, so I naturally have to give him the opportunity. Bai Wuya replied with much difficulty. He can help young master return to the Nine Lands. He actually dares to be that arrogant. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Maybe. Bai Yichen said. Okay, this topic ends here. Yes. Bai Wuya nodded, yet thousands of thoughts were racing through his mind. No one would link Bai Yichen and Lang Jishui without rhyme or reason unless that person knew of the secret relationship between Bai Yichen and Lang Jishui, who seemed completely unrelated to each other. Even Wang Fujin, the one who was always together with Lang Jishui every day, was completely unaware of this relationship. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. The top-grade wine flask crafted by Lin Xuanji was used to nourish souls. All the materials in it were rare treasures as well, and their value would probably not be any less than the divine Firminia Simplex forged engraving pen that he had taken away. However, where did he get his materials from? And where did he obtain the recipe and hand seals for crafting? Lin Xuanji was a huge mystery. He was someone who was covered in secrets from head to toe. Bai Yichen knocked his finger on the table. There's no need to investigate Lin Xuanji for now. Bai Wuya frowned. Is it okay to not investigate someone like him who's riddled with problems? Since he dares to let me know, he'd dare guarantee we wouldn't be able to find any clues, or even if we did manage to find something, it wouldn't pose much of a problem to him. Bai Yichen said, don't waste time. When it's time to slip up, one will naturally slip up. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Although Bai Wuya really wanted to gouge out all of Lin Xuanji's secrets immediately, since Bai Yichen had already said all this, he could only nod and say, okay. As long as he doesn't harm young master, I'll listen to young master's orders. He wants to be my ally, so he naturally wouldn't harm me. Bai Yichen smiled. Actually, this is a good thing. At the very least, we've suddenly gained a genius crafter on our side for no reason. If one thought about it, there really were more advantages than disadvantages to this arrangement. Lin Xuanji returned to the Lin family's spectator seats. After looking to his left and right, he didn't see Duan Yuyong and Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji asked Lin Zeji, who was focused on watching the match next to him, where's Ah Hen and Duan Yuyong? Lin Zeji snapped out of his daze, I'm not sure where they went, but Yan Tianan said that he would be back soon. Lin Xuanji was about to contact Duan Yuyong through the voice transmission bell when he saw Duan Yuyong and Yan Tianan walk over. Xuanji, you're back so soon. Duan Yuyong was a little surprised. He thought that Lin Xuanji would only return after the matches for the day ended. Lin Xuanji's gaze fell upon Yan Tianan. Where have you been? Yan Tianan replied honestly, we went to see Ah Ji Yu. Lin Xuanji looked at Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong put on an innocent face as he said, I wasn't the one who wanted to take him there. Hen Hen said that he was worried about Ah Ji Yu, so he wanted to go take a look at how he was doing. Lin Zeji, who was at the side, asked when he heard this, who's Ah Ji Yu? Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, Duan Yuyong, they all seemed to have been a bit unbridled. Yan Tianan pondered for a moment, then said, Ah Ji Yu is a new wild companion that my family's Hupo found in Sky Peak City. It's a small tigress. The small tigress Ling Chigu sneezed. Lin Xuanji and Duan Yuyong looked at Yan Tianan at the same time. Lin Zeji was baffled. What can you do about this sort of thing? You, unaware of this, but that small tigress dislikes everything about my family's Hupo, so as the one who adopted him, of course I had to put in some good words for him. Yan Tianan randomly spouted rubbish without even blinking. Lin Zeji, okay then, you're a really good master. Yan Tianan smiled and nodded. Right, I think so too. Lin Zeji thought this topic was a bit strange and he also wasn't interested in the love and hate relationships between tiger cubs, so he didn't continue asking any further. He went back to spectating the matches that attracted his attention. Duan Yuyong put an arm on Yan Tianan's shoulder and leaned in close to his ear. I really like how you can spout so much nonsense all prim and proper like that. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose while feeling a little guilty. I just feel a bit sorry towards Hupo. Where's Hupo and Ah Bai? Lin Xuanji asked. He realized that he hadn't noticed those two cubs for some time. Yan Tianan said, recently, they like going to the West Mountain to fight with the local demonic monsters. Lin Xuanji raised an eyebrow, they can fight them. They can't beat a few. Yan Tianan said, why haven't I seen them come complain to us? Lin Xuanji understood those two tiger cubs quite well after all. If they couldn't beat the other party they would take to their heels and come back to act all coquettish while lamenting. They wouldn't ask anyone to support them, but would insist on getting Lin Xuanji to feed them a few demonic delight fruits before they would be satisfied. Yan Tianan blinked, because they roped Ah Ji Yu in to be their backer. Ever since Ah Ji Yu started fighting, he has rarely come across someone who could be his opponent. Lin Xuanji, as expected, Ling Chigu's own cultivation level was absurdly high in the first place. Even though he was a corpse now and a portion of his cultivation had dispersed, his foundation now had an added yin attribute, he was fed with Yan Tianan's blood, and his body doesn't have a magic array like Yan Tianan does to suppress him, so it was natural for his cultivation level to turn monstrously terrifying. The aboriginal demonic beasts on West Mountain have encountered a difficult opponent to deal with. Duan Yuyong was a little puzzled. After seeing Ah Bai and Hupo this time, why do I suddenly feel like they seem quite different from before? In the past, they used to stick to Hen Hen wherever they went, and they didn't like fighting either. Now that you mention it, I do think so too. Yan Tianan frowned. They've been looking for demonic beasts to fight every day recently. They've been like this ever since they left the Demonic Beast Institute. They are demonic beasts after all, not domestic cats. They had to grow up sooner or later. Lin Xuanji said lightly. Of course he wouldn't say that those 2 tiger cubs had been led astray while they were in the Demonic Beast Institute. Duan Yuyong sighed. After growing up, they're no fun anymore. He looked at Yan Tianan and said, it's best if Ah Hen never grows up. Yan Tianan, so is he just a plaything to Duan Yuyong? Lin Xuanji glanced at Yan Tianan rather meaningfully. It's better to grow up soon ba. Why? Duan Yuyong asked. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. He thought that Lin Xuanji would be like him and wish for Yan Tianan to stay innocent and cute forever. Only then will he be able to do many things that young people can't. Lin Xuanji said lightly. Duan Yuyong accidentally thought of some things that weren't quite right, such as this and that. Duan Yuyong glared at Lin Xuanji and scolded, you beast. Lin Xuanji smiled, thank you. Yan Tianan didn't understand the hidden meaning behind their words and asked, puzzled, Yuyong Gerger, why did you scold my Dage? Duan Yuyong's mouth twitched. He said, he deserves it. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yan Tianan asked again, but Dage, after he called you a beast, why didn't you refute it? Lin Xuanji, he thought Duan Yuyong was right, so how should he have refuted it? Duan Yuyong pulled Yan Tianan over and instructed him earnestly, Hen, stay far away from your Dage from now on. Why? Yan Tianan didn't understand. Duan Yuyong found it difficult to say. It's not like he could tell Yan Tianan that Lin Xuanji was plotting to do something to him, right? When he saw that Duan Yuyong couldn't come up with a reason, Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan back to his side and said, Ah Hen, continue watching the competition. You don't need to pay attention to him. Chapter 172. Marriage Proposal. Yan Tianan was still a little unhappy and said, but Yuyong Gerger. He saw someone that he shouldn't have today, so he got a bit of a shock. It's not surprising for his words to be incoherent and baffling. We should learn how to understand and tolerate others. Lin Xuanji said with great emphasis. A sudden realization immediately dawned upon Yan Tianan. He looked at Duan Yuyong with much sympathy. Duan Yuyong with a long face. Fuck this jerk who specifically picks on other people's sore spots. The first day of the competition ended when the last ray of sunlight disappeared. On this day, aside from the Lin family's huge change in ranking, the other third-rate families had changes in their rankings as well. However, their changes weren't as momentous as the Lin family's. On their way back, Lin Zeji said, although Lin Yayer's words are nasty to listen to, her strength can't be refuted. Not just anyone from the Lin family could bring the Lin family straight up to 52nd place. Lin Xuanji said, indeed. If she didn't have the capability, Cloud Jade Sect wouldn't have taken notice of her. They hadn't walked far after descending the mountain when Lin Xuanji heard someone call out to him. He looked back and saw someone he didn't expect to. Young Peak Master Yuan, long time no see. Lin Xuanji stopped and greeted Yuan Tianwen politely. Yuan Tianwen wasn't with the others from Profound Sky Sect and had come forward alone. He looked at Lin Xuanji, then glanced at Duan Yuyong, who had looked elsewhere the moment he saw him. He walked forward. I would like to ask for your advice on some matters. Lin Xuanji was a little surprised. Me? Yuan Tianwen nodded. It has to do with Han Yuren. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh. He became my ex-fiancé a long time ago. Aside from that, we no longer keep in contact with each other anymore. If you want to ask me about what he likes or detests, it won't be easy for me to answer you. No, it has nothing to do with that. Yuan Tianwen was always beating around the bush when he spoke to Lin Xuanji and always looked like he was trying to hold back from saying something. Lin Xuanji realized that his gaze kept drifting towards Duan Yuyong, but, unfortunately, Duan Yuyong was always looking elsewhere, so he never noticed. This is a little interesting then, looks like it has something to do with Duan Yuyong. We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. It was only after Duan Yuyong disappeared into the crowd that Lin Xuanji cleared his throat and said to Yuan Tianwen, who had watched Duan Yuyong until he disappeared, Young Peak Master Yuan, he has already disappeared. If you have any business with Yuyong, you should have stopped him just now. Yuan Tianwen looked back, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. He composed himself. No, there's no need for now. Let's go. I know of a tea house on the east side of the city. It's very quiet and elegant. Yan Tianan blinked. I don't like tea, so I won't go. Lin Xuanji definitely didn't like Yuan Tianwen and would certainly give him a hard time, so he wouldn't join in this time. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianen's head, then said to Lin Zeji and the rest, take him back, don't let him run around on the way. Lin Zeji nodded. Xuanji can rest assured. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. After Lin Xuanji and Yuan Tianwen left, Lin Dong scratched his head and looked at the happy youngster that was skipping gleefully in front. Puzzled, he asked, Yan Tianen is already this old, don't tell me he still doesn't know his way back. Why must Lin Xuanji treat him like some mentally handicapped child? And he even got us to especially look after him, I'm really. Yet Lin Zeji was a little envious. It's probably because he can't feel rest assured if he doesn't get some people who can take care of Yan Tianen while he's not within his line of sight. Bah. Lin Dong sighed and couldn't help but feel a little envious. When could he have such a good dage too? And he wasn't even his biological brother. It was impossible for him to say that he wasn't jealous of Yan Tianen. Recently, someone had already spread rumors that the magic treasures on Yan Tianen were all either one of the best, or second best equipment, and all this good equipment was crafted by that dage of his who wasn't related to him by blood. Yuan Tianwen would definitely not invite someone out to a meal at a low-class, roadside street shop. The two of them sat down facing each other in a small room at an upscale tea house in the east side of the city. Yuan Tianwen ordered some spiritual tea and refreshments. Lin Xuanji didn't have any special requests for food, so he would eat whatever Yuan Tianwen ordered, just asking for 2 portions. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen cast a glance at him, you're taking it back for your younger brother. Lin Xuanji nodded, of course, my Jadi likes delicious food. I've been busy with seclusion recently and haven't had time to take him out to play, so I feel very uneasy and guilty about it. If there's anything delicious or interesting, as his Gurgur, I would always think about him and take 1 portion back for him. Yuan Tianwen felt as if these words were 2 knives that stabbed into his heart. Lin Xuanji actually felt uneasy just because he didn't take Yan Tianen out to eat and play while he was cultivating. Then shouldn't an idiot like him, who mistook a person for someone else, and treated fish eyes as pearls, just go and die straight away? Yuan Tianwen felt like he had just tasted something very bitter. You're a really good dage. Lin Xuanji glanced at him rather meaningfully and smiled. You will be a good husband in the future as well. Yuan Tianwen, frankly speaking, without any bullshit, he really felt like there was a deeper meaning behind Lin Xuanji's words, and that he had said that on purpose to diss him. Unfortunately, he could not refute him at all. Yuan Tianwen pulled a long face, of course I would be a good husband. Lin Xuanji smiled. I wonder when young Peak Master Yuan intends to hold the Dao Companion ceremony with Han Yuren. Yuan Tianwen fell silent for a moment. He grasped the small teacup in his hands, I'm afraid that it will be delayed indefinitely. Lin Xuanji pretended to be surprised, why? Don't tell me Han Yuren isn't willing to become Dao Companions with you anymore. Yuan Tianwen said in a low voice, I'm the one who's unwilling. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Lin Xuanji raised an eyebrow. He may not be the one I'm searching for. Yuan Tianwen probably regarded the spiritual tea as wine as he downed it in one shot. I always thought that I would be able to treat gratitude as love and rely on this gratitude to treat him well. But I only realized recently that these are 2 different feelings that can't be regarded the same way. When Lin Xuanji heard these words, he suddenly felt a little out of sorts. He frowned slightly. You're in a relationship with Han Yuren because he had done you a favor. Yes, he saved my life and I will never be able to return that favor. Yuan Tianwen sighed again. A few years ago, I was accidentally injured on flying Luan Peak and lost both my sight and strength. I also almost suffered a chi deviation then. After picking me up by chance, he took care of me for a very long time. At that time, I swore to myself in secret that I must treat him well for the rest of my life, and even if he was already engaged, that I would think of a way to destroy it for him. And it was because of that urgency that got Yuan Tianwen hoodwinked. Yuan Tianwen looked at Lin Xuanji, but I didn't expect his fiancé to be you, I apologize. You didn't let me down in any way. In fact, I have to thank you for taking Han Yuren, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have agreed to annul our engagement so easily. Lin Xuanji said sincerely. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. However, Yuan Tianwen's mouth twitched and he was completely speechless. But Han Yuren was not the main point Lin Xuanji wanted to talk about. Why did you like Han Yuren in the past, and not anymore now? Yuan Tianwen said, because when we were on flying Luan Peak, he gave me the feeling that he was a very vibrant person and he loved joking with me. Sometimes he would even bully me on purpose, but I just thought that he was incomparably lively and cute, and his every word and action could tug at my heartstrings. But, Yuan Tianwen's gaze darkened. He took another sip of spiritual tea and said, ever since he ascended the mountain with me, it feels as if he had changed into a completely different person. Everything I liked about him seems to have disappeared from him. I don't want to be a person who tosses someone away after picking them up, but I don't want to marry someone I don't like to become my Tao companion either, so after feeling conflicted about it for a while, I just feel like a tangled mess now. Lin Xuanji could now understand why Yuan Tianwen came to find him. The matter with Han Yuren was probably about to become a thorn in Yuan Tianwen's heart soon, and this thorn could very likely turn into a heart demon on his path of cultivation. If he didn't handle it well, it could easily make his mind of Tao unstable and his cultivation path rocky. Yet, Lin Xuanji didn't care at all if Yuan Tianwen's mind of Tao would be unstable or not. Right now, he just wanted to smack the table and burst out laughing. Yuan Tianwen, how foolish must he be to not understand where the key lies in all of this? Yuan Tianwen looked at Lin Xuanji's bizarre smile and an involuntary chill ran down his spine. He shifted slightly, his sword eyebrows furrowing. What are you smiling at? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. I'm just thinking that when you were looking for me to talk today, your gaze kept drifting over to Duan Yuyang. Why is that? Lin Xuanji grasped a small refreshment and put it in his mouth. The fragrance of the spiritual tea and spiritual flowers filled his mouth and refreshed his mind. Lin Xuanji decided to bring more of these refreshments back for Yan Tianan. Yuan Tianwen's face flushed red in an instant, then he took another sip of tea and put his cup down harshly, before he said with some difficulty, recently, ever since I came to know that Yuyang had come to my house to propose twice before, I've been dreaming about him every night. And it was even of some scenes where they were naked and doing some indescribable things. Lin Xuanji was really surprised this time. You didn't know that Duan Yuyang had gone to your place to propose twice before. I only knew of the second time. At that time, I was already determined to marry someone else, so I naturally rejected it without a second thought. Yuan Tianwen looked quite embarrassed. Recently, when my dad and father were chatting, I heard them accidentally reveal how he had proposed once a few years ago, which was how I knew about it. What happened the first time? Lin Xuanji looked at Yuan Tianwen with a complicated gaze. At that time, I was wholeheartedly focused on pursuing the Tao path and was anxious about entering seclusion. My dad didn't speak clearly, so I thought Duan Yuyang wanted to propose for one of the girls in his family. I've never even met people from his family before, so how could I have agreed? Yuan Tianwen clenched his teeth. Moreover, the Duan family is different from the Yuan family. Their family has always discriminated against marriages between men, thinking of it as an incredibly disrespectful act that defied the natural order of the world, so I never thought that it would be Duan Yuyang. When my dad talked about it, I just listened to it briefly and immediately said I wasn't interested, then went into seclusion. So his dad thought he didn't like Duan Yuyang and refused this joyous matter that had been delivered to their doorstep. Yuan Tianwen thought that Duan Yuyang was proposing on behalf of a girl in his family, which didn't interest him at all, so he didn't consider the matter again and went into seclusion feeling very much at ease. Lin Xuanji looked incredibly speechless. I really don't know what to say about your Yuan family. Is Duan Yuyang the kind of person who would willingly deliver such news on behalf of someone else to another person's doorstep? Aren't you overestimating him a bit too much? Yuan Tianwen looked embarrassed. My dad was the one who didn't detail it clearly. If he had made things clear, I wouldn't have fallen out with Yuyang like this. In any case, it was all his dad's fault, it had nothing to do with him. Lin Xuanji pondered for a bit and asked, then what if the one who had proposed was Duan Yuyang? Editor's Little Forum. Little Editor Butter. The side pair ML's brainhole is too big, requesting help carefree and slovenly DYY. Sending shovels little hidden beauty YTH, why is he sending shovels? Celestial being LXZ, to dig a gra cough to fill the hole. Chapter 173, it can only be him if it were Yuyang. Yuan Tianwen paused, then said, I don't know what decision I would have made in the end, but I definitely wouldn't have turned him down so readily. And why is that? Do you like him? Lin Xuanji asked, a little surprised. Yuan Tianwen blushed slightly. I can't tell you how much I like him right now, after all, we haven't met in so many years, but I don't dislike the kind of intimacy I feel with him. Also, when we were young, he had even mentioned that he wanted to marry me when we grew up. I never forgot about that after all these years. If I knew that it was him in the beginning, I would have been willing to interact with him for some time before seeing how things develop. Lin Xuanji nodded, then suddenly started laughing. He laughed so hard that the tea in his cup began rippling. Ridiculous, this was truly too ridiculous. There had actually been that many freak coincidences between Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyong. The fact that Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen didn't contact each other until their deaths in the past life was trivial to Lin Xuanji right now. In the past, he had just thought that Han Yuren had the means to win over people's hearts through his pretenses, but he didn't expect that Han Yuren would be so bold as to impersonate someone else. And what are you laughing about this time? Yuan Tianwen felt a little indignant now. He said all of that to Lin Xuanji because, firstly, he thought that this person has always been good at keeping secrets, and secondly, at the very least they used to be disciples of the same sect, and they both know Han Yuren and Duan Yuyong, so he should be able to offer him some advice. He didn't expect Lin Xuanji to react like this. I just think that everything in this world really is linked together. Heaven presides over justice, everyone will get their just desserts. Lin Xuanji stopped smiling. Yuan Tianwen, I always thought that you were a smart man, but I didn't expect your brain to be filled to the brim with water. Yuan Tianwen, why did he have to suffer such a personal attack? I'd like to ask you, have you ever wondered why the Han Yuren now differs so greatly from how he was like on flying Luan Peak? Yuan Tianwen nodded. I thought about it before. It's just because the environments are different, so people would naturally change. In addition to the trauma you gave him, I traumatized him. Lin Xuanji pointed at his nose. Me. Yuan Tianwen nodded guiltily. When I asked him about it, that's what he said. Lin Xuanji, how could you fucking believe that kind of nonsense used solely to trick fools? Lin Xuanji didn't carry much hope for Yuan Tianwen's EQ. He continued, then have you ever wondered why Duan Yuyong would go to your place to propose to you a second time? Logically speaking, a person like Duan Yuyong and a family like the Duan family would not invite humiliation for themselves a second time after they were rejected once. The family's honor was more important than Dao companions after all. Yuan Tianwen frowned slightly. Don't tell me it's because my affair with Han Yuren in Qing City had provoked him. Lin Xuanji couldn't even laugh now. He felt that someone like Yuan Tianwen, who couldn't change his line of thinking, could not be talked to with an indirect approach. He could only dive straight to the point, otherwise he would have to waste an entire night talking to him today. Have you never suspected that the person on flying Luan Peak was someone else entirely? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Han Yuren isn't the one who sacrificed himself to save me on flying Luan Peak. Yuan Tianwen spoke quickly, which was why his personality changed so drastically, which was why I don't feel anything for him at all, which was why he never dared to sleep with me. But if that person wasn't him, then who could it be? A clear figure surfaced in Yuan Tianwen's mind. Although he always seemed unreliable and cursed every time he opens his mouth, he was incomparably lively, cute, and made clear distinctions between his likes and dislikes. He always made others both love and hate him. Why would Duan Yuyong muster the courage and throw his face away to propose a second time after his first proposal was rejected? Why did Duan Yuyong seem to find him an eyesore after meeting him? Why would Duan's second elder clearly express his dissatisfaction during Han Yuren's birthday banquet? Why is it that during his dreams at night, he would always dream of the naked Duan Yuyong enjoying himself as he tossed and turned below him? The hand that Yuan Tianwen had used to wield his sword for many years was now trembling so hard it was getting out of control. The water in his teacup had spilled out and burnt him, yet he didn't feel it at all and allowed the tea to wantonly flow downwards. It's him, Yuan Tianwen said with a hoarse voice. He was absolutely certain, there's no doubt about it. Lin Xuanji felt like the coagulated blood clot in his throat had finally been cleared. He really didn't expect that this genius swordsman, who was actually an idiot, would be able to realize what the biggest problem was under his guidance. It really made the old Lin Xuanji feel quite comforted. Yuan Tianwen fell into a long period of confusion and rumination. He couldn't snap out of his stupor for a long time as he failed to extricate himself from his daze. He couldn't believe that the one who did everything for him, accompanied him all that time and racked his brain to make him happy on flying Luan Peak would be Duan Yuyong. No, that's not right, how could it be difficult to believe? Yuan Tianwen's heart felt like it got stabbed. Of course that person was Duan Yuyong, and it can only be Duan Yuyong. Aside from Duan Yuyong, who else would be able to treat him without reservation after knowing of his identity, and only treated him as Yuan Tianwen without the slightest intention of using him? He finally understood where Han Yuren was most at odds with the person on the peak. Han Yuren loved his status, and often borrowed his status, consciously or subconsciously, to gain quite a lot of benefits in Profound Sky Sect, as well as from Yuan Tianwen himself. It's just that Yuan Tianwen regarded Han Yuren as his Dao companion, so he didn't mind, and it was because he urgently wanted the person he was entangled with, so he deliberately ignored all the times he felt like something was amiss. Now that he knew that Han Yuren was actually a fake, Yuan Tianwen felt so disgusted, like he had just eaten a fly. However, he didn't want to think about anything related to Han Yuren right now. Yuan Tianwen had been fooled with like an idiot, so he was naturally indignant about it. But right now, all he could think about was someone else. Yuan Tianwen's thoughts changed from "thank God it's actually him" to "why didn't he tell me everything, this hurts so bad," and then to "I'm a huge idiot who could actually mistake the one I love for someone else," and finally changed into "with how I treated Yuyong in the past, he must have felt incredibly upset during that period. My heart aches so bad, QAQ, I'm going to find him." Yuan Tianwen suddenly stood up. "Do you know where he stays?" Lin Zunahis looked at all the changes in his expressions from the start and felt an indescribable delight right now. This was his first time seeing Yuan Tianwen suffer a setback. Yuan Tianwen pursed his lips. "On the first day I arrived at Sky Peak City after leaving Profound Sky Sect, I inquired about the Duan family's whereabouts." Lin Xuanji was both infuriated and amused. "You're really good at taking action, aren't you? You actually acted so much quicker than your brain. If it wasn't because I knew that you had just figured it out, I would have thought that you deliberately feigned ignorance to fool me. I'm not that senseless." Yuan Tianwen felt a pressing need to go and find Duan Yuyong. He was just about to leave when he was stopped by Lin Xuanji. "If you go and look for Yuyong now, he'll probably ignore you." "He should ignore me." Yuan Tianwen was obviously not a complete fool. "I'm already prepared to get swept right out of their gates. He can sweep me away once, twice, 100 times or 1,000 times, but he'll accept me someday." Lin Xuanji really didn't know what to do with Yuan Tianwen anymore. He sighed. "I didn't expect young Peak Master Yuan to have skin as thick as a city wall. If you want to say that I'm shameless, then just say it straight." Yuan Tianwen didn't find it humiliating at all and was instead quite proud of it. "What do I need face for if I'm chasing my wife? If you hadn't taken the initiative to annul your engagement with Han Yuren, I would have probably resorted to some underhanded means a few days later to do so. In any case, I would have been able to find some sort of way, whether it was proper or not, to ruin the engagement." Lin Xuanji, he wanted to curse, but he didn't know if he should. "However, you must have laughed at me when you saw me proudly stand up for Han Yuren and take over your plate ba. I didn't even have the time to be grateful to you. How would I have had the time to laugh at you?" Lin Xuanji glanced askance at Yuan Tianwen, then said slowly, "I was just laughing at Duan Yuyong. I have never seen anyone more blind than him. He actually took a fancy to someone like you." Yuan Tianwen, bitch it, he couldn't refute him at all. "We were at least disciples from the same sect. Even if it wasn't for my sake, you and Yuyong are considered friends, yet you could bear to see him suffer so badly by himself." Yuan Tianwen was full of indignance and heartache right now. "You knew about it for such a long time ago, yet you didn't reveal the slightest bit of it to me, and I." Faced with Yuan Tianwen's accusations, Lin Xuanji was rather speechless as well. He calmly said, "I just knew that he had a past with you once on flying Luan Peak. Who would have known that you and Han Yuren got together because you didn't have a brain of your own and regarded him as Duan Yuyong? What other reason could it be? That you're blind." Yuan Tianwen, "You just said that you weren't laughing at me in secret." Yuan Tianwen said, "I didn't laugh at you in secret indeed." Lin Xuanji retorted, "I'm openly laughing at you, despising you, and spurning you." Yuan Tianwen. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Yuan Tianwen took a deep breath and said rather meaningfully, "You actually find it very fortunate that there's someone like me who helped you move Han Yuren's line of sight away, right?" "Yeah." Lin Xuanji nodded. "If it wasn't for you, it probably wouldn't have been easy for me to annul our engagement." Yuan Tianwen was certain that this chat could not continue, so he didn't utter any more nonsense and left this tea house straight away, wanting to see Duan Yuyong as soon as possible. He didn't forget to pay the bill before leaving, and also ordered quite a bit of snacks for Yan Tianen. Lin Xuanji sat right where he was. As he drank his tea and ate the refreshments, he pondered for a while, and after coming to the conclusion that Yuan Tianwen would probably go home with his tail between his legs, he calmly stood up, packed the snacks, and left. After returning, Lin Xuanji had just entered his room when he was surrounded by the two tiger cubs. Bai and Hu Po stared at the small package in Lin Xuanji's hands. Lin Xuanji cast a glance at them and was amused by how the cute Bai and Hu Po were, insisting on looking cool. You two have really sensitive noses. Bai howled and pawed Lin Xuanji's leg. Yan Tianen sniffed and asked, Dage, did you bring back some good food? Lin Xuanji placed the package on the table. Some refreshments. They taste okay. Yan Tianen opened up the package and took one to try. It's delicious. Yan Tianen enjoyed it so much he squinted. Then he took another piece and also fed 2 pieces to Bai and Hu Po respectively. The 2 tiger cubs couldn't wait to gnaw on the snacks, then they squinted as well and grunted happily. Lin Xuanji looked at these 3 happy little guys and suddenly felt extremely contented. Actually, it would be really good if they could be like this for the rest of their lives. Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Raising 2 silly and cute tiger cubs, and raising someone who he loves to the extreme. Dage, these snacks should be very expensive. After Yan Tianen polished them off, he thought of this problem. Lin Xuanji smiled. Young Peak Master Yuan was the one who paid for them anyway, it's better if they're a little expensive. Chapter 174. So ridiculously wrong. Yan Tianen was stunned and frowned. Dage, how could you eat the stuff he bought? Did you forget about how Yuyong Gerger was abandoned by him after getting bullied? Story translated by Chrysanthemum Garden. Although they would be poor once in a while because of how Lin Xuanji spends his money wantonly, they couldn't accept gifts from the enemy no matter how poor they are. All Lin Xuanji thought to himself that their family's Hen really dislikes that Yuan Tianwen quite a lot. In other words, he has a really good relationship with Duan Yuyong. He didn't expect this small money grubber to even refuse food that's served to him. He was probably an enemy before, but from now on, he shouldn't be. Why? Yan Tianen was puzzled. Lin Xuanji explained, to put it simply, Yuan Tianwen regarded the one who he had slept with as Han Yuren. He has already seen the light now and knows the truth. Yan Tianen fell into a daze, then opened his mouth wide. What's up with that? So Lin Xuanji narrated Yuan Tianwen's dark history from beginning to end. Yan Tianen was stunned as he listened. After digesting it, Yan Tianen said thoughtfully, actually, it's not considered too late for him to repent now. They haven't become a Dao couple yet after all, so there's still room for salvation. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianen. Does Hen think that there's still hope for Yuan Tianwen? Do you think he deserves to be forgiven? Of course, Yan Tianen didn't seem to think that it was much of a problem. Because Yuyong Gerger likes him. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to take care of Yuan Tianwen for such a long time at the start. Since he likes him, even if he did something bad, Yuyong Gerger will forgive him sooner or later. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianen. Yan Tianen blinked and rubbed his face. What is it? Nothing. Lin Xuanji smiled and gently said, I just think that I'm the most blessed person in the world to have a younger brother like Hen. Yan Tianen's face was a little red, but he still puffed his chest out proudly. Of course, 'cause I'm Dage's younger brother. Lin Xuanji felt comforted. He thought that he would never hand this person over to anyone else no matter what in this lifetime, and he wouldn't let anyone hurt him either. However, on Duan Yuyong's side, it probably wouldn't be as simple and pure as Yan Tianen thought. So how is it going exactly on Duan Yuyong's side? We're sorry for MTLERs or people who like using reading mode, but our translations keep getting stolen by aggregators, so we're going to bring back the copy protection. If you need to MTL, please retype the gibberish parts. Yuan Tianwen walked along the bustling street, feeling as if he was stepping on clouds. He drifted forward and felt a little weak-kneed as well. Profound Sky Sect's young Peak Master Yuan, who had always been a steady man, actually bumped into quite a few people along the way in succession and even got scolded. When he arrived at the door, Yuan Tianwen rushed into the inn and grabbed a waiter. Which room does young Master Duan stay in? The waiter was so frightened by his fierceness and immense pressure that he almost fell to the ground. That's our guest's privacy. We can't divulge it At will the waiter's tongue knotted involuntarily and he really wanted to slap himself at the same time. Do you not want to fucking live anymore? Sure enough, Yuan Tianwen's expression darkened, but he didn't make things difficult for the waiter. He released him straight away and pushed him aside. If you don't tell me, I'll search for him room by room. Search your ass. Is the young master of the Duan family someone you can look for so casually? The shopkeeper said with a long face. Yuan Tianwen narrowed his eyes. Well, I must find him today. Upon seeing this, the shopkeeper instantly called for their inn's hired thugs and sneered, where did this bum come from? He actually dares to behave in such an atrocious manner in my Purple Cloud Inn. Men, throw him out. 5 burly Foundation stage cultivators immediately rolled their sleeves up and rushed over. Yuan Tianwen merely narrowed his eyes and took his sword out, but didn't unsheath it. I'm only here to find someone, I'm in no mood to fight. The shopkeeper raised his hand, and just as he was about to shout beat him up, he heard a leisurely voice ring out, fight. Do you know who that is? As soon as the shopkeeper looked up, he saw a young man standing upstairs. Purple Cloud Inn's shopkeeper, who was originally indignant, instantly smiled and said, so he's young Master Ji's friend, please forgive me. Since Ji Youngwei had spoken, the Purple Cloud Inn's shopkeeper naturally waved his hand and dismissed the thugs who were already prepared to start fighting. This man rarely appears in Sky Peak City, so you probably don't know who he is. Ji Youngwei leaned on the railings and looked down. That's the young master of the Yuan family, Profound Sky Sect's Broken Sword Peak's young peak master Yuan Tianwen. When you meet someone next time, you need to learn how to recognize them, otherwise no one will be able to help you if you have to suffer as a result. The shopkeeper was shocked and regretful as soon as he heard of his status. Young peak master Yuan was quite reputable. At the very least, he wasn't someone that a puny shopkeeper like him could provoke. However, this young peak master Yuan seemed different from the rumors. Why does he look so hot-headed? The shopkeeper smiled with a guilty conscience and repeated, I'm sorry, we truly are the ones with eyes that couldn't recognize MT. Tai, I actually couldn't tell that you're young peak master Yuan. Where is he? Yuan Tianwen just repeated his question, I'm looking for Duan Yuyong. Ji Youngwei raised an eyebrow with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He thought to himself, Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyong aren't that familiar with each other, yet now he's so anxious to find Duan Yuyong and looks as if his wife was about to run away. This is pretty interesting. The shopkeeper looked bitter and seemed conflicted. Young peak master Yuan, we really do have a hard rule. If someone looks like they're here to seek revenge, we cannot reveal any information on our guests even if we were to die. Yuan Tianwen instantly flew into a rage and clutched the shopkeeper's collar. How do I look, in any way, like I'm here to seek revenge? Open up your dog eyes and look clearly, shopkeeper. This really doesn't look like you're here to seek revenge. You're clearly here to kill people to vent your anger. Ji Youngwei was overjoyed in an instant and remained as a spectator who was watching a good show. He had come into contact with Yuan Tianwen before, and his impression of Yuan Tianwen had always been that of a person who did things in a low-profile manner and would never be impulsive when dealing with matters. He should be an extremely reliable and reserved person who had a very strong sense of righteousness. But today's Yuan Tianwen let him witness a brand new young master Yuan. Skask, he just wondered why Yuan Tianwen was looking for Duan Yuyong. Just as the shopkeeper was in a dilemma, the appearance of the main character saved him from the sea of fire he was in. Young Master Duan. The shopkeeper's acute eyes saw Duan Yuyong, who was walking in through the inn's main entrance, and instantly looked as though he had seen his life's saver. He called out, "You're finally back, young peak master. Yuan has been waiting for you here for a really long time." It's one thing to disclose information voluntarily, but it was another if the one they were talking about were to suddenly appear by chance. Duan Yuyong was still holding onto a stick of half-eaten candied hawthorn. When he saw Yuan Tianwen, his contented expression froze. Bitch, why is Yuan Tianwen here? Duan Yuyong was really surprised. He let go of the candied hawthorn that he was biting in his mouth and frowned as he looked at Yuan Tianwen, puzzled. Why are you looking for me? There shouldn't be anything for us to talk about, ba. Yuan Tianwen stared unwaveringly at Duan Yuyong's face, which had overlapped completely with the one from his dreams, and couldn't say anything for a moment. Duan Yuyong waited for a moment before losing his patience. With a calm expression, he said, "Young Master Yuan, since there's nothing you want to say, I'll go back and rest first." "You should head back earlier too." "No, I have something important to tell you." Yuan Tianwen immediately snapped out of his daze and took a deep breath to calm down his heart that was beating wildly. He looked at his beloved, who he had been yearning for even in his dreams. Yuyong, can I talk to you alone? That manner of speaking, that tone. Duan Yuyong was utterly baffled. He nodded. If you want to say something, then let's go up to talk. The shopkeeper instantly breathed a sigh of relief and chanted inwardly, hurry and take this Buddha away please. With a face full of smiles, he said to the waiter beside him, quickly go and deliver the plate of spirit fruits that had just been prepared to their room. Treat it as our little shop's compensation to young peak master Yuan Duan Yuyong. Just now, he had clearly seen Yuan Tianwen clutch the shopkeeper's collar as if he wanted to hit him. Sure enough, it's different when you have authority and power. Duan Yuyong dissed Yuan Tianwen out of habit and brought Yuan Tianwen to his room. Yuan Tianwen's head hung low, seemingly quite downcast as he followed behind Duan Yuyong. From afar, he looked just like a dog that had done something wrong. This stunned quite a few of Purple Cloud Inn's guests. They had all witnessed the scene just now and couldn't help but begin to discuss the relationship between Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen in secret. After closing the door, Duan Yuyong sat next to his table and poured a cup of water for himself. Young Master Yuan, what did you want to talk to me about? Yuan Tianwen walked over to stand in front of Duan Yuyong and pressed down on the cup that he had prepared to lift up. Duan Yuyong's gaze shifted from his cup to Yuan Tianwen's face, a lot of question marks apparent on his face. To be honest, he felt like today's Yuan Tianwen seemed abnormal everywhere. I'll only ask you one question. Then just say it, why make the atmosphere so tense? Were you the one who was physically intimate with me on Flying Luan Peak? Yuan Tianwen finally dove right to the point and asked the question that he minded the most in his heart. Duan Yuyong was stunned. It wasn't me, Duan Yuyong said. Impossible. Yuan Tianwen squinted. If it wasn't you, it couldn't have been anyone else. Fuck, Duan Yuyong cursed and immediately sprung right up, and he had successfully snatched his cup away as well. A strong sense of humiliation welled up in his heart and rushed right to his head, such that Duan Yuyong's fingers started trembling uncontrollably. Since you already know the answer, then why ask me again right in front of my face? Duan Yuyong stared straight at Yuan Tianwen closely as he grit his teeth. What are you trying to prove? Are you here to humiliate me? To tell me that the words you had said then were only spoken because you weren't in a clear state of mind, so they don't count? Or are you here to thank me for my selflessness? Yuan Tianwen embraced Duan Yuyong, who was very agitated, his arms firmly locked around Duan Yuyong. He confessed into his ear, I've never thought of humiliating you. Whatever I say will always count. I said before on Flying Luan Peak that I would only want you in this lifetime, that I would only become Tao companions with you, and that even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth, I would leave no stone unturned to find you no matter what. I love you, I care neither for food nor drink, and only hope that I can be with you for a lifetime. Are you delirious now? Duan Yuyong hammered Yuan Tianwen twice, but Yuan Tianwen only hugged him tighter, so he gave up. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. What on earth do you want to do by mentioning that now? Yuan Tianwen, have you forgotten about Han Yuren, your fiancé that you're about to become Tao companions with? There has never been a Han Yuren, Yuan Tianwen said with a trembling voice. It's my fault. I mistook him for you. The one I love is you, and the one who I've always wanted to marry is also you. Yuyong, I know that my mistake was absolutely absurd and ridiculous, but I beg of you to please give me a chance. Duan Yuyong was really stunned this time. Editor's Little Popcorn Stand. Does YTW win the award for cheesiest line of the year? Zeryu. Yep, please take pity on the translator who had to translate those cheesy lines too. W.